Chapter 1. Without further ado, enjoy. I own nothing I may use. They didn't give us enough time, I had things under control, why did they shoot the damn laser, assholes? They probably took this chance to get rid of me. They said I was too strong, I tried to ignore the signs but I should have listened to Hinata-chan. Shit, Hinata-chan, I hope she and the baby are alright. I should go and look for them. Naruto looked around only to see endless darkness around him. He was in space but there was at least the big-ass sun and bright stars. There was nothing, he was all alone and cold. Hey, you're not alone, I am still here. The friendly giant spoke from inside of his head. Kurama, oh boy am I glad to hear you buddy. Do you know where we are? Naruto shouted, not finding a need to be silent if no one was around to tell him to be quiet. Especially Sakura, she was louder than he was. I have no idea, maybe we are dead. His blunt answer gave Naruto no comfort. If that's the case, where is the white light and big gates? I would have liked to walk through them with Hinata-chan. He said the last part sadly, the fact that he was dead and his Hinata was not with him. If she isn't here, maybe she survived somehow. He smiled at that thought only to frown later. But that means she will have to raise their child by herself and his child will never know his father. A single tear came from his eye at that. This isn't what he wanted. Don't worry about it Naruto, she will do a good job and raise the baby right. Kurama tried to help his friend. He too was also attached to the violet-haired vixen. Yay, but I'll miss them. His attention was snapped upwards when he saw something appear in front of him. It was a giant white gate with a bright white light. Well Kurama, let's see what awaits us. Naruto walked right into the gates with no regard as to what might happen to him. His vision was filled with nothing but white until he couldn't see anything else. Opening his eyes once again he can see that he is in his beat-down apartment looking right into the busted light of his ceiling. Looking around he is confused as to what he is seeing. His bedroom from when the old man gave it to him. What the hell is going on? Why am I in my room? There is no way my room is heaven, unless Hinata-chan is in the bed with me. He giggles perversely from remembering their well-spent times. He got up and fell right to the floor. Damn, it seems that I am not used to this little body of mine. That is not good, it means I will have to train my body again. I won't be able to do all my badass moves. He paused at that. How can he remember all of this stuff? Did he keep all his previous knowledge from his past life? Oh my god, I remember everything. That means I have to do it all again. He dropped to his bed and let out an annoyed groan. That means he has to deal with Sasuke, Sakura, the village, Obito and everyone else all over again. At least this time I will be 100 times stronger and hopefully tip the world on its head. I should be careful though, if I change too much, all the information I have will be useless. I should also hold some of my skills back to not be an open book again. He walked into his kitchen to see where he was sent back to. So the academy starts next week. That means the boring classes all over again, but more importantly I can see Hina-chan again. He had a hard time not running right over to her house and wrapping her up in a hug. Let's see about my pal Kurama. He took a seat on his couch and tried to make contact with his furry friend. He found himself in the familiar dump that was his mind and vowed to change it for his friend once again. Walking the familiar roads of his mind he made his way to where Kurama was being held. He ran up to the bars but before he could get too close he had to dodge a sharp nail, but due to not being used to his little body he wasn't able to dodge the tails that shot towards him and smacked him hard into the wall. Damn fox. He fell out the wall onto his face. Well, look at the little man. Kurama laughed at the struggling boy trying to get off the ground. You have become weak once again. Once the strongest ninja in history and now the weakest kid in the village. We have some work to do, Naruto. Kurama came to the light and had a tawny grin on his face and clear amusement in his eyes. You bastard, and to think I was going to fix up this place for you again. But after that I don't think I will. He crossed his arms and turned around. Wait, I was just testing you, no need to be like that. Kurama said, trying to convince him to change his mind. Only to hear the laughter of Naruto. It's fine. I am glad you did that actually, it shows me that I have a lot of work to do. Last time you tried that I shoved a dozen rasengans into you. Naruto turned around to smirk at him, making Kurama growl. You only won because your mom helped you and I wasn't at full power. I bet you won't do it again though. Kurama gave him a challenging grin. You're right, I am not stupid. But is it me or do you look bigger than usual? Indeed, Kurama looked bigger than he remembered him being at this age. So you've noticed. He grinned down at Naruto. It seems that I kept all of my power and stayed whole. You even stayed connected with your darkness, so the sooner you take this seal off the sooner you can use my power and I can be outside. Oh my god, why do you have to be like that? You want me to use your power so bad, I swear you act like a child sometimes. What did you say? Who are you calling a child? I could crush you right here. Kurama was up against the bars of the cage glaring at Naruto, who was glaring right back at him. Plus I didn't ever see you complaining when you were all like Kurama. The giant beast chuckled at remembering how Naruto was always drunk off his power. That's because you were always like, why would you use Sage Mode when you have me, the strongest Biju, or were you not like that? Naruto remembers how he would get yelled at when he never used his power. That's because it's true, you didn't need it. It was only because when I got your power it was too late for me to learn from the ground up, and I would just steamroll everything. But now I can start from the bottom and become even stronger than I was in my prime. Naruto pumped his fist and was already going through plans in his mind. Fine, but you have a long way to go until you reach that level, plus you don't have those 6 paths amps anymore nor a link to all as tailed beast, which means. Yeah, I know, no more 5 elements and chakra or nature transformations for me. Man, I am going to miss all of that. Ye would ever just change this place will you and go get some training done. Naruto then focused and changed the sewer into a luscious forest with a giant cave for him to go into. The seal then turned into a giant sun. That is much better. Kurama then stretched and walked around getting used to his new place. Alright buddy, I'll see you. Naruto then vanished from his mindscape and appeared back on his couch. Time barely passed and he was glad for that. He could walk around the village and go to his training ground he found in his past life. He would need to get used to that whole past life thing. Putting on a white shirt with his clan symbol on his back, orange pants that went into high ankle black ninja sandals. He walked outside and just looked around at everything. Man, this place is so undeveloped compared to how it used to be. I can use that to my advantage. By using some of the knowledge of the future I can make some of those things here. He thought of the advanced seals he could use. Alright, I will go to the training ground and see if I can perform some of my jutsu, and if not I will just need to work at it. I should also take this time to find a correct fighting style. I will send some clones to the library and have them grab a bunch of things. He then began to dash off in his 8-year-old body. He was in the streets walking and he just let out a sigh at all the glares he was getting again. I swear just yesterday, the girls were running up to me asking to sign their autographs. Ha, is the hero of war feeling sad? Kurama's mocking laughter could be heard. Naruto gained a tick mark on his head but he ignored it. He continued to walk until he found the place he was looking for. A wide clearing surrounded by miles of trees and a small waterfall that leads into a lake big enough to take a swim in. The sound of rushing water and small breeze of the wind brings back a memory of his past life. Flashback. 19-year-old Naruto was getting some extra training in while he waited for his girlfriend to show up. It was only midday and decided to train off the time. Hinata said there was some big news and he just had to hear it. Finishing up his last taijutsu kat as he pops all of his clones, going the memories of all he learned today. Alright, another wind jutsu is in the bag. He pumped his fist. Naruto-kun. He looks to the direction he heard his name and can see his Hinata running towards him with a bright smile on her face and love full in her eyes. Love for him, and he returns it with all his heart. He opened his arms for her and she happily ran into his arms and gave him a big hug. Naruto-kun. It's amazing. Hinata spoke with her head resting on his shoulder. What is? He asked, rubbing her back lovingly like he always did. She mumbled something under her breath, causing Naruto to not hear what she said. Hina, speak up. I said, I am pregnant. She spoke too fast for him to understand. What? I said I am pregnant. Hinata yelled, lifting her head from his shoulder and smiling. Naruto was shocked to say the least. You are pregnant. A shake of the head from Hinata confirmed what he said. She was still giving him that bright smile. I am going to be a dad. Another shake of her head. I am going to be a mother. She squealed and hugged him tighter. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and spent her around, making her giggle and smile. We are going to be parents. They laughed together. He stops and they then stare lovingly at each other and share a passion-filled kiss, pouring all of their love for each other in the kiss. Flashback over. He smiled at the sky. It was one of the best days of his life. He would cherish that until he died. Again, now wasn't the time for that though. He shook his head in order to get ready for what he wanted. Alright, let's try this out. He put his hand out and much to his shock he formed a rasengan. As soon as it appeared though it was gone. He fell to one knee and panted. Whoa, it seems that my body can't handle that right now. I really need to train my body. He gained his breath and then began to do regular body workouts. He ran, climbed, jumped, sit-ups, pull-ups, and did it all over again. Laid out on the ground he panted from the intense workout he put himself in. Man, I should put those seals on my body to make me grow faster. I will just need to run to the ninja shop and pick up the things I would need. That way I can draw some barrier seals and keep people from feeling Kurama's chakra. He held up a hand sign that was all too familiar to him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 30 clones popped into existence. Okay, I want 2 of you to make your way into town and hit up the library and ninja shop, be sure to transform so they will let you in. The rest come with me and train in art chakra control. He ordered the clones around, but they just looked at him confused and he looked back at them. Who are you? One of the clones asked until the clone grabbed its head and started to recall all the memories from Naruto's past life. What the hell? All the clones started seeing flashes of his life. They saw him battle pain, they saw Sasuke leave the village, they saw him add his wind nature chakra to the rasengan, they saw the 10 tails, they saw him hold off Obito and Madara by himself, they saw the villagers respect him and then they saw his death. Whoa, that was weird, a clone said. So you are from a different place. Forget that, did you see how strong we were? Did you see how our child was created? Some of the clones giggle at that memory. Just do what I said already, will you? He shouted to the clones who scrambled away to do their task. The rest of the day went on just like that. He trained his body and chakra. When his clones came back and popped, he was able to gain the memories of what they experienced. One of his clones picked up a scroll on taijutsu called Renewal Taekwondo. It specializes in strong linear kicks and punches. You must have good flexibility and a lean muscular build. Something he could do easily. His clone that went to the weapons shop was able to pick up some of the tools he needed for his sealing. Something he would be better at to honor his mother. He could also learn his father's famous jutsu, but he didn't want to do that. Because he was already faster than his father. The sun was now benign to set and he was going to go home and come back out here tomorrow to train until he dropped. He popped his clone and learned he was able to get halfway up the tree today along with only being able to take a few steps on the water. He practiced his new taijutsu style and if he was being honest, it was awesome. He had to shape his body right, which meant he couldn't eat ramen every day like he used to. He walked back to the city and was making his way back to the ramen stand for dinner. Just because he couldn't eat it all the time didn't mean he would not get some when he could. Hello there guys, I'll take the usual. Naruto sat in his chair that had his name on it with a smile. Hey there my boy, how are you doing? Tsuki gave the boy a smile. Hey there Naruto-kun. Ayame, the daughter of Tsuki, gave Naruto a hug that he returned. I just got done doing some training, and I just wanted to come and get some of the food I love. Well, you know we got you covered, I'll get right on it. Ayame said and walked to the back of the room. He sat there and had a good 15 bowls of ramen and paid them in full price, putting smiles on their faces from the amount of money. He got up and made his way to his house, ignoring all the angry glares and curses he received. Some villager threw a bottle at him, but he caught it and threw it back at the man, making it break on his face. Pick up your trash. That was all Naruto said and walked off. He was not going to be pushed around again. He continued walking until he felt something he knew all too well. This chakra. He turned to the direction it was coming from and he could see her. Hinata was coming out of her favorite bakery shop with cinnamon buns in a bag. He smiled and ran towards her. Hinata was having an overall good day. She had woken to the uncaring gaze of her father as usual. It still made her feel sad to see the way he looked at her. She did her morning training with some of her family. She talked with her little sister who was still a little baby. Now she thought it was time to get her favorite treat and maybe do some spying, or what she called it, protecting from a distance, and eat her cinnamon buns. I wish I could have protected Naruto-kun from a distance today, but I wasn't able to see him at all. Oh well, I will just have to wait until tomorrow to spy, I mean protect. She walked outside her store to go home until she heard her name being called. She looked back and her face went red. Naruto-kun, he is coming towards me. What do I do? Naruto wrapped the girl in a tight hug, not caring about anyone who may look at him for this. Hinata for her part was a mess. She was being hugged by her crush and people were looking. Her face was all red and she couldn't even begin to speak. Hinata-chan, I'm so glad to see you. He pulled back to give her a warm smile that made her blush even more. She thought she saw tears in his eyes. He is glad to see me, I am glad to see you as well. She was still in his arms and blushing. Hello and Naruto-kun. I am glad to see you as well. She began to play with her fingers and looked down. Naruto only smiled even more. He missed that about her, it was just so cute. Can I walk you home? He asked with a charming smile on his young face. Why yes, she replied, not looking up for a fear of passing out. Great. He grabbed her by the hand and pulled her along, already knowing where she lived thanks to being there so often. The people gave them weird gazes at the demon brat hanging with the Hyuga heiress. Hinata-chan, can I ask you something? Naruto looked at her with their hands still being held. Why yes. Would you like to train with me tomorrow? I have found this secret spot and I will take you there to train with me. But you must keep it a secret, our little secret. He squeezed her hand a little bit tighter at the last part. Just me and you? Hinata asked, going red at what she was thinking. Yup, so what will it be? Of course I will train with you, she said with a small smile at being able to get closer to Naruto. Okay great, I will come get you tomorrow morning so be ready okay, make sure to wear clothes you can train in. We are going to be getting hot and heavy. He sent her a wink at the last part and she almost fainted when she understood what he meant. Naruto only chuckled even more. They walked until they reached her compound and were stopped by the guards. They reluctantly let go of each other's hands making them both feel sad at the loss of each other. Naruto pulled her in for another warm hug that she returned this time with the blush still on her face. She had got a bit more comfortable over the time they were talking and walking. Okay Hinata-chan, I will come to get you tomorrow. He broke the hug and gave her one last smile that she returned. Okay Naruto-kun, good night. Naruto then ran off to the direction of his house with a smile on his face the whole time. So you finally got to speak with your mate, feeling better. Despite his teasing, Kurama was also very happy to see the lavender-eyed vixen again. Yay, I am very happy to see her again. I will also help her out by making her super strong from the beginning. Since we know she has the purest eyes of her clan, she might even be able to unlock that Tensegan that fucker had. If she gets that, then only her and that stupid Uchiha will be able to rival your power. Ha ha ha, that would be good wouldn't it, but I doubt Sasuke will get that strong again unless things really get out of hand like last time. But I will try to prevent things from getting that bad. He made it to his house and took a quick shower and put his night clothes on. The last chance. Those were his last words before he went to sleep in order to wake up for the next morning. Next day. Naruto can be seen in his bedroom in a cross-legged position staying completely still. He had the thought to try and use Sage Mode. He was still able to feel his connection to nature chakra somehow, but because he wasn't a toad summoner he didn't think that he would be able to use Sage Mode. He just said fuck it and sat down and focused on taking in the Sage chakra, however things were different this time. He could feel it and see the difference. Taking the natural chakra into his body, his hair began to change white and grow longer while the tips became a golden color. His hair reached to the bottom of his neck. Under his eyes he gained what looked like golden runes and they ran down his arm and ribs. Whoa, I can see it, I see the chakra in the air. The chakra looked like a bunch of blue stars dancing around his room. He looked at his arms touching the golden runes. It was smooth like skin. He looked out the window and saw all the chakra in the air. He could see green stars and he guessed that was the natural chakra because there was a constant flow of it going into his body. Kurama, are you seeing this? I can see everything. He grabbed one of the chakra particles and it sunk into his hand being absorbed into his chakra system. I am seeing everything, and I must say this is some Sage Mode you've picked up. You even look different and feel stronger. Wait, I look different. He quickly went to a mirror and saw his reflection looking back at him. He grabbed at his golden-tipped hair. He saw those once blue eyes now lavender much to his amusement because they matched his love's eyes. He formed a rasengan in his hand and was amazed at the power and how fast it appeared. It appeared in less than a second and he could control it so well he began to shrink and expand it, even shaping it to different shapes. Right when he was about to try and add a natural transformation to it he fell to a knee out of breath and all his features went back to normal while his chakra system felt as if it was just hit 10 times by Tsunade. Damn, it seems I can't handle that kind of power in this 8-year-old body. I will have to train some more and also get better chakra control, even though that form made everything much easier. It was as if I was touching the very foundation of chakra and could control it in its purest form. He got back up and splashed some water on his face. He went to put on clothes to pick up Hinata. Wearing a black shirt with a red Uzumaki swirl on the back, black pants with orange lines on his ankles and black ninja sandals. Naruto, that form you just transformed into is really powerful, to be able to control chakra like it was nothing, and not to mention nature chakra as well. You need to keep it a secret and master the form. Kurama spoke very seriously, showing Naruto that the power he just used was no laughing matter. If you can master that, it will be better than the Toad Sage Mode by 100-fold. Naruto was wide-eyed at hearing all of this. Holy crap, it seems we really hit the jackpot on this one. Naruto spoke in between bites of his bacon and eggs. Yes, it was similar to what the Sage of Six Path could do. As you know, he didn't need to use hand signs or any jutsu, he only bent it to his will. I think it might be some lesser version of the Otsutsuki way of using chakra. That's amazing, but I won't call this Sage Mode sense, it seems to be connected with those fake gods. Then what shall you call it? Kurama was actually curious as to what he was going to call this, since it indeed was related to gods who he called fake. I shall call it Realmheart. Hinata's room. Hinata was in the bathroom brushing her teeth and washing her face. She had eaten breakfast that some of the side branch members had made for her. She thanked them, of course. She went to her closet in order to get dressed for her training with Naruto. She put on what she normally wears when training inside. A fishnet shirt with a blue V-neck that stopped just past her elbows. Blue pants that stop above her ankles and blue ninja sandals. She was going to put on her jacket but decided not to wear it since she would end up taking it off soon. She left her room to go see her father and tell him where she was going. Hinata made it to his door and knocked on it waiting for him to let her in. She heard a slight come in and walked into his room. "Good morning, father, I have something to tell you." She bowed her head to her father and gave him a smile but he showed nothing. "Hello Hinata, what is it you must tell me?" He responded in his uncaring tone that he always used when speaking to her, though he was surprised to not hear her stutter once. "I will be training with a friend of mine today and he will be here to pick me up soon." Hinata did not stutter at all. She had practiced this last night to seem confident in herself so he would allow her to leave. Again Hiyashi was surprised. She didn't ask at all, she just told him, and she even had her chest puffed out. All while still smiling at him. She looked just like her mother. "Okay, that is fine, I will see you later." Hinata smiled towards him and bowed again before leaving. Outside. Naruto walked up to the massive compound and looked at the guards who looked back at him. They stared at each other for a while until Naruto broke the silence. "Yo. What do you want?" the guard on the left said. "I am here to pick up Hinata-chan, so could you please go call her?" he asked in a nice tone. "Why would she hang out with someone like you, brat?" the guard on the right said. "You are the same guards from yesterday, I know you saw us together, don't play dumb." Naruto replied with a blank face. He was losing his short temper. "Get lost, you brat." The guard tried to push him away but froze when Naruto released some of his killing intent and gave them a cold glare. It was so massive that everyone in the compound felt it, along with Hiyashi, who left his room to go and see who that was. The guards were on the ground throwing up their lunch while Naruto was standing there gazing down at them with eyes as sharp as a new blade. The guards were shaking like a leaf and had fear evident in their eyes. He stopped when he saw the clan head and several Hyuga come outside with their Byakugan activated, but most of them just backed up when they saw Naruto, and he gave them all a dark look with his blue eyes seeming to glow. Hiyashi was amazed that a boy the same age as his daughter was able to release so much ki. How many people has he killed to gain such a look? What has he been through? How can he release so much ki? Hiyashi was going through a million questions in his head. He figured it was just the nine tails, but he didn't feel any of its power being used. Naruto stopped releasing his ki when he noticed how they all seemed to be scared of him. "Yo, is Hinata-chan ready or what?" he asked with a wave, and the killing intent just vanished like it was never there to begin with. "Yes, she should be on her way out soon." As soon as Hiyashi finished saying that, Hinata came walking from the entrance and he smiled when he saw her. "Good morning Hinata-chan." Naruto gave her a warm smile like he would always do, followed up by a kiss, but they are not there yet. Hello and Naruto-kun." She still blushed and played with her fingers. "Alright, let's go train." He grabbed her hand and then began to walk off with Hinata in tow with a bright smile on her face. Hiyashi saw this and wondered if that boy was the reason for her recent change and drive to do better. The two walked in the forest still hand in hand, enjoying the morning silence along with the sound of birds chirping and animals causing a ruckus. Hinata stopped to look at the bunny and she just had to cuddle with it for a quick second. She blushed from embarrassment at Naruto seeing that. "Hinata-chan, I didn't know you like bunnies so much." He said that, but he already knew that she loved bunnies. She liked them so much she had a giant picture of a bunny in her bedroom in his past life. "Yes, they are just so beautiful and cuddly looking," she said with little hearts in her eyes. She then got a question for Naruto. "Naruto-kun, what is your favorite animal?" He could feel the gaze of Kurama from the seal daring him to say another answer. "I like foxes the best," Naruto said with a grin towards Hinata. He could feel the stare from Kurama go away and swear he heard a "you better" from his mind. Hinata smiled back. "For some reason, that seems perfect for you. Plus with those whiskers on your face you kind of look like a fox." Hinata giggled to herself while Naruto laughed. "She has no idea." Naruto laughed with her and they fell into a comfortable silence once again, their hands still tangled. Naruto wanted to take things a step further but was a bit afraid to be pushing things too fast, but he decided to go for it and laced their fingers together, making Hinata blush a deep red at the intimate action. She smiled a few seconds later and was just happy that it seemed like Naruto was returning her feelings finally, so she would also try to take things further with him. They made it to the clearing they were training in yesterday and finally let go of each other's hands. "Okay Hinata-chan, let's start with the normal warm-ups and stretches." He wanted to start her off strong because in their past life she was more flexible than most Hyuga and was able to create her own style that she taught to him. Okay Naruto-kun. Hinata then began to stretch and she indeed was flexible, able to bend at angles that would snap someone's bones if they couldn't move like she could. Naruto also stretched his muscles, he put his leg up on a tree and began to go down stretching his calf and thighs. He also squatted low to the ground and went from side to side. Once they were done with that they began to run laps around the field until they felt the burn in their legs and even then they kept running. Naruto told them to go through hand signs while they run to help with muscle memory. They were on the last lap and Naruto was on his 499th lap while Hinata was on her 239th lap. She had tried to keep up with Naruto but he was too fast and had too much stamina. They took a 20-minute break to catch their breath and drink some water. Once the break was over they began to do body workouts that included push-ups with boulders on their back. Squats with a giant tree trunk, well Naruto did but Hinata wasn't able to so he gave her a smaller one. They did pull-ups on the branch until it broke. Holy fuck, I can't feel my damn arms. Naruto wiggled his arms that looked like jelly. Hinata barely had the breath to laugh at him, it almost sounded like she was coughing. I think we should take a break. Hinata said panting. Yay, let's rest in the lake over here. I had some clones make a section for us so we can sit down and rest almost like an outside bathtub. Naruto walked over to the circular section of makeshift seats he made. He took his shirt and pants off and was left in his boxers and got in the water. Hinata was watching him get undressed with red cheeks, though was it from the sight of him blushing or how hot she felt? Both. She walked over to him and stood there nervously for a moment. Naruto looked at her weirdly for a moment. He then realized the problem. Hinata-chan, I can get out if you are not comfortable with me being in here half naked with you. Naruto climbed out and went on the other side with his back facing the other way. Hinata blushed because she was about to be half naked next to her crush. She took her clothes off, only staying in her underwear and fishnet shirt. She sat in the water soaking her body in the warm water and letting out a sigh. She put her head back and was able to see the many clones of Naruto doing the tree walking and water walking exercise. She was amazed that he could make so many and still not be tired at all. They spent half an hour relaxing and talking with each other, just learning more about each other, but mainly Hinata. They had got out and dried off, putting their clothes back on. They then ran a couple more laps to get their blood pumping. When they finished, Naruto wanted to spar with Hinata, who was reluctant at first but she soon gave in. Okay Hinata-chan, we both are learning our style of fighting so this will be good for us both. Naruto got into the beginner stance of his Renwal Taekwondo while Hinata got into her gentle fist stance. Naruto however got a little ahead of himself and started to release some pressure that weighed down on Hinata. He was remembering his past sparring matches with her and how they would always push him to do better. Hinata was shaken up a bit by the feeling until she released some of her own chakra to counteract his. They then charged at each other and collide in the middle with Naruto's fist while Hinata had a palm out matching his fist. Naruto dropped low to do a spinning kick but Hinata jumped over it, doing just what he wanted. Naruto delivered an upward kick to her chin, sending her into the air. This attack was called Beck Rock. It was one of the basic attacks of the style he was able to learn. Hinata had flipped in midair in order to catch her balance before she crashed into the ground. She felt the stinging in her chin and knew that would hurt in the morning. She charged back towards him with her palms blazing with chakra and her eyes focused on his chakra points. She aimed for his shoulder but he dodged and delivered a spinning kick to her side. She used the spin to deliver 2 shots on his chest that made him skid back some. Naruto charged back towards her with a straight aim for her head, but because he still wasn't used to his younger body he overshot and was left wide open, which Hinata capitalized on by hitting him in the ribs. He winced in pain for a second until getting over it and hitting her in her ribs, making her gasp. Hinata sent a barrage of gentle fist palm strikes but Naruto was able to parry some while others connected due to mistakes he made from not knowing his body. Naruto also snuck some of his own attacks in her onslaught of attacks. Naruto had Hinata on the defensive right now and he was using that to his advantage. Naruto delivered a flying knee strike that Hinata barely was able to put her hands up to block. This was another attack Naruto had learned from his new style called Baekdu. It was meant to open as a combo for other attacks, which he did. He delivered a body hook to her left lung and a kick to her right leg that made her drop, and Naruto delivered a jumping knee to her chin, snapping her head upwards. He finished the attack string off with a straight kick to her gut, knocking her to the ground. Naruto walked over towards the girl cautiously just in case she tried a last-ditch attack. Hinata however was on the ground in pain from the attacks Naruto gave her. It seemed he was not holding back and the pressure had only got heavier on her, and she swore she could see an older Naruto behind him doing the same attacks, making it feeling like she was hit twice. Naruto also saw an older version of Hinata fighting him back with raw determination and power that only she could dish out. Hinata got up shakily and got back into her stance, ready for more. This made Naruto smile at her not giving up. She was fighting him with everything she had and he did the same. Hours later the two were on the ground bloody and bruised up. Their clothes had dirt all over them. They both looked at each other and grinned towards each other. It seemed that Hinata had enjoyed her battle with Naruto. It was nighttime and they just laid down and watched the stars in the sky. Hinata-chan, I can't move. Me either, Naruto-kun. Well, I think we might have to sleep outside for the night. Are you okay with that? Naruto knew that some big animals might come and try to eat them for dinner. What if some monster comes to get us? I have heard about the wild beasts that often walk around at night. Hinata said all of this with worry and about to panic from all the monsters she was imagining coming to get her and Naruto. Don't worry, if they come I will protect us. Naruto pointed a thumb to his chest and grinned at the girl who only smiled in return. My knight in shining armor. Hinata said a bit sarcastically, causing them both to laugh. I will set up a sleeping area for us, I have stuff packed for times like this. He unsealed some supplies and got to work on setting up their tent. He dispelled all of the clones and smiled when getting their memories. It seems he was able to master the tree climbing exercise to where he can now fight on the tree for 3 hours straight. He was able to walk on water, but he couldn't stay up and fight for 3 hours straight, only 1 hour, and that was not good enough. He was able to finally cut that damn leaf thanks to already knowing what to do. He would go to the ninja shop tomorrow and get some scrolls on jutsu and also practice the hundreds of jutsu he had in his past life. He would also try to unlock the other chakra affinities so he could use all 5 like he used to. He hoped he got a second element this time so he could have a more variety of jutsu to work with from the jump, but if not he would still train to use all of the affinities. Can't forget his new form called Realm Heart. He would have to train using that when Hinata was not around. Overall things were coming along just great. Hey, you still didn't use my chakra yet, what gives? Are you kidding me? You know damn well my body won't be able to handle your power right now. The most I would be able to do it just one tail, and that is not good enough. So you are going to have to wait until I am at least 13 again. Are you forgetting that my chakra naturally flows into your system? You will be just fine using it in a short burst. Oh yeah, I did forget that fact, and you don't have all that hate in you, so I don't have to worry about losing myself to any of the hate. I don't normally brag, but I am really badass. Naruto had a smirk on the outside of his face, one that Hinata saw. Naruto-kun, what are you smirking about? Hinata wanted to know what he had running through his head, but she already had a guess as to what it might be. Oh, nothing, just thinking about how badass I am. She was right. Well, when you are done with that, can you hurry up? I am tired. She whined at the last part, making Naruto laugh. Okay princess, your bedroom awaits you. Naruto opened the flap of the tent and bowed to her, causing her to giggle and play along. Thank you, good sir, now come on and rest. She waved her finger towards him. He went inside the tent without any hesitation. Naruto laid down on the blanket he set on the ground for them. He got comfortable and unsealed another blanket to cover them. Good night, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, and then closed his eyes and was quickly asleep. Good night, Naruto-kun. She also closed her eyes and went to sleep. Ch. 2. Naruto was just starting to wake up from his sleep and his back was starting to hurt from sleeping on the ground. He tried to get up, but he saw Hinata sleeping soundly on his chest. She was even drooling a little bit. He chuckled at the cute sight in front of him. He was lucky he didn't go into puberty yet, or he would be dealing with morning wood. He was annoyed that he would have to deal with puberty once again. That meant getting boners at random times, getting hard while going to sleep. He tried to wiggle out of Hinata's grasp, but he forgot how strong her grip was. He swore that sometimes she was as strong as Granny Tsunade. That made him think about his mother and everything but blood. He knew she was hurting right now and he wanted to help her like he did last time, but right now he had to help himself first. He would live his younger life to his liking, unlike last time where he couldn't do that. To shoulder everything and overcome it. That was how he lived, and it's how he brought peace to the world, and he would be damned if he didn't do it again. But, he needed power in order to do those things, and it all started from here. He would take this time to have a strong start and hopefully get to a good enough level. In order to do that though, he needed to get up and train, but someone was stopping him from doing that. Hina-chan, it's time to get up, Naruto said, rubbing her hair affectionately, making the girl smile in her sleep and snuggle closer to him. No, 5 more minutes. She spoke half asleep. Hinata-chan, it's morning, and we have to get up. I don't wanna. Just go back to sleep. You leave me no choice, Hinata. He got ready to use the final trump card. Free cinnamon buns outside, he said loud enough for her to hear. She got up immediately and had her Byakugan activated and was looking around for them. Where? She went outside to see nothing but animals looking at her like she was crazy. She then turned around and heard the sound of Naruto laughing and understood she was just pranked. She blushed in anger and charged back into the tent with Byakugan blazing. So you think that was funny, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked in a sweet tone, putting Naruto on edge because he knew that tone. Hey Hinata-chan, and no need to get upset. Naruto put his hands up while laying down. An aura of doom surrounded Hinata and she jumped on him, making Naruto yelp at her actions. She then put her hands up and got ready to deliver strikes to his gut. You leave me with no choice, Hinata said, getting ready to attack. Well, looks like the shoe's on the other foot this time. Hinata then began to deliver a barrage of strikes to his gut, making him laugh because she was tickling him and it was always his weak spot. Hinata was laughing along with Naruto. He then gave her a loving smile that made her blush because she was able to see all the love for her in those sky blue eyes she loved so much. The love that she had wanted to see for years, and it was all for her. She then blushed even more when she saw the position they were in. Hinata was on top of him while Naruto had his hands on her hips. She squeaked and then jumped off of him with a mega red blush on her face. Sorry Naruto-kun. Hinata looked down and played with her fingers, making Naruto only smile at the girl. Don't worry Hinata-chan, how about I treat you to some breakfast as a sign of my apology? He gave her a smile that made her smile back. Is it cinnamon buns? I don't think that is good for breakfast. Neither is ramen. Good point. They then took a quick dip in the lake and put clothes back on so they do not smell like grass and sweat while trying to enjoy their breakfast. Once they have clothes on, they walk out to the forest looking and smelling better. Naruto had left a couple of clones behind to continue his training. When they made it to the village, they began to get stares again, more like they all looked at Naruto, but he just ignored it and kept walking while Hinata wondered why they all looked at them with such anger. She was a bit scared and held his hand for comfort, making Naruto give her a glance and smile that made her feel better. He turned his head so she couldn't see the dark look on his face. He released some ki that made everyone in the area except for Hinata turn and go the other way with panicked faces. Ha, that got their asses moving. Maybe if you had done this last time you wouldn't have had to deal with all of them. His guardian angel spoke in an amused tone. Yay, but then they would only be afraid of me and I can't have that, so I won't do that all the time. Naruto responded back to his inner beast. He knew that if he only made them scared of him that would not work and he would end up like Gaara and his village. They came upon the bakery shop that Hinata loved so much and she basically dragged him inside the store, making the storekeeper laugh. Welcome back Hinata-sama, shall I get you the usual? A kid who looked about 13 spoke from behind the counter. He had red hair that looked like a mix between purple. He had big yellow eyes with a black pupil, eyes filled with passion for cooking and making people happy. Yes Soma, I will take the usual, Hinata said with a smile. Soma then noticed the boy holding Hinata's hand and smirked. Oh, you brought your boyfriend over. He teased, making Hinata go red as a tomato. No, I was just bringing him over, he said he would buy it for me. Hinata was a mess. She had let go of Naruto's hand and began to poke her fingers, looking down from embarrassment. Naruto and Soma then laugh it off, making her pout cutely. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. Naruto held his hand out for the boy to shake. I'm Soma Yukihira. It's a pleasure. He shook Naruto's hand and they smiled towards each other. I will go and get your order ready. It won't take long. He then walked off, leaving the two by themselves. So you two look like close friends. How long have you known each other? He was curious to know because this place was not here last time. Yes, we are good friends. I used to come here with my mother and we would always enjoy the food they made. Soma would always work here with his father, but he has gone on some trip, leaving Soma to run the place with others. Hinata then became a little sad at thinking about her mom who had died not too long ago after giving birth to Hanabi. Naruto, seeing this, walked up and gave her a hug. I'm sorry for bringing up painful memories for you, Hinata-chan. Hinata was blushing a storm at the close proximity of her and Naruto. Ever since yesterday he had been acting strange. She was not complaining though, she enjoyed spending this time with Naruto and she even got stronger. Soma walked back out to see Hinata in the arms of Naruto with a dreamy smile on her face. He saw this and pulled out a camera. Snap! A flash of light and Naruto and Hinata turned to see Soma drying off a picture. He showed it to Hinata, who blushed and snatched the picture away before anyone could see. So he isn't your boyfriend? The smirking Soma asked teasingly. Hinata only took the food and left the restaurant, giving him the stink eye. Making him laugh even more. Hinata-chan, what was the picture? Can I see it? He went to grab it but Hinata moved it away from his hand. He tried to take it again but she kept moving it away from his hand. Hinata then put the picture in her shirt and gave Naruto a smile. He only huffed and turned around, making Hinata giggle. Come on Naruto-kun, let's eat, I am starving. Hinata then pulled some out and began to eat. Fine, but next time we are having ramen. They sat on a bench and began to eat in silence, just enjoying each other's company in the morning. Until a male Anbu drops in front of them. Hyuga-sama, Uzumaki-san, the Hokage wishes to speak with you. He put his hands on their shoulders and body flicker away to the Hokage office. Hokage office. When they appeared from the body flicker, the kids are a bit dizzy, but Naruto was able to shake it off pretty fast while Hinata stumbled a little bit. This was something the Hokage noticed and would keep for later. Anbu, you may leave. The Anbu bowed and left the same way he came in. So care to tell me where you kids were last night? He asked them, but his tone indicated it more as a demand and not a question. This made Hinata a little scared and she hid behind Naruto, who stepped in front of her protectively, and he could have sworn he felt a little ki from Naruto, but it was gone too soon to know for sure. Naruto overall didn't really have the old man in high standard anymore once he got older. He knew why he did everything and respected his actions as a Hokage, but he was still not happy at how the old man handled things. He was also pretty pissed at how he basically told him to fuck off when he would ask about his parents. He was well aware of what would happen if his true heritage was leaked, but he did not have to wipe the Uzumaki clan from the library completely. He didn't have to make his birth records top secret, he didn't have to block him from doing a DNA sample. He would claim it was for his protection, but he knew it was more for the village and not him. We were out in the forest training late last night and decided to just camp out. Naruto didn't see the need to lie to the man, so he told the truth, and Hinata would only give them away. The old Hokage raised an eyebrow at his answer. What kind of training, Naruto? He wondered if it was the same thing he would always see him doing. It's a secret. The short reply gave away nothing, but Naruto knew the old man would try to spy on him with that crystal ball. So he would have to place a seal on his body that didn't allow him to be spied on with the ball. Oh, is that so? Can I at least get a hint? Hiruzen was going to fish out as much as he could from Naruto. For some reason Naruto seemed different, and he had this aura around him that made him feel as if he was talking to a strong ninja that has seen many things. Just the basics, nothing too special. Naruto was not about to play this game with the old man, he had things to do. Hiruzen frowned at the boy. This was not going the way he thought they would. Not to mention the clan head of the Hyuga was breathing down his back, thinking his daughter was kidnapped again. The man had Hyuga searching for Hinata for the better part of the night. Well then, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine, I guess you are at that age. Hiruzen tried to guilt-trip Naruto into telling him by playing as an old man who just wants to stay young. Nobody was buying that. Hinata, your father would like to know that you are okay, so you should go see him. Hinata was about to walk away when she was pulled back. I'll walk you home, Hinata-chan. He grabbed her hand and began to walk out the door. See you, Hokage. Waving over his shoulder to the old man, who slightly waved back. Hiruzen eyed the red swirl on the back of his black shirt. He felt bad for hiding everything from the boy, but it was for the good of the village. Making their way outside the office hand in hand, Hinata was really enjoying all of the attention she was getting from her crush. Naruto-kun, I don't think we will be able to train with each other again today. She was a little sad at the revelation. Don't even worry about it, I figured this would be the case. I have other things to do today. Just make sure you train hard at your clan house. He gave her a smile that made her give her own. Oh, one more thing, don't let people push you around either. If someone wants problems, smack the shit out of them. Naruto spoke to the girl in a serious tone so she could understand. Hinata gasped at that. She never really enjoyed hurting people, but as a ninja she knew it was unavoidable. I don't think I will be slapping anyone nor using such foul language. I will kindly ask them to stop, and if they don't, I will consider using your way of doing things. Hinata told him in a tone that meant she would not be talking about the situation anymore. Naruto only smiled at the Hinata-like answer. Fine, princess, but I expect you to not be letting those stuck-up assholes push you around. Or I will have to come and beat up your whole clan and do it myself. Naruto also said in a tone similar to that of Hinata, making the girl giggle. They walked along the streets talking to each other and sharing laughs, overall just bonding with each other and getting to know the other better. They had made it to the compound with the same two gate guards from last time, however this time they only bowed and let the two inside, making Naruto smirk. They walked through the compound, passing by other Hyuga who eyed Naruto with a suspicious gaze. They had ran into someone Naruto hadn't seen since the 4th Shinobi War, Neji Hyuga. Hinata-sama, your father would like to speak with you right away. He said her name with clear anger and tried to pull her away with extra force. Hinata slapped his hand away and gave him a slight glare, remembering what Naruto had told her. Big brother Neji, I can walk there myself, so please do not try that again. She then walked away to her father's study, leaving the two boys to themselves. Naruto chuckled at the shocked face of Neji, making him turn to glare at the boy. What is a commoner like you doing in the house of the Hyuga? Neji said harshly, not in the mood to play games. I'll ignore that comment for now, but if you must know. I was walking Hinata-chan home. Well, she is here, you can leave now. Neji was about to push him away. Now I want to walk around this place. It is really big, Naruto said, turning around and walking away, leaving Neji to glare at his back and to walk after him. You cannot be here, you must leave this instant. He walked next to Naruto and tried to grab his shoulder, but Naruto sidestepped and flicked him in the side of the head. Naruto then ran off, making Neji chase after him. Get back here. They then began to run all around the place, causing quite the commotion. Naruto was all in the Hyuga kitchen, he even made himself some ramen and took some time to eat it until Neji busted down the door. Get out. Naruto then took his ramen and ran off, still eating. He ran outside and transformed into a plant, making Neji and all the other Hyuga run past him and yell useless curses. Naruto, however, just chuckled and transformed back and picked up his ramen and began to walk off, humming a tune. He walked around until he found himself at a dojo and saw none other than Hanabi Hyuga in there training her little heart out. He silently made his way into the room and just watched her train and eat his ramen. Hanabi was going through stances for her gentle fist stance. She wanted to be just like her big sister, who was really good and always made time to spend with her even if she had a long day of training. Right when Hanabi was about to try and perform the 64 palms, she stopped when she heard a slurping sound. She looked to the side and saw Naruto eating a bowl of ramen and just watching her. How long has he been there? She got out of her stance and just looked at Naruto, who looked back. What are you doing here? Hanabi wanted to get this guy out of here so she could get back to training. Naruto only gazed back at her. He placed his empty bowl down and smiled at her. The last time I saw her it was without her eyes and she was calling me Ni-chan. Naruto just gave the girl a friendly smile. I was just walking around and happened to see Hinata-chan's younger sister. I just wanted to see you up close. You know Oni-sama. Hanabi was surprised that this boy knew her sister. Yes, we are great friends. Hanabi was now thinking who this guy was and no longer thinking about her training. Now why don't you get to training, little firecracker? He ruffled her hair, making the girl glare and swat his hand away. Don't call me a firecracker and don't ruffle my hair. Hanabi glared up at the taller blonde who was only laughing at the girl. Naruto only pinched her cheeks and pulled them, making the girl groan and try to speak. Don't be taking that tone with me, my little firecracker. He ruffled her hair again. Neji then came through the dojo door with paint all over his face from a trap Naruto had set up. He glared at Naruto with anger and frustration. You! Neji charged, ready to strike. He extended out his palm, ready to strike Naruto in the chest. Naruto gently guided his arm to the ground, making Neji fall to the ground and giving Naruto the chance to throw a pink paint bomb at his back. I'll see you some other time, firecracker. He then ran out the room, having to escape the wrath of an angry Neji. Naruto was able to dodge all of the Hyuga and make his way back outside and began to finally do what he needed to have done. I need to buy some new equipment and get a custom-made mask to cover up my Sage mode. I will need to wear long sleeves to cover up all the runes and anything else that may appear with this new form. Speaking of that, I should probably train in it today. He made his way to the ninja shop that always sold the best gear. He made his way to the weapon shop called Golden Leaf. He walked in and a bell sounded over the door. He heard a girl's voice sound from behind the counter. He looked over and saw two brown buns moving under the counter. He smiled at knowing who that was. She popped her head from over the counter and smiled. Hello, how may I help you? She stopped when she saw the 8-year-old Naruto gazing at her. Hey kid, we don't sell toys here. She didn't get why people always came in here looking for toys. This was a ninja shop. Sigh, I just came to buy some tools for my training and I wanted you to put in a custom order, but if you can't do that I will go somewhere else. Naruto was about to walk out the door until Tenten called out towards him. Wait, I'm sorry. I will help you out. Naruto stopped walking and turned around and gave her a smile. Great, and about that custom order, can we do that? Yes we can, just tell me what you want and how you want it. Naruto then put a design of the type of mask he wanted on the counter. Tenten gazed at it with a raised eyebrow. It was a white mask with 2 orange vertical lines running down the 2 eye holes all the way down to the bottom of its jaw. The jaw was sharp and narrow, there were 2 rows of white human-like teeth. The mask Ichigo uses to fight Yami in Bleach. That's a scary mask you got there. We can have it done in 2 days, so be sure to come and get it. Now, is there anything else you would need help with? Naruto walked around to grab what he needed and brought it to the counter. He placed empty sealing scrolls and tags along with kunai and shuriken. Tenten rang all that up and placed them in bags. Okay Naruto, I will have your special mask ready, so come back soon. Naruto smiled at the girl and walked to the door, but paused and looked back at the girl. I never received your name, would you tell me please? Tenten rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. Sorry, my name is Tenten. Nice to meet you. Okay Tenten, I will see you around. He left the store to go drop his things off and change clothes so he could train. Training ground. Naruto was doing some stretches ready to begin his training. He was wearing a black zipped-up high collar with an orange zipper, loose orange pants with black ninja sandals. The last outfit. He began to run 500 laps around the training ground and then did 500 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and pull-ups. He practiced in his new fighting style by placing a water bottle on top of a wood post he made. He tried to kick the water bottle off the post without touching the post or making the post move at all. He was finding it extremely difficult because he would end up missing if he kicked too slow or hit the post if he kicked too fast and still miss the bottle. After 1 hour and 30 minutes he was finally able to kick the bottle without any problems. Naruto then decided to make a shadow clone and enhance it with Kurama's chakra and begin to spar with it. He was able to fight with it for a little while, but it took all his years of fighting just in order to keep up with the clone, but experience wasn't enough to defeat his clone that was stronger than he was. Kurama wanted him to let the clone use one tail, but Naruto knew if the clone had used even one tail he wouldn't stand a chance. He also practiced more on his chakra control while also expanding his own reserves. He began to fight on top of the water in a shadow clone free-for-all, which made him have a little fun. He came out on top, but if he didn't that would be embarrassing. He practiced in perfecting his wind element and found out he had a strong fire element. His flames became white and were an intense flame. Naruto had no idea where the flame element came from, but he was not complaining and would make the most out of what he had. Once he found out about his new element he began to practice with his fire manipulation and tried to burn a leaf with just his chakra. He didn't know too many fire jutsu, so he would have to go back to the library if he wanted to learn more or just wait for Kakashi to train him in more, but he knew Kakashi was a Sasuke fanboy and wouldn't really teach him anything. That brought up another thing he had to do. Sasuke. He could tell him the truth while he was young, or just make him think for himself and come to his own conclusion. Naruto knew that Sasuke was in a delicate position right now, so he decided he would just reach out to him this time and not just watch his back. Although he would have to deal with his attitude again, but decided he would beat it out of him, but first he needed to be strong enough to show Sasuke he could help him with gaining power. He would also help Sakura, but that would not be as easy. He got all of those thoughts off with some more training and sparring. He made another clone again and enhanced it once again, and this time he went all out. He released the seals he placed on his body and also used his limited knowledge of jutsu he was able to perform safely. The training ground was filled with the sound of explosions and shockwaves. They fought on the water, trees, air, and on the ground. He spilled blood everywhere in that field. He was having fun while also growing strong. That was when an idea came into his head. Rock Lee. He would go find Lee and train with him. Naruto knew firsthand how good Lee was. His fight in the Chunin exams was one of his favorite fights to have seen. But he needed to practice in using Kurama's chakra first so he could be able to match the gates he knew Lee would use. Plus Kurama was nagging him about it as well. Naruto also had a clone working on Realmheart, and the clone was able to walk around and do a little sparring before dispelling, leaving him with the knowledge. We can find Naruto with his shirt off in a half-lotus position in deep concentration. He was trying to gain access to Realmheart. A few seconds later and there it was, he had transformed. Standing up he did a couple practice moves and noticed that he had a significant buff. His speed and power had been enhanced tremendously. It feels good, I can feel the increase. He performed the rasengan, and unlike last time he was able to use his wind chakra and create the rasenshuriken. He was even able to throw it, which made him and Kurama go wide-eyed at the ease all of that was able to be done. Holy shit, it worked. Where Naruto had threw the attack, the whole section of the forest was blown up and only left a massive crater in the center. Well, I'll be damned, you did it. Kurama was also greatly surprised by the transformation. He wondered if Naruto was the only one who could learn this kind of sage mode, or did it have something to do with his DNA, or was he impacting the transformation in some way. Naruto had created a seamless shadow clone and made it use some of Kurama's chakra. He wanted to test the difference at full power. The clone's eyes turned red and slitted along with its nails that had grown sharper. The whisker marks had grown thicker. Once he was finished they charged at each other with tremendous speed and clashed in the middle, causing a massive shockwave that caused wind to pick up. Naruto spun around on his feet and delivered a kick to the back of the clone head. He backflipped to gain some distance. Naruto then coated his hand in lightning, making him go wide-eyed. Can I use all of the elements? He quickly formed the Chidori, making him smirk at finally being able to use this. He charged the clone and hit it right in the shoulder, making him laugh at the turn of events. The clone puffed in smoke, leaving him to think to himself. If I can use all the elements when in this form, then the options are limitless. Naruto grabbed his last chakra paper and began to channel chakra. The paper split into a bunch of little pieces that all turned to water. Some pieces caught fire while the others crumbled to dust. Holy shit. The grin that spread on both Naruto and Kurama's faces would cause anyone who saw it to shake in fear. They then began to laugh like madmen who had just discovered something new, which they did. The form then ran out, making Naruto fall to one knee instead of both knees, this time showing the progress. Okay, still have some work to do, but it ain't nothing I can't handle. He then took all his clothes off and got in the warm water to soak off. He decided once he got out he would go find Lee and fight him, and as he would say, bathe in the flames of youth. He got out and put his clothes back on and left his clones in the field while he left. He was glad he put up a barrier or he would have been in a real problem. He placed the resistance seals back on his body and left the training ground. Naruto was jogging around the village looking for Lee and his adoptive father. Naruto had an ear to the streets trying to see if he could hear them or the complaints everyone had about them. He then saw two green blurs and could see none other than Lee and Guy. They were doing their laps around the village, it seemed. Naruto ran up next to them and smiled towards the two. Hello guys, care if I join you? The two were shocked that someone wanted to run with them, they were always getting turned down. Lee and Guy looked towards each other and began to smile. Of course you can, my youthful friend. Let us bathe in youth together. They then ran around the village 300 times and Naruto was surprised that the two were not even tired, it was as if they could keep going. They had made it to a training field and Naruto wanted to get right to it. Lee, would you spar with me? Lee got stars in his eyes. Of course, it would be my pleasure to spar with you. They then walked into the middle of the field and Guy would be the ref for this youthful match. They both got into their stances and Guy did a double take at the stance he saw Naruto enter. He was a bit nervous because he knew of that stance and what it was capable of. Guy had heard of the rumors for the stance and he knew the power of it. That was the strongest martial art style known to man, and if Naruto had managed to master it, have mercy on his enemies. Are you ready? Guy held his hand up. Go. He drew his hand down and the two charged each other, leaving clouds of dust where they once stood. Chapter 3. Naruto had his knees bent ready to jump off at any moment. He had his left arm sitting on his waist ready to strike out any second while his right arm was stretched out, giving him balance and the distance of his opponent. Lee had his legs apart and was squatted down a bit. His right arm was extended in a come here gesture while his other arm was behind his back. Guy was looking at them both with critical eyes. He could tell this spar would not be a regular spar but something to really showcase the talent of their skill. However, he could not help but worry at the look in Naruto's eyes. He can see how he holds himself and it is similar to that of a Kage with years of experience and multiple wins under his belt. Begin. He swung his hand down as the signal to start the fight. The two waste no time and charge each other right off the back and meet in the middle, causing a shockwave to go through the training ground. Naruto has his left leg out meeting the right leg of Rock Lee. They smirk and flip back only to charge back towards each other. Leaf Whirlwind. Lee swings his leg in a circular motion multiple times in an attempt to connect with his opponent. Naruto, however, was expecting this and jumped over Lee and delivered a kick to his back, causing him to be sent tumbling across the ground. Lee does a kick up and gets back into his stance with a smile on his face. This was going to be a great workout. Renewal Taekwondo Spinning Kick. Naruto does a spinning kick in massive tornado forms and connects with Lee, who is not only struck with the multiple attack from Naruto but he is also being spun around and is getting a little dizzy. Lee is thrown out the attack when Naruto delivered a punch that rocked his jaw and sent him back first into a tree, making him cough up some spit and a little blood. Lee isn't down for long though as he climbs back to his feet and stands on shaky legs. I am not done. Lee rushes Naruto, who meets him, and they begin a fierce battle of taijutsu. For each attack Lee throws, Naruto would counter and receive an attack from Naruto that was 2 times harder. Lee threw a barrage of punches that were all aimed to knock Naruto on his ass. Take things slow, you are not who you used to be. Naruto sees the attacks coming and perfectly dodges all the attacks in a manner that would leave all the Hyuga jealous. He ducks, weaves and spins out of Lee's attack range. Rock Lee couldn't believe what he was seeing. Naruto was easily dodging all his attacks and hitting him with enough force to leave a mark. He wasn't going all out but he was doing enough to where Genin would be pressed to dodge, but he moves as if he has been fighting his whole life. Guy was in a similar boat. He could see the way Naruto would move. He moved with confidence in his attacks while also keeping up his defense in a way that made it hard to land a decisive blow on Naruto to keep him down. Guy would also see the simple mistakes Naruto would make, like missteps or overextending, which would lead to Lee getting major hits on Naruto. He figured he would let Lee drop the resistance and fight with a little more power. Naruto was currently pressing Lee with an onslaught of attacks that he could barely put up a guard against, however Lee saw Naruto's leg hesitate for a moment and he used that moment to counter-attack. Lee quickly did a sweep kick knocking Naruto on his back but he quickly rolled avoiding the multiple stomps he would have received from Lee. Naruto did a spinneroonie and caught Lee with the unexpected move, which gained him some breathing room. Guy took this chance to speak up and help his student. Lee, take them off. Lee was surprised but also happy because he was enjoying where this spar was going and wondered if he could use his secret technique. Without further ado he reached into his orange leg warmers and pulled off the weights and tossed them to the side causing a massive explosion on the sideline. He was expecting Naruto to be surprised but he only got a smile in return. Naruto knew what was coming and he wanted this, it was a good chance to test himself while also getting stronger at the same time. He removed his black jacket and also removed the resistance seals he placed on himself. Guy saw what Naruto did and was surprised once again at the show the kid was putting on. What's next? He uses some of the Nine Tails chakra. If things went that far Guy would step in and force them to stop before they got swarmed by leaf ninjas. Naruto and Lee were having an intense stare-off just eyeing each other to see who would make the first move. A single leaf floated down signifying the second round would begin soon. As soon as it touched the ground the both dashed off at high speeds. Dynamic entry. Goryo. Lee's attack connected with Naruto right into the gut making him gasp, while Naruto's two quick kicks connected with Lee's head snapping his head back. The two are sent back crashing into trees causing a smoke cloud to pop up and shockwaves to vibrate through the training ground. They get up quickly with matching grins on their faces at having someone who could push them to their limits. Lee delivers a jaw-shattering punch to Naruto whose head is snapped back but he brings it back down with a headbutt to Lee. Naruto then gives Lee a open palm thrust to the gut making him gasp for his breath. Naruto goes for a renewal front kick, however Lee sidestepped and delivered his own attack. Leaf Rising Wind. Lee crouches really low to the ground and delivers an upward kick to Naruto's chin, sending him into the air. Lee follows the attack up by jumping into the air, Leaf Drop. Lee delivers a dropping axe kick to Naruto's gut, sending him crashing into the ground with a boom and a cry of pain. Lee drops down to the ground outside of the crater Naruto formed. He was in his stance with a confident smile on his face. That should have done it. Lee was confident in his recent attack, he practiced that attack for hours on end and he even had the scars to prove it. In the crater Naruto was just laying there in pain but he still had a grin on his face. Man, Lee is as strong as ever. He is really kicking my butt. I hit him and he just comes back and does this brain-rattling attack. Naruto gets up to a knee in order to catch his breath some more. Just use my power, he won't be able to handle that. Kurama knew Naruto was giving his all in this fight but it still wasn't enough to beat the bushy-brow kid. I can't, if I use your power everyone will get suspicious about me and we can't have that right now. I just have to beat him with my own skill. He considered using Realmheart but cancelled that idea because it would be just as bad as using Kurama's powers. He jumped out the crater letting Lee and Guy see the state his body was in. Naruto's white shirt had been destroyed leaving him in only his heavily damaged orange pants and dirty black ninja sandals. He had cuts and dirt all over his body and blood stains from him and Lee's fierce battle. Lee was not looking any better, his green jumpsuit had several cuts and blood stains mixed in with it giving the jumpsuit a dirty green color. He had blood coming from his busted lip just like Naruto who had a nasty cut over his left eyebrow that was slowly healing. Lee and Guy were amazed that Naruto could still get up after an attack like that but Lee simply smiled and got back into his stance. Naruto got ready to launch an attack he had learned. Twin Blue Dragon Kick. As Naruto stated he swung his legs and two sky blue dragons with red eyes materialized and charged the wide-eyed Lee who had to run and try to avoid the attacks, but he just couldn't shake them so he decided to face them head-on. Leaf Whirlwind. Guy widened his eyes at what his student was about to do. Lee Don, T. It was too late as the two dragons collided with him causing a giant explosion. Guy had to shield his face from the force of the attack because it was pushing him back. He knew Lee wouldn't be able to just get up and walk that attack off if the explosion was anything to go by. Indeed Lee had taken the full force of the attack head-on and was laying face first in a crater with the top half of his jumpsuit destroyed. It looked like he was dead, however the slight movement of his legs indicated that he was indeed alive and slowly making his way to his feet. I didn't use too much power did I? You didn't use enough, you know what's coming next don't you? I do, I can take him. If you say so. Kurama was not so sure if he could though. Naruto knew firsthand how strong those gates were and he was going to be on the receiving end of the attack. Guy was getting ready to jump in and stop the fight but he saw Lee getting to his feet and was again surprised at how strong these kids are. Their flames are an inferno, he would have to train some more if he wanted to match their flames. His attention was turned to Lee when he heard the boy speak up. Naruto-kun, your flames are truly burning, however the leaf's lotus blooms twice. First gate, gate of opening. Release. Lee is surrounded by green chakra that explodes off his body causing debris to blow all over the place. He turns his gaze towards Naruto and disappears in a green blur and connects with Naruto, who is sent back crashing through trees and rubble. Naruto gets up and tries to block, but Lee is too fast and strong for him to counter effectively. He sees Lee coming with a haymaker ready to knock his lights out. Don't lose focus, stay with him, keep a cool head. Naruto promptly dodges and gives Lee a powerful kick to the gut, sending him into the air, making the boy's eyes widen from surprise or pain. Naruto jumps up to the boy and they begin to fight in the air as if they were currently not falling. Lee throws a punch to Naruto's face, but he slips his arm under Lee's and puts his leg behind his ankle and gave him multiple punches to the gut, making the boy cough up blood on Naruto's face. Nagawa kick. Naruto delivers a backflip kick to Lee and uses his body to jump off him while also sending Lee into the ground, causing another shockwave to be sent throughout the field. Guy again couldn't believe what he was seeing from just the two kids. Naruto was only 8 and fighting his student who was only 9 years old. If these two keep up their training, they would be unstoppable once they became older, and he would be the one to fuel them like his dad did with him. Lee slowly got up from the crater and walked out the smoke, still ready for more. You can do more, can't you, Naruto-kun? Lee looked up, see Naruto falling down with a grin and his leg cocked back for his next attack. Just see if you can handle this. Twin Dragon. Lee finds himself facing the same attack as last time and grins. It won't get me this time. Leaf Hurricane. Hurricane winds form a giant tornado that swallows up Naruto's Twin Dragon. Lee takes this to his advantage and flashes above the falling Naruto and delivers a strong attack to his ribs, hard enough to break some, and he even heard a crack. Naruto spits out some blood that gets on Lee, but Naruto soon finds himself being sent down into their combined attacks, making Guy go wide-eyed. He tries to go and catch him, but he isn't fast enough and the attack blows up, pushing him and Lee back from the force of the attack. The following explosion was so big it could be felt all the way in the village, and Hiruzen can see the attack from his office and he calls some of his Anbu and they all go to see the cause of it. The area where the attack blew up was only a smoking crater and left only blown over trees and destroyed grass. Lee drops to the ground with wide eyes and a horrified face at what he just did along with Guy. They rush over to the crater to check if Naruto was okay. They can see Naruto back first with smoke coming off his body and blood covering his form. Guy drops down and picks the boy up, and that's when the Hokage and a squad of Anbu appear and look around in surprise at what is going on. Guy, what the hell happened? He walked up with wide eyes at all the damage to the training area. He then saw the state Lee and Naruto was in and wondered if he had used some of the Nine Tails' power, but everyone would have felt that power being used once again. These two were sparring and it got out of hand. I will take Naruto and Lee to the hospital and get them checked out. Guy was about to leave until Hiruzen stopped him. When you are done, come to my office and explain what happened. Guy nodded and left in a burst of speed to the hospital. Hospital. Naruto was in his bed with bandages wrapped all over his body and he was slowly waking up. Rock Lee was in a bed next to him in the same condition. Lee, was it worth it? I don't know, I can't even get up to use the restroom. Yay, that dragon did hit you in the pelvis. That was very unyouthful. Naruto chuckled but stopped when it started to hurt. It wasn't my fault, you should have worn a cup in that damn jumpsuit of yours. Lee turned to him with a glare. You still shouldn't have aimed for my jewels. Sorry about that. They stop talking when they hear the door slide open and the Hokage, Guy, and Hinata walk in the room. Both men are pushed out of the way when Hinata sees Naruto is awake. Naruto-kun. Hinata runs up to Naruto with tears in her eyes and worry written all over her face. Naruto-kun, are you feeling any better? She grips his hand tightly, giving herself comfort and confidence. Naruto only gives the girl a loving smile that makes her cheeks go a bit red. I am doing much better now that you are here, princess. The words cause the girl to blush brightly and Naruto chuckles, making her pout a bit. You wouldn't happen to have any of the magical cream, would you? He asked her in a joking tone. Hinata smiles at the question. Yes, I have some and I told you it's called healing ointment. Hinata reaches into the orange vest she is wearing and pulls out the ointment. Just tell me where it hurts and I will rub it in for you. She gives him a bright smile holding the glowing medicine that seems to have a chorus singing behind it. Naruto smiles at the girl and rips apart the hospital gown, showing his developing muscled chest and healing body, making Hinata eep and turn her head from embarrassment. Just put it on my ribs, Lee hit me pretty good there. He grins at the red-faced girl who has a bit of steam coming from her ears. Oh okay. She puts some of the ointment on her fingers and reaches out to rub it in. She rubs it on his stomach and turns as red as a tomato, making Naruto laugh at the girl. Stop laughing. Why you are moving too much? She got a little more comfortable at what she was doing and began to rub in the medicine more effectively but still had a blush on her face. The other occupants of the room are watching with amused faces at the young future couple who is off in their own little world. Hiruzen was going to interrupt them because he had questions and needed answers. He cleared his throat, gaining the two's attention, making Hinata remember where she was and who was looking. She turned red and fainted, but Naruto caught her and pulled her into his bed and laid next to her. "How can I help you, Hokage?" Hiruzen notices the way Naruto says his title with little to no respect, but knows Naruto has always been that way. "I would like to ask the both of you what happened during your spar." Adding extra emphasis on the word spar considering they destroyed the training ground, making Naruto and Lee look at each other in surprise. "Well, we were giving it everything we had, right Lee?" Naruto smiles at the bowl-cut hair boy. "Indeed, I would not disrespect you and hold out on you like that, Naruto-kun. I gave it my all," Lee proclaimed with fire in his eyes, making Guy cry anime tears. "That's right Lee, you gave him your all and that's what really matters." They then hugged, making the others in the room sweat drop. Hiruzen coughed again to regain control of the situation. "That is good and all, but where did you learn to fight like that?" "I am aware of who is teaching Lee, but I don't remember anyone teaching you, Naruto." Hiruzen turned an accusing and penetrating gaze towards Naruto, who only gave him a glare of his own. Naruto already knew what he was trying to get at, and in a way Kurama was teaching him, but did it really count if he was only relearning what he already knew? "What are you getting at? Are you saying I am being taught by someone or something?" The last word makes the two adults widen their eyes before Hiruzen narrows his eyes at Naruto. "Naruto, where did you learn those moves?" he asked in a stern tone, and was hoping Naruto would not say what he thought he would, or drastic measures would have to be put into place. Naruto stared at the man intensely, thinking over his choices. "I learned it from a scroll of taijutsu while I told you that I have been training very hard. It seems that my efforts are showing results." Naruto told them part of the truth while also giving very little away. Hiruzen eyes the boy a little longer until he turns away and smokes on his pipe he took out. "Nobody is teaching you." He gained a nod from Naruto. "You got this strong all on your own." Another nod from the boy. "Okay, just let me know if you feel weird or anything like that. Recover safely." He walks out to the hallway. "Cat." Hiruzen calls out to nobody, but suddenly an Anbu, a female Anbu with purple hair, appears in a kneeling position. "Yes, Hokage-sama. I want you to keep a close eye on Naruto Uzumaki. Report to me if he does any strange activity." Hiruzen walked off once he gave the orders. There was paperwork he had to fill out. Back in the room, Guy was talking to Lee. "Lee, when you are fully healed we will increase your training." Lee only gave him a bright smile with a thumbs up. Naruto chose this chance to accomplish what he wanted. "Is it okay if I train with you guys from time to time as well?" Naruto really wanted them to say yes, that's why he went all out against Lee. To prove not only to himself but to Guy as well that he can fight. They both smile at Naruto, making him think they would accept him. "You are welcome to join us anytime, but just know Lee will be graduating from the academy in 4 years to become a real ninja." The man finished with a nice guy pose. Naruto smiled gratefully at both of them. "Thank you, I won't disappoint, and I will also be joining the academy in a few days. With the skills you showed today, your youthful career will without a doubt in my mind, that you will go far." Giving him another nice guy pose, he left the room, leaving a passed out Hinata dozing off Lee and an almost fully healed Naruto. "I should get some rest as well. When I wake up I should be fully healed." He closed his eyes to go to sleep, but instead found himself in the forest watching Kurama take a bath. "Why did you bring me in here? And how the hell did you get bubbles in there?" Kurama laughed at Naruto before giving him an answer. "There isn't nothing the great nine-tailed fox can't do. All I must do is put my mind to it, and whatever I wish shall happen." Naruto only sweat dropped at the answer he received. "Okay, but why did you bring me here? I was about to go to sleep with Hinata-chan." "I called you here so you can practice my power." He saw Naruto about to say something but put a tail up to silence him. "I won't be taking no for an answer. We are in your mind so no one will be able to notice that you are training, but I am sure you noticed that one Anbu is here to watch you, so we have to be careful for now on." Kurama told Naruto seriously, gaining a nod from the boy. "Yeah, I felt them, but I can shake them once we get out. Or you could just scare them off." Kurama gave him a grin that promised someone would be in danger. "Let me guess, you want me to use some of your chakra and mix it in with both of our ki?" Naruto spoke sarcastically. "Ding ding ding, we have a winner. If I do that it will only make her report to the Hokage that she felt your chakra, only making him more suspicious about me." Naruto had to speak as if he was speaking to a child, causing Kurama to gain a tick mark. A tail from Kurama launched out and grabbed Naruto and slammed him into the water, causing the fox to laugh. When you are done washing off, come over and use my chakra. Kurama walked off laughing. Stupid fox. Naruto rose up from the water. First day of the academy. The days had gone by the same as normal for Naruto. He would wake up and go grab Hinata, have breakfast with her, shake the Anbu off with a couple shadow clones, go to the secret training ground and practice until he dropped along with Hinata, who had become less shy over the days and also become stronger. He had brought her with him once to watch him spar with Lee, and she was amazed at how strong the boys were. Once she had seen them fight, she had felt inadequate about her own taijutsu, so she trained harder and was able to join them in their spars, often leading to a three-way free-for-all or all of them facing off against Guy, who had to take them somewhat seriously. When he was sleeping, he would practice using Kurama's chakra or practice the jutsu he learned from the shadow clones. He had almost mastered his wind nature chakra, but he put it to a halt when he remembered he still had to practice with his fire chakra nature. He had mastered the basic exercise for fire and was on the second one, which was to make a bucket of water boil, but he wanted to make the whole lake boil so he and Hinata could have some hot water and hopefully make a hot spring. He had also made Hinata find out about her chakra nature and was not surprised when he found out she had a water nature chakra. She was a bit sad to not have two like he did, but he had informed her that over time you might gain another one. That had made her feel a little better, and she felt so good she gave him a kiss on his cheek, making her blush intensely while he only chuckled. He had went to go pick up his mask from Tenten and could only smile at how it turned out. The material was really thick and kind of felt like bones to him, but he really didn't care as long as it hid his face and made him look scary. He kept the mask on him at all time by placing it in a ceiling array on his face, so he could put his hand over his face and make it look like his face was transforming. He had picked out an outfit for the mask and everything. It looked like his KCM too, but it was in all black and he had an orange haori with black flames similar to his Toad Sage Mode's haori. Naruto was now waking up in his bed and was getting dressed in the outfit he wore after the war, which Hinata had made him wear since she said it looked better than the jumpsuits he had been wearing. He made his way to the Hyuga compound by the rooftops in order to make it there faster and ignore the civilians that cursed him out. He landed at the gates and the two guards had bowed to him and called him Naruto-sama. He had made himself an honorary member of their clan by all the times he had been to the place and would just walk in like he owned everything. Some Hyuga would try to stop him, but he would stop that with a quick glance and some ki. He walked around the compound making his way towards Hinata's room and knocked on the door. He heard her come in and saw Hinata making her bed. He got a mischievous grin and jumped on her bed, messing it all up again. Hinata gained a tick mark on her head because she worked really hard on making her bed look nice and clean, but her blonde idiot just had to come and mess the bed up. Good morning, Hinata-chan. He gave her a smile of amusement, knowing all too well how Hinata felt about making her bed perfect. Good morning, Naruto-kun. I see you are feeling pretty good this morning. Her smile was forced and he could see that. Yay, and it is better now that I can see you. Flattery will get you nowhere. Now make my bed and I want it perfect. She walked out the room with a huff and slight blush on her cheeks. She is something else. He got up and made the bed to perfection because it was not the first time she made him make their bed. He didn't understand why he had to make it if they would just mess it up again. He giggled perversely at remembering how they would indeed mess the sheets up. He walked out her room and made his way to the garden where she would most likely be with her sister before she left for school. He saw her with Hanabi on her lap talking to the girl about nothing in particular. Naruto for a moment saw a more grown Hinata sitting there, and instead of Hanabi he saw their child, but he shook those thoughts off before he started to let out the waterworks. He only walked over and smiled at the sisters. Hello girls. Hanabi turned to the voice with a smile forming on her face at her new big brother. She saw him and got up off Hinata's lap and jumped for him. Good morning, big brother. She had become very close to Naruto over the week. He would treat her like a child and not some princess like the rest of the clan would, and she really likes that about him. Hello Nabi, you come to see us off. He spun her around making her laugh for a bit. Yes, and big sis was talking about how much of an idiot you were. She pointed her thumb at Hinata, who crossed her arms and turned, not facing them. Well, she can't stay mad at me forever. Yes I can. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Hinata slowly turned her head and gave Naruto a sweet smile. Naruto-kun, don't sit by me in class today. But Hinata-chan, you said I could and that you would share your lunch with me. Well, I've changed my mind, let's go. She walked off and took Hanabi from his arms, who was just laughing at the whole thing. They walked to the school and Naruto had a look of reminiscence on his face. He shook it off before walking inside the school with Hinata. They had made it to the classroom and she told him once again not to sit by her. He chose this chance to speak to Sasuke, who was in the corner being an emo and getting all the girls. He walked over and sat next to him, getting a raised eyebrow from the boy. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, it's nice to meet you. He held his hand out for Sasuke to shake. Sasuke Uchiha. That was all he got. Naruto however was not having it and grabbed Sasuke's hand and forced him to shake his hand, making the boy irritated at having his private space invaded. Don't do that. Do what? This. Naruto grabbed his hand again and shook his hand, making Sasuke give him a slight glare. Stop invading my personal space, loser. Naruto flicked him in the forehead for that comment. It's not nice to insult people like that. Naruto spoke in a tone like he was admonishing a child for getting in trouble. Don't flick me. Let's be friends. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. Great, I will come over to your place sometime and we can train. Naruto put an arm around Sasuke's shoulder, making the boy get a tick mark. Get off me, and we are not friends. Naruto only smiled at how this was going, it brought back memories. They are both interrupted when a girl's voice meets their ears. Move so I can sit next to Sasuke-kun. Naruto got a smile on his face. He looked up at the pink hair and green eyes of Sakura Haruno. He gave the girl a warm smile that made her blush a little bit at how handsome he looked. Hello, may I get your name? He asked with that same smile. Chapter 4. Naruto was out late eating his favorite food with his longtime friends Sakura and Hinata. They had spotted him out in the streets walking and Sakura thought it would be a good time for Hinata to speak with Naruto. That didn't work. She was a shy mess and Naruto was just too dense to know when someone was head over heels for him. He paid more attention to his food than the girl who was making a gift for him. So what were you two doing out so late? Naruto asked, slurping up some of his ramen and getting a bonk on his head from Sakura for his bad table manners. We were having a girlfriend's night out, is that such a bad thing? With Sasuke always gone I get lonely sometimes. Naruto gave her a look that made her put her head down. Why the hell don't you just make him come back? Maybe if you weren't such a wet puppy every time it came to Sasuke he would actually listen to you. Sakura got angry at hearing the truth come from Naruto's mouth of all people. He was right though, she was the strongest kunoichi in the world and has faced many tasks, but when it came to Sasuke she was just helpless and did anything he said. Shut up. She tried to hit him again but he ducked and only gave her a foxy smile. Seems I am right again, Sakura-chan. She gained a tick mark and got up from her seat and left before she caused mass damage. Not before sending Naruto a mean glare that promised pain later. This left Naruto and Hinata alone at the stand. So, want to come back to my place and watch the new Princess Gale movie? I am in it. He heard a thud and saw the red face of Hinata on the counter. Present. He only chuckled to himself at the memory and looked back at Sakura. So, you want to sit next to Sasuke? She gave a shy nod making Sasuke tense up. Naruto gave Sasuke a smirk making the boy's eyes widen. Okay. He then got up and made room for Sakura who took the seat immediately and gave Sasuke a bright smile. Sasuke-kun, would you go on a date with me? Sakura had a bright smile on her face and Sasuke let out a small sigh of defeat. For the last time. No. Sakura put her head down in sadness but quickly wiped it away. No worries, maybe some other time. Naruto chuckled to himself at pranking his friends. He then noticed he needed a seat and saw there was an open seat next to Hinata who gave him a look saying, "Don't you dare." He only smiled and walked up to her but before he could sit someone got in his way. Hey there hot thing, why don't you go on a date with a real alpha like me? A cocky voice sounded in his ears, one he knew all too well. He saw Kiba sitting next to Hinata and put an arm around her shoulder making the girl uncomfortable. You not go let him try and take claim on your mate or you. The voice of Kurama came from his head. No. Well put the foolish mud in his place. Right. Naruto's eyes become a slitted blue and he grabbed Kiba by the back of the neck and pulled the boy out of the seat. Hey what the hell? Kiba tried to grab Naruto but he wasn't able to grab him. Naruto dropped him to the ground and released some of his ki on the boy, freezing him in place. Don't come near my Hinata again. Hinata shivered at what Naruto said. She liked this side of him. She was his and he was hers. Kiba was on the ground frozen in fear and not just him, all of the kids in the class were frozen. They were scared to even turn around and see what was going on. Sasuke was brave enough to turn and saw Naruto glaring down at the Inuzuka boy. He was reminded of how his brother looked at him when he was younger. Did Naruto have that kind of power? He wondered to himself at watching Naruto bully Kiba. Naruto quickly regained control over himself and sat next to Hinata and put an arm around her waist and pulled her close to him, making the girl blush at the public sign of affection. Hinata didn't know Naruto could be so dominant and dare she say, she liked it. Naruto-kun, I think you scared everyone. Hinata whispered to Naruto who still had his arm around her waist and was not letting go. If they are scared of this, then they might as well just leave because the ninja world is a much more dangerous place. Most of the kids felt a bit angry at his words and hardened their resolve to become strong. He saw Kiba still looking at him and Hinata, so he showed his sharper than average K9s that looked more like fangs. Get lost. Kiba got up and scrambled to the bottom of the class as far away from Naruto as possible. Hinata smiled and snuggled more into Naruto, who tightened his hold on Hinata, making the girl blush but smile all the same. He just bullied the whole class, but she would do the same if some other girl tried to take her man. Hokage office. Tell me what you have discovered about Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen ordered the cat Anbu. He had to watch over Naruto. He wanted to know what the hell was going on with Naruto. He was completely surprised when Guy had told him about the fight between two students who were not even genin yet. Naruto's power raised a lot of questions that only led to more questions. The way he would look back at him with no fear, the way he has been acting towards the Hyuga who have sent several complaints, but there was not much he could do to the boy. It's like he said, I would spy on him and watch his training. He only did the basic exercise while also performing the basics of his taijutsu style. Although, I would sometimes feel as if he knew I was there and not show me everything he could do. Hiruzen was begging to get irritated at how complex Naruto was getting. It's as if Naruto was a totally different person. Last week he would come in and ask to be trained or told stories about the fourth Hokage. He doesn't even come to his office anymore, nor does he call him old man like he used to. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Did he figure out who his parents are? Or did he find out about the Nine Tails? He quickly shook those thoughts away. There was just no way he could figure that out. Naruto wasn't that smart. He wanted Naruto to become strong, but on his terms and under his beliefs. Hokage-sama, if I may speak freely. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at what she could possibly want to say. He gave her a nod. I think you are overreacting. Naruto hasn't done anything but taken his training seriously, and considering what he is and what he will face in his life, this is a change for the better. I think it would be best to leave him alone and only monitor from a distance. Hiruzen wasn't so sure. If he left Naruto alone, he might end up in the hands of his enemies, and that would not be good for anyone. He promised his parents that he would take good care of Naruto, but he had broken that promise and only showed up when Naruto really needed his help. Okay, I will consider what you have said. You may take your original position back. He dismissed her, leaving him to his thoughts. He was suddenly hit with the great idea to use the crystal ball and spy on Naruto. Pulling the ball out and placing it on his desk, he pumped chakra into the ball and tried to lock onto Naruto's chakra, but he wasn't able to. He added more chakra into the ball, but all he got was static. It was as if something was blocking it from going through. But that is impossible, unless Naruto had something preventing him from watching him. He cursed at his plan failing. He would think more about this when he got the time, because now he had paperwork to do. Classroom. Naruto was currently listening to Iruka go on and on about the history of the village. He already knew about this stuff, but he would somewhat pay attention to the class this time, unlike last time. Okay class, can anyone tell me how the War in States period ended? Iruka looked around the class and saw the boy he didn't want in his class with his hand up. He didn't like Naruto at first, but he would at least give him a chance. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stood up and answered without missing a beat. The War in States period ended when Hashirama and Madara, the leaders of their clan, came together and formed an alliance. This led to the two going off to create this lovely village. Naruto knew this because he had let Sasuke place him into a genjutsu and showed him what Hashirama had told him about what it meant to be a shinobi. Iruka nodded in acceptance at his answer, pleased that he was paying attention. The rest of the class went like this, with Iruka asking questions that Naruto would answer in extreme detail. He decided he would show his intelligence and manipulate the system to his will. It was now the end of the day and class was dismissed. Naruto walked outside with Hinata. They were going to go and get some training in when they were stopped by Kiba and a bunch of bullies. Hey loser, what you did in the class was luck. I can't let you walk around like you are the alpha. Naruto and Hinata only rolled their eyes. All they wanted to do was go train, but this boy was getting in the way. Let's hurry up and make this quick, I have better things to do. This angered Kiba and the bullies, making them charge and head first. They were quickly dropped when Naruto only kicked them in the face too fast for them to see. Kiba was the last one left. I'm not like them and won't go down so easy. Kiba quickly charged in, making Naruto shake his head at the foolish boy. Kiba was always talking a big game but never backed it up. Naruto did a spinning kick to his face, sending him tumbling to the ground. He did all of this in front of Kiba's mom, who was looking shocked and a bit embarrassed at her foolish son. I am sorry for my pup's actions. I will make sure he learns his lesson. Naruto merely gave the older woman a smile. Don't worry about it, Miss Inuzuka, I am sure he has learned his lesson now. My name is Sume Inuzuka, so just call me Sume. I am not one for all the formal crap. She gave him a feral grin when he returned. Okay Sume, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. See ya around. He grabbed Hinata's hand and began to walk away talking and laughing. You know Naruto-kun, sometimes I am a bit jealous at how graceful your moves look. She pouted a little, only making him chuckle. Ah, come on Hina-chan, you are making me blush. He rubbed the back of his head with a smile and blush, making Hinata giggle. You're so silly Naruto-kun. Naruto only smiled warmly at the girl and held her hand tightly. He would protect her this time, he wouldn't fail. This was his last chance after all. Later. After training for hours in their secret training ground, Naruto and Hinata make their way into the personal hot spring Naruto had made. Hinata was still shy, but Naruto was at least able to get in the same side as her now, although he had to have his eyes closed the whole time while Hinata was blushing slightly. They had worked on performing more jutsu, which left the training ground a complete wreck that would take time to grow back. He was able to do a quarter of his wind jutsu from his past life. He went back to the library to borrow more fire jutsu so he could practice with his white-hot flames. Hinata thought his flames were beautiful and indicated his strong will to prevail, making him smile at her heartfelt words. He used the shadow clones to go over his taijutsu and sealing while he worked on his jutsu himself. Hinata had also practiced some small jutsu with Naruto. She had learned the water release water bullet and water release water shuriken. She was happy with her progress, and so was Naruto. She would have to hide that she could use jutsu because it was highly looked down upon in her clan, but Naruto had explained to her that if she limited herself it would only hurt her in the long run. They did another taijutsu spar which Naruto easily won, but he noticed that Hinata was getting better as time went by. She would often catch him off guard with her flexibility, and he would have to rely on his experience to dodge and counter her attacks. If she kept up at this pace they would be back to their strength from the past. At least she would. Naruto still had a long time to go before he could reach his old power. He wanted to practice using his realm heart but thought he would keep it to himself for now. He didn't know what effect it would have on other people around him. He was going to tell her about Kurama but decided he would wait until she grew up a little more. He also could feel Hiruzen trying to spy on him with the crystal ball and decided he would place one on Hinata so Hiruzen couldn't spy on her and catch them in this secret training place. Hinata-chan, can I place a seal on you? She gave him a questioning look. What kind of seal? He smiled. Good, she isn't against the idea completely. He looked back at her. It will stop the Hokage from spying on you and catch you training out here with me. She looked at him with those beautiful lavender eyes he loved so much. She made a quick thinking face that made her look up and tap her chin in thought. Naruto almost jumped and cuddled with her. Do you already have the seal on you? Hinata questioned Naruto, who nodded and showed her a seal on the bottom of his foot that had the kanji for jam on his right bottom foot. Naruto-kun, why did you put it on your foot? Well, nobody ever looks or sees the bottom of your foot, so nobody will see it. I also placed another seal over that one that makes it invisible. Hinata was impressed at how great Naruto seemed at seals. Maybe he would be able to help her with her dream for the clan. That's a good idea, but if he noticed that he won't be able to locate me either, won't that just make him know you had something to do with it? Naruto looked at her for a second. His face was blank just like his mind. How could he forget something like that? If the old man had connected the dots between the two of us, he might try to get the information out of Hinata in some way. That thought made his blood boil. He would not allow that to happen. He then got the idea to turn the seal off and on. So when she felt like someone was watching her, she could just turn the seal off and allow him to look. However, when they were inside this barrier, Hiruzen wouldn't be able to locate her chakra. The old man was soft and weak-willed, so Naruto just had to put it up to chance that he wouldn't press too hard on the situation. Okay Hinata-chan, you make a good point, so I will try to make a new seal that you will be able to turn on and off and on. I will get to work on it tomorrow. It is late and you should make your way home. The sun had completely went down while they were in the spring. Oh okay Naruto-kun, take your time. She got out the water and quickly dried off so as not to freeze from the cold winds of the night. She put on her navy blue pants and slipped on her blue ninja sandals. She put on her sleeveless orange vest she had in order to match Naruto. Naruto got up and put on his clothes. They then grabbed all of their stuff and left the forest. Hinata wanted to be brave and decided she would grab Naruto's hand. Naruto only turned back and gave the girl a smile which made her blush, but smile nonetheless. They were walking to her compound when Naruto felt as if someone's gaze was on him. He looked around discreetly to see if he could find the person who was watching them. He didn't want to alert Hinata or the person watching them that he knew something was up. They had turned the corner, and that is when the person watching them striked. Naruto grabbed Hinata and jumped back from a hail of weapons coming to end their life. Naruto landed back and he saw someone drop in front of them covered in a black cloak and mask hiding their face. They had the figure of a grown man and possessed a Jonin amount of chakra. He stepped in front of Hinata, who had gotten a little scared at the sudden turn of events. "What do you think you're doing?" Naruto asked the cloaked figure in a hard tone, leaking some of his ki at the person. He could see it had an effect on them because they were shaking a little, but he still didn't get an answer. The cloaked figure simply charged Naruto, who met the person in the middle clashing. They exchanged blows for a while until Naruto landed a kick on the person's midsection, causing a grunt of pain and sending them back into a wall, sending spider-webbed cracks up the wall. Naruto knew this wouldn't keep them down, so he quickly released all his resistance seals and got ready for round 2. He looked back to the clone who was holding Hinata. "Quickly, take her to the compound." The clone nodded and turned to run off. Wait, Naruto-kun. I can help you. She tried to protest, but Naruto knew she wasn't ready and decided it would be better if she was in a safe place. The clone then began to run off with a crying Hinata. He sent her one last smile of reassurance. The cloaked figure got back to their feet and got in a stance he knew all too well. The gentle fist. He became furious at what he was seeing. He would kill this man and bring his corpse to Hiashi and demand answers. Naruto dashed off to the figure, who was surprised at the speed of the boy in front of him. Due to being caught off guard, Naruto was able to deliver a kick to the man's stomach, making him fold over on Naruto's leg. Naruto didn't stop there. He sent 2 quick kicks to the man's stomach and finished with a jumping knee to the man's lower jaw, snapping his head back. The cloaked Hyuga really underestimated how strong the kid was and now was paying the price. However, he wasn't a Jonin for nothing. He quickly caught himself and grabbed Naruto's leg that was coming for his face and put it on his shoulder. He sent a palm strike right towards Naruto's stomach. Naruto quickly switched his weight onto his left leg to gain some balance. He was now on one leg and used his captured right leg to hook around the Hyuga's head. This move was called Dragon Catcher. He spun and hopped on his left leg, making the Hyuga stumble forwards and cause his strike to hit Naruto's left shoulder, making him wince in pain. He now had a limp left arm. He could just reopen the chakra point, but that would require Kurama's chakra and that would alert everyone, but maybe that was not a bad idea right now. He would just make do with what he had now and fight the best he could. The masked Hyuga looked at Naruto and got ready to charge back at him. Naruto also got ready with his one good arm and 2 legs. He could feel the smirk coming from the Hyuga. They rush again and Naruto extends his leg to the mon's face, but the Hyuga simply pushes Naruto's leg the other way, making him spin in mid-air and leaving him wide open for a strike. Naruto only smirked and used his momentum to deliver a spinning kick to the man's face, knocking him back. "Okay, I can't go in the air again or he will just knock me away with his gentle fist and leave me wide open again. I will use small-scale jutsu that will help me." Naruto had to block the Hyuga, who was chagrin him on the left side. He was going to try and use Naruto's weakness against him. He tried to block all the attacks, but he wasn't able to with just one arm and the overwhelming strength and height difference. Naruto was struck again in the chest and all along his right arm that was quickly beginning to lose feeling. He shook it off and engaged in the fight again. Naruto ducked under a palm to the face and spun to avoid a palm to his solar plexus. Spinning on his left leg, he struck out with a kick that was caught by the Hyuga. Instead of doing what he did last time, he grabbed Naruto's leg and used the leg to swing him into the building, making him cry out in pain. The Hyuga quickly charged Naruto, who was getting out the wall but wasn't fast enough to get up an efficient guard. Naruto was blocking, parrying, and weaving, but he still received more strikes than he could land on the Hyuga. Naruto received a palm to the right side of his chest, making him cough out some blood. He then saw the man get in a stance he remembered Neji performing. "You are within my range." Those were the first words he heard come from the man whose voice sounded a bit scruffy and old, making him guess it was a Hyuga who was at least in their late 30s or early 40s. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Naruto was then relentlessly struck with the attacks that targeted all 64 chakra points, making him cough up more blood and spit to the ground. He could feel the Hyuga's arrogance and confidence. Naruto fell to the ground in his puddle of blood, getting it all on his face and clothes. It was then Naruto received the memories of his clone and his eyes widened in horror, which quickly turned to rage. "Clone Naruto. Don't worry, Hinata-chan, the boss will be fine, we just need to worry about getting you to safety." The clone was dashing across the rooftops with great speed while Hinata only shed silent tears. But I can help you, this is what we have been training for." She felt so weak again. Just like when she was kidnapped by the cloud and couldn't do anything to help. She wanted to help Naruto. She was strong, right? The clone then stopped when 3 figures who were also covered in cloaks and wearing masks. "Where the fuck is the Anbu that are supposed to be out here?" The clone tightened its hold on Hinata, who looked up to see the others in front of them and was a little shaken up at what she was seeing. They all stared at each other down for a moment, not making a sound. Only listening to the sound of Mother Nature and the very faint sounds of the original Naruto's fight. Hinata activated her Byakugan to see if she could look through the mask. She wasn't able to, which made her eyes widen in shock. Those masks are made of a material our Byakugan can't see through. Only the Hyuga know of this secret. So you are either Hyuga or hired assassins who were given this gear by the Hyuga clan. She didn't want to believe that her clan would try and have her killed, but had no other idea of what could be going on, so she kept her mind off that for a moment. They said nothing, they only charged the two, making clone Naruto quickly jump away and gain distance and started to run and get her to safety. The clone made a clone to perform quick jutsu. Wind-style great breakthrough. The clone let off a strong gust of wind that pushed them back and gave him some room. Only one of them was able to withstand the attack, and he guessed he was the strongest out of them all. Your weak wind was only a slight breeze. The attack only seemed to blow his clothes and push him back and not throw him back like the others. It doesn't matter, a storm always follows the winds. Another clone appeared from the roof and shot a quick air bullet at the man, who only dodged it. I can see your moves, boy. So he is a Hyuga. Fuck, I can't defeat him. His thoughts were quickly cut off when the other two Hyuga appear in front of him and launch their own attacks at him. 8 trigrams air palm. Naruto quickly shielded his body in front of Hinata in order to take the attack for her. The clone smiled at the shaking girl who had tears in her eyes. You have to get out of here, Hinata-chan, I will come find you. The clone quickly dropped a smoke pelt that was infused with chakra to block their vision for a little while. He pushed Hinata out of the way and took the attack, allowing her to run while the smoke covered her. They tried to see through the smoke but were not able to, and looked around to see if she could be spotted. Hurry, we must find her. They all jump off to find the girl. Original Naruto. Naruto was livid. This would not be allowed. He struggles to his feet, shocking the Hyuga, who was surprised to see the boy getting to his feet. Naruto tried to suppress some of Kurama's chakra in order not to alert the village, but he was having a hard time with the combined anger of him and Kurama. He placed his hand over his face and released the seal for his mask. He put it over his face and activated his realm heart. His hair quickly grew past his neck, turning his hair white with golden tips and making his blue eyes an intense lavender. The golden runes quickly flowed down his body like a raging river, similar to how he was feeling. His glowing lavender eyes showed from behind the mask. Steam came from the corners of his mouth. He then spoke in a demonic voice that scared the shit out of the Hyuga in front of him. You're dead. The man shivered but quickly shook it off and got in a ready stance. I knew you were a demon. I will do the village a favor and kill you and that Hyuga bitch. He rushed towards Naruto, who only seemed to get more angry, and the cap that was holding his anger began to crack. Naruto easily dodged all of the man's attacks and delivered a punch to his jaw, shattering his jaw from the strength of his punch. Naruto stepped into the man's guard and delivered an elbow to his ribs, making the man bend down to a level Naruto could grab him. Naruto grabbed him by the back of his neck and pulled him down into his knee over and over again until the man's nose broke and blood began to pour. Naruto finished him off by snapping his neck without mercy. Naruto used his advanced senses to locate Hinata's chakra. He felt her distress and fear and quickly jumped off, leaving the Hyuga's dead body on the ground to go cold. Naruto then jumped through the roof and ran to Hinata's location. Where the fuck are the Anbu? If they won't show, I will make them. He ran at Jonin level speeds, only a white blur across the rooftop. He then spotted the orange vest of Hinata running in the alleyway, but he also saw the other Hyuga right behind her. No, she needs me. I have to save her. He then channeled a huge amount of chakra into his hand that sounded like 1,000 birds chirping. A huge Chidori was in his hand. It was so packed with chakra it weighed his arm down. The chakra was so bright it lit up a part of the night. The others turned at the spike of chakra and saw Naruto running towards them with a lighting covered hand. He then disappeared from their vision until they heard the birds above them. Chidori. Naruto ran the attack through 2 of the Hyuga, killing them in an instant, but he was not able to reach the other one. The attack faded from his hand and he quickly dropped to a knee and coughed up some blood. The Hyuga took this chance to finish the mission and kill the Hyuga girl. He lunged towards her with his palm aimed to hit her in the heart and kill the girl in an instant. Time seemed to slow down for Naruto. He felt deja vu at the situation all over again. It was the same as last time. Hinata was stabbed by pain, all because of him. He wouldn't allow things to turn out that way again. That is when he noticed everything around him seemed to have stopped. The blood that was in the air was stuck in place. He tried to touch it but his finger couldn't reach the blood, it was being stopped. He however shook that off when he saw the man about to hit Hinata, who had her eyes closed. He quickly got to his feet and pulled a kunai from his pouch and tried to stab the man, but the same thing happened with the blood. He couldn't make contact with the man. So he merely got in front of Hinata and aimed the kunai towards the man's head so when time moved again he would die in an instant. That was another problem, how did he stop whatever was going on? Kurama, are you seeing this? I am, and let me be the first to say. Damn, you seem to have stopped time. That's cool and all but how do I unfreeze it? I don't know, this is some complex shit. This new form of yours seems to be a lot more complicated than we imagined. Kurama was simply impressed at the potential this new sage mode had. He was able to control all the 5 elements like child's play similar to an Otsutsuki. He may be able to use all bloodlines because of this fact. Now the most recent one. He can freeze time but is unable to interact with frozen people or objects. Try to think of making time flow again. Naruto concentrated on making the time flow again. That was when the name of the move came to his mind. Static void, he mumbled, and that is when time resumed once again. The Hyuga didn't even have time to blink. He saw the lavender eyes through the mask and barely caught a glimpse of the kunai that impacted his skull, killing him on the spot. Blood spurted out and landed on his mask. He turned around and saw a shaking Hinata. He quickly took off the mask and deactivated Realmheart. He wrapped Hinata into his bloody arms. He sealed the mask back up and simply held Hinata, who cried, into his chest. Don't worry Hinata-chan, I got you. He whispered into her ear softly. Why? She was able to get out between sniffs. Why what? Why did they try to kill us? She stopped crying and simply stayed in his arms. He wondered that too. Why did they come after the both of them? I don't know, but we will find out. That isn't important right now, all that matters is that you are safe. He ran his hands through her midnight blue hair and placed her head on his shoulder. Naruto-kun, what was that form you were in? Your hair was white, you even used that strong lighting attack. She flinched a bit at remembering how Naruto killed those two so brutally. Naruto felt her start to shake and held her closer to him. It is something I wanted to keep secret until I got a better handle on it. I need you to keep it a secret for me, okay? She nodded. Okay Naruto-kun, it doesn't matter anyways. All that matters is that you are safe. She held onto him tighter. He chuckled lightly but quickly coughed up blood and fell to his back. Damn, it seems forcefully opening my chakra points in this form did a number on me, not to mention all the attacks I did. Not to mention I was already tired from training today. He coughed a little more, making Hinata worry even more. Naruto-kun, you are hurt. Tears were coming to her eyes at not being able to help Naruto. He saw this and didn't want her to cry again. Hinata-chan, do you have more of your magical cream? He gave her a bloody smile. Hinata sucked in a breath and the inside of her neck started to burn. She pulled out the magical cream with shaky hands. I told you it's called ointment. She then began to rub it on his bruises, but it was washed away because of her tears and the rain that had suddenly appeared. She cried, but you couldn't tell if it was tears or from the rain. She held Naruto close to her as he fell unconscious due to everything that happened tonight. This is the scene Hiruzen and a squad of Anbu appear to see. Dead bodies and blood everywhere. The Hyuga heiress crying silently with a passed-out Naruto in her lap. He could see from here the bad shape the boy was in. Did he do all of this? I felt that build-up of chakra. But to think this 8-year-old boy did this. Naruto, just what are you not telling? He told the Anbu to search the area for anything that might help them with the scene at hand. He walked to the two kids. Come, we need to get you two to the hospital. He tried to pick up Naruto but his hand was swatted away by Hinata. I will bring him there. She then picked Naruto up in her arms and looked at him expectantly. Are you going to take us to the hospital or what? Hiruzen was just shocked at the normally shy girl smacking his hand away and telling him what to do. He coughed in his hand to get his brain to work again. Right. Anbu, keep searching and report to me when you find anything useful. He then placed a hand on Hinata and body flickered to the hospital. Hospital. They appeared in the hospital, and when he thought Hinata would stumble like last time, she didn't and only walked to the desk. I need a doctor for my friend. Hinata said as calmly as she could to the nurse at the desk, who looked at her and smiled until she noticed who Hinata was holding and scowled. That thing isn't allowed, so get lost. The nurse said with clear venom in her tone. Hinata activated her Byakugan in anger and glared at the nurse. Give us a room. Now. The nurse was a bit frightened and was about to curse the girl out until she heard a voice that made her freeze. I believe the young lady asked for a room. Hiruzen said, placing a hand on Hinata's shoulder. Ho Hokage-sama. Right away. She quickly got up and escorted them to a hospital room and called for the best doctor. Hinata put Naruto in the bed, not even taking off his bloody zip-up black jacket. She shed a few more tears and held his hand to comfort him in his sleep. Don't worry Naruto-kun, I am here for you. Hiruzen, watching this, smiled to himself. It seems that Naruto has found him a true friend. Hinata then turned to Hiruzen. What did that lady mean when she called Naruto a thing? Hinata didn't even want to say that about Naruto. She was angry and wanted to give the nurse a palm strike to the gut. Hiruzen sighed. He had hoped that she didn't hear that, but he guessed it was for naught. He wondered if he should tell this 8-year-old girl that secret. He would have to talk with her anyways about what happened, so he guessed it would be better to tell her now. Plus it seemed like she actually cared about Naruto. He placed down a privacy seal. What I am about to tell you cannot leave this room, it is a S-rank secret. Hinata nodded, ready to hear what was going to be said. Chapter 5. Naruto's Hospital Room. I am sure you are well aware of the stories that are around the 9-tailed fox that attacked our village 8 years ago. He received a shaky nod from the Hyuga, who was still a little shaken up from the events that happened not too long ago. Well, all of that is a lie. She gasped and wanted to speak, but he held up a hand to stop her. The truth is, the 9-tails was not defeated but only sealed into a boy who was just born on that day. He was given a curse not many can hope to live with, but still he keeps going and moving on. He protects the village by keeping the demon back. He turned to the girl, who seemed to be taking in everything he was telling her. He could see the gears in her head turning, she just needed another push. Do you know when Naruto's birthday is? Hinata answered without missing a beat. October 10th. She then froze and her eyes widened. It all made sense now, the glares, the way they kick him out of stores, the abnormal amount of chakra he had, and the fast healing. He was shouldering all of this on his own. She then remembered the words he had told her. Flashback. They had just got done doing a practice fight and they both had bruises all along their body. She couldn't even stand up, but she looked over and saw Naruto slowly making his way to his feet. He stood up to his feet and Hinata saw an adult version of Naruto standing behind Naruto with nothing but strength and confidence in himself. That's what she wanted all her life, that same kind of confidence and self-assurance. How? She mumbled. Naruto simply looked at her with those sky blue eyes she loved so much. What did you say, princess? How can you keep going and moving on with such confidence? Why do you push yourself so hard? She wanted to know if it was possible for her to also possess such drive in herself. Naruto held his head down and went over what he could tell her. He could see the desperation in her eyes. He knew what he told her today would shape her future, but he couldn't just tell her. He held his head up and gazed at her with a serious gaze that made her flinch a little. That is something you must figure out for yourself, Hinata. I keep going because I have to. There are people counting on me. There are things that I must do. I have to endure, shoulder, and overcome. That's my ninja way. He spoke with such power and confidence she couldn't help but feel the trust he had in himself. He spoke as if he had already done it and will do it again. His words made her believe in him and she wanted to be by his side when he accomplished everything. I too shall endure, shoulder, and overcome. It will be my ninja way. Naruto saw the look of determination in her eyes and smiled. Don't just copy what I said, you must find your own ninja way. He gave her a warm smile that made her blush. Flashback over. Now I understand. Her exclamation made Hiruzen raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? I asked Naruto-kun why he always pushed himself so hard and he told me that he had to. He said people were counting on him. He also told me his ninja way. She smiled softly while giving his hand a slight squeeze. Hiruzen was a bit surprised at the mature words of Naruto. He was talking as if he already knew what awaited him in the future. He wanted to figure out the puzzle that was Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, and what might his ninja way be? She had his full attention and Hinata only had a loving smile on her face. To endure, shoulder, and overcome. That's my ninja way. Again Hiruzen was shocked by the maturity of Naruto. He figured he would say something about becoming the Hokage and not giving up. This sounded like the words of a wise man who has seen and done many things in their life, not the words of some 8-year-old boy. With this kind of mindset I think it would be possible to tell him everything. From Hinata's words it sounds like he already knows about the 9 tails. Maybe if I was just honest with him from the beginning. Hiruzen was knocked from his thoughts when they saw Naruto moving around in his sleep. Naruto slowly opened his eyes but quickly shut them when he was blinded by bright lights and white walls. Damn, they should really decorate this place. He then turned his head and saw a crying Hinata and a relieved Hiruzen. He opened his arms and Hinata wasted no time and immediately jumped into his arms and began to cry tears of happiness. Don't worry Hinata-chan, I am okay. He run his small hands through her short midnight hair just like she loved. That was a complete lie. He was in pain all over and her jumping into his arms did not help, but he held in his pain in order to make her feel better. Hiruzen however saw the pain go across his face. He again was surprised at the willpower of Naruto. Maybe I shall tell him, but I should test him just to be sure. He smiled at the sight because Hinata was checking all over Naruto's body and pointing out his injuries like some overprotective mother. Naruto-kun, you should have let me help you. Maybe then none of this would have happened. Hiruzen saw the rage that went across Naruto's face and for a split second his eyes flashed red, making him worry. Naruto only placed his hands on both of her cheeks, squishing her face and making her stop talking. Hinata-chan, those guys were after you and I just couldn't allow them to harm you. But we were training and I could have helped you. He smacked both of her cheeks, making the girl yelp in surprise. No, Hinata-chan, they wanted you dead and I wouldn't forgive myself if something like that happened to you because I was too weak to protect you. He brought their forehead together, making the girl blush brightly. But why? I can protect myself, you know. Her face was as red as can be. She had never been this close to Naruto. They were in their own little world right now. Naruto only gave her a true genuine smile full of all the love and kindness he could give. It's because I love you, Hinata. Hiruzen dropped his pipe from his mouth and his eyes were wide at the confession. Hinata, however, was just a complete wreck. Hel loves me. Me. Did I hear him right? She looked up to see his smiling face still looking at her with those same love-filled eyes. Hinata's face turned an all-new shade of red, to levels it had never reached before in her life. She then fainted right in his arms, making him chuckle. Naruto then turned to look at the old man in the room. Hiruzen was not expecting this to happen. He could see that the two loved each other, but he didn't think that they would actually confess so early on in life. Well, that was a beautiful thing to witness. However, we need to get down to business. What the hell happened? Naruto then began to shake with anger and Hiruzen could see that much. Naruto had to stop when he winced in pain from his injuries. It was the Hyuga. Hiruzen was confused at the statement. What do you mean it was the Hyuga? Naruto slowly turned his cold blue eyes to the old Hokage, who suppressed a shiver at the gaze that looked just like his father's when he was in war. They Hyugas sent some assassins from their clan after Hinata to kill her and me by proxy. One of them said they would do the village a favor by getting rid of the demon. Hiruzen flinched. Is there something you want to tell me? Naruto asked in a tone that left no room for argument. All you do is say yes. Well, you seem to be mature enough, so I guess I can tell you. Naruto only nodded, already knowing what he was going to say. On the night of your birth, the fourth Hokage sealed the 9 tails into you in order to save the village, making you a Jinchuriki or human sacrifice. He noticed Naruto was not fazed one bit. In fact, he seemed pleased, as if he was testing him, the professor. Thank you for telling me the truth. Is there anything else you feel I should know about? Hiruzen looked hesitant for a second, which Naruto saw and thought it would be a good chance to capitalize on. I just hope the fourth Hokage asked my father for permission before he sealed the 9 tails into me. Hiruzen looked up in shock at what Naruto was implying, and he was met with the smirking face of one Naruto. Why, you knew? Naruto only nodded with the smirk still on his face. Is that why you have been acting so distant and untrustworthy towards me lately? Naruto nodded again, smirk now gone and a frown on his face. Yes, you had no right to hide my parents from me. What child does not deserve to know who brought him into the world? I also know about my mother and don't even bother asking how I know. Hiruzen put his head down in guilt. I did it to Don't even say it was to protect me. He was sick of hearing that sorry excuse for everything. You were only protecting the village because you were scared I would tell someone and then the information would get out and Iwa would come and attack just to kill me. I had to. You didn't. If you had told me that whole situation, I would have had a better understanding of the situation. I am sorry, but it's what I had to do as a Hokage. Naruto frowned at his words. That is why I was hiding this from you. You think just because it is for the good of the village it will justify your actions. No. Then you completely wiped the information about the Uzumaki clan from the whole village and you have the nerve to wear the swirl on your back. Hiruzen flinched at that. It was something he didn't want to do but had to. Look, it's all in the past now and there is nothing we can do to change that. They both share a nod at those words. Now I have been training in secret with Hinata for the past weeks and have made great progress, as you can see. I didn't tell you because you would have thought it was the 9 tails and try to mess with my seal and only make things worse. I understand now, I indeed was thinking that. Yadi Anbu gave it away. Naruto smirked to the wide-eyed old man. Why, you knew she was there? Naruto's smirk only grew bigger. I am a censor. That was all Hiruzen needed for all of his questions to be answered. It was why he couldn't lock onto Naruto, because he knew he was trying to spy on him and would do something to mess with his crystal ball. Okay, now back to the subject at hand. Hiruzen also turned serious again. I killed all 4 of the Hyuga assassins. I used all of my training to battle them and keep Hinata safe in the end. Hiruzen was shocked. Naruto killed 4 clan members of the Hyuga. This would cause a uproar with the Hyuga. I know what you are thinking. You think this will cause some kind of uproar in the clan, right? Hiruzen nodded. You were right. Hiruzen's face faltered. I know it will. He responded, irritated. Yes, but I also saved the Hyuga clan's head daughter from death. That simply cannot go overlooked. I didn't see if they were main branch members, but I was hit with the 64 palms, and I know that is a main branch technique, so one of them was a main branch Hyuga while the others were most likely side branch members forced to do it. Hiruzen was yet again shocked at the mind of young Naruto. He figured all of this out from just one battle. He held all of the cards right now. I will inform Hiyashi if he already doesn't know. That is when the door was slammed open and in came the man himself. He quickly gazed around the room looking at the Hokage and a heavily injured Naruto who had a blood-covered hinata in his arms. The man let out a sigh of relief that both Naruto and Hiruzen saw and smirked. Well, it seems the ice-cold clan head does care for his daughter. Naruto had that smirk he always had on when talking to the man. What happened, Naruto? I just got news that my daughter was attacked. Naruto only smiled at the man. Yes, we were attacked, but I killed them. Naruto's tone was dead serious. I am also glad that you seem to have nothing to do with this whole thing and actually care about your daughter. Hiyashi raised an eyebrow at Naruto. And what if I did have something to do with it? That is when he was hit with some of Naruto's ki, which made his heart skip a beat from the suddenness. I would have had to kill you. Naruto spoke with blue eyes that were as cold as an ice glacier and had no remorse for his enemies. What the hell, how can he release such killing intent and bloodlust? Is this the Nine Tails? No, I don't feel it at all. Hiruzen was just being surprised again and again by Naruto today. Hiyashi was much worse. He was releasing more ki than the time he first came to the compound. What the hell has my clan gotten themselves into with this boy? I can't believe it, he'd really kill me. Naruto quickly calmed himself down when he felt Hinata shiver from his ki. He would have to get her used to this when they would spar. He couldn't have her freezing up when she fights someone. He gently rubbed her hair, making the girl purr in her sleep, causing Naruto to gush at how cute it was. Sorry about that, I lost my cool. Naruto slightly bowed to the two men, shocking them both because he has never showed them any kind of respect. Don't worry about it, Naruto, it happens to the best of us. Hiruzen said. Hiyashi watched how Naruto and Hinata acted and gave a slight smile, once he got over Naruto's ki, of course. He then came to a decision. I approve. He was going to make sure his daughter was left in good hands. Naruto, I have a favor to ask of you. Naruto turned and looked at him. I want Hinata to stay with you, it appears she is much safer with you. But if you try anything, I will have to gentle fist your balls. He finished with a glare and some of his own ki, making Naruto smirk. Don't even worry about it. But if I am going to have another guest staying with me, I need a bigger place. He then looked at Hiruzen, who seemed to get the message. Okay, I will upgrade you to a nice apartment. Naruto nodded. That isn't what he wanted, but he could wait a little longer. He waited 16 years last time, what's a little more? Be sure to check the bodies of the Hyugas I killed. The two nodded. I will be in here for a while, so have the apartment ready when I get out. Now move along. He then pulled Hinata closer to him, who smiled in her sleep, making him smile as well. He made himself comfortable and went to sleep with her, both with smiles on their faces. The two men leave the room. That Naruto will be a great ninja. Hiruzen said with a gentle smile on his old face. You're telling me, he killed 4 Hyuga by himself. The elders are not going to like this. Hiyashi was about to pull his hair out in frustration. Hiruzen chuckled, he would also have problems with his own council. Just remember, you owe Naruto this one. Yes, I know, but my clan won't feel the same way. Well, they will think twice before sending people after your daughter again. But you must remember you are the clan head and they listen to you, not the other way around. That's what Naruto would say, so just do what Naruto would. Hiruzen then walked off chuckling. Wow, me the great Hyuga clan head taking the words of a 8-year-old boy. He walked back to his compound in shame. Next day. You have 4 broken ribs, internal bleeding, your chakra coils are also damaged, you have torn muscles especially in your legs. A female doctor with long midnight black hair that was pulled in front of her chest and tied in thick braids. She had slightly pale skin with ocean blue eyes willed with kindness, but had a hidden bloodlust beneath the ocean floor. This was Retsu Henna, the head doctor of the hospital and one of the best doctors in the world. She was currently reading off the damage to one Naruto Uzumaki. When can I leave? Naruto did not want to stay in this place. He was a bit curious about who this doctor was though. She was not in the hospital in his other life. He could also feel the power she kept hidden. He had a feeling there was more to her, but he would mind his business. She was a very nice person after all, when she was not threatening his life with that damn smile of hers. Henna giggled to herself. She really liked this Naruto Uzumaki. She had heard about how much of a troublemaker he was but figured it was just people talking bad about him because of what he contained. She thought he was quite mature for his age. She also felt a hidden power around the boy along with a certain aura that just made her want to follow him. She couldn't quite describe it. All she knew is that he would be something special in the future. Naruto-kun, you won't be leaving this place for a few days. He slumped down in the hospital bed. Can you at least take these dumb bandages off? They were itchy and he liked to feel his skin. It's something he hated about that damn fake arm he had. It took him a long time to get comfortable with it. No, we have to keep that handsome face of yours in good shape for your little girlfriend. She would see how Hinata would come in here and spend hours talking to Naruto. She even wanted to sleep with him so he wouldn't get lonely. They both laughed at that. When she had woken up she had asked him if what he said was all a dream. She was overly joyed when she heard it wasn't and gave him a big hug and a small kiss on the cheek making her blush. She isn't my girlfriend, not yet at least. Henna only smiled at him. I still have to get stronger so I can protect her. He curled his fist and determination filled his eyes making Henna give him a motherly smile. Well, Naruto-kun, who will protect you? He looked at her confused. She also wants to be strong enough to protect you as well, you can't keep babying her. She is a ninja as well so she will face danger in her life and you won't always be there to protect her. I know that. I just worry about her Henna brought him into a soft hug. Yes I know, but the bird has to leave the nest sometime. She ruffled his hair a bit making him pout while she only chuckled. Get some rest Naruto-kun. She left the room leaving him alone. Kurama, will I really be in here for as long as Dr. Henna says I will? Yup, you got messed up pretty bad. Your body is really damaged right now, you literally stopped time Naruto. Your body is not strong enough to handle such things. You indeed have all the knowledge you need to become the strongest again, but you just have to wait for your body to catch up. You are moving too fast, this is a good chance to relax and think or just enjoy some time with your mate. Yay, you're right. I am always right, when will you understand that? Naruto only rolled his eyes. But thinking back to the fight. What was that I did? Stopping time, I will have to test it out more when I am able to leave. He simply rubbed his chin in thought. When I get out of the hospital I should pick up on my training along with Hinata. I am sure she will be all for it after what happened. I need to get stronger if I want to bring peace again. The things that await are not easy. He just let himself float off into his own world of things to come. He was planning out what he would do in the next 5 years and how strong he needed to be for the events to come. Kurama put in his input when he needed it. All he knew was that he was going to shake the world up and fuck over all the plans Obito had in store. He then thought about Obito. How would he convince him again? He was really only able to do that because he beat him and left him on death's bed. He didn't want things to get that far again so he hardened his resolve and he would just kill him. He was better dead than a desperate man who would do anything. Naruto knew Obito was somewhere in the Rain Village or messing up the Mist Village right now. That's right, they had that civil war. I would like to go over and help them but I don't have the time and I am not strong enough to help them. The only time I would be strong enough is during the training trip I had with Pervy Sage. I will go during the training trip. He turned to the door when he heard it open and Hinata walked in with a bag. He knew that smell all too well. Hinata, seeing Naruto looking at the bag, smiled. She knew there was no hiding it from him. Hello Naruto-kun, I brought you some food. She pulled out a cup of ramen and gave it to Naruto who was drooling from the mouth. He took it and began to eat with a happy smile on his face. Thank you Hinata-chan, this is so much better than the hospital food I would always get. She only gave him a warm smile in return. No problem Naruto-kun, it was the least I could do for putting you in this place. She held her head down at that. If she wasn't so weak he wouldn't be in such a bad condition. Naruto, seeing this, put his bowl down and reached to Hinata who was sitting next to his hospital bed. He put a hand under her chin and lifted her head up to face his. Hinata-chan, this is not your fault. I would do anything if it meant I could protect you and those I love. Hinata felt her heart swell with love at his words. If anything, this only means that we have to become stronger, doesn't it? He finished with a smile making her smile as well. Yes, and then I can protect you. She gave him a hug making him smile. Now tell me what happened in class today while we eat. She nodded and got back in her seat and began to tell him about the lesson but he only tuned her out and just stared at her talk. She was still a little girl but he just couldn't help but see the older Hinata in her place and telling him about random things. His eyes began to water a little but he quickly blinked them away so she wouldn't notice. You're beautiful. Hinata stopped and looked at Naruto in surprise and a blush ran up her face. She only shook her head and smiled at Naruto. He was always just telling her random things. One time he said she looked like a rabbit. And you are very handsome Naruto-kun. Thank you Hinata-chan, I am glad you find my face appealing. She giggled softly to herself. They then just spent the rest of the day together. She even did her homework and Naruto helped her with it much to her happiness. He also made her do some chakra control exercises so she could still train. Hinata had told him that she would practice in the medical arts while he is in the hospital, that way she could heal them after training. He then told her she would make a good wife one day. She blushed and then fainted with a happy smile on her face. It was now night time and she was getting tired and he could see it by the way she would rub her eyes and it just looked so cute. That is when his door slid open and Hiyashi along with Hana came in. Okay, visiting hours are over and it's time for bed, Hana said with a smile. I have come to pick you up Hinata. Hiyashi spoke walking in the room with a small smile that was almost unnoticeable. Well, hello to you as well Hiyashi. Naruto said sarcastically to the old Hyuga. Oh, I didn't see you there under all those bandages. Hiyashi spoke just as sarcastically, making Naruto get a tick mark. Oh, is that right old man, are those eyes of yours losing their vision because of old age? Naruto smirked at the Hyuga who had a tick mark and glared at Naruto. Why you brat? He activated his Byakugan. That is when Hana stepped up. You two were not about to fight, were you? She asked in that sweet tone and I smiled that sent shivers up both men's spines. No ma'am, they both said with a bow of their heads. She clapped and smiled. Great, now let's leave so Naruto-kun can get some sleep. Before she could leave Hinata went back up to Naruto and whispered in his ear. I know about the fox and I don't hate you. She gave him a little kiss on the cheek and smiled then walked to her father and grabbed his hand and left. Naruto was shocked because he didn't say anything about Kurama. It must have been that old man. He just smiled and rubbed his cheek. She was becoming less shy each day. Hana saw this and smiled. And you say she isn't your girlfriend? It was just a kiss, Jez, he turned and gave a cute pout making her giggle at him. Good night Naruto-kun, and I better not see you trying to escape this room tonight. Or what? He challenged with a cocky smirk. Hana opened her eyes showing Naruto her ocean blue eyes that meet with his sky blue eyes. Hana was a bit surprised Naruto didn't look scared when she gave him that look. Most people always shiver and look away. Just don't do it. She gave him that warm smile again that made him nod his head with vigor. Man, she can be real scary at times. But overall a pretty nice person. He gave her a smile in return. Thanks for taking care of me Dr. Hana, I really appreciate it. Not many people in this place want to help me. Hana only gave him a warm smile in return. She seemed to be doing that a lot around him lately. It's my job, Naruto-kun. It also helps that I like you. I like you too, Miss Hana. They both laughed together for a second. Okay Naruto-kun, good night. She turned off his light and left the room. 2 days later. Council chambers. There are 2 sides of the council that make up the village. The clan heads who make up the shinobi council. Then you have the most influential civilians in the village who run the business. Both of these sides come together to make up the council of the village. We currently have both sides in attendance today to talk about the matter involving the Hyuga. I would like to inform you all that there was a recent attempt on the young Hyuga heiress's life 2 days ago. The Hokage stated, making everyone who didn't know to gasp in shock except for Danzo and the elders. Was it the cloud again? Inoichi, the Yamenka clan head asked. No, it was members from my own clan. Hiyashi said impassively, but if you knew what to listen for you could hear the slight anger in his tone. Everyone gasped again and this time the elders looked interested in the topic. They all then start to mumble to each other about how the Hyuga were beginning to fall apart. The clan heads kept their thoughts to themselves wondering if something similar would happen to their clan. The Hokage then grabbed all of their attention back to him. Silence. They all stopped talking, allowing him to continue. The attempt on her life was stopped by Naruto Uzumaki. He killed all 4 of the Hyuga assassins. This gained an immediate response from the civilian side of the council. They were calling for his death or to be locked up for killing members of the sublime Hyuga clan. As if they were not just saying how the clan would be destroyed a few seconds ago. The shinobi side of the council was a bit impressed that an 8-year-old kid could kill 4 Hyuga clan members by himself. They had all figured the boy was just a troublemaker but would hear how their kids would say how smart was. They remember when their kids said he beat up Kiba with just a few kicks. Hiruzen calms everyone down again. I have asked Naruto to come and tell us the story. He then motioned for a Anbu guard to go and tell Naruto to come in. A little while later the door opened and Naruto walked in with his black collar zip up with an orange zipper. He had it open showing he wasn't wearing a shirt under that, he had bandages wrapped around his torso. He was wearing loose-fitting black jogging pants with black-orange slippers. He waved to everyone but looked at the civilian council in confusion. Hokage, who are these people? The Hokage coughed to cover up his laugh along with the clan heads. Naruto didn't remember any of these guys in his past life. There was only the council for the clan heads and Hokage. He could make a guess as to why they were glaring at him like that though. These are the civilian members of the council. Hiruzen answered Naruto's question with a straight face. Naruto raised an eyebrow. We have a civilian council in a ninja village. That doesn't make any sense. The civilians were surprised that this boy would dare say something like this while the clan heads nodded with Naruto. You brat, show some respect. A member of the civilians said in outrage. Naruto only ignored him and looked at the old man. So can I tell you the part of my story? He got a nod from the old man. It started when we were just coming from a late-night training season and we were walking to the Hyuga compound. I had felt someone watching us and began to look around discreetly as to not alarm Hinata-chan or the Hyuga who were after us. The ninja of the room were impressed that he would stay calm in a situation like that and not run away like most kids would. Once we had got to a certain location they attacked by throwing a barrage of ninja tools at us, but I grabbed Hinata in time and backed up. That was when a main branch Hyuga dropped down and we started to fight while I let a shadow clone take Hinata away. This shocked the ninja that an 8-year-old boy could know and perform a jutsu like that. How do you know such a jutsu, boy? Danzo demanded. Naruto gave him a side glance. He knew exactly who this was and Naruto knew he had to die. Use my name when you speak to me. Show some respect to your betters. Danzo tapped his cane on the ground. If that's how you want to put it, I am your better because I hold your life in my hands. He patted his stomach to make sure they all got the message. Everyone was surprised that he knew of the secret except for Hiruzen who already knew, but he didn't think that he would reveal such information to the council. Danzo narrowed his eye at the boy. He was not supposed to know about that. Another reason why Hiruzen was a fool for telling him such things. Is that a threat? Naruto only smirked. Try me, bitch. The Hokage then interrupted. Danzo, use his name. And Naruto, please get back to what you were saying. Naruto smirked at Danzo who gritted his teeth. Right. Once I had finished off the Hyuga with a snap of his neck I quickly made my way towards the others in order to save Hinata. I had finished 2 of the Hyuga with a small lighting jutsu to the chest and stabbed the other in the head with a kunai. He was glad to avoid telling them how he learned the shadow clone jutsu and hoped they would just allow him to leave before asking how he knew a lighting jutsu. Where did you learn a lighting jutsu from? Choza, the clan head of the Akamichi, asked. Naruto sighed in his head. I visited the library and looked at the jutsu and viewed the jutsu that was available. I practiced the low-level jutsu until I was able to get it done. Choza nodded, amazed that the boy could do so much while his son could only do the basics and eat. The other clan heads were the same while the civilians had to admit they were impressed. If that is all, I will be going, I am still recovering. He left the room and went to the new apartment he had received from Hiruzen. He had come to tell him while he was in the hospital. Hiyashi had already dropped Hinata's things off at his house while Naruto would have to use some shadow clones to go and grab his things. He had made it to the apartment complex. His and Hinata's room was located on the 2nd floor. He went up the concrete stairs and made it to the oak wood door. He knocked on it softly and he heard the sound of feet shuffling and boxes being knocked over. Hinata opened the door and gave Naruto a bright smile. Naruto, seeing this, remembered how Hinata would always greet him like this after he would have a long mission. His eyes began to water and Hinata noticed and began to worry. Naruto-kun, what's the matter? She pulled him inside. It hurts. What hurts? She asked worriedly. My injuries. He grabbed her and pulled her into a tight hug, making Hinata surprised at the action, but she hugged him back just as tightly. I need some more of your magical cream. He felt a pinch on his side making him yelp in pain. I told you it's ointment. Sit down and I will fix you right up. Naruto smiled. Thanks, doc. Hinata only smiled and began to work her magic. They both had smiles on their faces and just began to talk about useless things, just enjoying each other's company. Chapter 6. 5 years later. Naruto and Hinata were currently in the bed snuggled up to each other. Hinata was sleeping on her side and Naruto had his arms wrapped around her waist and his head on her shoulder. Their legs were tangled underneath the covers along with one of their hands. Over the 5 years Hinata had really become a whole new person. She was no longer that shy girl but had her moments. She was still the nicest person and had that smile that could just melt the hearts of men. She had grown her hair out longer to where it reached the bottom of her neck and enough to tie it in a ponytail. Hinata had grown from her being a short soft-spoken girl to become a brave and compassionate young woman. Naruto hadn't really changed much. His hair had grown longer but he had kept it short and spiky so Hinata could run her hands through his hair. His face had lost most of its baby fat and was more lean. His body had also developed much to his and Hinata's enjoyment. Hinata's body had also developed due to training with Naruto all the time. Her once flat chest was now a noticeable size bigger, making Naruto enjoy to lay his head on her chest. They had also become much stronger, to the point where Naruto could defeat his past self after he defeated Kakazu. He would often use his past self to measure his and Hinata's progress. Kurama was very pleased about this. He always said he didn't want a weak container and Naruto needed to be strong like he once was. Naruto had advanced in his fighting style renewal taekwondo. He was now on the recoilless section of the scroll that opened up a whole new path for his martial arts. However, when he had been practicing in his style, he had begun to lose the fights to Hinata over and over. She had begun to get used to his powerful kicks and started to counter him with her own new style. The flowing fist. She would use her flexible body and water nature chakra to always avoid his kicks and get close into his guard and deal serious damage. This led to him discovering the weakness to his style, which was close combat, which made absolutely no sense to him. How could a martial art about fighting be weak in close combat? This led to him going to Guy Sensei for help. They had fought to see if he could find out what was wrong with him. Guy had discovered that Naruto was more of a person who used his fist more than his kicks. To solve this issue, Guy gave him a scroll called Full Contact Karate. Naruto had fell in love with the style. He loved using his kicks, but there was nothing better than socking someone in the mouth. He mastered both style in 5 years with the help of thousands of shadow clones and Hinata's help, who had also begun to use shadow clones once she had got enough chakra for the jutsu. She was only able to make 30, but that was good enough for her at 13. Once he had mastered the style, he had begun to defeat Hinata once again, much to her unhappiness. It was solved, however, with a couple of kisses and cinnamon buns, and she was all good, much to his happiness. He had also practiced more with his realm heart. The things he had discovered he could do with the form was astounding. He was able to use all bloodlines due to gaining perfect chakra control and being so connected to chakra as if he had eaten a chakra fruit. When he had first discovered this in a spar with Hinata, let's say they were both surprised. Flashback. Water release torrent technique. Hinata slammed her hands to the ground and giant water waves rushed towards Naruto, who was currently in realm heart. He had told Hinata about the form and she had said he looked like an angel, making him laugh. However, now he wasn't laughing. A shadow clone of Hinata appeared behind him and also went through hand signs. Lighting balls. The clone then begins to throw a volley of balls towards the giant wave coming, making it glow blue with electricity. You're in trouble now. Kurama's laughter sounded in his head. Yay, I noticed. Naruto took a second to think about what he could possibly do in order to get out of this. The attack began to get close to him and his brain was working in overdrive. His lavender eyes then pulsed and it hit him. He then begun to go through hand signs after he channeled earth and water chakra. Wood release wood dome. A wood dome formed and covered Naruto from the attack that collided with his attack seconds later. He could feel the force at his dome, but because he pumped a lot of chakra into the attack, he was able to stay safe. He sensed Hinata coming close and dropped the dome to see her shocked face. Naruto-kun. Why you can use wood style? She pointed to Naruto, who looked at what he had just done and gasped. Well, would you look at that? He began to run his hands that were covered in golden runes over the wood and he could feel the nature chakra running through the wood. He then began to smirk at remembering how Hashirama used his wood style during the war. Well, Hinata-chan, your boyfriend just got a whole lot more badass. He grabbed her into a hug and spun her around, making her giggle. Don't go getting a big head, Naruto-kun, it wasn't long ago I was just kicking your butt. She flicked him in the forehead, making him rub the spot with a pout on his face until a grin came on his face. Speaking of butts, he then slapped Hinata's butt, making her yelp and blush. You seem to be developing nicely. He grinned at her, making her blush even more, and she put her face on his chest so he couldn't see the blush on her face. Naruto, you know this means more training, right? Yes, I am well aware. I wonder if I can use any other bloodlines. He then remembered Haku and began to channel water and wind nature chakra to form a small ice senbon. Well, what do you know about that? Hinata lifted her face from his chest and looked to see Naruto holding a ice senbon. Did you just make that? Hinata asked, touching the senbon. Yes, I did. You are just full of surprises. Naruto smirked and pulled her back into his arms. But you love me. He then planted a passionate kiss on her lips, making her smile back. I sure do. She gave him another kiss and he dropped realm heart and they began to train some more. Flashback end. He wasn't to the level of Hashirama with his wood style, but was at least at Haku's level with his ice style. He had used other bloodlines, but this did not mean he stopped working on his other training. Once his body was developed enough, he began to use Kurama's chakra and was able to use Four Tails easily. He would have to weaken the seal in order to use more, but he would wait for Jiraiya so he could just unlock the seal completely. He and Hinata had overall become very strong. Hinata was without a doubt a high A to low S rank ninja when she went all out. Naruto was a low S rank ninja in base, but when he would go into Realm Heart or use Kurama's chakra he would be a high S rank ninja. He never showed all his skills in the academy, but he showed enough to gain a fan club and stay in the middle of the class in grades. He had shown enough so he could be placed on a different team, hopefully Hinata's team. He would replace Kiba's spot on Team 8. Now it was time to get up, it was graduation day. Hinata opened her eyes to feel Naruto holding her to his chest. She smiled, she had really come to love Naruto over the years. At first she just had a crush which evolved into love when he saved her and confessed his love to her. She turned over to gaze at his sleeping face. She looked at him lovingly. Naruto-kun, it's time to wake up. She spoke in a soft and gentle voice. Naruto only mumbled in his sleep. We have to get up for class. He groaned in his sleep. Can I just send a shadow clone? It wouldn't be the first time he had done this. If he and Hinata still had some more training to do, he would send a clone and they would train the day away. No, it's our last day. Naruto cracked open an eye. Fine. He opened his eyes all the way and laid on his back. It's about time, I thought we would never leave. Hinata giggled and climbed on top of his waist and smiled down at him. Come on Naruto-kun, I will make us breakfast. She lowered her head and gave him a soft peck on the lips. She didn't blush anymore when he showed affection like this. She would only blush if things between them began to get hot and heavy, which they have a couple of times, but they would wait for that. Naruto smiled. You make the best food. He then sat up with Hinata still on his lap. I can tell by the way you eat it all up. She gave him a smirk. Just like you eat those cinnamon buns. Naruto chuckled, remembering how she would inhale them, causing Hinata to pout. You're one to talk, sometimes I think you love ramen more than me. Naruto only gave her a kiss. I love you more than anything in this world. Despite herself, Hinata still blushed from the loving words. She smiled at his words nonetheless. I love you too. She then got off his lap and walked out with a sway in her hips, sending him a wink at the door. He chuckled. That vixen, she is gonna get it. Naruto had then got up from his bed, revealing he was wearing black shorts and a white t-shirt. He could still see Hinata leaving in nothing but booty shorts and a sports bra, showing off her very toned stomach and arms that are lined with muscle but still have her female beauty. He walked in the bathroom to take his morning piss and think about absolutely nothing. Once he finished with that, he walked past the mirror and saw how good he looked. He just had to stop and admire himself. Well, hello handsome. He gave the mirror a wink and a charming smile. I don't know what Hinata sees in you. Kurama's voice sounded from his head. You are just upset that you don't look as good as me. Kurama scoffed. Why would I want to look like a hairless ape? Why would I want to be an overgrown stuffed animal? Before him and his best friend could get out of hand with their insults. A knock on the door interrupted him. He turned to see Hinata looking at him with a deadpan face. Kurama giving you problems again. She had the pleasure of meeting Kurama and she had latched onto his very furry body. He had told her his name and she way happy he trusted her. Yay, he is only running his mouth though. Hinata could practically hear the growl that came from Naruto's stomach, but if it was because he was hungry or Kurama was getting angry. If you are hungry, I will have the food ready soon, in the meantime the trash needs to go out. She then walked back to the kitchen, leaving him to put on some slippers so he could take out the trash. He had made his way outside and went to toss the trash out in the back alley. He stopped, however, when he saw the school instructor, Mizuki, talking with Kabuto. He quickly hid his chakra so they wouldn't see him. He had a good idea of what was going on, but he used his chakra in his ears to see if he could pick up anything else. I will be taking the scroll tonight and bring it back to Lord Orochimaru, and then he will make me stronger. Mizuki said with greed laced in his tone. Kabuto pushed his glasses up and had a smirk on his face. That was the deal. Just be sure you don't get busted or the deal is off. Naruto already knew that the deal he had with Orochimaru was not going to happen and Mizuki would most likely end up dead. He didn't know that Orochimaru was the one leading this whole operation though. That also brought up the invasion that was going to happen. Naruto needed to find a way to tell the old man that he was going to invade the village. Maybe Mizuki would have some information on what was to come, so just in case he would be sure to capture him later. The two then finally finished their conversation and he was able to dump the trash. He made his way back and could smell the lovely food of Hinata's cooking. He opened the door and basically floated to the kitchen. He quickly washed his hands and sat down at the small table that only had 2 chairs for him and his girlfriend. Hinata smiled at him and placed down a plate in front of him. She took off her apron that said "Kiss the Cook" and sat down across from Naruto. I hope you enjoy Naruto-kun. He only smiled. You know I will. He then began to dig into his grits, toast and eggs with some orange juice on the side. So while I was taking out the trash I saw our great teacher Mizuki. Naruto said that with sarcasm dripping from his tone. Hinata also knew that Mizuki did not like Naruto and would always try to find some way to mess with him. For that she found a strong dislike for the man. What was he doing behind the complex? She asked, taking a bite from the toast. He was planning with this spy of Orochimaru. His name is Kabuto and they are planning to steal the Forbidden Scroll. Hinata's eyes widened. What person would attempt to try and steal that? It is one of the most heavily guarded things in the village. Why didn't you stop them? I know you just woke up, but a Chunin is nothing to you even if you don't know what this Kabuto could do. You are the strongest in the village right now. Naruto blushed at the honest praise from his love. Ah, Hinata-chan, are you trying to butter me up? Hinata gasped and acted as if she was just struck down. Naruto-kun, I would never do such a thing. Naruto just stared at her, making her look away and whistling innocently with a light blush on her cheeks. Naruto only shook his head and took a bite from his grits, making his fork clank against the glass plate. I didn't get them because they could have some great information. Makes sense. Hinata nodded and also began to eat once again. They then began to finish eating and talked about meaningless things that they both enjoyed. Once they were done eating, they placed their dishes in the sink and went back to their room to get dressed. Naruto went to his closet and pulled out something Hinata had made for him. It was an orange haori with black flames reaching up from the bottom, similar to the one his dad had worn. He had told Hinata about his parents and she was very shocked. He was wearing an all-black long-sleeved t-shirt with an all-black vest over top that looked like a Junin vest. He had wanted to make one from his original timeline but couldn't find the materials to make it. He was wearing all-black loose-fitting pants that allowed free movement for his legs. He had black ninja sandals to finish the whole outfit off. Overall he looked pretty badass when looking in the mirror. Thanks again for this cloak, Hinata-chan. No problem, Naruto-kun, it was my pleasure. Hinata walked out of the closet and went to stand next to Naruto in the mirror, letting him get a nice view of what she was wearing. Hinata was wearing skin-tight black leggings that stopped above her ankles, which were wrapped up in white tape that led to black sandals that let her be light on her feet. She was wearing a black skin-tight undershirt keeping her developing breast covered. Over that was a sleeveless lavender kimono top that could be taken off at any time. You look sexy, Naruto said, putting his arms around her waist while he was behind her. She smiled and turned her head to give him a soft kiss on the lips. And I'm all yours. She smirked hotly at him. And I'm all yours. He leaned down and gave her a deep kiss that made her legs shake and toes curl. God, she loved when he kissed her like that. He pulled back and could see the stars in her lavender eyes. He smirked at the effect he had on her. We should leave before we are held up. She blushed at what he was implying and nodded. They locked the place up and left hand in hand with fingers entwined. While walking to the academy they received many stares. Some of jealousy, hate, and others just curious. Hinata had gotten used to how they would look towards them, but she only walked with her head high and chest out in confidence. Naruto was glad for that because he didn't want to have to put the hands on somebody, but he would in a heartbeat. Naruto could sense that Danzo had one of his root Anbu on him, but he would soon be dead thanks to a shadow clone Naruto made to take care of him. Ever since the incident at the council, Danzo had been trying to capture him and make him his drone, but that would never happen. He would always kill the Anbu. They were good practice and experience for his body. He also had Hinata fight them so she could get used to fighting people who were trying to kill her. He wondered if Danzo had something to do with the attempt on Hinata's life some time ago, but could never see why he would be interested. There were no more attempts on his or Hinata's life over the years, so he guessed they learned their lesson. They had made it to the academy and walked to their class. When they opened the door and walked in, they could see everyone was excited to learn about the teams they would be placed on. They got a few glances, but everyone already knew that Naruto and Hinata were a thing. Hey you two. Hinata and Naruto look over to see Sakura waving them over. Over the years Naruto had forced her out of the way of the fangirl. It took 4 years, but he was able to get through to her and get her to take training seriously. He had tossed her into the library and made her read over the medical books so she could once again be the best medic. Sakura was wearing a red sleeveless top with a zipper in the middle. She had pink elbow pads matching her pink mini skirt that was over black biker shorts. She had on long high-heeled black ninja sandals with some black gloves. Not the best outfit in Naruto's opinion, but he wasn't wearing it. What up, bubblegum? Naruto had to dodge a textbook thrown by Sakura that crashed into the wall, causing the wall to crack from the force she threw at him. Looks like that strength training is coming down really great. It was something Sakura had read about in one of the books on Tsunade Senju. She wanted to learn it and was undergoing training in order to do so. Hinata was already able to do it, but she didn't use it often, she only used it on Naruto when sparing because he was able to take the hits. Sakura glared at him. I said stop calling me that. Naruto only smirked at her, making the pink-haired girl sigh in defeat. I hope we don't get put on the same team or I would have to kill you in your sleep. Naruto and Hinata laugh at her. I am sure you want to be with your Sasuke-kun. Hinata said teasingly, making Sakura blush in embarrassment. Get away. Sakura yelled and put her head down, causing them to laugh even more. Sasuke, you might want to come and calm your girlfriend down. Naruto spoke to the Uchiha who was facing the window. The boy gained a tick mark. He and Naruto had become friends, but Sasuke would never say that out loud. He saw Naruto as a rival, but Naruto did not see him that way and it made him a little angry. Naruto knew how Sasuke felt, but he wasn't his old self and would not chase the boy anymore. He simply helped him and tried to give him some kind of relation other than being alone. Shut up, loser. Sasuke immediately got on guard, ready for the flick that would come to his head. Naruto would always flick his forehead when he called him a loser, and he was agitated because not only did it remind him of his brother, but he could never track Naruto. He looked everywhere, but when nothing happened he thought it was safe and he let his guard down. That was the wrong thing to do and he received a flick to the forehead. Damn it, I told you to stop that. He shouted to Naruto, who was sitting next to Hinata with an innocent face. None of the kids saw him move, only Hinata did. Haruka and Mizuki then walked into the class with a clipboard ready to read off the teams to the class. Okay, for most of you this might be the last time you sit in these seats, I just want to say. Haruka droned on, but Naruto just ignored the man and went into his mindscape to lay in Kurama's soft tails with Hinata, who was able to get in thanks to being in contact with Naruto. They were snapped back to attention when Kurama woke them up by shaking his tail. He is calling teams and I am sure yours will come up. Thanks Kurama, Hinata said and rubbed his tail gently, making him purr slightly until his eyes widened. Kurama looked to see Hinata with a shocked face along with Naruto, however. Naruto's face was going from shock into a full-on grin. Kurama, I didn't know you could purr like that. Is the big bad Nine Tails a little softy? Naruto then began laughing, making Kurama blush, but nobody could see it thanks to his fur. Hinata giggled into her hand but was having a hard time controlling her laughter. Gee, get out. He then forced them out the mindscape but heard their echoing laughter. He put a tail over his face to hide his shame. That idiot will never let me live this down. When Naruto and Hinata come back to their sense, it is to hear Haruka. Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. She was about to get up and jump, but she then felt the ki of Naruto and went stiff and quiet. And Kiba Inuzuka. This got an outrage from Kiba. Why the hell is a kick-ass ninja like me on a team with that Uchiha punk? Kiba hated that guy along with Naruto for obvious reasons. Haruka sighed. He did not want to deal with this kid anymore. Because you are the dead last and we have to pair the dead last with the person who is at the top of the class. If you have any complaints you can take it up with the Hokage. Kiba sat down at getting embarrassed in front of everyone. Hokage office. The Jonin who were taking teams this year were currently in the room looking over the future ninjas of the academy. They were bored until Naruto and Hinata had entered the room. There was mixed reactions about the two all around the room. Some hated the boy and Hinata as well because she was associated with him. They saw Sasuke get up and get in a stance like he was ready to fight someone. Most of the Jonin didn't see it, but the ones who were highly skilled like Kakashi, Guy, and Hiruzen along with the hidden Anbu. They all saw Naruto look up at them and give a thumbs up, making most of them shocked they knew he was watching. Hokage-sama, I thought I would be getting Kiba Inuzuka for my tracking team. Kurenai said. She was going to be training a tracking team, which made no sense to her because she was a genjutsu type. Originally yes, but things change and now you have a new member. Hiruzen said with a light chuckle, confusing most of the ninja in the room. Classroom. Team 8 will be Shino Abarame, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto looked towards Hinata and smiled. He sent a nod to Shino, who gave the two a silent nod. Team 9 is still active. Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akamaiki. Ino deflated at having to be on a team with those two. Even if they knew each other their whole life, she wanted to be with Naruto since she had a little crush on him, but knew that is all it would ever be. He was in love with Hinata and she wouldn't come between them. She would focus on her training now. Alright, your sensei will be here shortly, so just wait until they get here. It was a pleasure teaching you all. He bowed and left with Mizuki, who sent a last glance towards Naruto. Hokage office. Kakashi had put his book away and was now looking at the Hokage in slight anger. He wanted to teach his sensei's son, but he would teach the Uchiha although he wanted answers. Hokage-sama, why did I not get the team I originally requested? Hiruzen knew something like this would happen, but he had already made his decision, and it didn't help that Naruto proved he would be better on a different team. That is because Naruto will do much better on Team 8. Shino and Hinata can track the enemy down while Naruto goes in for the finisher. Plus, you are not the correct teacher for young Naruto. What do you mean I am not the right teacher? Kakashi did not like what he was hearing. This was not going the way he wanted it. You are a ninja where things come much more easy to you, similar to Sasuke. He paused to let Kakashi understand what he was saying. Naruto is not like you, he may learn fast, but that is only because he works hard and puts his all into everything. I understand, Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded and pulled his book back out. Kurenai now understood why she was given Naruto instead of Kiba. He and Hinata are a couple, not to mention it looks like he will work with Shino. She would test them out later. Classroom. Everyone was in the class waiting. The civilian kids had all left with their sensei and only the clan heir were in the class waiting. They all stop talking when they hear the door slide open and a woman with ruby red eyes and black hair comes into the class. I am here to pick up Team 8. The named team gets up and walks to the door, but before they leave Naruto turns to give some advice. Sasuke, Sakura, I recommend you guys go and do something. Your sensei will be late. They both looked at him confused until Naruto's eyes lit up. I know, Sasuke, why don't you go on that date you told me you wanted with Sakura? He quickly had to run out the room to avoid some kunai. Meanwhile Sakura was blushing and shifting in her seat. Sasuke-kun, I didn't know you want to go on a date. She got up and grabbed his arm to pull him out the room. I know where we can go. Sasuke tried to resist, but Sakura was just as strong. I really hate you, Naruto. Kiba just looked at them with confusion. He wanted to leave as well, but someone had to tell their sensei. Training Ground 8. Okay you guys, let's introduce ourselves. I will go first to show you what I want. She got a nod from everyone. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, I like roses along with fine wine and romance movies. I specialize in genjutsu. I hate perverts and sexist men. My dream is to see you three succeed in your ninja lives. Shino raised his hand and got ready to speak. My name is Shino Abarame, I like bugs and quiet nights in my room. I specialize in my clan techniques and a little bit of poisons. My dream is to take over as clan head and form the best hive in my clan. I don't like when people kill bugs or litter. Wow Shino, I didn't know you did poisons. Naruto clapped impressed. Shino simply pushed up his shades. I like to keep it a secret, it's only logical. Well I will go next. Naruto said. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I like the food Hinata cooks. Hinata blushed a little while Kurenai seemed amused. I also like ramen and sunflowers. I specialize in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and sealing. My dream is to start a family of my own and bring world peace. Hinata blushed at his dream. In order to start a family they would have to. Steam came from her ears. She didn't need to think about these things right now, they were too young. Shino was a little surprised at what he heard Naruto specialize in. He figured that he would be a natural in ninjutsu by all the chakra he could feel coming from Naruto and Hinata. World peace, huh? Well I will help him if there is a thing such as peace. Kurenai thought with a small smile. I have something else to share. Naruto's tone was serious, letting them know it was no laughing matter. Kurenai wondered what he would say. She wondered if he would reveal the fox, but there was no way because it was a S-rank secret. I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Everything you knew about that night was a lie. If Shino was surprised, he was doing a good job at hiding it. However, that just answered a lot of his unanswered questions about the nine tails. Kurenai had more of an outward reaction if her white eyes were anything to go by. Why would he say such a thing to people he just met? She didn't know what to say in a situation like this. It would have to be told to the Hokage when she gave her report. Hinata was just smiling. She knew he would do this because he had told her that he would. She just only hoped that the team would have an open mind and not hate Naruto for what he was. Well Naruto, that was a S-rank secret, but since it was about you I guess it was up to you to tell whoever you wanted. Naruto simply nodded at what she said. Now I will be giving you guys a test. You will have to find me, track me down and beat me. The team then looks at each other and nod towards each other. Kurenai smiled at them already working together. Okay we got it. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. Alright we start now. Kurenai dropped a smoke bomb on the ground and when Naruto blew it away she was already gone. Naruto turned a smirk to Shino. Did you place a bug on her? If you could see under Shino's collar, you could see the smirk on his face. Yes I did Naruto-san. It's just Naruto. Naruto-kun, you've been telling him this for years and he hasn't changed his mind, just let him be. Hinata said and pulled Naruto along to go and find their sensei. She is correct, Naruto-san, just let me be. They both looked at Shino for a second in shock. Dude, you just made a joke. Shino, that was a very good joke. Hinata clapped for him. Yes, I have been hanging with Naruto for too long. Triple A, don't be like that. Let's just find our sensei. Shino said. With that they all followed Shino, who was tracking her with his bug. They had been jumping around the forest for a while until Shino stopped on a branch. What's the matter, Shino? Naruto asked, coming next to him. It seems Kurenai-sensei has discovered my bug and removed it from her person. Naruto turned to Hinata, who only nodded and activated her Byakugan with only a thought. The veins then pulsed on the side of her head and she began to search the entire forest. She was able to see a longer distance than even her father could see. I found her, Hinata said. She is in a forest that is surrounded by a bunch of trees. Most likely to distract us and make her genjutsu much more effective. Alright, let's go and get her. They then dashed off to the forest to find their sensei. Kurenai was in the forest waiting for her students. She had a feeling they knew where she was. It wasn't that long ago she had found the bug Shino had placed on her. She would hide in this dense forest to hide and use her genjutsu to confuse them. She then spotted her team. It seems she was correct and they found her. She was about to go through hand signs for a jutsu and confuse them. Kurenai then felt a hand get placed on her shoulder. What's crackin'? Naruto said next to her ear, making her shiver and a small blush to come on her cheeks. She then pulled out a kunai and jumped back ready. There was nobody there. Kurenai looked around to see if she could spot Naruto, but there was nothing. She then quickly had to jump away from a wind jutsu that was coming from behind her. It sliced a thick tree branch off completely, making her surprised. What if I didn't dodge that? Kurenai gripped her kunai a bit tighter. She then heard something above her and saw 4 Narutos coming down with grins on their face. If you don't dodge you just might die. One of the clones said and began to glow brightly, followed by the other 4. They then exploded and a large explosion sounded in the whole forest, blowing the tree branches and leaves all over the place. Kurenai jumped from behind a tree. Her clothes were a little damaged and she had slight burn marks on her body. She had barely dodged that attack and suffered some heavy damage. She had little twigs in her hair. Damn, is he trying to kill me? Maybe. She looked up to see Naruto standing on a tree branch in front of her in a taijutsu stance. He threw 3 quick punches that all landed on Kurenai. She didn't even see Naruto move, but she felt the blows that felt like she was just hit with a train. This was called Basaltic Fist 3 combo. It used 3 quick punches to deal heavy damage that could lead to another stronger combo. It was from his full contact karate. Kurenai found this out the hard way. She landed back first into a tree and coughed up some spit from the force. She had to catch her breath. Hitting the tree knocked the wind out of her. Damn, he is not giving me the chance to use genjutsu. And where are the others? She is answered when she catches a glimpse of Hinata, and the next thing she knew was that her chakra points were closed. She then felt Shino place some bugs on her just in case. We got you. Naruto dropped down with a grin plastered on his face. She chuckled but stopped when it hurt a bit. It seems you did. You all pass. She gave them all a smile. Well, this calls for a celebration. How about some ramen? No, to the sweet shop. Soma says he has something new for me. You said that last time and it was just some jelly on top of the cinnamon roll. So what, we are going and that's final. She walked up to Naruto and poked him in the chest and released some of her chakra, cracking the ground and showing she wouldn't budge. Naruto, seeing this, released some of his own chakra, shattering the ground he was standing on. The air became thick with chakra, making all the animals run away while Shino and Kurenai were sweating from the pressure. They couldn't believe these two had such chakra. They stared at each other for a little while longer, still releasing some of their chakra that started to vibrate the ground and shake the trees around them. They stopped and then began to make out, causing all the chakra to vanish like it wasn't there. Kurenai and Shino's sweat dropped at the two. One moment they were arguing and about to fight, the next they were making out like nothing has ever happened. What have I gotten myself into with this team? Kurenai thought, looking her team. Chapter 7. Team 8 was currently eating at the ramen stand. Naruto and Hinata had settled their argument in a game of rock paper scissors. Naruto had picked rock while Hinata had scissors. She tried to give him the puppy dog eyes, but he had seen it so many times now it didn't even work anymore. Naruto was on his 13th bowl of ramen. Hinata was on her 10th bowl of ramen. Shino was on his first bowl. Kurenai was crying while eating her ramen. She would have to spend so much money after they got done eating. While eating, she was thinking about how well her team performed during the test. She would only have good things to say when she gave her report to the others. The ruby red-eyed women did wonder how her two students were able to possess such powerful and dense chakra. From what she could feel, it would be impossible to place Naruto under a genjutsu when he had such potent chakra. She figured having the strongest biju would give some benefits to counteract all the downsides you would receive. There was also Hinata Hyuga. Part of a strong clan such as the Hyuga, she would naturally have a good amount of chakra. However, she noticed that the two had really good control over their chakra, which was also surprising. She expected that Naruto would have horrible chakra control and she would have to help him with it, but Kurenai was snapped out of her thoughts when she heard a voice call her from the outside. Nei-chan. When hearing the voice, she didn't know if her students were ready to meet her sister in everything but blood. Kurenai turned her head and saw the familiar face of Enko's grinning face. Team 8 turned to see who was walking towards their sensei. Naruto saw who it was and knew who it was. Enko Midarashi. Former student of Orochimaru and special Junin of Leaf Village. He knew that the woman was similar to him, both cursed with seals they didn't want while also being shunned by the village. Last time he couldn't help her, but now that he was a seal master greater than that of Jiraiya, he could help her out. I am not a Uzumaki seal master, but I am a regular seal master and I can easily get rid of this curse seal on her. Naruto watched her interact with her close friend until she noticed them. Nei-chan, this must be the team you were talking about. Enko looked over the kids with a critical eye. She was going to mess with them for a bit. Enko then met the gaze of Naruto, who just looked back at her with a determined gaze. Enko smirked and found her first target. She walked towards Naruto and swayed her hips with a seductive smirk on her face. Well, hello handsome. She put her arm around Naruto's shoulder and pulled him close to her body. She expected him to freak out or blush up a storm. Sup, I am Naruto Uzumaki. What is your name? Her attempts to try and seduce him were all in vain. He only had eyes for one girl and nothing would change that. I am the sexy and single Enko Midarashi, but we can change that. She whispered sexily into his ear. Naruto only shook his head at the woman. Why, you indeed are a beautiful woman, but my heart already belongs to someone else. He finished and grabbed Hinata's hand, who was getting ready to pound this bitch into the ground with her super strength. Enko, seeing this, was a little surprised. Most men would dump their girlfriends just to spend one night with her. All the men would call her names and say how trash she is, but would do anything just to feel her body. A tinge of jealousy hit her at seeing the love Naruto had for Hinata. That's the kind of love she wants, but all the men just want her for her body and to tell their friends. Just one night and I can change your mind. She pressed his arm in between her breasts, trying to get a reaction from the boy, but she got nothing in return. All he did was pull his arm out and pull Hinata to him, who was getting ready to knock Enko's lights out. He's taken, go find your own man. Hinata pulled Naruto to her and gave Enko a glare with some of her ki, which was enough to make Enko sweat and think about her life choices. Enko got her wits back after a minute. Why don't you share? Enko pulled Naruto's arm, making Hinata pull his other arm. They then began to pull on his arms. If you keep this up, I won't have any arms. Naruto then pulled his arms to his chest and yanked the two girls to him, surprising them greatly at his strength. He caught both of them in a headlock. Now there's no fighting inside the stand. I would hate to have to punish you girls, he said in that sweet tone similar to the head doctor of the hospital. The girls shudder from his tone from fright and a little lust. Hinata always liked when Naruto took charge. She was always the submissive type when it came to things like this. Enko had never been put in a situation like this before. She was normally the one in charge and ordering the other what to do. It didn't help that she was right next to him and could feel his power close up. Kurenai, seeing things getting out of hand, started to intervene. Okay, you three, I think that is enough. She pushed them apart while Hinata and Enko still glared at each other. Enko, why don't you come with me to give my report? She set money on the table and was getting ready to leave with Enko until Naruto stopped them. Hold on, sensei. The two women stopped and turned to Naruto, who had a serious face. I can get rid of that mark on your neck, Enko. This got separate reactions from the two women. Kurenai was a little hopeful that Naruto would be able to do something for her closest friend. Enko narrowed her eyes at Naruto. She was starting to like the kid, but this joke was making her reconsider. What can a kid like you do? I have asked the Hokage multiple times if they could remove this from me and they all said no, it's impossible to remove this mark. She grabbed her neck where the mark was on her neck. Hinata was going to defend Naruto, but she is stopped when he places a hand on her shoulder. I am the best seal master the village has right now. I can remove that from your neck in only a few seconds. He unsealed a scroll and pumped some chakra into it, letting his sealing supplies come out the scroll. This shocked everyone but Hinata, who already knew Naruto was talented at this art. It will only take a few seconds, I promise. Enko was still a little hesitant at this. What if he messed this up and made the seal even worse? Naruto, seeing this, thought he would try to give her another reason to trust him. Come on, Enko. As someone who also knows your pain, allow me to take it all away. Enko looked into his eyes to see if he was lying. She knew what he was talking about. Out of all the people in the village he could understand her the best. She could see how confident he was in himself and would admit that she held a little hope that this kid would be able to help her. She gave him a slight nod and moved her clothes off her shoulder so he could have more access to the seal. Naruto walked up to her and gazed at the seal with a disgusted face. This is pitiful, he would have to beat Orochimaru's ass for doing such a piss-poor job and making a mockery of his clan. This will only take a second. Naruto then dipped his brush in the ink and began to write on a sheet of paper in a manner they have never seen before. He moved his brush across the paper so fast but yet everything stayed so neat. He finished writing the seal and placed the paper on her neck. The seal he made would require some sage chakra to overpower the seal while making it harmless for Anko. The seal would take Orochimaru's chakra and the sage chakra would push out his soul while also covering Anko's body like a protective shield. On 3, he said to Anko who nodded towards him. 3. He pumped the sage chakra into the seal and Anko had felt as if she had died and went to heaven. She felt so strong, she felt bliss, she felt nirvana, she wasn't even able to describe what she was feeling. On the outside a white snake came from her shoulder, it fell to the ground and tried to slither away but Hinata stabbed it with a chakra blade she had over her index and middle finger, killing that part of Orochimaru's soul. Naruto had stopped and removed the seal from her neck and then burned the paper with his white-hot flames. He tapped Anko on the head to bring her back because she had a dazed look in her eyes. He wanted to see how she felt. Tell me how you feel. Anko felt her body and looked to see the seal was gone and shed a few tears. I am a little tired but nothing a little sleep can't fix. She pulled Naruto into a hug. He hugged her back, gaining a glare and some ki from Hinata making him sweat a little. Well, if you are in no pain that is good. He pushed away from the hug making Anko pout cutely. We will be seeing you guys, this was an eventful night. We will see you two tomorrow for training. He then walked out the restaurant followed by Hinata. Well, I still have to report to the Hokage. Anko, do you still want to come? No, I need to go home and rest. Good night, Night-chan. She gave Kurenai a kiss on the cheek and body flickered away. Kurenai then turned to Shino who had been quiet the whole time. See you tomorrow, Shino, be at training ground 8 at 8 a.m. Understood. He gave her a nod and she smiled at him. Good night, young Shino. She body flickered away leaving the Aburame to himself. He would go to his room and have a peaceful night just the way he liked it. Naruto and Hinata. That was a really nice thing you did for Mitarashi-san back there, Naruto-kun. Hinata said with a smile towards Naruto. Thank you, Hinata-chan. It was the right thing to do. Yes, but I didn't like how she was trying to take you away from me. She grabbed his hand in hers making Naruto chuckle. You don't have to worry about that, Hinata-chan. He pulled her hand up and gave it a kiss making Hinata smile at him. Hey Naruto. The two turn around to hear the familiar voice. I guess it's that time. Mizuki was running up to them with a fake smile. Hey you two, how is it going? We are doing just fine, Mizuki. Is there something we can help you with? Hinata asked but she already knew what he wanted. Well, I wanted to speak to Naruto. Mizuki said with that fake smile still in place. What do you need, Mizuki? His eye twitched at the lack of respect he was getting from Naruto and Hinata. Well, it is about the graduation test. Yay, I did really good, didn't I? Naruto said with a smirk on his face that aggravated Mizuki. It was pretty easy after all. Hinata also was wearing a smirk like Naruto. Mizuki just wanted to shove a giant shuriken into both of them but he held in his anger. Well, there is an extra part to the test that will let you gain Rookie of the Year and take it away from Sasuke. He doesn't really believe any of this shit, does he? These were the thoughts of Naruto. He couldn't believe he fell for this the last time. Was he that easy to manipulate? Oh my god, he did not just say that. Hinata just wanted to whip her hair in Mizuki's face and walk off. Okay, I will do it. Naruto said with a fake grin on his face. Mizuki smirked evilly in his head. This was too easy. Great, just take the scroll and meet me in the forest by the gates at 9 p.m. He then dashed off leaving the two 13-year-olds to themselves. Well, I have an hour to go and steal the scroll and meet him at the place. Naruto said turning to Hinata. Are you going to tell the Hokage? Nah, this will show him that the village is not untouchable and the security is trash. Hinata nods and gives him a kiss. Be safe. Don't worry, I will be home before you know it. He smiled and then left in a wind tornado that kicked up some dust on her clothes. He did that on purpose. He is so sleeping on the couch after everything that has happened today. She left in a water body flicker. Naruto appeared in the Hokage office out of nowhere. He looked around and felt there was no Anbu in the room making him raise an eyebrow. They must be switching guards right now. Naruto, what are you doing? I'm here for all your money. He then made a hand sign and a puff of smoke. Later there was 3 20-year-old naked girls in sexy poses in front of the old Hokage. He got a massive nosebleed and flew back into the wall, hitting his head, knocking him out. Naruto, seeing this, only shook his head and dropped the jutsu. Not even a god could withstand that jutsu, he said, thinking back to the fight with Kaguya. He then opened a compartment on the wall and grabbed the scroll that was sitting there waiting for him. Well, let's get going. He left in a fire body flicker, burning the Hokage's paperwork. In the forest area, Naruto was in the waiting spot looking in the scroll for something important. Let's see what they got in here. He scanned down the scroll. Why don't you look for the techniques of Hashirama since you have his wood style? That's a great idea, Kurama. Naruto then went to the section for the first Hokage, and what he saw made his eyes widen. Wood golem. Deep forest bloom. 4-pillar house technique. 4-pillar prison technique. Deep forest emergence. Wood dragon. Holy shit, he has so many damn moves in here. He looked to see if there was any more, and there was even more on the back. I see why someone would want to steal this now. They have to take some of these techniques out of the scroll. Naruto then took out a scroll so he could take some of the jutsu for himself. He opened a blank scroll and set it on the ground. He put the brush in the ink and drew a line across all the techniques he wanted. Copy. He then drew the lines on his blank scroll. And paste. The lines were replaced with a long list of wood-style jutsu. This is all I need, I'll just wait for dude to show up. He then placed the scroll on the ground and sat down and started to meditate. Later, Iruka landed down in the field to see Naruto meditating with the scroll laying next to him. He was about to get an earful from him. Naruto. The mentioned boy only opened an eye to gaze at the angry expression of his teacher. You are the wrong one. What are you talking about? I am the wrong one. More importantly, why the hell did you steal the scroll? I only did it because Mizuki said that it was an extra test. Naruto was only buying time so Mizuki could get here in time. There is no extra test, and don't try to blame this one on someone else. Look, Iruka-sensei, I am not telling lies. Your assistant is a traitor to the village. What? Why would he do that? They then heard the sound of something whistling through the air. Naruto casts a wall of white-hot flames that turn the giant shuriken into a hot liquid. Mizuki then lands on the branch with a shocked face. He did not expect that the brat would be so good at flame manipulation. Not to mention that his flames were white. Well, it seems the snake finally shows itself. Naruto said, making Mizuki's eyes widen at what he said. How did this brat know that? It didn't matter, he would kill the brat and leave with the scroll. Naruto run to the village, I will keep him busy. Iruka pulled out a kunai and got ready to fight with his old friend. Naruto only got to his feet and walked in front of Iruka. Don't worry about it, I have this in the bag. Naruto then got into a stance and was ready to take down this traitor. Just 2 moves and you will be done. Naruto squatted down and held out his left hand out while curling his hand into a fist. He had his right arm back and was channeling chakra into it. The area around his hand began to swirl and the wind picked up around Naruto. Mizuki scowled at the boy. He would break his spirit. Hey Naruto, do you know why everyone hates you? Iruka's eyes widened. Don't, it's forbidden. It's because you are the 9-tailed fox that attacked the village 13 years ago. You are the 9 tails. He then began to laugh like a madman. Iruka looked towards Naruto, who only had a smirk. That's badass. He then disappeared from their vision until he appeared back in front of Mizuki. Secret art, form of the 4 guardian gods. A dark green aura began to surround his fist. First stance, black tortoise. He punched Mizuki in the stomach and the green aura exploded on Mizuki's body. Everyone heard the sounds of bones cracking and could only guess that his ribs had broke. Mizuki went flying out of the now destroyed tree thanks to Naruto. He crashed back first into another tree and coughed up some blood and was about to pass out from the pain. He then saw Naruto coming towards him again with another attack. Second stance, vermilion bird. What looked like a phoenix came from the extended right leg of Naruto and kicked up a whirlwind around Mizuki, who was hit repeatedly while also being tossed around by the bird. When the attack ended, Mizuki fell to the ground in a bloody pool with his clothes being ripped along with several broken bones that was out of place. 2 moves just like I said. Naruto turned a grin to Iruka, who was wide-eyed from what he had just seen take place. The scroll is right there and just wait until the ambush shows up. He flared some of Kurama's chakra to alert them of where he was. See ya. He then stepped into a white fire tornado that burnt the ground, leaving it black as charcoal. Uzumaki residence. Naruto appeared at the front door of his humble abode. There was a welcome mat laying on the ground. It said, "Welcome home," in well-written handwriting that looked more as if someone was writing up a contract and not for a home mat. Hinata was the one who did most of the design for their place. He wiped his feet on the mat and then unlocked the door using his chakra. There was a seal on the door handle that only opened with one of their chakra. He opened the door and took off his orange cape and placed it on a jacket hanger that was next to the door. "I'm back," he yelled out to the house. In here, he heard a shout come from the living room. He walked over to see Hinata in a button-up green pajama shirt with a pair of red shorts that were a little short, revealing her creamy thighs. She gave him a lazy wave to come to her. She was watching a channel called Animal Planet. It was her favorite thing to watch on TV. "Remember, she is 13. I am a grown man, but my body is that of a little boy, so does it even out? It doesn't matter, just don't do anything over the top." He took off the black vest and was left in his long-sleeve black shirt and pants. Hinata opened her arms on the couch and he laid in her arms with his head on her chest. She was running her hands through his spiky blonde hair. "So did things go the way you wanted?" she asked in a soft tone that just erased all the worries away from his life. She could practically feel his grin. "Things went even better. I was able to get a hold of all the techniques from the first Hokage." Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. "Well, you seem to have hit the jackpot. Was that the only thing you were able to get?" She didn't know if stealing such things was a good idea, but he did stop the scroll from ending up in the hands of someone much worse, so maybe this was his mission payment. "Yeah, I didn't want to take too much." "Good." They then fell into silence while watching the TV. They had random comments to say about the animals, but overall just enjoyed each other's company. This is what they did when they were not training till they dropped. "Oh look, it's a fox. Kurama, did you escape?" Hinata said in a joking tone, causing them both to laugh while Kurama cursed them from inside the seal. They soon fell asleep on the couch in each other's arms just like they liked it. Next day. "Hinata-chan, it's time we get going." "Okay, just let me finish with this." Hinata was out in the back on the patio watering the plants. "You know I can just grow plants if it is that big of a deal." "That is cheating. I want to grow the plants the old-fashioned way." Naruto only rolled his eyes at her. He waited a few more minutes just listening to the humming tone of Hinata and the sound of the water making contact with the plants. He looked outside to see Hinata finishing up and coming back inside. "You should try watering the plants, Naruto-kun, it is really relaxing." She gave him a bright smile. "Yay, maybe some other time. Let's just go before we are late." They then leave after locking the place up. "Race you to the training ground," Naruto said with a grin on his face. Hinata smirked. "Are you still salty that I beat you in our last race?" Naruto got a twitch in his eyebrow. "I only lost because someone put a fruit cart in the middle of the road and you know it." "That sounds like the talk of a loser to me." "Oh, you're going down this time." They then disappear from the place they were currently standing. They landed back on the rooftop and Naruto was in front while Hinata was trailing behind him by a slight margin. He turned back to give her a smirk and picked up his pace, making Hinata also move faster. Their hair was flying back due to the wind rushing past their face. They were taking big jumps which led to fast-paced sprints. They made it out of the town and were now in the forest area of the village. Hinata landed and turned into a midnight blue blur, leaving Naruto behind. "Come on kid, she is making us look bad. I don't see you out here running, this girl is fast as hell." Indeed, Hinata was moving at Junin speeds and was only going faster. "PFT, if I was out you wouldn't even come close to catching me." Naruto blocked him out and only picked up the pace, catching up to Hinata. They were getting close and they could see the training ground in sight. That's when they kicked it into high gear. Naruto was now in front of Hinata and was getting further ahead, and he smirked because he had beaten her this time and he was certain. He saw Shino, who had turned to them because his bugs had alerted him to the huge chakra coming his way fast. He turned his head and saw a golden blur followed by a dark blur. He whipped his head around and saw a proud Naruto who was grinning down at Hinata. "What did I tell you? Just face the facts. Speed runs in my genes after all," Naruto said in a cocky tone that was matching the smirk on his face. Hinata mumbled something about fast blondes, making Naruto laugh and ruffle her midnight blue hair, messing it all up, causing her to chase him with her palms covered in blue chakra that looked like a lion's head. She then tackled him to the ground and was now on top of him with an aura of doom surrounding her. "You leave me no choice," she said, and had her fingers ready to strike him in his weak spot. "Well, this seems familiar, doesn't it?" Naruto said, smiling up at Hinata, who was also smiling. "Yes, I think it went a little something like this." She then began to send multiple strikes down on Naruto, who began laughing and trying to escape. Kurenai had landed and was standing next to Shino, who was looking impassively, but the humming from his body showed his amusement. Kurenai, however, was grinning like crazy and pulled out her camera to take a picture of them. Naruto and Hinata kept doing what they were doing until they heard a snap and looked to see Kurenai with a camera. "Well, I guess we don't have to worry about team bonding, do we?" Kurenai said with clear amusement. Hinata blushed brightly and jumped up with a squeak and tried to hide in her hair. Naruto however began to laugh good-naturedly at the whole situation. So what are we doing for training sensei? Naruto asked, coming down from his laugher fit. Well, I was going to work on your guys' teamwork, but from what I have seen so far it would only be pointless. They all nod to confirm what she said. Is there anything you guys want to work on? They all looked towards each other to see if anyone would speak up. I think we should work on training the two of you, Naruto said, pointing towards Shino and Kurenai. Naruto, it's supposed to be the other way around, Kurenai pointed out, feeling as if her pride was just hurt. Look, Kurenai-sensei, you are indeed a great genjutsu user, but that is really all you can do. Kurenai felt offended at his words. She was a damn Junin and she worked damn hard for it too. Okay, then why don't we spar and I won't use any genjutsu on you? We can do that, but you should use your genjutsu. It will help prove my point. Naruto and Kurenai then walked into the middle of the field and got into stances. Naruto got ready for this spar that would be over in only a few movements. He was bouncing on the balls of his feet a little bit. He planned to go with renewal for this one. On the sidelines, Hinata tensed up. She knew what that meant and it didn't mean good things for their sensei. Shino saw her slight tense and had to speak up. What is the matter? Shino asked in his blank tone, like all Aburame. The style he is using, I know what it is capable of, and if he is using that stance it means that our sensei will lose. You speak as if you have experience. Hinata smirked. She remembered all the times she had beaten him with well-delivered palm strikes. I just so happen to be the only one who can defeat him when he uses that. She stuck her chest out in pride, showing her well-developed chest, making Shino turn his head away from her. Well, let us see. They turned back to the fight that was about to happen. Okay sensei, we will start when this rock hits the ground. Kurenai was confused because she did not see any rock in his hand. What rock? This one. Naruto then stumped his foot on the ground, making a crater in the process, shocking Kurenai at how strong his legs must be. He then picked up a boulder with one hand, shocking her even more. He tossed it up and waited for it to fall. It touched the ground and Kurenai dashed towards Naruto at what she thought was fast speeds to quickly knock him out. Naruto was looking at her in slow motion. He could see her smirking as if she had already won. Such arrogance. Naruto then quickly brought his foot up and sent a massive shockwave of air towards Kurenai, who was blown back from the unexpected attack. She tumbled on the ground until she caught herself and got back to her feet. But she quickly had to duck the leg of Naruto. A rush of air flew over her head, blowing back her black hair in the red-eyed woman's face. Because she was blinded for a short time, Naruto used his other leg to kick her in the face, sending her rolling on the ground again. He dashed after her in order to keep up what he was doing. Kurenai saw Naruto coming down with an axe kick and quickly used a substitution with a log to get out of the way. The kick crushed the log into splinters. She stayed back a distance and went through hand signs to place him in a genjutsu, but was wondering why it wasn't working on him. She put more chakra into the jutsu, but the same results. Demonic illusion. Because she was angry, she had used her most powerful genjutsu on Naruto. Tree binding. She sent out the chakra so it could connect to Naruto chakra, but it simply bounced off, leaving her panting from using so much chakra on a jutsu that didn't work. Naruto knew what she was trying to do and felt a little bad for embarrassing her so much, but it had to be done. Naruto runs to her with great speed and locks his leg behind her head in the hoe grab. He then spun, tossing Kurenai in the air, but that was part of his attack combo. He turned his back toward Kurenai and performed a spinning top kick. He did a 180 spin and kicked her in the head. Kurenai was feeling dizzy from the spin at high speeds that came out of nowhere. It all stopped when she was suddenly kicked in the head. Her vision had went black for a few seconds until she came back and was seeing stars. She turned her head and saw the other leg of Naruto coming to her face. It connected and she was now beginning to fade in and out of consciousness. Kurenai had stopped on the ground and was having a hard time staying up. She then saw 4 blondes in her vision. She couldn't hear them due to the ringing in her ears. Hinata-chan, I think she needs your help, Naruto shouted to the sideline where Hinata and Shino began to run towards them. Did I go too far? He received a smack upside his head by Hinata. Look what you did to our sensei. I bet she is seeing multiple versions of you right now. Hinata got down to Kurenai, who had a dazed look on her face. She snapped her fingers next to her head, trying to get some reaction from the woman. Sensei, how many fingers am I holding up? Hinata had held up 1 finger. 3, Kurenai said in a groan. See, she can't even see straight, Hinata said to Naruto, who had a sheepish look on his face. Sorry. He gave a weak apology, making Hinata roll her eyes. Shino, how about I spar with you to show your weakness? Shino was feeling a little uneasy after what he had just witnessed or what he tried to witness. He could barely see Naruto moving, but if the pain on Kurenai's face was anything to go by, then he did not want to get hit. Sure. They then walked away, leaving Hinata to play doctor. Shino had released some of his bugs and got ready to send them towards Naruto, but stopped when Naruto had did something unexpected. Naruto had released his white-hot flames that covered his body like armor. Naruto was now enveloped in white flames that licked the bottom of his coat and all along his bottom at random spots. He grinned towards Shino, who was sweating from the heat even though he was a good 10 feet away from Naruto. "What will you do now? Your bugs can't get close or they will be reduced to ash, and if I get close to you, well, we already know what will happen." Shino, seeing this, curses in his head. He had done what most clan children do. They only learn their clan jutsu and become an open book to those who know of their clan. "I give up." Naruto could hear the anger in his voice. "Hey, don't feel bad, that is what we are here for. We are going to train and work on some other skills for you to use." Naruto gave him a reassuring smile. "Whatever you say, Uzumaki-san." Naruto eyebrow twitched and the flames kicked back up. "Did you say you want to train? Let me show you some of my fireballs." Shino then had to run for his life with the bugs inside his body buzzing around, thinking they would die. Chapter 8. Not going to work. A foot connected with the spinning girl. The foot was coated in wind chakra that went right through the spinning dome. Erupted, and it was revealed to be Hinata, who was holding her midsection that was dripping in blood. "I forgot you figured out that weakness." Hinata then used medical chakra to heal her stomach, and just like that the wound was gone. "And you paid for it." He smirked at the girl, who glared. "Ready for round 2. Are you ready? I will be using my new style." Hinata got into her stance that was similar to the one Naruto used when he was going to use his renewal. "Are you sure you want to use that imperfect form against mine?" Naruto got into his renewal stance, ready to kick her lights out. "Well, I won't get better if I don't use it, will I?" Hinata said, smirking, making Naruto smirk back. "I love you. And I love you too." The two then dashed towards each other and clashed in the middle, which caused a massive force to erupt and send shockwaves across the field they were training. Naruto had his left hand resting on his knee while his right leg was extended in a high kick, stopping the kick of Hinata, who was in a similar position as him, except she was not holding her leg. Hinata was holding Naruto's foot with her left hand, stopping the kick from reaching her and also getting a hold on her elusive boyfriend. Over on the sideline, Kurenai and Shino were watching with amazement. It had been a month and they still couldn't believe how strong the two were. Naruto and Hinata spent most of the month helping their two comrades get stronger. They had been worked to the ground and would often feel as if their limbs would fall off at the end of the day. Those two are just monsters when it comes to hand. Shino said in his blank tone, but his team could tell when he would have some emotion in his tone. Another explosion sounded and blew his hair back. "You ain't lying, and they are still holding back." Another shockwave sounded, this one stronger than the last one because Kurenai had to cover her face from the rushing winds. Hinata slipped under a kick from Naruto and grabbed his leg and violently flipped Naruto upside down and slammed him on his back, cracking the ground from how strong he had been slammed down. This move was called taketenbo. It was a simple but effective throw. Hinata jumped up high in the air and fell down with her fist covered in blue chakra in the shape of a lion's head. Lion fist. Naruto went wide-eyed at what he was seeing. He had been hit with that before and it didn't feel good. He quickly jumped to his feet and got up and barely rolled out of the way. Hinata connected with the ground, causing the ground to rumble and break apart from the strength she connected with the earth. Shino and Kurenai had fallen to the ground because of the trembles. Naruto blew out a sigh of relief until he felt someone appear behind him. "Got you," Hinata said, and was about to land a kick to the back of Naruto's head. He smirked and did a ducking elbow to Hinata's gut, making the girl go wide-eyed from the surprise attack and the power Naruto packed into it. Naruto then performed a spinning uppercut, sending Hinata into the air. Hinata recovered in the air and flipped back to her feet. However, she was not given any time to recover because Naruto was upon her in an instant. He sent a left hook to her face, a half-spin left elbow, while spinning back he delivered two heavy punches to her gut, and finished it off with a high right leg kick. Again Kurenai and Shino were shocked at the lightning-fast movements of Naruto. They could barely see him moving out there. He moved so fluently, his attacks flowed like a calm river but impacted with the force of a raging storm. Hinata was on the ground dazed after that last combo. Naruto had really nailed into her and not the good way she wanted it. She could barely hear due to the ringing in her ears, but she could taste the familiar metallic taste of her own blood. She smiled and licked the blood from her lip. Hinata was a peaceful girl, but she always loved a good fight now and then. She got to her feet and prepared to fight again. "That's my girl." Naruto smiled at Hinata and saw that fire in her eyes. She was ready for more. Naruto made his way towards Hinata with a grin on his face. Hinata mirrored his expression and they began a fierce battle of taijutsu once again. Naruto's renewal versus Hinata's Hakuda. They connected again and again. The sound of skin clapping with skin with the sounds of grunts followed by the sound of earth-shattering blows. They punched, kicked, and grabbed. Blood spilled and bones creaked from the pressure. The aura around Naruto and Hinata was suffocating to Shino and Kurenai on the sidelines. I think they are getting out of hand. Shino had to yell over the loud sounds coming from the battle. Yay, they said just a simple spar. Kurenai looked over at the two kids in worry. She could see the smiles on their face and at least knew they were having fun. Naruto performed a spinning low kick to clip Hinata's ankles. This was called renewal lowest hook. Naruto was basically kissing the ground from how low he was. Hinata saw the attack coming from years of fighting Naruto. She moved back in order to dodge but Naruto did something she wasn't expecting. Renewal backspin kick. Naruto brought his leg back up in a reverse lighting fast spin to catch Hinata in the side of the head. Now I am starting to get back to how I used to, but I am not there yet, just a couple more years in battles. Hinata had saw the black sandal of Naruto's foot coming due to her activated Byakugan. That didn't mean she could dodge it though and because of that she was knocked on her ass. In unconsciousness. Naruto walked over to the girl and saw the state she was in. Well, that is another win for ya boy. Naruto picked Hinata up and carried her in a bridal style carry. He turned to his team who was coming. I will take her home, so we will have to hold off on our mission today. Sorry about that. Don't worry about it Naruto-kun, we can just do it later when she wakes up. Kurenai said and pinched his cheek affectionately. Yes, I am sure she will be up in no time and good as new. Shino gave him a thumbs up. Thanks guys, I'll see you later. He body flickered away without a trace. 1 hour later. Naruto was in his bed taking a nap with Hinata laying on his chest sleeping soundly. She had yet to wake up from the fight between them. It would seem that the fatigue and injuries from the battle were also keeping her asleep. They were both in casual clothes so they could be more comfortable while sleeping. Hinata slowly opened her eyes, finally waking from her commissioned nap by Naruto. She was confused when seeing her surroundings. That was when the events of what happened an hour ago happened. Hinata rubbed the spot where she had been struck by Naruto's kick. I should be glad he wasn't wearing any boots. She then looked down and saw Naruto was sound asleep. She smiled and kissed him on the forehead making him gain a goofy smile in his sleep. She giggled at his expression. She rolled off his lap and put her naked feet on the cold floor making her put them back up on the bed from the surprise of how cold it was. The Hyuga then channeled chakra into her feet to warm them up and walked to the bathroom to shower. 45 minutes later Hinata walked out the steaming bathroom in one of Naruto's white shirts that was too big for her but it was just so comfortable to her. She had on some midnight blue pants that matched the color of her hair. She then walked to the kitchen to make something to eat because she was hungry and figured Naruto would like something to eat when he woke up. It was then the Hyuga felt the chakra of someone she knew all too well. A warm smile came to her face as she walked to the door where the person would be in only a few seconds. Before the person could knock on the door, it was then swung open and the person was pulled inside too fast to react. Oh, Hanabi-chan, how are you? Hinata was hugging her sister and nuzzling their faces together. Hanabi was hugging her dear sister back. She had missed her greatly and wanted to be in her embrace once again. I've missed you as well, sister. They then separated and Hanabi was looking around for the blonde who was also staying here. Hanabi then casted a glance towards Hinata who was walking back to the kitchen humming a sweet tone. Hanabi then asked the million-dollar question. Where is big brother Naruto? Over the year of Naruto just walking into the clan compound and causing a ruckus. She had gotten really close to him. It was rocky at first because she had wanted him to be her servant like the other maids were but he simply put her over his knee and gave her spankings. Hinata only smiled at her little sister. Naruto-kun is sleeping right now, but he will have to wake sometime because we were supposed to go on a mission today. Hopefully a real mission. She mumbled the last part under her breath. Over the month her team had done many D ranks with the help of shadow clones from her and Naruto. It was time they got some real missions under their belt. Wow, you guys are getting a C ranked mission already. Hanabi said with stars in her eyes. She always knew her sister and brother were awesome. Hinata giggled over the stove at her sister's antics. Yes, we are the best genin team after all. Hinata stuck her chest out in pride. But you still can't beat Naruto. Hanabi said in a teasing manner. Damn right she can't. The shirtless form of Naruto came out of the room grinning at the girls. Hanabi seeing him brighten. Brother. She ran and jumped into his open arms. Hey there Nabi-chan, how are you? Naruto asked with that smile of his that always made you smile. I am doing just fine. Have you been keeping up with your training? Of course, I bet I can even beat you now. Naruto laughed at the girl, making her pout cutely. Your sister can't beat me, what makes you think you can? Hinata scoffed at that. I do remember having you on your back saying, it hurts to move. It took you 17 whole minutes to heal fully from that ass whoopin' I gave you. Oh yay, it took you a whole hour to wake up from what happened today, or do I need to remind you? He wiggled the leg that knocked her lights out. Hanabi was in his arms with a deadpan. Her and her big mouth. I swear sometimes they act like a married couple with their useless babbling. Hanabi then bit down on Naruto's ear, making him yelp. He grabbed her by the back of her clothes. Why did you do that? He was rubbing his ear that had turned red and healing in a matter of seconds. Because you two always get up in each other's face when you do that and then end up doing that gross thing with your lips. At what Hanabi said, Naruto and Hinata grinned at each other. Oh, you mean this? Naruto quickly grabbed Hanabi and started to kiss her all over, followed by Hinata. Hanabi was giggling and trying to escape from the two. Stop, I am our royalty. Hanabi said through her fit of laughs. Naruto and Hinata paused, causing Hanabi to escape and gain control of her ragged breathing. Royalty, you say? Naruto spoke in a tone that sent warning signs in Hanabi's head. Didn't we tell you that using that title won't get you anywhere? Hinata said in a tone similar to that of Naruto. They then advanced on Hanabi with their hands ready to strike, and the little Hyuga knew what was coming. The tickle monster. She was saved when a knock from the front door brought their attention to it. Hanabi let out a sigh of relief. She thanked any god that would listen for saving her. Naruto went to the door to answer, but judging from the chakra he already knew who it was at the door. He opened the door and saw the form of his sensei's smiling face. Kurenai then took in the appearance of Naruto, and a dust of pink touched her cheeks. She saw the teenage body of Naruto. He was above average height, taller than most of the adults around his age, with his blonde hair and sky blue eyes that could turn as cold as the land of snow in an instant. He has a well-built body due to his continuous training over the years. Naruto-kun, I need you and Hinata at the Hokage's office for an important mission, it's urgent. Kurenai then body flickers away. She was getting a heated glare from Hinata, who was watching her eye up her man. Kurenai had to leave before she was struck with the destructive hits of her young student. Naruto closed the door and turned to see the sweetly smiling face of Hinata. Naruto-kun, don't answer the door with your shirt off again. Okay. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. What is making you say something like that? Hinata just gave him that look you know Hana would give him. Just don't do it. Well, the same goes for you, Missy. Naruto flicked her in the forehead. Now come on, we have to get dressed for this urgent mission. Naruto had a good idea of what it was, and he was happy to do this mission. He could save those two this time now that he knew what being a ninja meant and had the strength to back it up. He would show that fake demon what a real demon looked like. Hinata sighed. Okay. She turned to her sister, whose face was downcast. Hinata only pulled her into a loving hug. Don't worry, little sister, we will be okay and come back to you in no time. Hanabi held out her pinky. Promise. Hinata smiled at her. It's a promise of a lifetime. They share one last hug before she leaves to go back to the compound. Hinata then went to her room to put on her ninja gear. Naruto and Hinata were getting ready to leave the door. Naruto grabbed his orange haori and Hinata put on her cream-colored sleeveless kimono top over her skin-tight black shirt. Alright, let's do this. Naruto then held Hinata's hand and they then body flickered to the Hokage's office. Hokage office. Naruto and Hinata appeared in the Hokage office in a swirl of white flames. They step out with serious faces and are ready to be deployed. Kurenai called them a show-off in her head. Naruto always knew how to make an entrance and Hinata just had this elegance around her. A contrast to the sometimes brash Naruto who could be as wild as a fox but then calm like war-hardened ninja. He was just so confusing. What's the mission? Naruto asked in a serious tone. Hiruzen nodded at everyone and got ready to speak. It appears that Team 7 had run into trouble on their way to Wave. He stopped to let them all take in what he just said. They have run into the demon brothers of the mist and Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. He received a snort from Naruto but continued nonetheless. They have made it to a safe place for now and Kakashi was able to send me this through his dog summoning. I need you to go and back the team up ASAP. The Hokage finished sternly. Team 8 nodded. The students looked toward their sensei for instructions. We leave immediately. With that said, they all left the room in their own way. Naruto left in a wind tornado. Hinata left in a pool of water. Kurenai left in a leaf body flicker. Shino left in a swarm of bugs out the window. Hiruzen shook his head at the team. None of them used the damn door and they all just had to be fancy. Naruto's wind blew all his paperwork around the room and Hinata's water made the paper all wet and soggy. Damn those kids. He did not want to do all of that again. Naruto and his stupid pranks, and now he had corrupted the Hyuga heiress. Team 8 appeared at the gates all in their own body flickers. Now that is how you exit a room, good job team. Kurenai gave them all a thumbs up, sticking her tongue out the corner of her lip. Yay, but you should really work on yours, a basic leaf body flicker is so lame nowadays. Naruto said and ducked a hit from Kurenai. She sent him a little glare. In all seriousness, it will take us a couple of days to make it to wave, so we will be going full speed all the way to shorten the time. Everyone nodded at what she said. This would be a good time to take off the seal I placed on you all. It will help you get adjusted to your body's new capability. Naruto said and went through hand signs to release the seals on his body. Everyone else mirrored his actions. All right, now that is done, let us get moving. With that said, they all take off into the trees at high speeds to make it there in time. They were all moving at high chunin speeds. Naruto and Hinata could have picked up the pace, but they didn't want to leave their team behind. Wave. Team 7 were currently in their client's house. They were recovering from the ass-whopping they had just received from Zabuza. Even with all of their training, it seemed that they still couldn't beat someone of Zabuza's level. Sakura was looking after them along with Tsunami. Sakura was using all the medical knowledge she knew of right now. She had a wet towel over Kakashi's head and was using her healing chakra to get his body back to full health along with Sasuke and Kiba. They were not as injured as much, but the fight from the demon brothers took a toll on them. Tsunami was doing the best she could with what little first aid skills she had, but was for the most part just listening to what Sakura had to say. It had been at least 4 hours since Kakashi called for backup. It had been 45 minutes since they had made it to the house and were now resting. Sakura ran her medical scan over Kakashi's body one more time to be sure everything was okay. She then got to his face and her hand went over his covered eye. She stopped and looked at it for a second. Sakura's eyes widened when she figured out what was wrong. "Sensei, your eye is not connected to its chakra points," Sakura exclaimed in shock. This is why her sensei would always keep his eye covered. His chakra pathways were not connected correctly in his eye, causing him to always have a drain on his chakra and his low stamina. "Well, I was not in the best situation to do an eye transplant," Kakashi said sheepishly. "Why didn't you ever take the time to fix this?" "Because I never knew until now," Kakashi said with an eye smile. Sakura tightens the bandage on his leg, making the man wince in pain. "Sensei, this is only holding you back from gaining your full potential. When we get back to the village, I am going to study so I can fix your eye, do you understand me?" Sakura said like she was talking to her son. Kakashi looked away in embarrassment. "Yes." Sakura then gave an affirmative nod and dusted off her hands that were not dirty at all. She then looked at her other two teammates who were off in their own little world. Sasuke looked angry if his clenched fist were anything, and Kiba was just looking off into space with his dog. Making her way downstairs to rest on the couch, she sat down and let out a sigh. "Thank God I can finally rest." The doorbell ringed. She got a tick mark on her giant forehead. "I just sat down." Sakura then got up and walked over to the door to open it. If it was someone she didn't like, they would have to dodge a kunai or several. She opened the door slowly and had a kunai in her hand behind the door. She stuck her head out the door slightly. Her face then showed surprise at what she was seeing. It was Team 8. "Cheers Sakura, the cavalry's here," Naruto said, not exhausted at all from the 4-hour sprint at high speeds. Shino however was huffing and Kurenai was sweating slightly while Naruto and Hinata were just fine. "They only sent you guys." Sakura knew Naruto and his team were strong. But to really only send a new genin team, even if they were the strongest genin team. "We are all you need. Now let us in." Naruto pushed her out of the way and walked inside. He remembered this family. When he would have off time, he would often come and visit this place with Hinata. It was a wonderful vacation spot, and it also helped that he was a hero in this place. Walking into the living room, he could see the mother of the family. Tsunami. She was in the kitchen cooking dinner, it seemed. He smiled and called out to her. "Hello ma'am, may I know your name?" Tsunami jumped a bit at seeing the stranger in her house. She was looking for something to grab and throw at him, but stopped when she saw the light gleam off his headband. She stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. The dark-haired woman then smiled at him. "Hi, my name is Tsunami and welcome to my humble abode." She gave him a warm motherly smile. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki and my team and I have come as backup to help." The rest of his team then walked up all with smiles, except for Shino because you couldn't see it. Tsunami smiled brightly and bowed. Thank you 1000 times thank you. I will make you guys dinner as payment. We are just doing our job. There is no need for you to thank us." Naruto gave her a gentle smile. "As ninjas of the leaf, it is our duty to help those who need it. No matter the person or people." Everyone behind him all nodded with their own smiles. Tsunami was almost brought to tears. She was so grateful that these people would do such a thing for her and the rest of the people in Wave. Inari, the son of Tsunami, was watching and listening to everything they said. He didn't believe a word they were saying. You are all liars, you are just going to die anyways. Everyone only glanced at him and then turned their heads away. This seemed to make him even more mad. They just ignored him. He simply ran away upstairs to drown in his own sadness. Tsunami bowed and apologized for her son's actions. They only waved her off. They wouldn't be great ninja if a kid's words got to them. Where is Kakashi? Kurenai asked the Pinkett. She pointed upstairs. He is resting right now, but he will be good enough for you to talk to him. Kurenai nodded at her. Naruto then turned to his team and Sakura. Shino, I want you to spread some of your bugs around the house to make a protective perimeter. I will go and set up some trap seals around the forest for anyone who wants to sneak up on us. Naruto ordered in a commanding tone, getting a nod from Shino. Sakura, get your team and tell them to come down when our senseis are done talking. We will have to discuss what we are going to do. Sakura had straightened up when Naruto had ordered her and she complied without a second thought. It was dinner time and everyone had done the task they were given and were now sitting at the dinner table eating the food that Tsunami had made for all of them. It's not as good as Hina-chan's, but it is still good food. Naruto thought to himself. He would thank the woman anyways. Thanks for making us dinner, Tsunami-san, it's really good. Naruto gave her a smile and a compliment. Tsunami smiled and blushed bashfully. Oh, stop it, Naruto. And you can just call me Tsunami. The blonde nodded with his smile still in place. Kakashi then snapped his book close and grabbed everyone's attention with a cough. So me and Kurenai have talked about what the plan is and we will now tell you guys. Kurenai then picked up where he left off. Kakashi tells me that Zabuza is still alive and will most likely be back in 1 week. Kakashi then came back into the conversation. So for the week we will be training you guys to be ready for that fight. The kids nodded. Hinata then raised her hand. Yes, Hinata-chan. Kurenai pointed to her. How far is Team 7 in their training? What do you mean by that? Kakashi asked. Hinata then clarified what she was saying. Are you guys able to walk up trees and fight on top of water for at least 2 hours? Kakashi looked at her blankly. He then turned to Kurenai, who also was giving him a questioning gaze. The man then rubbed his head. No, my team can't even walk up trees. I am not even surprised. Naruto shook his head, followed by the rest of his team. Kakashi, seeing this, felt his pride was a little hurt. Are you saying your team can do all of that? He asked Kurenai. He would not be hurt if they could walk up trees, but fighting on water. No way these kids can. Especially not Naruto. Kurenai nodded in pride. Shino can fight on top of the water for 2 hours while Hinata and Naruto can do it even longer than I can. Team 8 all seemed to stick their chest out in pride. Even the Shino seemed to hum in pride. Wow, you guys, great job. Sakura clapped for them. Sasuke was angry. How the hell can Naruto do all of that and yet he still can't? His sensei only told them to practice teamwork and it hasn't made him any stronger. Yet, Naruto only seemed to be widening the gap in between them. He had to get stronger. Kiba was feeling the same way. He was the alpha, not Naruto or anyone else. He would have to prove himself in order to show them that he still ran shit around his yard. Inari, however, had enough of this bullshit. You are all just wasting your time. You can't beat Gato and you can't save us. Stop trying to play hero and leave. He turned his angry eyes towards Naruto. There is no such thing as hope or heroes. Inari was angry, but you could feel the sadness in his voice that made his mother's eyes water and wanted to hug him. The outburst made everyone except Naruto shocked. This little boy was yelling at them as if he had lost it all in his life. Inari was glaring at Naruto, who was only giving him that lax smile that seemed to make him even more mad. Naruto then spoke up. So we are going to die, you say? Inari nodded and glared even harder. Yes. Because you are too weak and the weak die to the strong. Is that right? Naruto got up from his seat and gained a cocky smirk on his face. He walked to the backyard door. Come with me. Naruto waved with his hand, and that cocky smirk still on his face. Everyone then got out of their seats and walked outside in the backyard. They wondered what he was going to do. Hinata already knew what Naruto would do. She knew him best after all. Naruto walked onto the lake they had behind their house. He made his way a good distance from the field. His smirk was still in place and only seemed to get bigger. You say that I am weak. The water under Naruto rippled. You say the weak bow to the strong. The water began to swirl. You say there is no hope. The wind began to pick up. Is that really what you think? Naruto's power then explodes off of him. His chakra washed upon them all like a wave. They can feel the warmth of his chakra flowing around their body. It rubbed against their skin. His chakra was so warm and comforting. They were in pure bliss. They are all brought out of their thoughts when Naruto talks in a calming tone. You have had a rough life, but so what? Your life is what you make it. You have a supporting mother, and hard-working grandfather. Naruto stopped to give a sad smile to the boy. I never knew my parents. I grew up alone with no one to lean on. Those who didn't know about Naruto's past were shocked. He was all alone for most of his life and no one to help him. Hinata looked down sadly. She always wished that she would have met Naruto a bit sooner. But it shaped me into who I am today. It also helped that I wasn't always alone. Naruto sent a grateful smile towards Hinata, who smiled back. He also thanked his furry friend, who only grumbled about him being a sentimental idiot, but the fox was smiling and Naruto could feel his emotions due to the seal. I am also far from weak. Naruto then brought his chakra back into his body. A blue aura then surrounded his 2 feet. Twin blue dragon kick. Naruto then performed a flipping kick and sent the 2 sky blue dragons into the sky that let out a primal roar that echoed across the night sky. The dragons then entwined and proceeded to blow up in bright blue sparkles that made their way down to the ground in a beautiful light show. When they had all looked to the spot where Naruto was, he was not there anymore. Hinata saw him leave and would let him have this moment alone. She figured talking about his past like this would make him need some time alone. Hinata just wanted him to be okay. Next morning, Naruto was laying down in a clearing that seemed to be vibrant and rich with life. The grass was greener, the trees seemed taller. He was practicing using his wood style in Realm Heart. Naruto wanted to be perfect with his control. He was getting closer and closer to his previous level of strength, but he was still not there. There were also some trees that had been cut down due to his wind chakra. Trees had fist and kick imprints on them as well. He trained really hard that night because he knew that to achieve his goal he would need more power. He had awoken but was waiting for someone to make their way to his location. He could feel someone's chakra coming and felt the cold temperature of it and suppressed a smile. Haku was walking through the forest trying to find herbs to heal his master. He was humming a little tune while walking with his basket in hand. He then saw a boy laying back first in the field covered by an orange coat. Haku walked close to the boy and eyed him with curiosity. Why the hell is a boy out here by himself? Haku then saw his reflection in his shiny silver headband. He's a leaf ninja. They must have called for backup. Haku began to panic until he remembered the other person hired for backup. Flashback. Because you can't do your damn job. I had to go and hire someone else, making me spend even more money. Gato was in Zabuza's room throwing a tantrum like a little baby. Zabuza was not in the mood for this man's actions. Get your bitch ass out my room. I underestimated Kakashi, and it won't happen again. Who do you think you're talking to? Gato shouted, and reached to hit Zabuza but was stopped when Haku grabbed his wrist. Don't lay your filthy hands on my master. Haku spoke in an ice-cold tone. She was already pumping her chakra into the air, making the room get much colder. Gato pulled his broken arm back with a cry of pain. He then called in the new person he paid for. Get the new guy in here. After he said that, the door opened and a skinny white-haired boy came in the room. Zabuza saw the kid and rolled his eyes. He wasn't able to see his whole face due to him staying in the back of the room. You hired a damn skinny-ass kid. I'm done talking to you. Get lost, bitch. Zabuza then closed his eyes and went to sleep. Know your place, trash, the skinny teen in the back said. Zabuza only grunted and gave the teen a shaky middle finger. Flashback over. Haku then calmed himself. The teen looked to be only slightly older than him, so he wasn't sure if he would actually help that much. He looked at the boy and thought about just killing him. He reached for his neck but at the last moment switched to his shoulder to shake him up. Hey, wake up. You might catch a cold if you sleep out here. The boy who was covered by the orange cloak groaned and opened his eyes. Naruto was faking like he was asleep. He began to blink his eyes slowly. Naruto rose up and looked towards Haku. Hello, how may I help you? Chapter 9. Song of the Day at the Light by G. Herbo. How can I help you? Naruto sent a kind smile towards Haku, who was a bit surprised at the way Naruto smiled at him. It was like he knew him or something. But that was impossible. He hasn't seen a blonde like him in his life. Hi, my name is Haku. What is yours? Haku gave Naruto his own kind smile. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you, Haku. Can I ask what you are doing out here? Naruto asked, but he already knew what Haku was doing out here. I am out looking for herbs to heal my father who was injured while working. Haku then looked around to see the forest seemed to be rich in herbs this foggy morning. It seems that I won't have to look hard though. Yay, that's why I went to sleep right here. It was a nice and comfortable place. Naruto patted the ground. Why were you sleeping outside anyways? You don't want to get sick, do you? Naruto only smirked at the boy. I don't get sick, and I never will. Naruto patted his stomach. Haku not getting the hidden meaning behind it. And I was outside training to get stronger. Haku raised an eyebrow at the boy. Stronger for what? Are you not strong enough? Are you getting strong for yourself or someone else? Naruto only gave him a warm smile. A smile of happiness, but there was also some sadness in his eyes. For that Haku had no idea why he would be sad. I have to become strong so I can protect those close to me. Naruto said with a smile only to frown a second later. I was not strong enough. He thought to himself. I get strong for those close to me, because you are truly strong when you want to protect someone precious close to you. Haku smiled at the boy's answers. He was glad someone also had the same beliefs that he had. That is a great answer. I believe when there is someone close to you, that is when you become truly strong. Haku smiled with happiness. Naruto got up and patted his dirty clothes off. Alright, let's get some herbs for your father. Naruto and Haku then began to pick herbs for a good part of the morning. They made some small talk while picking the herbs, just enjoying talking to each other. Alright Haku, I think that should be enough for your dad to get better. Haku bowed his head to Naruto. Thanks again Naruto, I will be sure to tell my dad you helped him. Naruto waved him off. Don't even trip. Just make sure your dad stays away from the bridge, I would hate for him to get hurt. Naruto sent Haku a look, but this one was different. Those warm eyes he had been looking into were now gone, replaced with electric blue eyes gleaming in the fog with an ominous aura surrounding Naruto. He knows. How? Haku started to sweat a little from the pressure Naruto was releasing. It was greater than his master. Haku reached behind him to make some ice and bond, but they melted as soon as they formed. What the hell? Haku then took a step back. Naruto, seeing he had scared him enough, released the pressure and took his chakra back into his body. See ya Haku. He turned around and gave him a wave over his shoulder. He did that to show he not only knew but was strong enough to threaten him and his master. He called that the Uzumaki method. Make them think twice by threatening their ass. Haku dropped to his knees when Naruto was out of her view. How was he so strong? He said he isn't strong enough. That must be a lie. He was the strongest person he had ever met. A shiver went down Haku's spine thinking how much stronger Naruto could get. Naruto began to walk back to the house. He then stopped and made a shadow clone. Follow Haku to his base and gather information. The clone nodded and dashed into the trees and hid itself. Naruto then turned his head when he felt the familiar chakra of Hinata. Hinata walked through the tree line with her Byakugan activated. She saw Naruto and ran up to him. Naruto-kun. She jumped in his arms and gave him a big hug. Naruto caught her with little difficulty. Hinata wrapped her legs around his waist and her hands behind his neck. Naruto was holding her up from her well-toned thighs. Hinata pulled back from the hug and gave Naruto a deep kiss on the lips. She had missed him that night and was a little worried about him. Thank you for that, Hinata-chan. Hinata only smiled and got a little red on her cheeks. You are welcome, Naruto-kun. So you came out here to look for me, or were you trying to get me all to yourself? He sent her a smirk at the end, making Hinata become a little red at what he was mentioning. Hinata then smirked back at Naruto. I already have you all to myself. She leaned in and gave him another peck on the lips. And don't you forget that. She then moved to his back and rested her head on his shoulder. Now let's go back, Kurenai-sensei wants to train. Naruto began to walk with Hinata on his back. What does she want to train in? Our elemental affinities. That's great, I haven't been focusing on that much during our training. That's what I said, we've been so focused on taijutsu, the rest of our skills are not as good as they should be. What? You are excellent at your water affinity. You basically have it mastered. Naruto recalled all the things Hinata could do with her water jutsu. She almost flooded their secret spot last time. Duh, that's why I will be working on different elements. Like what? Maybe lighting or earth. I want to expand my jutsu. I see, well, since I have mastered the wind, I guess I can work on my fire element. That sounds good to me. Then I could make my own lion fist. Naruto gave Hinata a smirk. Hinata giggled at him. Are you going to call it fox fist? They both laugh at the joke. But I already showed you how to do the lion fist years ago, you just don't use it. Hinata was confused at that. When she first did it he was so excited to learn it, but yet he never used it. Well, that's because it's a clan move and I can't just use it in front of everyone, but if I use fire to cover my fist and shape it in a fox's head no one can say anything. Oh, I get it. She gave Naruto a smile. One he returned with gusto. They made the rest of the trip back to the house enjoying each other's company. A comfortable silence that they both enjoyed and used to sort out their own thoughts. Making it back to the house, Naruto gave the door a knock and waited to hear footsteps. Coming. He heard the voice of what sounded like Inari. When the door opened, Naruto and Hinata looked down to see Inari looking back at them from under his bucket hat. NN Naruto. That's my name, don't wear it out. Naruto grinned down at the boy. Inari bowed his head deeply to Naruto. The couple raised an eyebrow at the kid. What is this all about, kid? Naruto asked. He had a good idea of what he wanted to say, but better to let the kid finish. I want to apologize for what I said the other night. I was totally out of line and wished to say I am sorry. Inari said with his head still tilted down. Naruto looked at Hinata, who only looked back at him. Before they both burst out laughing. Inari's head shot up, he quickly became angry. Here he was saying how sorry he was just for them to laugh in his face. Hey, what gives? Why I atta? Inari stopped when Naruto put his heavy hand on his head and gave him that foxy grin. Do you think I'm a little girl? I've got thick skin. Naruto ruffled his head around, causing the hat to fall down to cover his face. Inari-kun, we know you've had it hard. Hinata brought the boy into a warm hug. But you can't let a couple of setbacks keep you down, you have to get back up, and Hinata was cut off by Naruto. And keep kicking ass. Naruto grinned down at Inari, who had tears in the corner of his eyes. Hinata sent Naruto a glare for using such bad language in front of a kid. Naruto put his hands up in surrender. What Naruto-kun said is right, but don't pick up his bad language. Sending Naruto another glare, she turned back to Inari and smiled. Do you understand? Her tone was soft and loving. Inari buried his head into Hinata's chest and wrapped his arms around her and let his tears fall. I understand, big sis. Naruto gave him another pat on the head and walked outside to the backyard. Before he left outside, he sent a smile and a wink to the crying Tsunami, who had happy tears falling down her face. When Tsunami saw Naruto walk by, she rushed and gave him a hug and thanked him. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Tsunami said with her head on Naruto's chest, listening to his beating heart. Naruto patted the woman's silky black hair. It was nothing, Tsunami-chan. Tsunami pulled away from the hug and gave him another smile. Now, I have got some training to do. Naruto walked into the backyard and saw Team 7 trying to climb trees. Or at least Kiba and Sasuke were. Sakura was already at the top of the tree. Kakashi. Naruto called to the man who was reading his orange book and leaning on a crutch. Kakashi looked up from his book to see his sensei's son walking towards him. Yo, Kakashi said in his ever-present lazy tone. I heard you wanted to see me and my team for training, but I don't see my man Shino. Naruto looked around for his green coat-wearing friend. Yes, he is guarding the bridge builder with Kurenai. She is most likely training him in something while they are just watching the man. Kakashi closed his book and looked towards Naruto, who was staring at Sakura. Sakura. The shout from Naruto grabbed her attention. What are you doing just sitting there? Sakura waved and smiled. I completed the exercise and am watching my team do it. Naruto face-palmed at the girl. Sakura, you can't just walk up the tree one time and say you mastered it. Get down here. No, I worked hard to get up here. She crossed her arms and gave him a defiant look. Naruto smirked up at the pink-haired girl, who was unnerved by his look. Is that right? Naruto said calmly. Yup, I am not coming down. Sakura said. Naruto got an idea. He would use this on Sakura in his past life. Look, Sasuke's taking his clothes off. Naruto made a gust of wind blow Sasuke's blue high-collar shirt blow up in his face. Where? Sakura said and looked around until she saw Sasuke messing with his shirt. She immediately started to think naughty things and her face became red. Naruto willed a giant wind fist to appear behind Sakura and it punched her off the tree branch. Kakashi was amused at what he was seeing until he saw Naruto simply control the wind like it was second nature. That was top-notch wind manipulation. How was a 13-year-old kid able to control the wind so well? That wind fist formed in an instant behind Sakura. Naruto, how are you able to control the wind so easily? Kakashi had a stern gaze in his one eye casted on Naruto. He wanted to know how and if it was the power of the Nine Tails. Naruto simply rolled his eyes. He already had an idea of what Kakashi was coming to. It's not what you are thinking. I simply trained in my element since I was 8 years old with Hinata-chan. If I didn't have it mastered by now, that would be sad. That answered a little bit of Kakashi's questions, but he was still curious. How did nobody notice Naruto and Hinata training since they were 8 years old? He would keep his good eye on the two. Well, since you guys are so far ahead in terms of your chakra control, is there anything else you need to train on? Kakashi asked, opening his orange book once again. Yay, I want to train on my elemental affinities. I will work on my fire. He summoned his white flames that burned the grass he was standing on to black ashes. Again Kakashi was surprised at the power of Naruto. This was really raising some red flags. Not only did he have his wind mastered but his flames were white. The hottest flames. Well, at least the normal kind of flames. Naruto-kun, are you ready to train? Hinata asked coming outside. Naruto. Sakura was running at Naruto with her fist cocked and ready to knock his block off. She threw her fist right towards his head but the blonde raised his right hand and magically. Sakura's hand stopped before making contact with Naruto's fist. What are you doing? Naruto raised an amused eyebrow at the pinkett. What are you talking about, Pinky? A giant tick mark appeared on her giant forehead. Why you? Sakura tried to hit Naruto once again but the same thing happened. What are you doing? Sakura was irritated she couldn't hit the blonde for pushing her off the tree. To put it simply, you didn't hit me. Naruto held his palm out to Sakura. Put your hand out. Naruto said in a childish tone. Come on, come on. He wiggled his fingers while speaking in that childish tone. Sakura looked reluctant at first but then walked up and placed her hand on Naruto's. It stopped. Her hand could not go any further. What the hell? I'm not stopping your hand, it's more of me keeping you from your goal. Naruto voiced the answer he was sure everyone needed. We could just shake hands like this, you know. Naruto moved his hand onto Sakura's and linked their fingers making the pink-haired girl blush while Hinata glared at Naruto. Damn you. Sakura tried to hit Naruto again, but was blasted away by a strong wind gust created by Naruto. The blonde turned around and saw Hinata giving him a glare. Say Hinata-chan, let's go train. Naruto walked off with Hinata who rushed and gave him a palm thrust to the back, sending him flying into the forest with a cry. Hinata nodded like a noble and walked off with a HMPH. Sasuke, Kiba, and Kakashi sweat dropped and only got back to training. Hinata made it to Naruto's position and still glared at him, making Naruto stop his fire element training. Naruto, seeing this, let out a sigh. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. You think? Kurama chipped in with clear amusement. Shut it. Naruto yelled in his mind to the laughing fox. He walked up to Hinata who only turned her head, not even wanting to look at him. Look, I'm sorry for grabbing her hand like that. Naruto said. He still got nothing out of Hinata. He grabbed her hand and held it tight, not letting her pull it back. Let me go. Hinata tried to pull her hand away, but to no avail. Naruto then pulled Hinata to his chest. The violet-haired girl tried to wiggle out of the hug but Naruto was not letting her go. Hinata soon stopped and just laid her head on Naruto's shoulder. I'm sorry. Naruto ran a hand through Hinata's hair that reached past her shoulders. You won't do that again? Hinata asked, enjoying the way Naruto ran his hands through her silky smooth hair. I promise. I only did that to show off my new skill. Hinata then wrapped her arms around Naruto, making them both smile. He loved Hinata and that would never change. In this life or the next. What was that anyways? Hinata was curious at the skill as well. Naruto smirked. It's pure wind manipulation. I simply adjust the wind pressure. Hinata hummed her response. She was surprised at the answer she got from Naruto. If he controlled the wind pressure, this could open a whole new lane of opportunities. Wind is not just used for attacking. Wind has many ways it can be used. To truly master an element is to realize all the possibilities of that element. Naruto created a compressed ball of air the size of a kitchen table. Naruto then sat down on top of it, shocking Hinata. Naruto then stood up and sent that same ball into a tree which was shortly destroyed. See. Naruto sent her a grin. Hinata made an O face, making her look cute with those big white eyes. I see. Will you also get your fire to the same level? You bet your sweet ass I will. Hinata smirked at the answer she got from Naruto. If this was a couple of years ago she would have probably blushed up a storm and fainted, but growing up with Naruto she became confident and strong. She loved her body and was sure Naruto loved it even more if the way he would sometimes stare at her was anything. She wanted to tease him a bit but put it on hold when she remembered they had to train. Naruto made the hand sign for shadow clone jutsu. Just like that, the familiar sound of shadow clones popping into existence was heard. He was soon followed by Hinata who made her own shadow clones to join him. They then trained the day away in controlling their elements while also touching up on anything else that came to mind. Hinata had some clones practice her flowing fist style versus her hakuda. Later. Everyone was at the dinner table eating. The atmosphere was much better from yesterday night. They were all laughing and telling stories from their lives no matter how long or short. Even Sasuke and Inari were laughing and having a good time. However, Naruto saw that look in Sasuke's eyes. He didn't like it. He has seen him with that same look before. Jealousy. This was a major reason Sasuke left the village in his past life. He was jealous of how strong Naruto was getting. Sasuke felt left behind as if he was standing still while Naruto was in a full sprint. Naruto didn't want to kill Sasuke, but if he had to, He would. But that made him think about old man Hagoromo. Would he meet Sasuke and give him his powers again or not? Naruto had tried his best to make friends with the boy and he could say that they had indeed become friends. But just like last time, Sasuke was jealous, angry, and hated the fact that someone he thought was a loser kept passing him in power. Even during the war he was jealous of Naruto's power and all the support he got from all the ninjas over the world. Hinata, seeing Naruto's face and how hard he seemed to be thinking about something, placed a gentle hand on his thigh. Naruto looked at Hinata, who gave him that beautiful smile. He blushed a bit at how gorgeous Hinata was. Hinata, seeing his blush, giggled quietly to herself and gave him a teasing wink. Naruto pouted childishly. He stopped when he got the memories of the clone he had sent after Haku. It seemed she made some other stops before going straight to Zabuza's hideout. Naruto now knew where they were and would do something about it. He cleared his throat, gaining everyone's attention in the room. I have just received the memories of my shadow clone. Kakashi's eyes widened at what Naruto just said. How does a genin know that kind of jutsu? He looked towards Kurenai to see if she knew about this. From her smiling face it seemed she already knew he could use the jutsu. He would have to report this to the Hokage. Kakashi didn't want to think the worst had happened and Naruto has been in contact with that beast, but he would. What did the clone tell you? Shino asked in his quiet voice. Naruto smirked. I now know where Zabuza is located. This got a gasp from everyone except for Hinata. Even Shino sounded as if he was shocked at what Naruto said. Hinata had known Naruto for years and figured that he would do something like this. The question now is, what do we do with this information? Shino questions, pushing his shades up. Why don't you just go and kill him? Tazuna questioned. If they knew where he was, why not just go and off the guy in his sleep? If it was as simple as just going up and killing him, then Zabuza would have been dead years ago. Kakashi said with a focused eye for once. I think we should go and see if we can persuade him. Naruto put in his thoughts. He didn't want them to die this time, not if he could help it. Sasuke looked at Naruto in a funny way. What the hell was he talking about persuading? They are his enemies. We should just kill them and be done with this whole mission. Trying to talk them onto our side would be foolish and a waste of time. Sasuke spoke as if what he said ended the whole conversation. As if he was the judge closing the case. Naruto sent Sasuke an icy glare that made the boy flinch a little. Yesterday's enemy can be tomorrow's ally. Naruto recalled a lesson he had learned in his past life. It was a true life skill that can come in handy. That doesn't even make sense. Why would you want to be friends with your enemy? Sasuke shouted to Naruto, getting up from his seat. He did not like how Naruto was trying to handle this situation. If you could destroy your enemy now while they are weak, you destroy them. Naruto glared at Sasuke and added a little key. This made Sasuke sit back down in his seat while still sending the glare towards Naruto. Zabuza can easily make this whole mission a lot easier on us if we can get him to our side or at least make him work with us. Naruto already knew where Sasuke's mind was going. He was starting to think like he did when he had gotten his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just kill whatever or whoever was in your way. That was not good. Did him making contact with Sasuke cause him to shift this far down the dark path so fast? Naruto is right, Sasuke. If we can find a way to convince Zabuza to help us, we could possibly finish the mission faster and more effectively. Kakashi spoke in a lecturing tone. He wanted his students to hear the surprisingly mature words of Naruto. HMPH. Sasuke said and got up from his seat and walked off. Sakura was about to go after him but Kakashi stopped her and shook his head. Naruto looked at Sasuke's back for a second longer. He imagined the older Sasuke walking beside him. He was able to get through Sasuke last time but he nearly died just to do it. He was naive back then and would not be able to just look at Sasuke with black and white vision. He shook those thoughts off and got back to the subject at hand. Me and my team could sneak into the base and speak to him. Naruto proposed. Kurenai widened her eyes at Naruto. She didn't think he would suggest something like that. Naruto saw her look and smirked. Don't look so surprised. Our team was made to search and destroy. Yes, I know, but this is too dangerous. Kurenai was still surprised that Naruto would suggest such a thing. Kurenai-sensei, we have all trained hard for this, and if things get out of hand we can easily defeat whoever comes after us. Naruto reasoned with the ruby-eyed woman. All of Team 8 looked at Kurenai with pleading eyes, even Shino seemed to be looking at her behind those dark shades of his. Fine. Kurenai relented. We will do this right and you all listen to me. Kurenai said sternly, looking at her students. Great. We leave whenever you guys are ready. Naruto picked up the dishes and walked to the kitchen. Tsunami, seeing the ninja talk was done, followed the spiky-haired blonde. Naruto-kun, you don't have to do this. Tsunami gently pushed Naruto from over the sink. Nonsense, it's the least I can do, Naruto said. He was going to go and get the other plates but was stopped by Tsunami. You have a mission to prepare for, go and rest. Tsunami spoke in a soft tone. Naruto had already done so much for her and she couldn't have him do anything else. But that was all Naruto got to say when he was hit with that smile he had seen on Henna. Naruto-kun, go rest, Tsunami said in that sweet tone that made him shiver. Back in the Leaf Village, Henna sneezed. Yes ma'am. Naruto walked off and sat on the couch. Hinata sent Tsunami a thumbs up, making the older woman grin at her. Someone had to keep these men in line. 1 hour later. Okay team, it's go time. Kurenai was outside the house with the rest of everyone. She got a nude from everyone on the team. They had worked for things like this. I will lead since I know where the place is. Naruto walked up and tightened the black gloves he had decided to put on. Sounds good. Kurenai gave Naruto the okay. Do you have everything you need? Hinata asked, going over her gear once again. Yes, do you have the emergency bug I gave you guys? Yes. Kurenai, Hinata, and Naruto replied at the same time. They all let out slight chuckles. Kakashi was looking at the team coordinates so effectively. That's what he wanted for his team. He wanted them to trust each other like that. He glanced at his students to see their reaction. Sakura's green eyes seemed to be more green with envy. Kiba's alpha pride seemed to be in check for once. Sasuke seemed to be angry if his clenched fist were anything. Are you sure you can handle this, Kurenai? Instead of Kurenai answering, it was Naruto. Our sensei is perfectly fine. We got this. Just believe in us. Naruto answered with a stern expression. The blonde then stuck his fist out towards Kakashi, who looked at it with confusion. He then slowly raised his own fist and connected it with Naruto's, making the blonde grin. He then turned his back, making his orange cloak flap, and for a moment Kakashi saw his sensei where Naruto was. However, Naruto then took his haori off as if to say he wasn't his dad but Naruto Uzumaki. He put the haori up, leaving him in his all-black vest and pants. He sealed the haori in a seal where it would be safe. Let's go. Naruto then jumped off in the trees, followed by his teammates. Kakashi then let out a tired sigh. Alright guys, let's go inside. Kakashi pushed his students inside. No, I want to train some more, Sasuke said and walked over to a tree to continue the tree walking. Kakashi sighed at Sasuke. Fine, just let Sakura help you. Sakura jumped in surprise. Me. She pointed to herself. Sasuke was about to shoot her down but stopped when the words of Naruto went through his head. You are never alone, you are only truly alone when you die. Allow us to help you, Sasuke. He glanced at the hopeful Sakura, gritting his teeth. Fine. Sakura partially squealed. It was true she wasn't a huge fangirl anymore, but Sasuke wanted her help and she just couldn't help it. Hey, I want to help too. Kiba ran back outside, followed by his barking friend. Kakashi watched his team bond and gave a smile under his mask. It seemed that watching Team 8 has made them have a little change of heart. He would have to thank Kurenai with some drinks. Team 8. They were nothing but blurs in the forest, only being spotted by the moonlight rays. Naruto paid a glance to the moon. He wondered if Kagaya was up there watching him, along with Tonari. Thinking of that certain guy made him angry. He would be damned if he let that asshole take his woman again. He left those thoughts for some other time. Right now he had a mission and people to save. Naruto jumped from tree to tree with his team behind him. We are almost there, Naruto said to his team behind him. They all nodded and kept up in the silence of the night. They could see what looked like a giant stone bunker covered by a thick tree line. There also seemed to be a lake in the back of the bunker, which had a 2-story white yacht sitting on the lake in the back. Naruto could sense the chakra signature of Haku in the base along with what he guessed was Zabuza. However, he could feel another strong chakra signature in there. It seemed weak but also had some hidden strength that was locked away. Seems things are different from last time, but this is no problem. Naruto looked at Hinata and she seemed to get what he was going to ask. Hinata activated her Byakugan wordlessly. The veins on the side of her face made themselves known along with the small pupils in her eyes. I see the 2 strong signatures. Wait, there is another one. He seems to be Jonin level as well, but I can see he has the same kind of mark that Mitarashi-san had. Hinata turned off her Byakugan. Zabuza and Haku are located at the top of the base with 2 guards watching the door. Hinata drew a layout of the place on the tree branch with her finger blade that was made from chakra. Where is the other person? Kurenai asked. She was a little worried about someone having a curse mark working for Gato. He is on the 1st floor in his own room. It looked like he was meditating. Hinata answered by drawing an X on the map where he was. There are also multiple bandits that are just wandering the halls with weapons. Was Gato there? Naruto asked. If Gato was there they could just end the mission and go home. No, it seems he is out somewhere, Hinata said a little disappointed. Naruto cursed under his breath. Were there any hostages in the base? Naruto questioned. No, I suspect they are in a different location. Hinata answered his question with a downcast look. Shino placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder. Don't worry, we can search the place and see if there is something that would give them away. Shino was not one to brighten the mood of people, but for his teammates he would. Hinata gave him a grateful smile in return. Thank you, Shino. The boy only nodded. Kurenai then spoke up. Okay, here is the plan. Shino, you send some of your bugs out to cover us and provide support. Naruto, head towards Zabuza's room and try to convince them. I will move with Hinata and try to locate anything we can use against Gato. Kurenai gave them all orders and her team nodded. Naruto had one question though. What about the other Jonin in the lower area of the base? Kurenai thought about it for a second. We will stay clear of them for now, they are not our main mission. That satisfied Naruto. Alright team, let's make this nice and easy. In and out, Naruto said to give his teammates some morale. They all nodded and smiled while Shino only buzzed in agreement. Break, Naruto said and vanished followed by Hinata and Kurenai while Shino let his insects flow out of his body. Naruto appeared back on the wall where he could feel Haku's chakra. He used chakra to stick to the wall and made his way up the building in silence. He could see a window and peered through it to see Zabuza laying in the bed asleep. Haku was in a chair with a white bunny in his lap asleep. Naruto activated the chameleon jutsu he learned from Jiraiya in his past life. He silently opened the window and entered the room in a crouch without a sound. He stood up and looked at Zabuza to see he was still sleeping along with Haku and the white rabbit. Naruto walked over to the door and went through hand signs. A silencing seal spread across the whole room. It would block all sound and make it impossible for anything to leak out of the room. Naruto had to duck an ice spear that was aimed for his head. He quickly ran his hand over his face where he had his mask in a seal. The mask appeared on his face and he quickly entered Realmheart and made his own ice spears to counteract Haku's. Haku froze from seeing the ice spears float around Naruto menacingly. How was this possible? He was the only Yuki remaining, but yet, the boy he had met earlier was now in front of him using ice style without even using hand signs. How could that be? Naruto was better at using ice style better than he was. Zabuza had woken when he felt Naruto's power spike in the room. He sat up and grabbed the kunai he had under his blanket and threw it towards Naruto, not even noticing he was using ice style or that he was the source of all that power. Naruto only had one of the ice spears transform into a small shield and block the kunai for him. Again, Haku was shocked at how easily that looked for Naruto. It looked like Naruto was still staring at him and the ice had a mind of its own. Stand down, I am only here to talk. You say that, but yet you are fighting my tool. Zabuza said, holding another kunai ready for anything, even if he wasn't able to move. Naruto glared at the man for that and released a massive amount of ki on Zabuza. For a moment, the lavender eyes of Naruto turned to a slit and became a shade of red. Don't say that again, Naruto spoke in an icy tone. He would save the man, but would have him stop calling Haku that. Zabuza was seeing his own death. There was a giant nine-tailed fox behind Naruto and it had its fangs in view along with those red eyes that portrayed danger and death. How was this kid so strong? He was the demon of the mist, but in front of this child, he felt like the child and Naruto was the demon. Was this how the kids he killed that time felt? Haku, seeing his master was in danger, readied his ice Senbon, but a glance from Naruto froze him in his step. I do not wish to fight. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't have known I was here. Naruto stopped his ki and looked at the two while still in his Realmheart. Speaking of that, how did you know I was here anyways? Haku answered shakily. It was Chappie. Haku pointed to his white bunny who was shaking in the corner. He is sensitive to chakra and woke me up when he felt you enter the room. For a moment panic took over Naruto. Was there a way for Chappie to alert anyone else of his team that is also in the building? He shook that off. It was ridiculous and plus he sealed the room off. Okay, now as for why I am here. Naruto deactivated his sage mode and put the mask back in the sealing formula that was on his eyebrow. He had an invisible seal on top of it so nobody could see it. I want you guys to betray Gato and work with us. Naruto said seriously. And why the hell would we do that? Zabuza questioned rather angrily. He would not follow some kid, no matter how strong he was. Because Gato will betray you and I also know your true goal. Naruto had a smirk plastered on his face. He had learned of Zabuza's true goal from Maid Terumi in his past life. She had told him Zabuza had left so he could gather money for the forces. Zabuza's eye narrowed on Naruto. He had a look on his face that said he knew something you didn't. And what might that be? You were trying to gather money for the rebels in the mist. Naruto's smirk grew when he saw the shock look on both Zabuza and Haku. And what do you need us for? Zabuza asked. He had no idea how this blonde knew that, but it didn't matter. I just want you to betray Gato before he betrays you. And how do you suggest I do that? Naruto smiled at stringing Zabuza along. When we meet at the bridge. Zabuza raised an eyebrow that didn't exist. Why are you doing that? You don't have any eyebrows. Zabuza gained a tick mark on his forehead and Haku chuckled to himself but stopped when Zabuza glared at the boy. Shut it, brat, before I kill you. Naruto smirked. Oh yay, no brows. Zabuza was ready to leap from his bed and stab Naruto. He stopped when he saw Naruto swipe his hand down and an intense chakra blade extended from his pointer and middle fingers. The blade glowed brightly in the dark room, only matched by the glowing sky blue eyes of Naruto. With a flick of his wrist the chakra blade was gone. Nothing needed to be said. Naruto gave a silent threat and Zabuza was sure he could carry out that threat. Now, I want you guys to act like you are still working for Gato until we get on the bridge. You can still fight but only fight hard enough to leave little scratches. Both Zabuza and Haku nodded with Naruto. Zabuza would partner up with the boy for now, and if he did then so would Haku. Naruto smiled seeing them work with him. Haku, I want you to actually try against Sasuke Uchiha. Don't kill him but at least put up a fight where he would feel like he would die. Haku nodded. She didn't know why he would want that for his teammate. Zabuza already knew what Naruto was going for and had to give the kid props. Zabuza guessed the kid didn't have his pink eye yet. Gato will most likely show up when he thinks we are all weak, and that is when we will kill him and just take what we need. Zabuza nodded in Naruto's plan. He could see this working out, but there was one problem. Gato hired a new guy. He is some skinny kid with white hair and 2 red dots on his forehead. Zabuza remembered that skinny kid who called him trash. Zabuza wanted to cut his damn head off and feed his blade. Yes, I am aware of this person. When the time comes, I will fight him. Naruto said with such confidence at the end that Zabuza smirked under his bandages. There was just something about this kid. He felt as if he could just believe in him. You got yourself a deal. Zabuza had a grin on his face but nobody could see it. Naruto only smiled at the bandaged man. You also need to treat Haku better. You better tell him the truth. Or else. Naruto summoned his mask and entered Realmheart once more, letting the pressure of his dense chakra fall down on Zabuza. Why yes. Zabuza said shakily. Great. The pressure faded and Naruto walked over to the window. I will see you when I see you. He left out the window to regroup with Shino, Kurenai and Hinata. While Naruto was upstairs talking to Zabuza, Hinata and Kurenai were going from room to room looking to see if they could find anything useful. They had not been successful in that. Hinata was using her bloodline to see if she could find anything useful, but all she got for her efforts were bandits who went down in one hit and empty rooms with papers about future plans. Kurenai would simply place her victims in a high-level genjutsu that would knock them out in an instant. Kurenai wondered how Naruto was doing. She had really grown attached to her students. She was like their older sister who would answer all of their questions and life advice. Kurenai stopped when Hinata had froze where she was moving. Sensei, put us in a cloaking genjutsu, Hinata said in a loud whisper. Kurenai sped through hand signs and placed them under one that made them both become invisible to the naked eye. That is when she saw the person walk past them. He walked in a calm and confident way, as if nothing could take him down. He had an emotionless face that gave nothing away. His long white hair swayed with his steps, followed by his purple rope that he used as a belt. His emerald green eye looked right at Kurenai. She froze. It was as if time had stopped and he was looking directly into her soul with that emotionless face he had. He definitely knew they were there, but yet he did nothing. Kurenai watched as the white-haired teen walked away with his calm steps. Kurenai was still tense, ready for anything. When he turned the corner, Kurenai waited for a little longer just in case. She released the jutsu and let out a sigh she didn't know she was holding. That was a close one, but I could have taken him down if it had gone south, Hinata said with her Byakugan activated and watching the teen walk away. Let's just get out of here. We will regroup with the team and go over what we got. Kurenai wanted to leave before anything else would go wrong. They then left the building avoiding everyone until they got outside to find Naruto and Shino talking. Hey you guys. Did everything go well? Naruto was the first to ask. Yes and no. We didn't find anything so we were safe. Hinata answered his question. I am sensing a but. Naruto replied. Yes, we ran into the other person Gato hired and he spotted us. Kurenai said, making Naruto and Shino surprised. But you guys are fine. Shino said, he noticed they looked alright and were not even out of breath. Well, He just let us go. Hinata said. Who cares, you guys are alright and that's all that matters. Let's go tell the others what we got. Naruto got to his feet after his statement. Let's, Kurenai said, and they all then dashed off into the forest. Chapter 10. Past Life. A wasteland with bodies all over the place. There were arms, legs, weapons, and tethered clothes all over the place. Blood covered the ground like a blanket, reflecting the blood moon in the sky seeming to be the gaze of God. The ground rumbled and shook from the ferocious battle going on. Explosions continued to shake the ground and even destroyed mountains off in the distance. The sound of grunts and yells along with laughter could be heard in the night sky. It was a fight between two of the strongest ninja the world has ever seen. A massive ball shot across the battlefield, causing a trench to form from its path. The ball was blocked when a giant blue wing seemed to protect something from being hit. The giant blue wings did not even budge, as if the attack was only a pebble being thrown at a mountain. The wings opened slowly to show the complete form of Madara Uchiha's perfect Susanoo. The man was in a diamond-shaped shell on the giant's forehead. His purple ringed eyes gazed at where the attack came from in clear amusement. You are going to have to pick up your steps if you want to keep up. Madara's deep and evil voice rang through the loud battlefield as if it was quiet. He was looking at the golden nine tails, or more specifically the person inside the head of it. Naruto Uzumaki. You bastard. Naruto growled angrily at the long-haired man across from him. He had been in a heated battle with the Uchiha ever since he showed up after he beat the cage. You are going down. Naruto charged at the blue Susanoo with a tailed beast bomb forming in the mouth of Kurama. Come on, let's keep on dancing. Madara had a grin on his face. He was loving this fight. He had to give credit to the young Uzumaki. He indeed was a strong warrior and worth the Uzumaki name. Madara respected strength, and this spiky-haired blonde had it in spades. If Madara was correct, he could see that despite the situation Naruto was enjoying the fight as well. He would respect the blonde and go all out as well, but he is still nothing compared to Madara Uchiha. They clashed in the middle with their attacks, which caused the area they were fighting in to explode in a bright light before the after effects from their attacks blew them both away. Current life. Naruto awoke with a yell and had a rasengan in his hand that was growing bigger and bigger by the minute. His face was caked in sweat and he was taking deep breaths. His white muscle shirt was drenched in sweat while his blonde hair was even more unruly than normal. He quickly dispelled the rasengan and checked to see if anyone had awoken. Hinata was laying next to him and seemed to still be asleep. Shino was laying in his sleeping bag while on his shoulder facing the wall. Kurenai was also in her sleeping bag with a velvet sleeping mask on her face and snoring lightly. He let out a deep sigh. Just a memory of my past. He quietly got out of the futon he was sharing with Hinata. He had to be careful not to wake her or anyone else. Using his stealth skills, the muscle shirt wearing blonde makes his way outside without even a sound. When Naruto left the room, the veins on the sleeping Hinata flared to life. Although her eyes were closed, she could see Naruto going outside perfectly. She was able to see his blood pumping as if he just got done enjoying a fight, but was also able to feel the sadness coming from his chakra. Being the loving girlfriend she was, Hinata also got up, showing much like Naruto she had a white tank top and lavender pajama pants which had one leg rolled up, showing her long muscled legs while the other one was rolled down. Naruto was outside on the roof looking up at the crescent moon in the sky. This was not the first time this has happened. When the war had just ended, he would often have nightmares from the experience. Naruto would just come outside and take some time to gain control of himself once more. How can I stop things from getting to that point again? How can I stop Madara from coming back to life? How can I stop the 10 tails from coming back to life? I feel like this war is inevitable. Naruto's thoughts were cut off when he felt two arms softly wrap around him and pulled his back into the chest of Hinata, keeping a firm but soft hold on him. Calm down, my love. Hinata's voice was soft and loving. She held him in her soft embrace. It will be okay. Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand and entwined their fingers and just smiled. Naruto only rested in the embrace of Hinata. This was nice. He had always wanted someone to be there for him during his lonely nights as a child. He had Kurama, but he was not the best person to give comfort or encouraging words. Naruto smiled softly while gripping Hinata's hand. This was just like the time on the battlefield when she comforted him when Neji died for him. Naruto was really grateful for Hinata. The violet-haired girl had always been there for him even when he didn't know she was. Thank you, Hinata-chan. It is my pleasure, Naruto-kun. Naruto entered Realm Heart. He unlaced his hand from Hinata and closed it tightly. He opened his palm, revealing a beautiful lavender crystal in the shape of the Uzumaki swirl. He turned around and switched the places so Hinata was now sitting in his lap. Hinata was facing him though, with her arms still wrapped around him. Naruto then made a black necklace and attached the crystal to it. He wrapped it around Hinata's neck and watched it glimmer in the moonlight. A gift. Naruto smiled at the shocked face Hinata had. He released his realm heart, turning his eyes cerulean blue once more. Naruto-kun, why? Hinata loved it. The intricate swirl and the shiny lavender it was made from to match her eyes was beautiful. Hinata couldn't help the smile that came to her face though. It was a smile full of love and passion, and it was all for one Naruto Uzumaki. A way of saying thanks. Naruto smiled down at the midnight-haired girl. He was glad she loved it. But I didn't get you anything. Hinata was cut off when Naruto put his lips on hers, making her go quiet and only return the kiss after she got over the shock of the sudden kiss. Naruto pulled away from the dazed Hinata, who had a blush on her face. Having you in my life is more than enough. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and laid a gentle kiss on her forehead. Hinata only smiled and just leaned into the embrace of Naruto. She just had to tell him how she felt. I love you. And I love you. Naruto responded with nothing but love and compassion in his voice. They then just sat there in each other's embrace, enjoying the gentle breeze and clear sky that sparkled in the moonlight. Hinata had fallen asleep in his embrace and shivered a little. Naruto saw this and used his fire nature to heat them up a little, in turn making her sigh. He stood up holding Hinata in his arms in a princess carry. Naruto made his way back into the house as silent as a mouse. He placed her in the futon and slid in next to her. As soon as he laid down, Hinata rolled over on top of him, mumbling his name in her sleep. Naruto only smiled and kissed the top of her head once again, making the Hyuga heiress smile in her sleep. Week later. It was the day where they would encounter Zabuza on the bridge. Team 8 had returned and informed Team 7 about what would go down. Kakashi had to give the team credit. A fresh genin team was able to infiltrate and convince the enemy. He was convinced that Naruto had a tongue of silver. During the week, training continued for everyone. Team 7 had all been able to make it up the tree. They had done it faster with the help of Sakura coaching them on how to climb the tree. Team 8 had begun to work on their elemental affinities as well. It turned out that Shino had a strong earth affinity. Shino was doing basic earth manipulation. Hinata had tried to incorporate her water affinity into her flowing fist. She had a good grasp on it but was no master. Naruto had also gotten a better handle on his fire affinity. He was able to control them instead of the flames just being an explosion like they used to be. Even Kurenai was training with them in taijutsu and expanding her own jutsu library. The teams were making their way to the bridge in a comfortable silence. That is until Sakura decided to ask Kurenai a question. Kurenai-sensei, why did we leave Naruto at the house if he is the strongest? Shouldn't we have brought him with us? Nobody noticed the clenched jaws and tight fist of Sasuke and even Kiba. That is everyone except Hinata, who casted a slight glare towards the Uchiha and Inuzuka. Jealousy. I knew Sasuke was jealous, but Kiba as well. She would have to keep an eye on them just in case they did something suspicious. Hinata was snapped from her thoughts when Kurenai answered the question of the pink-haired genin. We left him there to guard the house, and he was also pretty tired from training so hard over the week. You're telling me he was coming back with a black eye and bruises all over? Kakashi spoke up with his face in his orange book. Kurenai tried to grab it, but the masked ninja moved it. Kurenai tried to grab it again, but Kakashi kept moving it, causing a comical scene of two Junin playing over the perverted book. Kurenai was not able to grab the book and only crossed her arms and gave a cute pout. The Ravenet mumbled about perverted men under her breath, making everyone sweat drop, while Kakashi had an amused look in his eye. It doesn't matter. He still can't beat me. Kiba shouted and earned a bark from his ninja dog. Kiba, Naruto beat you up on the first day of the academy. Sakura's voice was deadpan. Kiba only growled in frustration. That was when we were kids. I am a shit ton stronger than I was back then. Oh yay, well the Chunin exam will be coming in 3 months, so you can test your skill then. Kurenai said. She knew damn well Kiba was nothing compared to Naruto and would never be able to surpass him. It was the hard truth, but she would not shatter the kid's dreams. You can't even beat me, loser, and you think you can beat Naruto. Sasuke smirked at Kiba in that arrogant way he always did. Sasuke knew how strong Naruto was from the spars they would often do. However, he knew his blonde friend was strong, and there was no denying that fact. It hurt his pride, but Sasuke had to give Naruto credit for being so strong and even helping him train sometimes. What did you say, punk? Kiba was in Sasuke's face, glaring angrily. You heard me, loser. Sasuke was glaring back and pushed Kiba out of his face. Right when they were about to rush in and beat each other to a bloody pulp, Kakashi stepped in the way and held them apart with his arms. Now, calm down you two. We have a very important mission to do at the moment. The kids glared at each other before huffing and turning around. Team 8 watched with amusement. They looked at Sakura, who was just ignoring the two as if things like this happened all the time. I am so glad you guys are not like that, Kurenai whispered to her two kids. She would have grown gray hairs and gone crazy if they acted like that. This caused the three to chuckle lightly to themselves. The rest of the trip was made in silence. They only looked out for anything that might pop out from the fog that was around them. Tazuna stayed quiet as well during the trip. He was most likely nervous about how the whole thing would turn out. The ninja had finally made it to the bridge where the mist seemed to be thicker. Finally you guys showed up. The voice of the swordsman came from the clearing mist. It revealed the man to be playing cards with Haku. After the night he met Naruto, he had told Haku how he really felt about him. Telling the ice-using boy he was like the son he always wanted. This made Haku cry tears of joy and give Zabuza a big hug. Zabuza would never say it, but that was the happiest moment of his bloody life. Well, we are here now, so let's put on a show, Kurenai said and pulled out a kunai. Sensei, you seem to have taken some traits from Naruto-kun. Hinata giggled to herself at one of the things Naruto would say before a fight. Kurenai got a slight tint of pink to her cheeks. It was true, she had become more outgoing and often cracked more jokes around her friends. It's as if Naruto used his white-hot flames to burn her ice-cold exterior. Well, I can't help it, he is very infectious. I know that's right, Hinata sighed dreamily. Hinata sighed in bliss at thinking about the things her and Naruto had done. Kakashi then looked around in confusion. Where is that other guy? Kakashi then singled his lone eye towards Zabuza. He is on his way, so let's get to it before he catches us. Zabuza then summoned the mist once again and disappeared without a sound. Kakashi revealed his hidden eye and barked out orders. Sakura, Shino guard Tazuna. Kiba, Sasuke, Hinata. You take on the hunter ninja. Kakashi then charged into the mist where he felt the chakra of Zabuza, followed by Kurenai, who gave her team a nod before leaving. Let's go. Kiba rushed the masked ninja. He would engage in hand-to-hand and get this over in an instant. He flexed his clawed hand to rip right into the boy's side. Haku easily sidestepped and hooked his arms under Kiba's and gave a heavy hip toss to him. Haku had to turn and duck from the punch that would have stunned him. Sasuke engaged the masked ninja in taijutsu, which was much better than Kiba. Haku had to give it to the kid. But this is the boy Naruto told him to actually try against. Haku made an ice senbon and rushed the Uchiha with swipes and stabs. Sasuke was tracking the senbons with his eyes, but they were getting too fast for him. Sasuke pulled out his own kunai and began to fight back with much aggression. Shino and Hinata watched on from the sideline. They would only join if things became a little too much for them to handle. Hinata knew she could just go in there and body Haku, but that was not the plan. Well, they seemed to be really into this, Hinata mentioned. Sasuke and Haku were in a blade lock with their weapons. Haku said something that seemed to make Sasuke smirk for some reason. The two members of Team 8 were then surprised to see Haku use one-handed hand signs and form ice needles in the air that nicked Sasuke. Haku noticed Kiba coming up from behind him and did a backflip off of Sasuke and went through hand signs while in the air. Ice sickle swallow. 8 giant ice spears formed from the air and zoomed towards the two boys. Kiba barely was able to dodge, and being too slow he got a gash on his left side. Sasuke flashed through hand signs and shot a fireball towards the deadly ice. Sasuke thought the ice would just melt from his intense flames, but was surprised to see them pierce right through his fireball and easily dispelled them. Sasuke managed to do a substitution with a log, avoiding being pierced all over. Impressive. Shino's voice was cold and calculative. Yes, it is. Hinata remembered Naruto doing something like this during their training and had to say she wasn't as impressed. Naruto's ice was thicker and faster. Looks like she is about to do something big, Shino said. They watched as Haku placed the two kids in a giant hall of mirrors. They watched as Haku appeared in all of the mirrors and launched ice senbon along with regular senbon towards the two boys. Should we step in now? Shino asked, getting his hive ready for a fight. In a little. Hinata was waiting for the right moment. Naruto had told her what was going to happen. She was waiting for Sasuke to unlock his Sharingan. She was also not worried about this technique. Naruto had used it on her and all she had to do was use a massive rotation and destroy all of the mirrors. Or the Uzumaki way, which was to use just brute strength and destroy everything. Tazuna's house. The house was quiet and there was only the sound of Tsunami washing the dishes in the sink. The sound of plates clattering and water splashing. Her soft humming and gentle voice singing a song to herself. There was then the sound of running and feet tattering. It was Inari coming down the stairs. Tsunami turned around to see her son running up to her with a smile. Ever since Naruto and Hinata had talked to him, the boy's attitude had done a complete 180. The mother would be eternally grateful for that. Inari-chan, what are you running for? Because I caught this huge fish in the back and I want to show you. The boy shouted with clear excitement in his tone. Tsunami laughed good-naturedly. It had been a long time since her son had just been so happy over catching a fish. Okay son, just go wait for me in the back. I will be on my way. Okay mom. The boy then took off like a missile to the backyard. Tsunami just shook her head and finished with the dishes and took off her apron. She walked out the kitchen and slipped on some blue flip-flops she had by the door. Right when she walked away to go to the backyard, her front door was kicked down making the woman jump. Two thugs then walked inside with sinister grins on their faces. They looked around until they found her. Alright bitch, come with us. The one without a shirt said and walked over to her. No. Tsunami smacked his hand away and backed up. The thug snarled. Don't make this hard, just get over here and we will be gentle. Maybe. His eyes had nothing but cruelty in them. Tsunami knew he wasn't talking about capturing her but something else. She didn't want that and would fight tooth and nail before letting that happen. No way. The thug with a beanie was getting tired of this and rushed in and punched her to the ground. We tried to be nice but you just make things so much harder. Tsunami spit in his face causing the thug to growl and then slap her, leaving a handprint on her face. We're leaving. He grabbed her leg and began to pull her out the house with her kicking and trying to escape. Mom, what is taking you so long? Inari came running inside but froze when he saw his mom being kidnapped by two other guys. His blood then began to boil. What are you guys doing? Get away from my mom. Shut up kid before we kill you. The thug put his hand on his sword to emphasize his point. Yay, just go and play with your toys while we give you a brother or sister. I won't let you. Inari grabbed a knife off the counter and got ready to charge. His mother saw what he was going to do and panic overtook her. No Inari. Just go back outside, I will be okay. Tsunami tried to give her son a reassuring smile but the fear and desperation was clear in her eyes. Inari then remembered the words of his father. When there is something you care about you protect it with these two arms no matter what. He looked at his small arms and resolve flared to life in his eyes. With these two arms, he gripped the knife harder and charged with a yell towards the thug. The thugs saw the boy coming and got their swords ready to cut the little boy down. Upstairs, Naruto's eyes shot wide open when he heard all the yelling and screaming. He raised from the bed in a second and activated the long and sharp chakra blade on his hand. He rushed downstairs in nothing but his white tank top and orange shorts. He jumped down the stairs and saw Inari running towards the two thugs with his knife while they had swords. Naruto wasted no time and launched off the stairs with a burst and quickly sliced their heads off with his chakra blade. Inari stopped when he saw Naruto come in front of his vision, blocking the headless bodies. He saw Naruto kick the bodies outside but he was still not able to see past him. Inari's vision went down to the glowing hand of Naruto and saw a sharp and bright blue blade reaching down to the ground. It was made completely out of Naruto's dense chakra and Inari could just feel the power coming from it. Right when Inari was about to reach out and grab it, Naruto quickly moved his hand and deactivated. Naruto turned and grinned down at the kid. Don't touch that unless you want to lose your hand. Tsunami was a little horrified at seeing Naruto just cut off the heads of those two guys but she quickly wiped it away and then smiled at seeing him interact with her son. She had to thank Naruto again. Thank you again, Naruto-kun. Naruto only gave the women a smile. It was nothing. Naruto ruffled Inari's hair. I will go get ready to leave for the bridge. I'll leave some clones for you guys. Naruto made 20 shadow clones and they spread out while he went upstairs and started to get ready. Back on the bridge, Hinata was watching as Sasuke was on his last leg while Kiba was knocked out. She seen when he activated his Sharingan in a last-ditch effort to try and fight back against Haku but it really didn't help him that much. Hinata made her move when she saw Haku about to throw the set of Senbon onto Sasuke. Hinata jumped in the dome and blocked all the Senbon and grabbed Sasuke by his arm and tossed him outside to Shino. She then grabbed the leg of Kiba and placed his dog inside his jacket and tossed them both outside, leaving her inside the dome alone with Haku. Alright, we're good now, but we might as well make this look good so try to hit me. Hinata said and got into her gentle fist stance but didn't activate her Byakugan. Haku was low on chakra but he would at least hit this girl a couple of times before he ran out. Haku loaded his hands with Senbon and began to throw them towards Hinata who was only dodging and sidestepping with the grace of a tiger. She would duck, flip and sometimes block them all. Haku was amazed that Hinata was able to easily evade her attack that even his master had a hard time dodging. Hinata's face was indifferent. Naruto's was much harder to dodge. She felt as if these Senbon were moving in slow motion compared to Naruto's. Zabuza was currently dancing around Kakashi and Kurenai in his mist. He had been taking it pretty easy on them, only coming in with sly slashes that would only cut the skin enough to draw blood. The battle, if you could call it that, was only cat and mouse. He was getting bored and was sure the other two were as well. Zabuza's eyes then widened when he felt the presence of that other guy. Hey, the other guy is here. Zabuza's voice rang through the mist, alerting them of who was coming. Alright, Kurenai, you handle the guy while me and Zabuza keep up this game. Kakashi told Kurenai, who seemed to have disappeared in the mist. She appeared on the other side of the bridge and saw the teen running towards her area. She quickly went through hand signs and tried to place him under a genjutsu. It worked if the way he stopped in place was anything to go by. Kurenai smirked and made her way to him to slice his throat with a kunai. Right when she was in range, the teen lashed out with what looked like a bone sword. Kurenai was only able to dodge because of the countless battles she had participated in. She still suffered a small cut above her eyebrow which leaked some blood over her face. She quickly wiped it away and got ready for another clash. You are trash, and for my lord, I shall kill you. The green-eyed teen stared at Kurenai with an emotionless gaze that unnerved her. Yay, whatever. Kurenai then pulled out some kunai and threw them at him with great speed. She then flipped through more hand signs. Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. The kunai then multiplied and flew at the teen in an impressive show of speed. The pale boy simply scoffed, and in a show of great speed he disappeared from Kurenai view. The next thing Kurenai knew was that her gut was hit with intense pressure, as if a tree trunk just fell on top of her. Kurenai was then sent into the wall of the bridge. The white-haired boy walked up to her with a sword made of bones in front of him. My name is Kimimaro Kagaya, and tell God who sent you. He rushed her and was about to thrust the bone sword forward into her head. Kurenai closed her eyes and blinked back, tears that threatened to fall from her eyes at dying this way. Right when he was about to connect with her, a clang sounded on the bridge. Kurenai slowly opened her eyes and saw the flapping cloak of Naruto in front her. She smiled in relief. Naruto was clashing with Kimimaro and giving him a fierce stare. Don't worry, sensei, I got this guy. Kurenai nodded and got to her feet and moved to Shino, who already had his bugs out and was ready to take the chakra of Kimimaro. Shino, look after our sensei. The bug boy only nodded at his claim and moved back with Kurenai, who had a worried look for Naruto. Naruto didn't move his gaze from Kimimaro. He remembered this guy now that he could see his face. This was the person who had taken Sasuke while he was in the barrel. Rock Lee had fought with this guy for a little while until Gaara came and finished him. This guy was strong and used bones to fight. Gaara said he was really strong and that he had to use a lot of his power. This is great, it will give you a chance to let loose for once. His nine-tailed protector spoke up. Yay, and I might even use your chakra like last time I was on the bridge. Sounds like a great thing to me. Kurama was more than happy to let Naruto use his power after so long. He wanted Naruto to completely dominate this guy with his power. So more weaklings have come. Kimimaro spoke up and jumped back from their blade struggle. Whatever you say, Bone Boy. Naruto rushed in with his kunai coated in wind chakra, making a makeshift blade. They met in the middle again, but Naruto applied more force to try and cut through his bones, but it didn't work and his kunai broke, causing him to lose his balance and be wide open. Kimimaro saw this and tried to do a forward lunge to strike Naruto in the chest. Naruto simply collected himself fast and coated his hand in wind and duck while delivering a palm strike to Kimimaro's chest, sending him back a great distance. Kimimaro grunted in pain at the unexpected move. He didn't think Naruto could catch himself so fast. Kimimaro looked up and saw Naruto rushing towards him with a chakra blade coming from his two fingers that was pointed at his head. Kimimaro sidestepped and attempted to slice Naruto's arm off, but stopped when Naruto disappeared in smoke, flooding his vision with white smoke. Next thing he knew was that a foot met his face that snapped his head back while also sending him flying out the smoke. Come on, Bone Boy, that isn't the best you can do, is it? Naruto taunted, bouncing on his feet. Naruto's face was calm and he was ready for more. He was like a steady breeze, and no one could tell when it would pick up into a windstorm. His confidence was like that of a warrior that had fought several strong opponents and defeated them all. What is your name? Kimimaro shoots his fingers out at Naruto and bone bullets make their way towards the blonde. The bones were small, but Naruto could tell they would pack a heavy punch if they connected with him. Naruto released some of his chakra and a strong force was instantly applied to everyone on the bridge. The sheer thickness and power of Naruto's chakra was overwhelming to those who haven't felt it before. It was like the whole world was dropped on their shoulders. Shino had to move further back because his bugs were getting agitated while his senses became a little hazy from the sudden burst of power. This was new, Naruto had never released this much power before. Bang! The waves of chakra clashed. Kimimaro released some of his own chakra to try and overwhelm the boy he was fighting, but it wasn't working. Naruto's power only seemed to get stronger as time went on. Was his power limitless? The bridge was affected by the outlet of power. It shook and cracked all over the place, splitting the thick cement. What a monster, Zabuza said looking to where Naruto was fighting. Kakashi was also amazed at Naruto's power. He thought it was the Nine Tails power but he didn't feel any of that evil chakra. Kimimaro charged at Naruto with great speeds, kicking up a trail of dust and even splitting the mist on his charge. He attacked with his bone sword and even used other parts from his body. Naruto countered all his attacks with kicks and agility. The more Kimimaro attacked, the more he got angry that he couldn't hit the blonde. This was a death battle and he needed to kill this boy so his master would not be threatened by his power. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto did a roundhouse kick to Kimimaro, sending him flying back. Kimimaro remembered that name. His lord had said he was the Nine Tails container and if he could kill the boy, he would do just that. Kimimaro tapped into the power of his curse seal and black lines spread from his chest all over his body. His chakra spiked and he cracked the ground where he stood. He was glad he had some medicine before he came here. Bang! The air shook and shockwaves came from the clash of Naruto and Kimimaro. Naruto had his right leg extended in a linear way, while Kimimaro had his fist extended and glowing with chakra. Naruto had used some of Kurama's chakra. His eyes were now red and slitted, while he grew claws and his hair became more spiky and feral. This would be a deathmatch and he would not die again. Although Naruto was once the strongest ninja to live, he was nowhere close to that right now. He had to train bit by bit and day by day. Everyone who had reached the top had to fight to get there and he was no different. Bang! Naruto was connecting with Kimimaro's face with his feet in quick succession. He would do straight kicks, axe kicks, back kicks, and side kicks. Each blow would make Kimimaro wobble and lose balance. Naruto had broken his nose with one of his kicks, which was a big deal considering his bones were heavy. For the most part, Naruto was unscathed other than the little scraps and cuts from fighting in close range with him. Naruto gave Kimimaro a quick snap kick which caused the white-haired teen to quickly pass out but was snapped back when Naruto gave him a kick to the chin which lifted him into the air. Let's try out the new moves. Naruto got into a stance and focused while Kimimaro was still in the air and not focused. Naruto focused Kurama's chakra into his foot. He then moved his right leg where all the power was focused and sent the leg to the gut of Kimimaro, not wasting any movements in this action. The air split and exploded when Naruto landed the kick on the midsection of the green-eyed boy. He heard a crack from the teen and saw him spit out some blood. Kimimaro flew through the air at great speeds until he was caught by the bridge and almost crashed through it. Everyone again was amazed at the power of Naruto, even Hinata. This was the first time she saw Naruto perform that kind of had told her the name of the attack before. He called it recoilless kick. Naruto muttered quietly but still everyone heard Naruto. It was as if even the seas were calm in the presence of Naruto, like he was the eye of the storm. Naruto's eyes looked like the color of flowing lava instead of the angry blood-red color you would normally see with Jinchuriki. This was mainly because Naruto erased the hate of Kurama and himself, letting him stay in control of the power. Kimimaro looked at Naruto with respect. It had been a long time since he had been defeated so easily in battle. Once he had gotten the curse mark from Orochimaru, he began to win every fight and he began to think he was unstoppable. That was until Naruto came and blocked his path. The unstoppable force versus the immovable object. He began to draw on more of the curse mark's power, turning his skin a dark color, and he got more muscle definition with black pigmentations coming on his eyes. His once white sclera was now black and his pupil a now dry yellow color. He got to his feet and 5 thick bones came from his back, looking like thick steel pipes. A tail came from his tailbone and it had white bones at the top. It moved and smacked the ground, cracking it in the process. Everyone could sense his sinister chakra. It flooded the air enhanced by his ki that was aimed towards Naruto. The Jonin had to struggle to stay on their feet while all the genin except Hinata had fainted from the pressure. Kimimaro had an evil smirk tugging on his lips. Naruto, seeing this, only smirked. Fine, we can get wild for a bit. Kurama gave him more chakra and Naruto accepted it all like a starving child getting food. His whiskers got more thick and wild along with his hair. Red chakra began to leak from his seal and covered his body. It went along his body, licking his skin and clothes. He has 2 rabbit-like ears on the top of his head. A single tail made from red chakra grew from his back, waving in the air like a flag. Now, let's get wild. Naruto's chakra washed over everyone on the bridge like they had just been hit with a massive wave. It calmed their raging hearts and set them at ease. Bang! 2 bright fists covered in thick chakra slammed into each other, sounding like 2 paper bombs going off at the same time. The air around them buckled from the sheer power coming off the 2. Naruto took 3 steps back and readied his stance. He gazed at the grinning Kimimaro that had only moved 2 steps backwards before taking 2 more steps and was right in Naruto's face with his hand cocked back. It slammed into Naruto's face, busting his lip in the process from the powerful strike. Naruto didn't think he would be that fast, but he should have known. He had fought Sasuke's curse Mark II state and his power was immense. Naruto brought his head back and slammed it on Kimamaro's head. His headband formed a cut on Kimamaro's head and blood spit out. Naruto dropped low and gave the white-haired teen a punch to the liver. Naruto was about to finish it up when the long tail of Kimamaro came and smacked him away. Naruto was able to grab it and pull Kimamaro with him. Naruto channeled wind chakra into his foot and stepped on the air and then flipped, causing Kimamaro to also flip and begin to spin to the ground at great speeds. Kimamaro slammed in the ground and coughed up more blood that had spit mixed in with it. He looked up to see Naruto falling down. Bones formed around his left arm, making it look like a giant lance made of thick bone that can pierce anything. He used chakra on his legs and jumped towards Naruto. Naruto's gaze was still calm and confident. He would try something else on this guy. Red chakra formed around his right leg once again. It took the shape of a fox head and seemed to be growling with bright glowing red eyes. Naruto Uzumaki Original, Kick of the Kyuubi. Naruto launched his foot down towards Kimamaro, who was just charging in towards Naruto with his bone lance. The attacks met, causing a huge explosion to sound in the air that could be seen from the town. It caused the waves under the bridge to pick up in ferocity and volume. The whole bridge seemed to quake from the power of the clash. Naruto dropped from the dust cloud in the air and landed on the ground, cracking it. There were blood splashes on his face and clothes along with the dirt and grime from their battle. His orange cloak was halfway destroyed. The bottom part was missing, leaving only half of it on his body. He had a deep cut on his right shoulder that was healing. He noticed the damage to his cloak and took it off, allowing the wind to carry it. Kimamaro dropped from the cloud and was a bloody mess. His white shirt had been completely destroyed, leaving only his navy blue pants and purple rope belt. He had blood coming from his crooked nose. He grinned, showing a bloody smile. "I'm not done, Uzumaki. You can still go, right?" "You must be crazy." "Of course I can." They charged each other again and clashed, sending shockwaves across the bridge. They moved all over the bridge with their fight. Blood splashed, grunts and yelps of pain along with the sound of skin connecting with skin was the only thing that could be heard from their battle. Naruto's legs and fist were a blur along with the bone attacks of Kimamaro. Kimamaro jumped back and whipped his bone tail. He readied his bone lance and grinned with his bloody face. He let out a guttural yell and a condensed ball of chakra formed at the top of his bone lance. Naruto slides back and put his arm out in order to form a rasengan. He didn't want to reveal he could use this, but this was a deathmatch and he needed to win first. A familiar swirling sound made its way to the ears of everyone on the bridge. They looked to see a purple spiraling sphere in Naruto's hand. They both then dashed back to each other, forming craters and paths of destruction on their way to each other. A menacing apparition of the Nine Tails appeared behind Naruto. Boom! They connected in the middle and exploded on each other. The bridge began to crack and rumble as if it was going to break, but it stopped. Everyone was gazing at the dust cloud that had formed where Naruto and Kimamaro were. Hinata had her Byakugan activated looking for Naruto while she was gripping the necklace she had just got. The two bodies flew back out of the smoke, but not the way they wanted. Their bodies were blown off the bridge into the raging ocean that was reacting to the power of the two warriors clashing. Hinata saw Naruto falling into the ocean below. She ran as fast as she could to the side of the bridge. It was a good thing their seals were deactivated for this battle. Hinata reached over the railing and her hand brushed against his hand. Her eyes widened and the words came from her throat. Naruto. Chapter 11. Meeting the King. All was silent on the unfinished and heavily damaged bridge. Everyone had just witnessed the two fighters be flung off the bridge. The once raging storm was now quiet, as if they were in the eye of the storm. Hinata was looking over the bridge with a look of utter sorrow on her face. Her hand was still extended over the bridge, reaching for something or someone who wasn't even there. Hinata slowly and agonizingly retracted her arm from over the bridge. She walked back with her head down. Hinata was experiencing a maelstrom of emotions. Anger. Sadness. Helplessness. Regret. Her body began to shake and rake with chakra. Under her midnight purple bangs her eyes began to glow. Her Byakugan flared to life. Her chakra exploded off her body. It was different this time, it lacked the calming nature it would normally have. Now it was fierce and only held power. Her dark purple chakra began to change color and became a bright cyan. Hinata snapped her head up and her eyes were no longer lavender, they were now sky blue like that of Naruto. It's ironic how his eyes become lavender like hers while Hinata's eyes become sky blue like his. Her once faded pupil can now be seen and it reveals a black pupil which sits on overlapping white flower petals along with black pigmentations around her eyes. A cyan cloak of chakra covers all of Hinata from head to toe, even changing the color of her skin to cyan. A black ball the size of a fist formed behind Hinata and she grabbed it and willed the black ball to change into a 3-meter sword. Hinata then turned to glare towards the army of thugs along with Gato, who was walking up with a smirk on his face. "Well, it seems that you ninja are on your last foot." Gato let out an evil laugh. "I think I will finish you all off and collect your bounties for myself." Gato turned his gaze to Kurenai and got a lustful smirk that made Kurenai want to throw up her breakfast. "You are dead." Hinata's voice cut through the sounds of the thugs cheering and yelling. Team 8 along with Team 7 turned towards Hinata in shock. This was the first time hearing the once gentle and calm Hyuga speak in such a tone and make such threats. They were amazed at the power Hinata was displaying right now. This transformation was even stronger than what Naruto had just shown. Hinata had her sights set on Gato and his army, and none of them would dare try and get in her way right now. "And what are you going to do? You think your shiny transformation will stop me? Kill them." Gato aimed his cane at the ninjas and they all rushed in recklessly. Right when everyone was about to dash towards the bandits and cut them down, they all stop when they see a cyan flash shot ahead of them. Hinata was using her new move called Flash Step. She could normally not use the move to such effectiveness, but it seemed this green chakra enhanced all of her combat powers. That much she was sure of. Her power felt limitless and even on par with Naruto's real heart. Hinata then focused once again and gripped the black sword in her hand tighter and got ready to kill. She pounced on the bandits like a tiger does to its prey. She had her middle and index finger on her left hand cloaked in a sharp chakra that could cut through anything. Hinata's right hand was holding the black sword and it was not idle. She was cutting down bandits left and right while using her left fingers to stab and thrust in a motion that looked like the gentle fist. Blood covered the ground and sprayed in the air like a geyser along with the screams of the bandits. Hinata ducked a swing from a sword that would have taken her head off. The bandits took this chance to try and dogpile her, but it didn't work because Hinata made the black sword turn into a staff with sharp blades on the end that were black as night. She put the staff over her head and twirled it, cutting all of the bandits down in an instant. She then left in another cyan blur and started to kill bandits left and right. With her staff as black as the night sky, or rather her finger blade or even bare hands, unleashing all her emotions on the poor fools who got in her way. Zabuza whistled on the sideline. "That's some girl, she is laying waste to all of them. I should take notes. She looked like some angry goddess." Kakashi said, a little worried about the girl's sudden change and everything. Kurenai's thoughts was not the same though. She looked on with worry at Hinata. This was a new side of the girl she had never seen and was worried for the girl. The backlash of this would hit her hard. This would be her first kill, but this was more of a massacre. Kurenai was not aware that Hinata had killed before. In fact, Hinata had killed a good number of root agents that were sent after her to force Naruto to join Danzo. It was a good thing all the genin had been knocked out due to the amount of power that was released on the bridge. Hinata was about done massacring the 100 bandits. The once quiet storm was now raging once again in the background. Hinata stood in front of Gato with a face void of emotion. "PP please spare me, I will GGI give you anything." Gato scooted back on his butt, trying to escape the wrath of this goddess in front of him. "No." Hinata's voice was cold and lacked the warmth it normally had. Hinata then began to form an attack on her hand. The head of a tiger then formed on her hand. Its cyan flames and glowing white eyes seemed to peer into the soul of Gato and let out a growl. "Die." Hinata then launched the tiger at Gato, who let out a final scream of agony before it exploded on him. Hinata then stood up. She leaned on her black staff for support, the fatigue of everything finally catching up to her now that the adrenaline was gone. She looked up to the clouds that were separating and showing the clear blue sky that looked like Naruto's eyes. Hinata then let out a yell to the heavens. This was not a yell that rallied troops or morale, it was a yell of pure anguish and pain. Her heart ached like she had just been stabbed with a kunai covered with wind chakra. Hinata's cyan clock then disappeared and her eyes reverted to the normal lavender, and she then collapsed to the ground. Before she hit the ground, she was caught by Kurenai, who had a worried look on her face. "It's okay, Hinata," Kurenai said softly to her young student. "Sensei. Naruto-kun." Hinata got out before she lost consciousness and slumped in the arms of Kurenai, who held Hinata like a mother. On the ocean waves there could be seen a wooden boat making its way to land. "I can't believe you." Naruto's eyebrow twitched. "There was no reason you should have tied with that bone guy, but what do? You hold back on him." "I get it, you're upset that I held back. Can you leave me alone now?" "No, I can't leave it alone. You should have completely demolished that guy." "I'm sorry, it won't happen again, Dad." "Don't you take that sarcastic tone with me, brat." Naruto toned his furry partner out. Kurama had been on his ass ever since the fight was over. He was upset that the blonde lost to someone who was not near his level. Naruto had held back in the fight just so he could gauge his own power to someone who was trying to kill him. The fight helped him grow in ways sparing couldn't. His battle instincts, reflexes and senses were all boosted during that fight. He was already a S-rank ninja who could defeat every jonin in his village. In his base he could defeat his past self when he fought Kakazu, which put him in a good place. However, when he used Kurama's power, he could defeat Orochimaru at only 4 tails. He would be battling the man very soon anyways. When he used his Sage mode there was nobody who could touch him in the village. He had developed it very well and felt as if he was close to unlocking something new. Naruto was sure if he mastered Realm Heart he would become even stronger than he was in the past. He was working on mastering all of the bloodlines that he was gifted when in the form. It will still take some time, but once he left on his training trip he was sure that he would have them all finished. However, he still wanted to find out more about his Realm Heart. He was snapped from his thoughts when his makeshift boat made contact with land. He got off the boat and activated Realm Heart. The feeling of nature chakra ran throughout his chakra system and seemed to rejuvenate him. The feeling of being at peace was almost overwhelming sometimes. He placed his hand on the boat and used wood style to make the boat turn into a tree. He thought about deactivating the transformation, but he kept it on. Well, I might as well put this on. He swiped his hand over his face and the familiar red and white mask came back on his face. Naruto looked himself up and down and realized he was pretty dirty and needed to get to a town and figure out where he was. His black long sleeve was blasted off from the elbow down. His black vest was wet and had a bit of seaweed in it from the ocean water. His ninja sandals were soaked and squished when he walked. Naruto walked down the dirt path with his mind wandering. Man, I hope my team is okay, and Hinata is probably pissed and sad at the same time. Yeah, you're going to get it when you get back. Kurama howled in laughter at just imagining it. Naruto halted in his tracks. A slight shiver went up his spine at being under the eyes of Hinata. She could be an angel 1 minute and then a devil the next. Then another thought crossed his mind. The Chunin exams were coming up and the Leaf was not ready for that. I can take this time to gather information on the invasion. I will just have to find my way to the Hidden Sound village and get the information on their plans. Naruto could just tell the Hokage, but he wouldn't listen nor take him seriously if he just went and told him about it. He could just tell him he was from another timeline, but he would take that to the grave. This is very risky and could go bad in many ways. Don't worry, I have got this in the bag. No need to worry for me. HMMP, as if I would waste my time worrying about you. No need to hide your feelings from me. Shut up, idiot. Naruto then continued to walk down the path. He would see where it led him while he conversed with Kurama and thought about future plans. His neck-length white hair with golden tips flowed in the wind, giving it a majestic look to it, while Naruto's posture was straight and on guard. Tsuzuna's house. Hinata slowly opened her eyes and blinked a couple of times. That was when everything that happened on the bridge came back to her. She shot up like a woman possessed. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked around the room for him. When she didn't see him, Hinata activated her Byakugan in hopes of getting a glimpse of his powerful chakra. Her veins bulged and her vision zoomed. She looked downstairs only to see her team and Team 7 along with Tsuzuna and his family. Hinata then looked outside to see if he could be spotted. He wasn't there. Hinata then expanded her range to look outside. He wasn't there. Panic began to rise in her system. Hinata pushed her vision even further. She pumped more chakra into her eyes, so much in fact that her eyes changed to sky blue and became the Tensegan once more. Hinata looked all over the wave country but still didn't see Naruto. Her vision began to blur with tears at not being able to find Naruto. Hinata deactivated her eyes and put her face in her hands and began to sob. This is the scene one Shino Abarame came in to see. Hinata-san. Shino muttered in his normal quiet voice, but Hinata didn't hear because she was sobbing. Shino walked over to Hinata's bed and spoke again. Hinata-san, it is not good to cry. Shino raised his hand hesitantly and patted Hinata's back in comfort. Shino was not expecting Hinata to grab him and sob in his chest. Shino panicked and almost used a substitution to escape, but seeing how hurt his teammate and friend was, he relaxed and started to rub her back in comfort. There, Shino said as softly as he could, but sounded a little awkward. Kurenai, who was watching in, only smiled at her team getting together. Kurenai wasn't the only one watching her team though. All of Team 7 was watching them, and once again they were jealous of the dynamic teammate had. Sasuke had enough and was the first to walk away. I don't need that, I have to remember why I am training in the first place. Forest. It was almost sunset and Naruto had been walking the path in silence. He was still in Realm Heart, which was surprising to him. Over the years he had become much more natural at using the transformation, and it even felt natural. He could see the light of what he guessed was a town. He picked up his speed and saw a sign that read, Hidden hot spring village. Wow, I made it this far from wave. It would take me 3 days to make it back to the village. Naruto didn't know how long he had been on that boat but guessed it was a long time because it was now night time. Naruto then heard the sound of a whimper behind him. He looked over to the bushes and saw a pool of blood behind the tree. Naruto walked over and pushed the bushes back and saw a baby cheetah with a kunai in its back leg. They got you, good little guy. Naruto kneeled in front of the baby cheetah who started to growl at Naruto. Easy. Naruto put his hand out and the cheetah then began to sniff it. Then the cheetah saw the runes on Naruto's hand and its eyes went wide and what sounded like a gasp came from the cheetah's maw. The cheetah seemed to bow its head to Naruto. Master, I am sorry for my behavior, please forgive me. It was Naruto's turn to gasp in shock. Why, you can talk? Yes, why are you acting so surprised? All of us summoning cheetahs can talk, did you not talk to any of us while training in our arts? The cheetah looked at Naruto confused. Naruto just looked at the cheetah through its mask in confusion. He then remembered why he came over here. Naruto moved his hand over the cheetah's leg and took the kunai out and his hands glowed green in healing chakra. Normally he couldn't use healing chakra but when he was in this form he was able to use chakra any way he wanted and with the help of hinata he was able to use healing chakra to an excellent degree. I have no idea what you are talking about, I have never trained in your art before. The cheetah gasped in shock again. So you naturally have those runes on your body. That's right. Naruto took out some bandages and wrapped up the cheetah's leg. Well, our leader will want to speak with you right away. The cheetah did a couple of walks and jumps to make sure its leg was okay. Thanks for this. The cheetah bowed in thanks. Now to our master. Naruto and the cheetah left in a puff of smoke. Cheetah summoning realm. Naruto and the cheetah appeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto looked around to see where he was and his eyes sparkled at the beauty of the place. Naruto could see the vast plains seemed to go on forever while trees sprouted from the ground and were rich with life as if being made from sage chakra. Sand covered the ground in areas and there were baby cheetahs playing in the sand being watched by their parents, he guessed. The bright sun beamed down on them all with intensity. The ground he was standing on was covered by thick grass and rich with was high grass all around and he could often see cheetahs jumping out the grass. The masked boy could hear and see the sound of running water. There was a huge river to his left that seemed to go into the main part of the land if the buildings over there were anything to go by. Naruto looked around with childlike amazement at his surroundings and even Kurama was looking in amazement at what was going on. The place looked like an expensive vacation spot he had brought Hinata once in his past life. He could see other cheetahs looking at him curiously. Naruto could see vast mountain ranges in the far distance. Before he could wander off and get lost he was touched on his leg by the tail of the cheetah who brought him here. Naruto looked down at the cheetah that was looking back up at him. Come on human, we have to talk to our leader. I am sure he already knows you are here now. Naruto followed along behind the cheetah who was walking at a sedate pace. Naruto felt he should introduce himself now. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, it's nice to meet you. The pleasure is mine and thanks for saving me again. My name is Tyler. The two made it to what seemed like a sandstone gate. The now named Tyler trotted through the gate with his long legs and tail that swayed in the gentle wind breeze. Naruto followed behind him still in his realm heart. He decided to take the mask off since there was no human here who could tell who he was. He took the mask off and placed it back in its seal for safekeeping. Naruto got weird looks from the cheetahs around. Some bowed to him when seeing the runes on his body which looked similar to their lord. The white-haired boy simply waved at them and surprisingly got a wave back from the cubs. This made him grin and they seemed to grin back with their sharp teeth. Come on Uzumaki, the place is just up ahead. Tyler took the lead once again making Naruto follow him so he wouldn't get lost. Once again Naruto and Kurama were jaw-dropped at what they were seeing. There was what seemed like a massive sand pyramid that was crafted with precise precision. He could see a staircase made from an expensive material. There were even some flowers on the side of the staircase. He even saw someone watering the plants. Then he saw more people walking around into their sandstone houses. They were walking on 2 legs and talking like humans. Kurama, do you see this? Yes, but look closely, they are not human. Naruto squinted his lavender eyes towards the human-looking figure and gasped in shock. He saw they had cheetah ears on their head along with long tawny tails coming from their backside. It seems you cheetahs can shape-shift. Naruto said with a light chuckle. Of course we can, we are mythical summoning creatures after all. Tyler said with clear pride in his voice. A mythical summoning, I've never heard about that. Naruto said with clear confusion in his voice. Even Kurama was a little confused because he had never heard of this. Yes, there are 5 mythical summoning contracts in the world. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and as cheetahs. Tyler leapt up the stairs while Naruto was in shock at never hearing about such things in his past life. He wondered if he could find these summoning creatures. Focus, you are about to meet the king. Look presentable. That is hard to do when I am in these beat-up clothes. Sigh, you're right, just go in and hope for the best. Tyler and Naruto finally reached the top and were now able to see into the throne room. There was a red velvet rug that led directly to the king's throne, which was a masterpiece in itself. It was a seat made for a king, and it was a king that sat in the seat. Naruto gazed upon the man who was sitting on the throne drinking out of a glass which was filled with red wine. The man had rich golden hair that hangs down above his eyebrow. He had a handsome face which could make the ladies in his village weak in the knees. Unlike most cheetahs who had caramel-colored eyes, this man had crimson-slitted eyes that were the color of blood. They shined with power and confidence while also giving him a serious look. His body was that of royalty and muscles that were not for show. A slim figure with muscles in the right place. He also had red runes that ran up his body which brought out the color of his crimson eyes even more. His attire consists of no top, allowing his bare body and red runes to be shown to the world, with the exception of a golden right glove on his hand. He has a golden necklace around his neck which jingles when he moves. His pants were a golden armor of the highest quality. Naruto had no idea how he could move around with such restricting armor on his legs. The king was also wearing a red cape that was on his waist of the golden armor which stopped above his golden boots. Hello mongrel. Gilgamesh looked at Naruto with a piercing gaze. Naruto didn't flinch, he had stared down much more terrifying enemies before. What? Was Naruto's great response. You have come to Great Uruk and also seem to have a watered-down version of my power, so you are a mongrel until further notice. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And I am Gilgamesh, the honor is yours. Jez, it's like talking to Madara times 100. Now down to business, your sage mode belongs to our clan and the fact that you are able to use it without being signed to our contract is amazing. However, due to you not being linked to us is keeping you from using the power to its greatest and also embarrassing me. How am I embarrassing you? Because mongrel, you are not using the power correctly and doing this you makes me feel great shame. Then how do I use it? Gilgamesh simply smirked and his red eyes shined with amusement. Like this. His power flared and golden portals opened behind the king and all kinds of weapons appeared and glowed with power. You do not ask for the power, you bend it to your will. Naruto was shocked at the power he was feeling from the king. His power was even greater than his own if he went all out right now. The man didn't seem to be using his full power, but from what Naruto could feel, it was great. It makes sense now. I had felt as if I could bring the power to a higher level, but something always seemed to be blocking me. If I can train here in this power, then I would be able to wield it to such a level as the king. Naruto, his power is comparable to that of Biju and not on the lower scale either. You should really ask for his help. Damn, that shit crazy. Naruto wiped the sweat of his brow and grinned towards the king who had a glint of respect in his eye. I would like to ask you for help. Naruto got on a knee and bowed. Go on, Gilgamesh said. Will you help me in my training to master this power? It will cost you mongrel. But I, the great Gilgamesh, shall help you. Naruto smiled in gratitude until he remembered something. Panic then took over his face. One more request, is there any way you can help me gather information on an enemy of mine? Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. What enemy? This guy called Orochimaru and the Sound Village. He wants to attack our village. He will also be using the Sand Village to try and attack us. Orochimaru. Gilgamesh then gave out a boisterous laugh. He held his stomach in pain from laughing so hard. That fool never learns, does he? You know him. Yes, he tried to attack our lands with his snake summons in the past. I sent him and his great earthworm running. Gilgamesh laughed again at the memory. Naruto was shocked at hearing about this. He had no idea the summoning animals could even go to other people's summoning land. I will send some of my people who are great at spying to gather as much information as possible. However, you will be staying here for a while until I feel you are good enough to leave. Naruto nodded at what Gilgamesh told him. This was going to be good, he only hoped Hinata and his team were okay. Now let us go and train you mongrel. Gilgamesh got up from his throne and Naruto was able to see his cheetah tail along with his animal-like ears on his head. A golden portal opened up and a staff that glowed golden shot out at Naruto. Naruto summoned a red crystal wall in front of him in order to block the beam, but it went right through the wall and connected with him, making the white-haired boy go wide-eyed from the pain of the attack that definitely bruised some of his organs. He can use crystal release. I don't remember any Uzumaki having that. Let's keep watching to see what he can do. Gilgamesh watched as Naruto got to his feet and summoned a chakra blade on his fingers and charged him with immense speed. Gilgamesh dodged and sidestepped with ease. He threw out a quick jab which connected to Naruto's face. He then summoned a golden staff and slammed it into Naruto's gut, which sent Naruto flying into the beautiful stone pillar holding up the room and allowing the setting sun to shine on him. Don't underestimate a king, fool. Gilgamesh slammed his golden staff on the marble floor. He's right, fool. Whose side are you on? Naruto groaned and pulled himself from the stone wall. Naruto looked at Gilgamesh, who was smirking cockily at Naruto. Naruto then went through hand signs and shot lava bullets at Gilgamesh, who only summoned more portals and shot the lava balls down. He then felt space contract, and the familiar feeling of contracting space and time overcame the king. Naruto had activated static void and was now approaching Gilgamesh with his chakra blade. However, when looking at Gilgamesh, he could see it in the king's eyes. Gilgamesh knew what happened and was clearly looking on with amusement towards Naruto. When the white-haired boy was about to put the chakra blade towards his throat, Gilgamesh struck out with a lightning-fast kick that sent Naruto outside the throne room and into an open field. To think, he was able to get such a grasp on space-time without any help. Truly remarkable. Gilgamesh then summoned a stone tablet and walked through a golden portal towards where he sent Naruto. Naruto landed and created a crater and also cracked a couple of bones from the fall. Damn, he sure is as strong. Naruto then saw a golden portal open up and the king himself walked through. I congratulate you, Uzumaki, you are no longer a mongrel. To have come so far with your runes without any help. Are you talking about these? Naruto extended his arm and showed off his golden runes, which were unlike the ones on Gilgamesh's body. Gilgamesh looked at the runes with an intense gaze. He has the runes of space and time, so why can he use other bloodlines? And why are his runes golden and not red like they are supposed to be? It could just be because of the fox in him, but I doubt it. His power almost feels like that old sage but different. I am sure the fox picked up on this as well. He was snapped from his thoughts when he saw Naruto slam his hands together and he felt the ground rumble. Let's make this a landmark. Naruto finished his hand sign and grinned at the king. Wood-style deep forest emergence. Thick tree branches rose from the ground and rushed towards Gilgamesh, who had a shocked look on his face at seeing Naruto use high-powered bloodlines back to back. Uzumaki. Gilgamesh summoned a stone tablet to his hand. You are going to make me kill you. The golden-clad king grinned and his own runes glowed bright. The city was rocked by explosions and laughter all night long. They just knew that the king was having a great time, and so was the white-haired guy who was sent flying through the air. Tizuna's house. It had been a week since the battle on the now complete bridge. Over the week the people of the town celebrated and everyone helped work on the bridge. It was an overall good atmosphere in the town. At least for some people it was. Team 8 had just not been the same, and you didn't need any special eyes to see that. Hinata spent almost all of the day searching for Naruto or anything that might help them. Even Shino seemed a little down at not being able to find his friend. Kurenai tried to lift up their spirits by making them go out and party, but it just didn't help much. Team 7 felt a little bad at seeing the team being separated like this. It was something the Hokage would not be happy about. They were now all on the bridge that was now called the Great Naruto Bridge in honor of the boy who restored hope to the town. The people of Wave were there to tell the ninja goodbye. We just want to say thank you once again. We will remember this forever. Tizuna said, shaking Kurenai's hand and giving her a grateful smile. No problem, we are just doing what you paid us to do. Kurenai said with a smile. After that was said, the ninja then leapt back into the trees and made their way back to the village. The trip would be long and awkward. Naruto-kun, I hope you are safe. Wherever you are. Hinata gripped her lavender necklace while her Tensegan activated again. Chapter 12. Saw golden portal opened up on the main road leading to the front gates of the Leaf Village. A black ninja sandal stepped out the portal revealing black Anbu pants. There was a cheetah fur pelt wrapped around the waist that flapped in the wind. The figure was wearing a black long sleeves which had its sleeve rolled up to the elbows. What a sight for sore eyes. It was Naruto who had finally spoken up. It had been a long time since he had seen his home. Naruto's white hair with golden tips had gotten longer to where he could now put it in a small ponytail behind his head. Naruto looked around to see if anyone was around and was sad to see no one. The gate guards were sleeping and no Anbu were on the gates. We were arrogant in believing no one would challenge us. That is how we suffered so much from the invasion and others who infiltrated. Something to fix when I'm Hokage. Naruto paused at that thought. He hadn't said he wanted to be Hokage since he had returned to the past. It would seem my dream holds strong. Naruto shook himself from his thoughts. He had things to tell the Hokage. He released his powerful chakra on the whole village, allowing the calming feeling of nature chakra to bathe them. The whole village stopped what they were doing to feel the maelstrom of power. Even the people who weren't ninja or sensors could feel the power. However, the chakra was soft to the touch and made you feel protected. It even healed those who were injured and brought life to the surrounding life, making all the animals feel joy. Once the ninjas snapped out of their stupor, they got back to business and made their way to the main source of the power. Even Hiruzen put his pin down and jumped out to go and see who was capable of releasing such power. Hinata, who was in her secret training ground, stopped her training and widened her eyes at the familiar feeling. There was only one person she knew who could release such power like this. Tears quickly came to her eyes, but these were tears of utter joy. Naruto-kun. Hinata's Tensegan activated from how she was feeling. She deactivated it and quickly dashed off with immense speed. Naruto, sensing that everyone was coming, took his white mask off and placed it back in the seal. He deactivated his realm heart and stood there with a smile. Being able to still sense that everyone was still coming, and not to mention his girlfriend who was a lot stronger. The Hokage landed at the entrance of the front gate along with Anbu, who were behind him with their weapons drawn. The other Junin and Chunin landed on the gates and around their comrades. He could see notable ninjas like Kakashi, Asuma, his sensei Kurenai, Might Guy, and Genma. What a welcome this is. Naruto grinned at everyone, unbothered by all the strong ninja who were gazing upon him. To say everyone was shocked was an understatement. Naruto Uzumaki was the one who released that powerful chakra on the village. There was no way that the missing genin Naruto Uzumaki was the one who released such powerful chakra on the whole village. The only way he could have done that would be if he used the Nine Tails chakra, which was not felt at all. Kakashi lifted up his headband to reveal Sharingan in order to get a better look at Naruto. His red eye gazed at every spot of Naruto's body to see if he could spot anything out of the ordinary. His chakra was thick and powerful, not to mention he could feel the power just rolling off the boy as if he wasn't trying in the slightest to conceal his power. He would have looked more if Naruto didn't give him a side glance that made him fight down the urge to shiver. There was something different about his eyes. That was not the gaze of a genin, but the gaze of someone who had seen and done it all. That was not a look a 13-year-old boy should have. Naruto shifted his gaze away from Kakashi, making him let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Naruto looked at his sensei, who was giving him a happy smile, and her ruby red eyes showed nothing but happiness. Naruto gave her a heartfelt smile back that made Kurenai and the kunoichi blush. Asuma saw this and sent Naruto a glare that did nothing to him, while Anko was in the crowd only smirking and sent Naruto a kiss which he only smiled back at. That was when Naruto saw her. He looked to the roof and was able to see Hinata, who had her eyes locked on him and was moving at great speeds which many Junin couldn't track. Hinata took one last leap and flew through the air, all with a smile on her face. Naruto opened his arms with a smile on his face as well. He was only focused on Hinata. They were in their own world right now. Naruto held Hinata by the waist and spun her around, making the girl smile and give off happy laughs that was music to his ears. Hinata held onto Naruto tight, afraid to let him go in fear that he would disappear once again. "I've missed you, Hinata-chan," Naruto said close to her ear so only she could hear. Hinata felt her heart jump with joy at hearing those words. "And I've missed you, Naruto-kun." Hinata's grip tightened, but was still the warm embrace Naruto knew it was. When Hinata returned, she had gone to the person she knew she could count on in times like this. Flashback. When Hinata got back to the village gates, she left in a water body flicker. Kurenai wanted to go after her, but a tug on her wrist stopped her. She looked back to see Shino shaking his head in the negative towards her. "We should just let her be right now. No doubt she is going through turmoil right now. We should instead report to the Hokage." Shino then began to walk away with his hands in his coat. "He's right." Kakashi walked up and patted Kurenai on the back. "It's times like this when you should let them do what they need to." The man and his team began to walk to the Hokage office, leaving Kurenai to think to herself. "I hope you'll be okay, Hinata, and you as well, Naruto." The ruby-eyed woman walked after Team 7 and Shino. Hospital. Hinata had appeared in the lobby of the hospital. She already knew where she needed to go and simply walked to her location with a downcast look in her eyes. Making her way between the crowd of people in the hospital, Hinata found herself at the office door of one Retsuyu no Hana. Hinata knocked on the door and waited for a response. "Come in." Hinata heard the soft voice of Retsu. Hinata opened the door and walked inside with her head down and closed the door, making a click sound. Retsu looked at Hinata and could already tell something was bothering her. There was just one person missing. Naruto Uzumaki. "Where is your little boyfriend?" Retsu tried to joke, but once she saw Hinata flinch, she knew that was the reason the young Hyuga was here. I don't know." The voice of Hinata came out. "Come here, child." Retsu opened her arms behind her desk. Without much hesitation, Hinata jumped over the desk and landed in the arms of Retsu, who rubbed her head and muttered soft words in her ears. The river of tears Hinata was holding in finally fell. Hinata put her face in between Retsu's breast and cried some more. Some time went by and Hinata had finally calmed down. Now she was only letting out snuffles from time to time. Have you finally calmed down, young one? Retsu asked in her soothing voice. Why yes. Hinata asked with her head still on Retsu's chest, which was only a white button-up covered by a doctor's white coat. Now tell me what the troublemaking boy did this time. Hinata let out a chuckle at that. Naruto always seemed to find a way to cause trouble wherever he was. In Uruk, Naruto was eating with the king and his wife Saduri. The blonde had sneezed, which got on the food, causing Gilgamesh to call him a mongrel and blasted him out the house with a golden staff that came from a portal. Yes he does, doesn't he? Hinata said, making both two laugh until Hinata sighed and explained everything to Retsu about what happened on her last mission. She told her about what Gato had done and how they had gone to infiltrate his base. Telling how Gato had hired some extra help and they trained in their jutsu so they could become stronger and face the new enemy. Hinata had told her about the great battle Naruto had with Kimimaro and the end result. She even showed her the new power she had gained. That is some first mission, Retsu said and hummed in thought. So Naru-chan was holding back on his opponent. Yes, I guess he just wanted to test himself against someone who wanted to kill him. Most likely, you know our favorite blonde can be reckless sometimes. Retsu said with a smile and amusement in her eyes. They both laugh again. I am sure Naru-chan is fine, there isn't much that can bring the boy down, so just stay strong for him, okay? I'll try. Hinata snuggled in her mother figure's arms. Retsu only smiled and laid a soft motherly kiss on the girl's head. Now, run on home, and be sure to tell your father what happened. Hinata got off her lap and bowed in thanks. She walked to the door and gave Retsu one last thanks. I will see you around. Hinata bowed once again and left feeling a little better. Retsu just smiled as the young Hyuga walked away. When the door closed she frowned in sadness and brought a hand to her aching heart. I hope you're okay, Naru-chan. She had really grown attached to the young kids and sometimes felt as if they were her own children. Flashback over. Hinata pulled back and just gazed at Naruto with loving eyes. She then leaned in and captured his lips in a kiss, not caring who was watching them. All that mattered was that her Naruto-kun was back. The people who were watching all gave cute ahs at the happy couples, and the hopeless romantics were even crying and blowing their nose and hugging each other. This included Might Guy, who was holding Kakashi and had waterfall tears coming out of his eyes. So youthful. The man blew his nose loudly. Kurenai was trying her best to be a little more dignified and was only holding Asuma's hand and wiping away little tears. Asuma saw this and smirked down at her, causing her to blush in embarrassment and then send him a glare that looked so cute with her red cheeks. People then started to walk away and got back to their business, while those who were still shocked to see the demon child be able to release such power at a young age, and it was a little scary and threatening to some of them. The Hokage walked up to the two and was quickly pushed out the way by Kurenai, who wrapped Naruto in a hug. Ow Naruto, I was so worried about you. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Answer me, damn it. She was shaking Naruto and then bringing him into a tight hug until he went blue. Kurenai-sensei. You're hurting him. Hinata pulled Naruto away from Kurenai and began to heal him, which was not needed at all. Kurenai looked sheepish and rubbed the back of her head much like Naruto did and had a small blush of embarrassment on her face. He, sorry. A cough from the Hokage, who was enjoying the sight of his ninja getting along with each other. Let's go talk in my office. Yay, I have got some things to tell you. Naruto said with a serious face that wasn't seen on his face much, and when it was that meant things were not good. Everyone, seeing his serious face and tone, all knew things were not good. The serious atmosphere was interrupted when they heard and cute Ipin looked to see Hinata in the arms of Naruto. Naruto-kun, not in front of the Hokage. Hinata tried to hide by putting her hands up to cover her face. Naruto only laughed, much like his king, or boss summon Gilgamesh, who preferred to be called king and not boss summon. Naruto only called him Gilgamesh, which ended up with him getting harsh training at the end of the day. Naruto would wake up and do it all over again though. That didn't stop you from kissing me in front of everyone. The statement from Naruto caused the young girl to hide her red face in his neck in an attempt to hide from everyone. Naruto only laughed more and left in a white fire pillar to the Hokage office. Not back for 30 minutes and already causing trouble. Hiruzen sighed and then left to follow Naruto to his office in his own body flicker. Hokage office. Naruto appeared and took a seat and placed Hinata in his lap with her back on his chest while he had his arms wrapped around his waist. Hinata let out a sigh of bliss as she rested into Naruto's embrace. This is nice. Hinata finally broke the comfortable silence. Hinata took Naruto's hand in hers. It was hard without you, Naruto-kun. Naruto rested his head on her shoulder. He hated doing things like this to her, but Gilgamesh wanted him to train in their arts and wouldn't let him go until he was adequate. I am sorry for putting you through that, it was hard for me as well. I wanted to come back but he wouldn't let me. Who is he? Hinata asked, making sure Naruto understood when she said he. I will tell you when the old man gets here. Naruto then smiled. So did I miss anything new? He kissed her cheek affectionately, making Hinata smile at the action she missed so much. I'll tell you all about it later over some ramen. Hinata said already knew what was about to happen. Just like she thought, Naruto exploded with joy and started to rub their faces together, making Hinata giggle at him. Oh, Hina-chan, I think I missed your cooking the most. You have to cook every day for the whole week. It just so happens that I got groceries yesterday. Hinata smiled with amusement clear in her beautiful lavender eyes. Have I ever told you I love you, Hinata-chan? Hinata only grabbed the lavender necklace that was in the symbol of the Uzumaki. Yes you have. And I love you. Hinata gave Naruto a soft peck on the lips with a blush. She wasn't shy anymore but still had her moments of blushing like a schoolgirl. The Hokage then appeared in the office in a standard leaf body flicker. Now, what is this news you have for me? Hiruzen asked in a no-joking tone to show now was no time for jokes. Hinata was a little intimidated by the presence of the Hokage. She had normally seen him trying to play grandfather to Naruto and always smiling with an easygoing atmosphere around him. His aura was completely different. Now he looked like a Hokage who had been through it all. Naruto, seeing the nervousness and slight fear Hinata was in, gripped her hand tighter and flooded her chakra system with his calming chakra. He sent a sharp gaze to Hiruzen that told the old man to pipe down. Once again, Hiruzen was shocked to see young Naruto unaffected by him again. He hid his surprise at Naruto not only being unaffected but also being able to calm down Hinata. Over the years he had noticed the maturity level of Naruto to where it sometimes felt like he was talking to a grown man and not some rookie ninja. When the boy got older he would definitely be a Hokage candidate. I would like it if you started from the beginning, Hiruzen said with his hands crossed on his desk and serious gaze still in place. Naruto nodded. When I fell off the bridge I used a combination of water walking and just floating with the ocean to make my way to land. I traveled on foot in order to take time and get a hold of what I would do next. I then recalled that my opponent said he worked for Orochimaru. Naruto paused to let what he just said sink in. Again Hiruzen was reminded of his past mistakes and how they are coming to bite him in the ass. Naruto could sympathize with the man on this. If only he had killed Sasuke at the Valley of the End the first time around, it would have made things a lot more easier for everyone. Once I remembered that I was going to make my way to the village and try to spy on them and get some information. Naruto would have continued if it weren't for a hand going upside his head. You were going to do what? It was Hinata Hyuga. I had to in order to get information for the village. Naruto tried to defend himself from the fury of his future wife. You should have returned and told us about it. That way someone could have helped you. As much as he enjoyed seeing the young couple argue like they were married, there were things he had to do. The scene reminded him of when his wife Bawako would yell at him for fighting by himself. Hinata, can you please let Naruto finish? The Hyuga heirs crossed her arms and sat back in Naruto's lap. Like I was saying, I had traveled all the way to the hidden hot springs village and was about to go into town and get some rest when I ran into an injured cheetah. Naruto paused and wondered if he should reveal his hidden transformation to the Hokage. If he told the old man then it would make this a lot easier, plus he planned to reveal it during the Chunin exam's final anyways or when he met the pervy sage again. Go on. Hiruzen waved Naruto to finish his story. Once I healed the cheetah he took me to its summoning realm and I met the boss summoner, King. Naruto made air quotes with his hands when he said king. Hinata and Hiruzen were shocked that Naruto met the summoning boss for the cheetahs. They didn't even know the cheetahs had a summoning contract. Yeah, I was just as shocked as you guys, turns out they are a mythical summoning contract. Naruto patted his cheetah fur pelt that was on his waist. So they do exist. Hiruzen muttered under his breath, but because the room was quiet everyone heard him. You knew about these contracts? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. It was something my sensei Tobirama told me when I was still a genin. Wow, so a long time ago. Naruto said and laughed, making Hiruzen gain a tick mark, and Hinata elbowed him in the ribs and sent him a look. Show some respect or I won't be cooking ramen tonight. Sorry. Naruto put his head down. Hiruzen chuckled. Don't worry Hinata, it's alright. Hiruzen sent Naruto his own glare. I was told about them when my sensei said he fought a giant white tiger. He said they were extremely powerful and if he wasn't who he was he would have died that day. I have never heard of this in my past life and I knew everything about the Hokage. Could this be because of me affecting this new world? Naruto was perplexed at the information he was receiving today. Anyways, once I got there, I was introduced to the king whose name is Gilgamesh. He trained me in their arts. He gave Hinata a look once she understood and knew he would tell her about it when they got home. You were trained personally by the boss summon. Hiruzen asked in surprise. Naruto nodded in response to his question. Damn, Jiraiya is not going to be happy about that. Anyways, I asked him if he could have some of his cheetahs to spy on the Sound Village and gather information. Naruto said and tapped his wrist where he had a sealing scroll and unsealed the contents. The cheetahs had found out he was planning to attack the village and made a copy of the attack plan. Hiruzen looked through the papers with intense focus and gazed over every paper in his view. Naruto saw the frown on the old man's lips, guessing he was finished reading. My foolish student, he sighed. Where did I go wrong with you? What are we going to do about this? Hinata asked worriedly. I will assemble the shinobi council to go over this with them and we will come up with a plan. Naruto, I want to thank you for providing us such vital information and you will be rewarded S rank pay for this information. I will also tell the council it was you who got us such information. Hiruzen told Naruto, who was shocked along with Hinata. I simply did it to protect my home like any good ninja would do. Naruto said with sincerity, which made the old Hokage and Hinata smile towards the blonde. You two are dismissed. Hiruzen waves the two rookie genin off. Naruto and Hinata got up. Hinata bowed while Naruto just gave him a thumbs up. The blonde swept Hinata off her feet, making her blush again at Naruto being so bold in front of the village leader. Naruto left in another pillar of white flames. They appeared at the front door to their apartment. Naruto was about to open the door but Hinata stopped him. Wait, Naruto-kun, can we go to the Hyuga compound? The members would be happy to see you. Naruto simply shrugged. Sure. He left the same way he came. Hyuga compound. Naruto appeared with Hinata on his back in front of the two guards. Sup you guys? Naruto waved a hand at the two male Hyuga guards. The guards looked at Naruto for a second. He seemed different, but that could just be the longer hair. They then noticed the trademark whisker marks. Naruto-sama. The guards rush over and bow in front of him. We are glad to see you have returned from your absence. Ah, come on guys, no need to be like that. Naruto simply waved them off but had a smile nonetheless. This was not new to him. After the war he was considered the hero of the war. He was a little embarrassed at first but soon got over it and simply enjoyed the praise. Told you, Hinata said and poked his cheek with a smile on her face. I'll see you guys around. Naruto waved and walked into the compound. They opened the door with rare smiles on their faces. Naruto walked around the compound and got waves and smiles from the other Hyuga members. The clan had really become a better place because of him. The animosity was slowly going down between the side branch and main branch. There were those who were still stuck in the past and refused to change and simply relied on fate. Hello Hinata-sama, Naruto-sama. The familiar voice of one Neji Hyuga came from behind the two. Big brother Neji. Hinata got off Naruto's back and gave the boy a hug. Even after all these years the boy was still trying to hide his true feelings. He had changed from when he first met the boy again. It took a couple of talking and beating the boy down during spars to make him see fate was nothing but a coward's way out. He had done a complete 180 from how he used to be. What's good with you Neji? Naruto walked over and clapped the boy on the shoulder. You have been doing good since I left. I have been just fine Naruto-sama, your worries are unjust. Naruto then put the boy in a headlock. Didn't I tell you to stop calling me Sama? You little brat. Naruto was giving the long-haired boy a nuggie. Damn you, I am older than you. Neji escaped and put Naruto in the headlock and had a victory smirk on his face. Until Naruto puffed into smoke. What was that? Naruto appeared behind Neji with a cruel smirk. Neji was caught off guard when he was jumped on by a horde of Naruto clones. They disappeared in a comical cloud of smoke and started to fight. Neji tried to escape but was dragged back by a clone. Hinata along with the passing Hyuga began to laugh at what was going on. Hinata then reached in and pulled the boys out. Okay, that is enough. Hinata used healing chakra on Neji who had a black eye and his hair was a mess. The boy fixed his appearance and left with a HMPH. They couldn't see the small smile on his face. Naruto then rubbed his hand together. Now where is the little firecracker? The blonde then began to use his sensing ability to search for the little girl. Found her. Naruto walked off chuckling. Hinata could practically see the fox tail and ears behind him. Well, it seems you are happy he is back. The voice of her father came from around the corner. He had an impassive face but Hinata could feel the happiness in his chakra. Everyone is happy to have him back. Hinata put her hands together and placed them over her heart and had a loving look in her eyes. I will set up the marriage at once then. Hiyashi said with a straight face. Father. Hinata yelled with a red face and almost passed out. She had dreamed of that multiple times. She put her head in her hands and ran off with a red face. The man chuckled silently to himself at his oldest. It really hurt him to see his daughter so hurt while Naruto wasn't here. He wished there was something he could have done in order to make her feel better. Naruto was now outside watching Hanabi Hyuga train with her gentle fist. He could see her footprints and the sweat that was all over her body. She had been out here for a long time. Naruto watched her try and perform the 64 palms but was only able to use 8 palms. He could see the problems but didn't point them out because it was something she had to figure out herself. Naruto would instead give the girl a break. "Hey there, Nabi-chan." The young girl turned to the sound of the voice. There was only one person who called her that. Sitting down drinking tea with Hinata and having a smile on his face. "Big brother Naruto." She ran over to Naruto and jumped into his open arms. She nuzzled his face. "I am so glad to see you again." Naruto's face then began to get wet due to the tears coming from Hanabi. "Don't cry, Nabi-chan." Naruto pulled the girl to his chest and held her gently. He began to pat her head and whispered soft words into her ear until she stopped crying and only sniffled. "Better now?" Naruto asked with a smile. "Better," Hanabi said and wrapped her arms around Naruto. Hinata pouted cutely at not getting attention. "Where's my hug?" Hanabi stuck her tongue out at her sister who slightly glared back. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan, you can have me all to yourself later," Naruto said with a suggestive tone in his voice, making the young girl blush slightly and turn her head. "Now it's getting late, let's call it a day, shall we?" Naruto said and got up with Hanabi still in his arms. "Yes," Hinata said a little too happy and pushed them both inside. 1 hour later. Naruto and Hinata were in their bed getting ready to go to sleep. Naruto was wearing a simple white shirt with gray shorts while Hinata had on a blue tank top with black and white shorts. Hinata was laying on Naruto's chest with a happy smile on her face. The bed was cold without Naruto in it. Naruto had an arm around Hinata's back with a smile on his face as well. "I am so happy you are back," Hinata said. "Glad to be back, now let's go to sleep, Kurenai-sensei wants us to meet up tomorrow." "Love you, Naruto-kun." Hinata raised her head and gave Naruto a kiss. "Love you too." Naruto kissed back and laid his head back and closed her eyes. Mindscape. Naruto appeared on top of Kurama's big head. "Can you believe Hinata-chan awakened the Tenseigan? I am just as shocked as you are. But how the hell did she get it? Could me interacting with her and being exposed to my sage powers made it more achievable for her? Maybe, but the other guy had to take Hanabi's eyes in order to gain it. But Hinata does have a pure Byakugan and I guess her being a lot more powerful allowed her to gain a better hold of it. It really doesn't matter, she is strong and you are happy." Naruto smiled. "Aw, thanks dad, I am so glad you are happy for me." Naruto scratched behind Kurama's giant bunny ear, making Kurama's back leg shake rapidly. "Stop that." Kurama shook his head rapidly and made Naruto fall off while he was laughing. "Oh, you think that's funny?" A familiar ball of energy formed in Kurama's mouth, making Naruto go wide-eyed. Wait. Naruto left the mindscape before Kurama could hit him with a tailed beast bomb. Next day. Naruto was watching Hinata go through some of the steps for her new move, which was a heart stopper. It was part of her advanced gentle fist, the flowing fist. Naruto watched as Hinata made precise movements and struck out at the shadow clone of herself using the regular gentle fist. They are concise and accurate to a point. The location of her steps, the angle of her arms, she is flowing just like a calm river and even seems to be following a path set by Sage Chakra. This isn't just a coincidence. Is she able to see the natural energy thanks to her eyes? Naruto watched with much pride and amazement at Hinata dominating the clone. This new move was called Step of the 8 Trigrams of Divination. Hinata thought in her last step, which was a palm thrust to the chest which made the clone puff away in smoke. Every 8 trigram step you take increases the power of the next strike. Almost unstoppable if you don't know how to properly block or dodge. Well, what do you think, Shino? Impressive, right? Naruto looked up to the tree where Shino was watching behind his shades. Amazing, I see no way of blocking that unless you are faster. Glad you think so, I worked hard to perfect that move. Hinata said with a smile. And I can tell, you looked so majestic. Naruto gave her a thumbs up, making her smile even more. Hello team. Who is ready for the Chunin exams? Kurenai appeared in a leaf body flicker and a giddy expression on her face. Chapter 13. Chunin exams. Who is ready for the Chunin exams? Team 8 stared at their sensei who had a bright smile and flyers in her hands. Shino said nothing and only pushed up his shades. Hinata took the papers and gave them to her teammates. I am ready. Hinata felt confident in her power right now, especially that Naruto was back and her team was completed. I am definitely more ready than I was last time, Naruto thought while remembering how he was not prepared at all for the Chunin exams in his past. It was a good thing he had Kurama to help him out back there or he would have been a goner. You got that right, Kurama said with clear amusement towards Naruto. He might have been stronger than most of the genin who attended, but anyone who was above that, he struggled. Yay, we will crush the exams and make you proud, sensei. Naruto put his arms around his two teammates and grinned towards Kurenai. Kurenai smiled at her team, glad to see that all was back to normal and they could finally go back on mission. She could see that the team just wasn't the same without Naruto leading them effectively. As much as it hurt her pride, she had to admit. Naruto was the leader of the team. He could think of plans on the spot and led them effectively as if he had been doing it for years. Let's take a picture to remember this moment forever. Kurenai pulled out a camera and set it up. She got behind them and smiled along with her team. Even Shino's lips twisted upwards. The camera flashed and the picture was taken. Kurenai walked over to the picture and flapped it in the air so it could dry off. Make sure you send us this picture, okay sensei? Naruto said. Don't worry Naruto, I will give you all a copy. Alright, Naruto then turned to Shino and grinned. Shino was put on edge by that grin Naruto sent him. Why don't you show me what kind of training you've put in? Naruto got in his fighting style. He would use Kyokushin karate. Shino would admit, he was a little scared. It was no secret that he was the worst at hand-to-hand on the team and Naruto was the best on the team and maybe in the village, but he would have to see him battle Might Guy. Shino gathered his courage and got into his clan's fighting stance. It was mostly a style meant to block and allow bugs to crawl on the enemy. That wouldn't work on Naruto though, so he would have to use every trick in the book. Naruto saw Shino get ready and smirk. It seems as if he not only got stronger but his confidence did as well. When they first meet up, Shino wouldn't even think of fighting him. Naruto then saw a 6-inch dagger drop from Shino's coat and land right in his hand. He could see that there seemed to be a clear liquid dripping from the blade. So he uses a poisoned blade in close quarters to make up for his weakness at hand-to-hand. Smart, but poison won't work on me. Naruto then dashed towards Shino at speeds fast enough for Shino to track. It was enough for Shino to be able to keep up but too fast enough to make him go at his max speed. Naruto blocked a side slash from Shino's dagger and went for a straight to Shino's face. Managing to barely dodge that punch, Shino stepped to Naruto's side and tried to land a body shot to Naruto, but using great speed, Naruto moved to the side and looped his arm in Shino's and spun off his back, bringing Shino into the air and slamming him into the ground. Shino got back to his feet in an instant and dodged a stomp for Naruto that would have surely broken some ribs if the way the ground broke apart was anything to go by. Shino made his way back to Naruto and threw multiple punches that Naruto blocked or parried, which left the Aburame wide open, which Naruto took every chance to capitalize on, causing Shino to feel his whole skeletal system shake from the strength of Naruto's blows. Shino managed to put his hands up and block the shots of Naruto, which left his hands feeling numb. Shino struck out with a fast uppercut to Naruto's chin. He was not expecting it to do nothing and Naruto to spin around and give him a kick, which he blocked but still was sent flying across the training field. Naruto put his leg down slowly and stared at where Shino was with a smile. You did improve, but you still have a long way to go. Take pride in your skills and know that you have worked hard to attain such strength. The statement made Shino smile behind his overcoat. He would take Naruto's words to heart. Kurenai and Hinata smiled at the motivational words of their teammate student. He always knew what to say to boost people's spirits up. The moment was broken when a purple-haired Anbu landed in the field. She sent a small nod towards Kurenai, who was her friend. She took notice of what was going on and guessed a spar just finished. That was when she noticed Naruto turn his gaze towards her. The women got a good look at the young blonde who had shaken the village up. He was handsome and his blonde hair that was at his shoulder blades blew in the wind. Those crystal blue eyes that shined with power and kindness but could easily turn cold and unforgiving with the flip of a switch. His sharp jawline gave him a chiseled look to his mature posture. He stood tall and proud as if the world could not bring him down, but she had no idea that the world rested on his back. Under her mask she blushed from the sight of the handsome young man. She quickly snapped herself from that train of thought. There was already a man waiting for her when she got home. The Hokage and council request your presence immediately. Yugao told Naruto, who nodded back towards her. Okay you guys, I will catch up with you later. Naruto said and left in a body flicker. Yugao followed him to the chambers. Council chambers. The room was filled with the civilians yelling in panic and worry about what was going down. They were worried about how much money they would lose and if they would make it out alive. The clan heads were in the same boat but were doing a much better job at hiding it. This would be their first time in a war since the Third Great Ninja War. They had to go home and warn their clan members about the upcoming battle that would take place. Hiruzen was watching all of this go by with a tired gaze. The place was more like a cafeteria with a bunch of little kids. He couldn't believe that they would all lose their shit like this when someone told them they would be attacked. He was also disappointed in his clan heads. As much as they tried to hide it, the old Hokage could see the panic stretch across some of their faces. Danzo just watched with hidden satisfaction at the turn of events. He would take this chance to take the position of Hokage for himself and rule the Leaf Village how he wanted, and nobody would stop him from doing so. He would start by putting the Nine Tails in its place and making him loyal to himself only. He had to give credit to the blonde for going above and beyond and getting such great intel on the enemy's plan. If anything, he was loyal to the village, but he'd be better if he was loyal to himself. Danzo had tried years before to try and capture Naruto, but the elusive blonde always seemed to kill his agents and even made the Hyuga kill them as well. Everyone stopped when they felt a pressure press down on their shoulders. The civilians went stiff at the raw power being displayed. The clan heads snapped their heads towards the door. Some got ready to take action if it was needed, and even Shikaku raised his head and looked towards the door with anxiety. The Hokage looked towards the door and tilted his head down to hide his smile. The young ninja always knew how to bring attention to himself. The doors opened, revealing it was Naruto Uzumaki, a genin of the village hidden in the leaves, but right now, they didn't see a genin. The power was coming from the genin, and they all could see a semblance of an older version of the blonde behind him who was giving them all a stern gaze. The clan heads felt like they should get up and bow to the young man. "What is it, Hokage?" "I was catching up with my team," Naruto asked, looking at Hiruzen, who held a straight face. "I have called you here for your opinion on what we should do for this upcoming war. Also, some members of the council wish to know how you were able to get such detailed information." Hiruzen gave his reply in a serious tone and stern face. "Not to be rude, Hokage-sama, but why are we asking a mere child for his input about a war? He has never seen such things and has no idea what it is like," Inoichi asked, standing from his seat. Naruto turned to see who said that. It was Ino's father. Naruto remembered he died in the war from the Ten Tails. He was a big help during the war in spreading information to everyone. Naruto would use this in order to have him help in this upcoming invasion. However, right now they were downplaying him. "It does not matter if I have seen war or not. What matters is that I give you valid information and plans that will bring us victory in this upcoming battle." Naruto was a little heated at his words but couldn't blame the man. He had no idea of the words he spoke. Not expecting the young boy to snap back at him, Inoichi took a second to gaze at Naruto. He met the boy's steely blue eyes and felt like he should place his trust in the young genin. "Now, stop acting as if you have never experienced battle before. To be in here yelling and worrying about money you will lose is downright stupid when your life is on the line. We are the members of the village hidden in the leaves. The strongest hidden village. To show weakness in a situation like this would only prove to the other villages we are not worthy of our title and will cause them to try and capitalize on that. Is that what you want?" Naruto stomped his foot on the ground and like an explosion, the chambers were caked in Naruto's powerful chakra. His power gave them all a burst of courage and determination to see they live through this. The clan heads got to their feet and yelled their answer. "No." It was then they realized they had their hands to their chest and were looking towards Naruto as if he was their leader. Naruto was only smiling with pride. He hopes they got the message and got back to training. The Hokage was surprised that Naruto was able to rally his council together in such a way, acting as if he was some kind of Hokage. Even the civilians were standing and he could see Danzo silently appraising the boy. "Now as for my opinion on what we should do. We shall set up measures to counter everything they do, and our first move will be to eliminate their big plan of releasing the One Tails." Naruto finished and let his words settle in. "And how do we do that?" Hiyashi asked with a raised eyebrow. "I can fix his seal," Naruto said simply. "And how could a child like you fix the seal of a Jinchuriki? They don't teach that in the academy." Danzo spoke up. If he could get one of his root agents to place a loyalty seal on the Jinchuriki, he would have a loyal weapon. Naruto simply smirked and shook his head. "You old fool, you just don't get it, do you?" Naruto said, looking at Danzo directly. "And just what don't I get?" Danzo asked. He was irritated that this child who knew nothing of the world call him a fool. "Times have changed, it is time for new generation to take over. You are now old and unfit to be a ninja, let alone Hokage." As Naruto was talking, he covered his hand in chakra and started to write seals in midair to the amazement of everyone in the room. This is something that even the top seal master Jiraiya can't do. Naruto finished his seal drawing with a flick of the wrist. It was a simple storage seal that was advanced. "That's amazing, when did you learn such abilities?" the Hokage asked in wonder. The last person he saw do this was Mito Uzumaki. At a young age, I simply went into this destroyed temple with a red swirl on it. A look towards Hiruzen was all that need to be said. The Hokage flinched at the look. There was nothing that needed to be said. In truth, Hiruzen forgot about the Uzumaki temple. It had been so long since he visited the place and he planned to tell Naruto when he was an adult. Why have you been hiding these skills? It would have been best if you spoke up about this. Choza, the leader of the Akamichi, spoke up. A ninja must not reveal all his secrets. Naruto replied with a foxy smile. He wiped his smile away and got serious once again. The main part of this invasion is to kill you, old man. I know, and I am prepared to give my life for this village. Hiruzen said in a resolute tone. Naruto would like to save the old man, but he was sure that Hiruzen wanted to die fighting his student, and he could tell that much from the look in his eyes. If that's the case, we shall use you as bait and lure in Orochimaru. Everyone gasps out in shock at what the genin just said. To use the Hokage as a pawn was crazy. Hiruzen only blinked and started to laugh. To think he has fallen so low, a genin would use him as bait. And what would be this plan? Hiruzen asked, coming down from his laughter. Naruto put his right palm out and white flames lit to life on his fingertips. Uzumaki flame formation. Naruto quickly blew out the flame. I will place this over the barrier that he sets up around you, so that way he will be trapped and not able to escape. That is a good plan. We both will be stuck along with his guards who will set up the barrier. Hiruzen said with a nod of the head. If needed, I can also come in and assist you in your battle. Naruto said, offering his hand in battle. But he knew what Hiruzen would say. I appreciate the gesture, but I must be the one to defeat my student. I will get back into training, so when he shows up, I will be able to put up a better fight. Naruto simply nodded with a sad smile, already knowing how the battle would turn out. Now as for the rest of the village. Inoichi will use his mind transfer jutsu to get messages and on-the-fly plans across the battlefield. I will set up my own summoning circles around the walls of the village to combat the snake summoning. It would be better if you could tell the Toad Sannin to come back and use his toads. Everyone nodded at that statement. Having the Toad Sage back in the village would be a big help. What about the Sand Village? We know they are being controlled, but what the hell are we gonna do about it? Sum asked, which seemed to bring everyone back to the problem about the Sand Village. You should call in the Junin of the Sand Team and just tell him that we know about the invasion. He will immediately freak out and try to deny it. If you are able to convince him that what they are doing will only lead to their downfall, and if they help us, we will be sure to leave this in the past. Naruto told everyone in the council. It was as if he already had these planned out. Are you saying we should bring them to our side? Shikaku asked. Yes, they will surely be upset when they realize they have been fooled. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Naruto gave his reply to the Nara clan head. Now I have given all I have to give, I will be going now. Naruto told them all, not caring if they wanted him to stay or not. He snapped his fingers and disappeared in the wind that came out of nowhere, leaving the members of the council to sit in silence for a moment. They were surprised that this boy just dismissed himself. Not even Hiruzen was expecting Naruto to do something like that. He chuckled to himself a little bit. Naruto really was the most unpredictable ninja. This was when Inoichi spoke up and had a confused face. Did we really just take war plans and orders from a mere genin? Yes, we did, but it is clear he is no mere genin. Shikaku placed his head back on the desk. He had some thinking to do about all the things that were coming to light. If I am not careful, he might take my position as Hokage. Hiruzen said with a laugh, drawing the attention of everyone to him. Hokage-sama, you don't really mean that, do you? Sum asked, rising from her seat. You saw it too, didn't you? He had you all on your feet. He has the power, leadership capabilities, and he has shown a great mind. As Hiruzen was speaking, he did not see Danzo grip his cane tighter. This could not be allowed, and the boy would have to be taken care of. Streets. Naruto appeared in the wind in front of Hinata and Shino. Sup guys? Naruto threw them a wave. Hinata smiled back and walked up and grabbed his hand and placed his arm around her shoulder and began to walk off. So everything went fine, Hinata said. Yes, they just wanted my opinion on a matter about the Chunin exams. Naruto responded. Why would they want the opinion of a little genin? Shino asked, not understanding why a genin's input would actually matter. Naruto only turned and gave Shino a foxy smirk. Because I am totally kick-ass. Naruto would wait to tell his team of the oncoming attack. He was sure Kurenai would tell them all once a meeting was held and she was given plans. Where did our sensei go? Naruto asked. She went to go and chat with her friend Asuma sensei. Hinata said with air quotes and laughed to herself at the end, which also caused Naruto to laugh and Shino to lightly chuckle. Big brother Naruto. The group turned their heads to see the Konohamaru Corps running towards them. "Sup you guys," Naruto said, giving them all a smile. Before he was tackled to the ground by the kids. "You made us so worried." Konohamaru yelled and began to rapidly hit Naruto on the chest. "Yay, we thought you had died," Moegi said with tears in the corner of her eyes. "I was so worried, my nose stopped running," Udon said and blew his nose in a random rag he grabbed from somewhere. Naruto, seeing the kids were really upset and hurt by his actions, brought them all into a hug. "I am sorry for making you all worry so much." The kids hugged him back and all smiled. "We forgive you, big brother Naruto," the kids said with bright smiles. Hinata was looking at this and started to smile. "He's so good with kids, Naruto-kun would make a great father." Hinata then, imagining a kid with blonde hair and whisker marks along with Naruto's blue eyes and another girl with her midnight hair and blue eyes along with cute whisker marks. Hinata's face then became red. "In order to have kids we would need T2. Hinata started to imagine all kinds of things her and Naruto would do. Shino watched as Hinata placed her hands on her face and steam came from her ears. She then began to sway from left and right until she fainted. He could only sweat drop at his friend's antics. "Can we play ninja now, Naruto?" Konohamaru asked with stars in his eyes along with the other kids. "You bet." Naruto got to his feet and was about to tell the kids what they would be doing. "A ninja playing ninja, that's stupid," a mocking voice said. "Boy, how was I in love with her?" Naruto thought with a face palm. He then turned around to face Sakura. "Actually Sakura, this game is training. It helps with stamina, hiding, and being able to form plans in an instant." "Yay, so get lost ugly," Konohamaru shouted while pointing a finger at the girl. "Yay, that's why your chest is flat and it makes you look like a boy." Moge yelled next to her friend. "And you have such a fat forehead." Udon stepped up and got into some of the action himself. Naruto was on the side laughing along with Shino, who was chuckling inside his coat. Naruto slapped Hinata's face a few times to wake her up. The girl opened her eyes and blinked a couple of times. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said sitting up. "Yup, you had one of your episodes again," Naruto said with a teasing smirk on his face, making Hinata blush in embarrassment and to slap his chest lightly. "It's your fault." Hinata tried to push the blame onto Naruto. Next thing they knew was 3 kids ran away screaming and Sakura was chasing the kids. "Sakura-san is quite upset." Shino spoke with his hands in his pocket. "Yay, this is good training for the kids," Naruto said and got to his feet and pulled Hinata up with him. They then heard the kids yelling on the other side and Naruto already knew what was going to happen. It was his second time around the block after all. Teammate went to go and check out what was happening, and not to the surprise of Naruto, he could see the Sand siblings and Kankuro holding the Hokage's grandson up. "Bro," Udon yelled and ran to him along with Moge. "You have to help Kono." "Relax, everything will be just fine," Naruto said and walked over towards Kankuro, gaining the attention of Sakura and the Sand siblings. "Oh great, more brats," Kankuro said with a roll of the eye. There seemed to be no end to these leaf ninja. Tamari was having different thoughts though. "Oh my god, he's hot. Why don't you put him down and nobody gets hurt?" Naruto tried to give a warm smile to let them know he meant no harm. "Why don't you make me?" Kankuro said with a challenging smirk on his face. Naruto then narrowed his eyes towards Kankuro, which made the boy a little nervous from the attitude switch. A pebble then hit Kankuro in the side of his face, drawing his attention to the tree where Sasuke Uchiha was tossing up another rock and had a small smirk. "You should just put the kid down before things turn dark for you." Sasuke had his higher than eye smirk on his face. "You brat, you're going down." Kankuro threw Konohamaru to the side and reached for the weapon on his back, making Tamari widen her eyes. "Warned you," Naruto said and appeared in front of the catsuit wearing boy in an instant. Naruto threw a right punch which connected with his jaw and knocked Kankuro out in an instant. "Why you?" Tamari reached behind her and tried to pull out her giant fan but was stopped when she felt something on her neck. "I wouldn't do that if I was you," the emotionless tone of Shino said behind Tamari with his poisoned dagger under her chin. "I didn't see him move. How are they so fast?" Tamari yelled with shock inside her mind. "Good job Sasuke, now tell your friend to come down," Naruto said with a smile towards Sasuke, who was confused until he looked to his side and saw a red-haired boy hanging upside down next to him. The boy left from the tree in a swirl of sand and appeared on the street with a blank gaze. He was a little curious as to why Naruto was smiling at him like that. As if they had been friends for such a long time. "My name is Gaara Subaku and I am sorry for the way my siblings acted," Gaara said in his raspy tone of voice. "Don't worry about it," Naruto said and walked towards Gaara, who readied his sand for anything if he tried something. Naruto just walked closer to Gaara as if he didn't see the warning. The blonde was right in front of Gaara, who had wide eyes because the sand was not protecting him. His eyes got even wider when he felt Naruto wrap him in a hug. "Don't worry buddy, I'll fix you right up." Naruto disappeared in a body flicker to a hidden training ground. Temari's eyes were wide from what just happened. "Where did you take my brother?" She jumped away from Shino, who just let her go. "He is going to talk to him since they share a similar beast." Hinata told Temari in a calm tone. She didn't like calling Kurama a beast since he wasn't some mindless creature who destroyed everything. Temari's eyes widened at that. If he did something to the already weak seal, it would no doubt mess up the plans they had for the Leaf Village. Training ground. Naruto appeared with Gaara in the field. He would bring Hinata. Naruto jumped back because Gaara unleashed a wave of sand to crush him. "Calm down Gaara, I just want to help you." Naruto had to quickly move again. It seemed Gaara was in a little shock right now and would take a few punches and nice words to get him right. How did you get past my defense?" Gaara brought his arms up and a tidal wave of sand approached Naruto, casting a giant shadow on the training ground. Naruto stopped running and just looked towards the approaching sand coming towards him. "I'll just make this quick," Naruto said, and white fire roared to life off his body. Naruto commanded the flames to go forwards and clash with the sand. The flames quickly overtook the killer sand, causing Gaara to widen his eyes at the turn of events. This was the first time someone had ever overpowered his sand with such ease. When the flames were about to make contact with Gaara, they dispelled, allowing Gaara to see his once proud sand looking like a giant glass sculpture. He then saw Naruto dive bomb off the top and fall towards him with his fist cocked. Gaara closed his eyes, expecting to suffer the same fate as his brother. A soft hand landed on his head. He opened his eyes and saw Naruto giving him a warm smile. Naruto ruffled his hair a bit. "Don't worry little man, I'll take care of everything." Next thing Gaara knew was darkness. Naruto laid Gaara on his back and lifted up his shirt so he could see the seal. "Holy fuck, this is horrible." Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's seal and found himself in the mindscape of Gaara. It was a desert wasteland which had giant sand tornadoes all over the place, with sand going on for miles. "What are you doing here, human?" an angry psychotic voice said. Naruto then turned his head and saw the giant form of Shukaku rise from the ground. "What's up pal?" Naruto waved a hand to the giant sand spirit. "You are the vessel of that stupid fox. I am definitely going to kill you." Naruto sighed. He forgot how annoying dealing with Shukaku could be at times. "Look, can we not do this? I only want to help you." "As if I'd need any help from you. Just die, stupid human." The demonic sand spirit launched a massive wave of sand towards Naruto, who only sighed and rolled his eyes. "Honestly, why'd I even try talking things through? They just want to kill me." Naruto activated Realm Heart and quickly used Static Void, making all time stop. "Well, would you look at that, it even works here." Naruto moved out of the way of the sand and jumped up to Shukaku's head so he could look him in the eyes. Naruto deactivated Static Void and watched as Shukaku's eyes widened in shock at Naruto just appearing in front of him like that. How did he get there so fast? "Now, I want to help you and Gaara. So just listen to me," Naruto said in a serious tone. He had things to do and did not want to be here all day. "Fine, what do you have in mind?" "Great." Naruto gave a happy smile and sat down cross-legged. "Now, I will fix this seal so it will become more comfortable for both of you. I will also make it to where you can't just run your mouth off to him unless he lets you. You have tormented him long enough and he deserves to relax now," Naruto said with narrowed eyes to Shukaku when he saw the raccoon was going to say something which stopped him. "I want you two to become friends and help each other out. Like me and Kurama," Naruto finished with a soft smile. Shukaku was shocked that this human was able to learn the name of that stubborn fox. Not to mention his power feels similar to the old sage, making him feel a little nostalgic. "What are you hoping to gain from all of this?" "I am hoping to gain a friend and ally in you and Gaara. I wish for the both of you to help me in my quest for world peace." Once again, Shukaku was shocked by the white-haired boy in front of him. That was something his father had said a long time ago. He also remembered his dad saying something about a person who would one day come and bring them all together. "Fine, I will allow it just this once. But don't think this will make us friends." Naruto simply chuckled and got out of his transformation. "Ah, come on, we were having a bro moment. Get out." Naruto left the mindscape with his laughter echoing in the sandy desert. Outside, Naruto appeared and pulled out some ink and brush. Making a seal to hold a biju was child's play for him. He simply applied an 8 trigram seal on Gaara since he had the most knowledge on that one, considering it was the one he had. Once Naruto finished, he created a shadow clone and had it send Gaara to his siblings. Naruto left for his home where he hoped Hinata was. They had the first part of the exams tomorrow along with the forest of death, which would be very chaotic for everyone. Apartment. Naruto appeared in the living room and kicked his shoes off and walked to the room he shared with his girlfriend. It was very quiet and he wondered what Hinata was doing. Naruto walked over to his door and saw Hinata on the bed with a red face and steam pouring off her body. What is she doing? Naruto looked closer at what Hinata was reading and saw it was the familiar orange book of Ika Ika. He had to suppress a gasp of shock. He remembered Hinata was a secret freak from their past love-making in his other life. Naruto wiped some blood from his nose, remembering how Hinata loved to talk dirty. She may have been all shy and proper in public, but behind closed doors she could get really wild, and due to her not being as shy in this life. He stopped before things got out of hand. She was still too young for any of that. It seems she was so engrossed in the book she couldn't even notice him. He would take this chance to prank her. Walking behind Hinata, who still didn't notice, he had a wide smirk on his face. So what cha reading? Hinata immediately shot up, making a cute eep. She hit her head on the ceiling, knocking her back to the bed with a large bump on her head, and Naruto caught the book. Oh, I didn't know you were so perverted, Hina-chan. The mentioned girl turned a shade of red. She hadn't been in a long time. Naruto-kun, can he explain? No need to explain, Hinata-chan, we can do some of these things if you want. Naruto was on top of Hinata and whispering in her ear. He gave her neck a suck and kiss, leaving a hickey. Hinata couldn't take it and passed out with a nosebleed. Naruto chuckled to himself at getting her all worked up. He tucked her in bed and sat down so he could do some training in his mindscape. He was doing some training in the shape of fighting all the past versions of himself. He was currently fighting himself when he fought against pain. It wasn't going well though. He had been getting his ass beat for the past 2 months. He didn't give up though. This was all part of his training to become the strongest once more. Chapter 14. Teammate was walking in the hallway of the academy. Naruto was leading the group with his black long sleeve that had a red Uzumaki swirl on the back. He was wearing black pants with black tape around his ankles that went into black ninja sandals. His cheetah pelt was still tied around his waist. His headband tied around his forehead, sitting under his spiky hair once again. Naruto had asked Hinata to cut it for him since he didn't really like the long hair. Hinata had on a cream-colored sleeveless kimono top, allowing her toned arms to have free access. There was a black obi keeping it closed. She was wearing skin-tight black pants which had white tape tied up her whole calves. There were open-toed black ninja sandals. She was wearing her headband on her forehead, letting her midnight hair bangs fall over the top. Shino was covered by his green overcoat that was now equipped with a hood, making it even harder to see his face. He still had black shades. The bug user was wearing gray loose pants with a ninja pouch on his right thigh. His leaf headband was around his forehead and his hands in his pocket, walking to the right of Naruto silently while Hinata was to the left. They were now on the second floor and could see a bunch of people crowded around a door. Can they really not see through this weak genjutsu? Seeing through something like this was child's play for Hinata. Not everyone has all-seeing eyes like you do. Hinata-san. Shino spoke with a little bit of sarcasm in his tone. It seemed Naruto was rubbing off on him. That comment earned a slight hit to the shoulder from Hinata, who laughed. Yay, but it seems like some people want to play dumb. Naruto looked at Team 9 who were playing as weaklings. Tenten was begging the undercover Chunin to let her in the room. Until she was punched in the face and sent to the ground. Someone called what he did a little harsh, causing the guards to tell them the ninja world was much more harsh than this, which he knew all too well. Let's just go, we'll meet them all on the 3rd floor. Naruto ordered and walked to the stairs, going undetected. When they reached the 3rd floor they all saw Kurenai waving at them with a smile. Glad you guys didn't take long on the 2nd floor. I thought you would want to play around. Kurenai said the last part while looking at Naruto. He gasped in shock. Sensei, I would never do such childish things. I am a very mature person. Oh yay, last night you stacked all your ramen cups up and called it the Eiffel Tower. Hinata exposed Naruto to the group and laughed. How could you? Naruto asked with a horror-stricken face. You said it was beautiful art. Before things could get out of hand, Kurenai grabbed their attention once again. Okay, get in there and do your best, but remember what is at stake. She pulled them all into a group hug and they hugged her back. And just remember, I am proud of all of you. The raven-haired women released them from the hug. The team then opened the door and made their way inside the room and were immediately struck with the full force of the killing intent from various ninja teams in the room. They were unaffected by the killing intent, causing those who were sending the intent their way to add more. It was now becoming an annoyance and Naruto's Uzumaki temper was getting the better of him. He looked up with intense blue eyes and released some of his own killing intent, his ki quickly and effortlessly overpowering the enemies. Some genin passed out on the spot while others got up and ran out the room. That's enough Naruto-kun, you scared them all off. Hinata placed a hand on her boyfriend's shoulder. The key vanished in an instant as if it was never there and the room was quiet once again with the teams casting a wary glance towards them. Yay it was. Naruto walked off followed by his team. But was it enough for him? Naruto looked around until he saw the female grass ninja looking at him hungrily and licking their tongue. Naruto was sure that Orochimaru was doing his best to sense his power and Naruto would allow the snake to feel. He saw Gaara along with his siblings and waved with a smile on his face. Gaara nodded his head back towards Naruto and had a slight curve of his lips. It was enough for his siblings to see and go wide-eyed. Did that kid really change my brother that much? I mean he was sleeping. Tamari thought while looking at the hot blonde which was Naruto. However, before she could look any longer or make a move, Hinata turned her head and gave a Byakugan-enhanced glare making Tamari back off and shudder. Team 8 posted up against the wall and waited for the others to arrive in the room. It didn't take long as more genin started to make their way into the room. Team 9 came in the room after them and was unaffected by the key of the other genin who wanted to try and gain some respect back. It was Team 7 after that who seemed to hesitate a little under the key of the enemy shinobi in the room. But they simply pulled through until Kiba opened his mouth. My name is Kiba Inuzuka and I am going to kick all your asses. The brown-haired genin proclaimed at the front of the room with arrogance rolling off of him. Remind you of someone doesn't it? Kurama said in a fit of laughter from inside Naruto's head. Shut up, stupid fox. Naruto gained a tick mark from Kurama's teasing. Naruto-kun. The mentioned boy turned his head to see Ino jump on his back and start to nuzzle his face. Oh Naruto-kun, did you miss me? I missed you. It was no secret that in the academy Ino had a crush on Naruto. She would often try and seduce him but it never worked due to Hinata. Ino would have continued if it wasn't for that same girl stopping her right now. Ino-chan, can you get off? Hinata asked with a sweet smile similar to the head doctor. Although the smile was warm, Ino could see a tiger behind Hinata ready to tear her to shreds. Ino did the opposite and held Naruto tighter. Help me Naruto-kun. Why couldn't she be into Sasuke? Naruto cried anime tears at having to deal with fangirls. Hinata grabbed Ino by the back of the neck tightly and lifted her off Naruto's back. With little strength, she tossed Ino towards Choji who caught her in his giant hand. Whoa there Ino-chan. Choji laughed and sat the blonde down gently. You guys are making a lot of noise, you should pipe down. Someone said, causing the group to turn at the sound. It revealed a teen with gray hair and round glasses. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the person making his way towards them. It was Kabuto. He caused many problems in the future and would need to be taken care of. His main goal in this forest was to make sure Orochimaru didn't put that curse mark on Sasuke. If that happened things would only get worse down the line. There was also a lost family member he needed to rescue. And who are you? Kiba asked loudly and got up in Kabuto's face. Easy, I am on your side and just want to give you guys a heads up. Kabuto had his hands up in surrender and an easygoing look on his face. What can you offer us? Choji asked, still eating a handful of chips. Kabuto smirked and tried to hide a rather sinister grin. I have information. Information? Ino asked with a tilt, not understanding what information was going to do for them. I have information on anything you guys might need. Places, people, jutsu and all of the above. Kabuto didn't even try to sound humble. There was pure arrogance in his tone. How did you get all of this? Shikamaru asked, feeling interested in what this guy was getting at. That's when Kabuto looked embarrassed and looked away. This is my 7th time taking this test. You must suck. Kiba laughed outright while pointing a finger. Either that or this test is just that hard, what a drag. Shikamaru tried to walk away but Ino grabbed him by the collar. You say you have information on people, right? Sasuke stepped up making his presence known. He received a nod and smirk from Kabuto. Then give me information on Rock Lee, Gaara of the Sand, and Naruto Uzumaki. All the Leaf team gasped in shock from the last name. They didn't understand why he would want information on Naruto when he could just ask him. Kabuto, also being interested in Naruto after seeing the display he did earlier, wanted to start with him first. He grabbed a card from his deck of cards and channeled chakra into it. He pulled the card up and was about to read it out until the card was sliced in half and then burnt to ashes by Naruto's white flames. Everyone turned to Naruto who was glaring at Kabuto. I didn't say you can reveal that kind of information, did I? Naruto asked rhetorically. Hey, what the hell man? What are you hiding? Kiba shouted. Naruto ignored Kiba and made a blade of his chakra come off his fingers, allowing everyone to see one of his skills. They watched as the blue blade of death approached Kabuto in a slow manner, only making everyone go on edge from the sudden actions. All the other ninjas also got ready just in case an all-out fight broke out. A puff of smoke appeared in the room, making everyone's attention turn to it. Everyone sit down and shut up. The voice of the first proctor, Morino Ibiki, came from the smoke. Naruto deactivated his chakra blade and walked back to his team. Let's get this done. Naruto held his fist out in the middle with a grin. Right, Shino said, and also put his fist in the middle. Roger, Hinata said, and stacked her fist on top of theirs. Forest of Death. All the genin were standing outside the Forest of Death, thankful to be out of that stupid classroom. Many teams had gotten eliminated due to being caught cheating and not being able to gather information like the test was designed to do. Team 8 was not one of those teams though. When they all bumped fist, Shino had placed a bug on them that would be able to send them information about the test. With Shino just giving them the answers, it was an overall easy test, and Naruto took that time to do some imaginary training. Listen up, brat. Enko threw a kunai that impacted with Naruto's cheek, but the surprising thing was that the kunai didn't even scratch Naruto's cheek. Naruto felt his face when the kunai tried to scratch him. That's new, I remember in the past that made me bleed. That's because your body is evolving. Kurama spoke in a serious tone but also had a hint of anticipation in his tone. The fox knew what was going on but would keep it to himself for now. The hell you mean by that? You'll find out sooner or later. Naruto looked behind him to see Enko pushing her chest into his back and a seductive smile on her face. So Naruto-kun, it seems you have some thick skin. Enko was about to lick his face until he went up in smoke, making her fall forward. How many times do I need to tell you? He's mine. Hinata held Naruto close to her and glared towards Enko. You need to share. Enko along with Ino shouted towards Hinata. Naruto quickly turned around with a kunai held up towards the throat of the grass ninja and a deadly look in his eyes. His blue eyes glowing with power not seen in genin. What are you doing? Naruto had an edge in his tone not missed by anyone. It was a tone that said there would be consequences if he didn't get the answer he wanted to hear. I was simply returning this lost kunai, and I got a little excited thinking there would be a fight going on. The grass ninja licked their lips with a long creepy tongue. You know that's not mine. Naruto pushed the kunai closer to the ninja's neck. Okay, everyone, go line up at your gates and get ready to go in. Enko clapped her hands and snatched her kunai away from the freak of a grass ninja. With everyone hearing her words and Naruto sending the ninja a final glance, they walked to their assigned gates. Shino would be carrying the scroll while in the Forest of Death in the center of their formation. Hinata would take point and scout the area ahead with her Byakugan while he was in the back using his sense to pick up anything Hinata didn't while protecting their flank. The speakers sounded and the voice of the proctor made its way to everyone's ears. Have a safe exam and try not to die. Now go. With her final words, the gates opened allowing all the teams to rush inside the Forest of Death and hoping to return from the forest with the goal of passing. Some time had passed and Team 8 had been jumping from thick tree branch to tree branch searching for a team to gain the Earth Scroll. I see a team from the Rain Village up ahead. Hinata told her team, making them all prepare for the ambush they would soon commence. So are we going to just jump down and beat them up, or do we want to be stealthy about this? Naruto questioned his team from the back. They are a pretty weak team, so there is no need for us to be sneaky, let's just drop down and knock them out. Hinata responded to Naruto's question. Alright, let's make it happen. There was a smirk on Naruto's face. The team from the Rain Village were currently resting in a small clearing in this huge forest. They had been running away from monster-sized animals and teams who had found them. They were not close-range fighters and stuck with long-distance genjutsu casting. But being in this giant forest where animals seemed to be able to wield a small amount of chakra and also being forced to run from teams who were close-range fighters made it a hard task. This was new to them after all, being in the Rain Village which had tall buildings and humid temperature. Man, I hope we find the scroll we need so we can get out of this place already. One of the genin with a rebreather on his face said. I know what you mean. But I got this bad feeling. His teammate who was in a white onesie and also a rebreather spoke. You too, it kind of feels as if their teammate was stopped from speaking when he was hit in the head by a falling elbow from Shino. Leaf Ninja. Yet, he was stopped from speaking when a palm thrust to the back of his head knocked him out. The last Rain Ninja saw he was outnumbered and his teammates were downturned and ran away. Until he was kicked in the face and became lovers with the dirt. Naruto had done a simple kick to the boy's face and he was out like a light. Nice work. Naruto gave his teammates a thumbs up and smile. Now, let's see what we have got. Naruto felt around in the genin's pocket and pouch to see if he could find the scroll. He pulled out a heaven scroll with a smile causing his team to be relieved. Now we can make our way to the exit and just wait for everyone. Shino said, seeing it would be best if they just left now, they might even set a new record. Yay, but I wa. Naruto quickly flipped back, avoiding a fireball but in the process letting the rain genin burn to death. He couldn't think about it much since he had to quickly form a chakra blade and perform multiple slashes, destroying a hail of kunai and shuriken coming towards him. Naruto suffered a couple cuts on his clothes since he was not proficient in kenjutsu. Naruto looked up to see an Anbu fall from the trees with their tanto ready to pierce him through the heart. Air palm. The Anbu was sent crashing into a tree with a loud thud at having been struck from a full-force air palm which cracked some of his ribs. Hinata appeared next to Naruto in her flowing fist stance. I've got you. Shino also appeared, making them all go back to back while eyeing the enemy Anbu who were in the trees with weapons drawn and clearly here to kill them. These Anbu seem off, Shino said to his teammates. Yay, they are from an illegal part of the Anbu. You can tell because they have root on their forehead of the animal mask. Naruto answered Shino's unasked question. But why are they attacking us? Hinata had a suspicion and was sure Naruto did as well but would keep quiet on that. Our lord wishes for you to die, you are a danger. What looked like the captain of this ragtag group answered the Hyuga's question. Your leader was always a coward. Naruto threw a shot towards their master Danzo. You will die for insulting our leader. On an unspoken signal they all attacked. Team 8 looked down and saw what looked like snakes made from ink keeping their legs tied together. Sigh. Naruto said in surprise in his head. He hadn't seen they guys since the mission to the moon where everything changed. Naruto simply caused his feet to catch flames and burned the ink into a liquid. They all jumped away, landing together facing the 8 Anbu. You are outnumbered, give up and we might let you live. The leader said. They were sent here to kill them, but if they were able to make the 9 tails join their side things would be great for them. Oh yay. Naruto had a cocky smirk on his face. Hinata and Shino already knew what he was going to do and got ready to launch into action. The blonde made a cross sign and in a massive cloud of smoke, 1,000 clones appeared in the trees around them. Give up and we might let you live. Naruto couldn't suppress the smirk on his face at the turn of events. The Anbu said nothing and only launched towards the clones and began to quickly dispel them. You've chosen death, Shino said and released his bugs upon the Anbu while Naruto and Hinata charged in and easily struck the Anbu to the ground. Hinata used her amazing flexibility to slip through their guard and deliver crushing palm strikes to their hearts, exploding the organ from the inside. Naruto just made his clones explode right on top of the Anbu while also giving them devastating kicks that snapped their necks like a twig. When they finished there was only one Anbu left and he was surrounded by a swarm of bugs. The Anbu saw he was the last alive and already knew what to do. For the leaf, he was about to activate a self-destruction seal until Naruto appeared in front of him with inhuman speeds and broke both his arms. Naruto then quickly pulled a seal from his pouch and placed it on the Anbu's mask. It was a paralyzing seal that made the man as stiff as a board. There's one more, Hinata spoke quietly, not wanting the last ninja to know their position was compromised. Knock them out and place them in this seal, Naruto told Hinata quickly. He received a nod of confirmation before Hinata, who disappeared without a sound. Hinata came back a second later with the body of the last root ninja. Naruto walked over and removed the mask, revealing the pale face of Sai. He looked around at the other root ninja whose bodies caught flames and burned to ashes. So it seems they possess some kind of self-destruction seal when they die. Shino analyzed. Effective for not wanting to be caught if the mission is a failure. What are we going to do with these bodies? Hinata had no idea why Naruto wanted her to leave this pale kid alive. They killed everyone else but left two alive. Naruto could just give them to the Hokage and force Danzo to show himself. It was then it hit her. She turned to Naruto with her lavender eyes wide in shock. Yup. Naruto gave her a grin. He got hasty and underestimated me. Now he's going to pay. Naruto smirked in victory at his win over Danzo. Thanks to Sasuke telling him everything about Danzo, he could easily surprise the old fart before he used his stolen Sharingan. We can now head to the tower without being interrupted, Shino said logically. Yes, but I want to make sure the other teams are doing okay. There is also someone I need to rescue from this forest. Naruto spoke up quickly, not wanting to miss this chance to stop Orochimaru and save his lost Uzumaki cousin. I am sure they are doing fine. They have trained hard for this, Shino responded. I know, but it never hurts to check. I'll go by myself if I need to. Naruto said stubbornly. Who is it you need to rescue? Hinata asked Naruto curiously. Someone from my clan. I see. Shino was now seeing why Naruto wanted to stay in the forest longer. By helping his friends he would also be able to look for his clanmate. Also being part of a clan, Shino understood how this was a big deal for Naruto. Do you already know where they are? Shino was referring to his clanmate. No, but I've been keeping my senses out for them. Naruto sealed up the body of Sai and placed his scroll in a storage seal on his pant leg. I will go and find them myself, just head to the tower and I will come find you. Naruto ordered them and disappeared without a sound in the trees. Well, when he says it like that we don't really have a choice. Hinata said and jumped in the trees along with Shino, who followed silently. Naruto checked to see if he was a good enough distance away from his team. Green light. Naruto activated Realm Heart and watched as his golden runes ran down his arms like a golden liquid while the familiar feeling of his body being bathed in nature chakra took place. His hair changed from bright blonde to snow white and golden tips and his eyes went from sky blue to lavender. A grin spread across Naruto's face. He channeled his chakra inside his body with an efficiency greater than Tsunade in her prime along with most medical ninja today. If this was his past life he could only dream about having chakra control this good. Naruto disappeared in a blur, moving at insane speeds that many would not be able to keep up with. He was using swift release. It was a combination of wind and lightning chakra. By infusing his body with the two properties, he was able to energize his nervous system as well as removing the friction caused by the air around him. Naruto was just a blur of movement at the moment where only those above Junin would be able to track. Boom. Boom. Naruto had just broken the sound barrier with ease while traveling through this forest. Genin on the ground looked around for the strange sound that sounded like a loud clap or giant metal pipes clashing together. Ah! Naruto turned his head at the scream. He could see a giant bear over a girl with red hair and glasses backing up against a tree with horror all over her face. She was wearing a full-body mesh outfit covered by a tan button-up shirt that had a burnt orange line going across the chest. A dark purple mini-skirt along with black open-toed sandals. Bingo! Naruto stopped on a dime and rushed towards the girl. He delivered a punch to the bear's skull, sending it flying through several trees before falling and dying due to the force. Granny Tsunade ain't got nothing on me. Naruto blew his smoking knuckle with a smirk and turned to the redhead with a gentle smile on his face. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. He let the transformation drop, showing his normal features to the redhead, who blushed at his handsome looks. You Uzumaki, Karen muttered in a whisper. There was no way, this boy was part of her clan. She even ignored the fact that he was able to transform into that godly-looking figure. She moved closer in order to get a better feel of his chakra. I'll make it easier for you, Naruto said with a soft smile on his face. He released his chakra and let it embrace the girl in a warm embrace. It touched her skin and roamed her body like it had a mind of its own. It was as if Karen had taken a dip in an ocean and the ocean was completely made from Naruto's chakra. His chakra is so bright and warm. This is the densest chakra I have ever felt, but it also seems calm and just float around in his body like a gentle breeze. Karen moved closer to Naruto and looked at him with joy. She could feel the similarities to hers even though that part was much weaker and there seemed to be something else inside of him. Naruto brought her into a hug and let Karen wrap her arms around him while she put her head in the crook of his neck and started to cry tears of joy. Hey now, if you start crying I am going to cry. Naruto joked and rubbed her back gently. Karen made a sound that sounded like she laughed, but it was more of a sob. I thought I was the only one left. Karen was the happiest person in the world at this moment. Her mother had said to go to the Leaf Village and ask for refuge. She had tried to leave but was stopped when Orochimaru captured her for the special healing factor she possessed. Don't worry, everything is fine now. Naruto ran his hand down her red silky hair that had a bit of spike to it. I'll be here for you every step of the way. Naruto gave the redhead a bright smile. Promise, Karen said a little timidly. She didn't want to lose the closest thing to family she's had since her mother died. It's a promise of a lifetime, Naruto replied with certainty and resolve. Karen really hoped this wasn't a dream, and if it was she didn't ever want to wake up. Now we can work the details out later. Naruto got up with Karen in his arms. He made a sealess clone and handed Karen over to him. The clone activated Realm Heart and once again Karen was shocked by the power Naruto Uzumaki possessed. Being in complete contact with him and his chakra, it was enough to send shivers down her spine. She wondered what it would be like to see him fighting in this form. She'll be safe, boss. The clone then disappeared into the trees using swift release and could hear the delayed screams of Karen from his clone breaking the sound barrier. He let out a small laugh but it faded away and his look became serious. Now it's time to skin a snake. Naruto closed his eyes and sent out a pulse of chakra that spread across the whole forest of death. Touching the trees, the plants, insects, and genin. He sent out more pulses until he found the person he was looking for. His eyes snapped open and he took the mask from the seal and placed it on his face and activated Realm Heart. He made haste to the location with great speed. Sasuke was fighting the hardest battle he had ever faced. It was so intense he even evolved his Sharingan to the second stage. He thought he was on top once that happened, but it turned out the grass ninja was just playing with him. He managed to trap them on a tree and put wire around them, which was quickly set ablaze. He smirked, expecting to hear the screams of his dying enemy. However, the first plan always fails. He had to reach for his neck when he felt fangs sink into his neck. Sasuke-kun, you are very talented and I hope to see how you develop under my guide to become the perfect vessel for me. Orochimaru brought his neck back to normal length and watched as the Uchiha rolled on the ground. I wonder who's stronger, you or Naruto. What did you do to him? Sakura screamed while trying to get Sasuke to calm down, but the way he was moving made things hard. Foolish girl, just be silent. Orochimaru blasted her with his ki, making her and Sasuke pass out. He wondered if that Inuzuka died from the snake or managed to survive. His thoughts were put to a halt when he had to put his hands up and block a fist from a masked figure. He skidded back and his feet sunk into the tree branch, sending cracks all down the tree. That almost felt like blocking an attack from Tsunade. Orochimaru glared at the masked Naruto. This kid is strong, much stronger than Sasuke or any of these other genin. Did the Hokage send him to kill me? No, he would have come down here to face me himself. Damn it, I was too late, Danzo's lackeys got in the way. Naruto was not the happiest camper right now. He came into this forest knowing what was going to happen but still couldn't stop it. Calm down, Naruto. Kurama tried to calm the raging inferno that was Naruto. He was destroying the forest of his mindscape right now. Yay. Naruto took deep breaths to try and calm himself. Was that all you could do? If so, I am. Orochimaru was stopped when he felt pain shoot through his whole body and dropped to one knee with wide eyes. Impossible, I blocked that attack. Orochimaru looked up to the imposing figure in front of him and felt like a snake trying to climb a mountain. Get up, we are just getting started. Naruto behind his mask smirked. He was being underestimated by an already suppressed Orochimaru. Naruto could control how this fight goes and there is nothing Orochimaru could do under fear of being caught too fast. You are a cocky one, aren't you? Do you really think you can fight me by yourself? Orochimaru got to his feet and did a good job hiding the pain he received from that attack. He got into his snake style but lowered his defense so that he could find some amusement from this fight and maybe get a read on this person's power and maybe even get him to join his side. I'm not gonna fight you. Naruto disappeared from Orochimaru's view. The next thing he knew was his vision being blinded by the foot of Naruto, which sent him crashing into the tree and causing him to be imprinted in the tree. I'm gonna kick your ass. Naruto appeared back in the same spot, hiding the smirk under his mask. Damn, I was caught off guard again. This kid is clearly not someone I can take lightly or without revealing more of my power, which would reveal my presence. I've come too far just to throw everything all away because some brat. Orochimaru pulled himself from the tree and glared at Naruto. Who are you? Does it matter? No, but how about you join me? Leave this pathetic village behind. Orochimaru offered while releasing some of his ki on the young kid, hoping to force him to his knees like so many others had done in the past. I'd never follow a coward like you, mongrel. Naruto crossed his arms, choosing to piss the snake off and make him fight like a novice and make the fight all the more easy. He would do that by acting like Gilgamesh. You dare. Orochimaru hissed out and appeared behind Naruto in an instant with his Kusanagi blade drawn and ready to strike Naruto down. Time froze and Naruto turned around to see Orochimaru stuck in animation with his blade ready to slice Naruto right down the middle. Naruto shook his head and walked away calmly. There was no rush after all. He could now keep time frozen for at least 10 seconds but was having a hard time getting past that. Once he was a good distance away from Orochimaru, he threw a kunai and watched as it glided towards the snake Sannin but stopped right before it made contact with his shoulder. Naruto deactivated Static Void and watched as Orochimaru sliced air with glee until he was pierced by a kunai in the shoulder. What? I was right behind him. How the hell did he move so fast? I didn't even see him move. Orochimaru thought to himself and pulled the kunai from his shoulder without even a grunt, having felt much worse pain. I'll just be faster next time. Just like that, the pale man was off and aimed to slice Naruto's head clean off. Once again, time stopped, leaving Naruto the only one able to move in this void between space and time. He drew another kunai and placed it on the man's leg, ready to pierce the pale skin of the ninja. Naruto got back a good distance and deactivated the skill again. Again Orochimaru sliced nothing but air and was pierced by a kunai once again. Where are these kunai coming from and how does he keep avoiding me? Is this brat using some kind of space-time ability? Nonsense. Only the 4th Hokage and the Uzumaki clan could use such seals. To think wet behind the ears genin could use such complicated abilities that I myself can't use. Orochimaru took the time to analyze the white-haired boy in front of him. He didn't even seem to move a muscle, and that was infuriating. Whatever he is doing, he can't directly make contact with me, which is why he uses objects instead. Mongrel. Orochimaru hissed at the nickname Naruto had given him. What are you thinking about? I assure you it is wrong. Why don't you come over and prove it, brat? Orochimaru taunted. For someone like you to command me to do anything is an insult to my name, and such things will not go unpunished. Naruto activated static void for the last time of the day, or he would risk damaging his chakra coils and body. He learned that the hard way when he first used this power and was stuck in the hospital. Naruto moved in front of Orochimaru and aimed his fist directly in front of the man's face. Time resumed and Orochimaru didn't have time to react as he was introduced to Naruto's fist and sent back into the tree. Know your place, trash. Orochimaru was now getting fed up with this brat. He licked the blood off his lip. You're going to die a painful death. When I die it will be after I have completed my goals. Naruto said resolutely. Your goals mean nothing and you will die a nobody. Orochimaru lunged towards Naruto, who formed a blade from lavender crystals which clashed with the blade of Orochimaru and surprisingly held up to the crushing weight of the blade along with the sharpness carried by the blade. I am impossible, he has the crystal release. I thought Gurren was the only one to have such a bloodline. Orochimaru's mind raced at the possible ways this could have happened. Naruto used the shock of the snake Sannin and pushed back with strength someone of his size did not possess. He pushed the man back, causing him to be completely open, and Naruto capitalized without missing a beat. Using his left hand, which was unoccupied, Naruto formed chakra on his 2 fingers and pierced right through the right lung of Orochimaru, causing the man to spit out a glob of blood. Naruto didn't finish there and quickly brought the crystal blade down and performed multiple cuts on the man's chest, causing blood to shoot out like a geyser. Orochimaru's body fell to the ground with a thud and Naruto backed up, already knowing what came next. He watched with close attention as the body of Orochimaru twitched, and the next thing he knew was another body shot from his mouth with his jaw wide and ready to bite down on his neck. Naruto commanded the earth to shoot up and catch the snake on an earth spike, piercing him right through the gut. The Sannin opened his mouth again and another body shot out, but Naruto evaded and performed a spinning kick, sending him away. Is this really all the snake Sannin has to offer? Maybe I should go fight the Toad Sage instead. He was the favorite student of the 3rd Hokage after all. Naruto mockingly said to Orochimaru, trying to throw him off his game more than he already was. That fool is nothing compared to me. Orochimaru was pissed and vowed to kill this boy with his bare hands. He put his arm up and grabbed a kick from Naruto and was getting ready to throw a punch that would knock all the air from the boy's lungs and leave him dazed. Orochimaru had to duck his head when a kick from Naruto flew past his head and caused a great gust of wind to blow his black hair in his face, blinding him for a moment. Naruto swapped with the clone and delivered a falling head kick to the back of Orochimaru's head. The snake Sannin let out a yell of frustration and spun his blade around, slashing widely, just hoping to cut something. You are getting hasty, mongrel. Naruto engaged the Sannin in a fierce bout of taijutsu and controlled the fight like a puppet master. He decided when they would move or where they went. He used all his arsenal of kicks and combinations. This was not someone he could hold back on, so he gave it his all. Naruto did a roundhouse kick to Orochimaru's temple after he sidestepped a punch to the face. This sent the Sannin tumbling on the ground. He quickly got up and drew his blade once again from his mouth. He was going to charge in but used his sword to block multiple attacks from different Narutos. He can use shadow clones as well. Orochimaru couldn't think on it any longer as the clones went into action and began to perform synchronized attacks, which made it hard for Orochimaru to follow them all at once when they were moving so fast, and not to mention each punch felt as if he was getting hit by Tsunade but on a weaker scale. Just when he saw an opening, Orochimaru was going to shoot a small wind blast from his mouth until he was hit in the face by a liquid Naruto shot from his mouth. Acid release, spit take. Orochimaru's face began to burn and melt from the acid Naruto just spit on his face. Naruto backflipped away from the screaming man and blazed through hand signs. Combustion release, chakra disc. A volley of disc-like shape of condensed flames formed around Naruto and they all shot towards Orochimaru with great speed and blew up on contact, sending shockwaves through the area and causing fire to spread and burn the surrounding area. He most likely shed his skin again. Or maybe that killed him. He is holding back after all. Naruto thought and observed the area around him, looking for any sign of the snake Sannin. He whipped his head around and shot a fist of wind out, which collided with another wind blast. Naruto turned behind him and widened his eyes at seeing another blast of wind coming towards him. He stomped his foot on the ground and a mud wall rose and blocked the attack just in time. Snakes shot from the ground and wrapped around his ankles, keeping him locked in place. Got you now. Wind style, great breakthrough. The blast connected with Naruto, who was able to break from the snakes and put up a guard just in time. It didn't matter all that much as he was blasted through the wall and his black shirt was cut in all places along with his skin. He looked up and saw Orochimaru coming down with his sword about to pierce Naruto's body again. Damn, I've got to use it again. Naruto activated static void once more and watched as everything froze again. He could feel his body scream in protest and his chakra coil strain. Naruto jumped up in a tree and let the technique drop once more, allowing Orochimaru to crater the ground at the place of impact. Naruto dropped to a knee and panted. So it seems you are getting tired. Not so cocky now, are we, brat? Orochimaru teased with delight at being able to inflict pain on the genin. Shut up, mongrel, I'm going to end this right now. Naruto launched off the branch towards Orochimaru, who rushed back with a mad grin on his face. Naruto shot his right leg up and 2 more apparitions of Naruto appeared in green and yellow. They were in the same position he was, which was a high kick aimed to knock the Sannin block off. They all connected with Orochimaru's skull at the same time, but to Orochimaru it felt as if he was struck 3 times by 3 different people. This was a technique called Renewal Taekwondo Triple Kick. Naruto appeared on the ground with a calm look on his masked face. This was the first time he used that on someone and he was pleased, but his body was not. Orochimaru fell to the ground with his head aching from the sensation of being struck so many times in a row like that. He needed to get away for now, but he swore to kill whoever this person was. No matter what, I'll kill you, brat. Just know you are living on borrowed time. Orochimaru said, glaring hatefully at the masked figure. Blow it out your ass, mongrel. Naruto gave his final words to the retreating snake. Once the man disappeared into the ground and Naruto couldn't sense his chakra anymore, Naruto ripped his damaged shirt off and looked at his smoking wounds. I heal much faster than I used to. He would put more thought into it later, there was still more pressing matters at hand. Naruto looked over to the knocked out members of his former squad, Team 7. Naruto could also feel the wild dog making his way back. He deactivated Realm Heart and took a seat on a fallen log while he watched the burning forest around him. Chapter 15. Forest of Death. Hinata and Shino were waiting at the entrance of the tower for Naruto. Hinata was tapping her foot impatiently while Shino was calm as ever. They had been waiting for 1 hour and the Hyuga was now getting irritated. I wonder what is taking him so long? Shino asked from his spot on the wall. I am sure Naruto-san knew where this lost Uzumaki was and there is nobody in this forest who could defeat him. So what is taking so long? Hinata sighed. I don't know, he is most likely helping someone else's team. Hinata smiled at the kindness in her boyfriend's heart. But he better bring his ass. I wanted to set a new record on this test. Hinata kicked the wall which crumbled under her force. Shino's sweat dropped. Hinata had really changed from a shy girl to a young girl who knew what she wanted. That also meant she was a lot scarier when she wanted to be. Hinata looked out to the forest to see Naruto jumping towards them. It was then she saw some redhead clinging to his back. A part of Hinata that was Naruto's girlfriend wanted to jump to conclusions and say he was taking so long because the blonde wanted to mess around. However, the smarter side of Hinata knew her Naruto-kun wouldn't do something like that. But Hinata noticed right away that Naruto was a clone. She was the only one who could tell the difference between him and his clones. Mission complete. Naruto gave them a thumbs up followed by a grin. But ran into some trouble. The clone finished in a serious tone. What happened? Hinata worried something drastic might have happened. Orochimaru is fighting with the boss right now. Once Naruto said that, Hinata activated her Tenseigin and was enveloped in a teal chakra cloak that enveloped her body along with 8 black balls forming behind her. The girl dashed off, making a gust of wind blow everyone's hair back while only being a blur of teal in the dark forest. Well, there she goes. Anyways, back her up, Shino. I've got to take Karen to a safe place. Roger. Shino jumped off after his speedy teammate. What was that girl C chakra? Karen stammered out. That F form she took, its power is out of this world. You have no idea. Naruto turned and gave the redhead a warm smile. Don't worry about that right now, how about we get you to safety? Much appreciated. Karen smiled back and held on tighter. Without saying anything else, Naruto's body flickered to the Hokage's office. Hinata was still cloaked in a cyan chakra while blazing through the forest, reaching speed close to Naruto. Shino was on one of the truth-seeking orbs Hinata had transformed into a platform for the Abarame to stand on. The boy could barely hang on with how fast he was moving. If Naruto could move faster than this, then he did not want to ever get a ride from him. Hinata was scanning the entire forest of death with her eyes looking for Naruto. Once Naruto was spotted, she headed to his direction to give him back up. But she had to stop and grab Shino, who was getting left behind. He is just up here. Hinata dropped down off the branch to the burning forest and saw Naruto casually sitting down on the fallen log. He had cuts all over his body, but she could see they were healing. There were blood stains on his body and pants. His bare chest was out to the world, showing his toned upper body while his blonde hair flowed in the wind. Upon closer inspection, Hinata could see that his chakra system was in distress while Naruto seemed to be breathing heavily. Sup? Hinata was on Naruto in a second, wrapping the blonde up in a hug. Naruto wrapped his arms around the dark-haired girl in an embrace as well. Having someone worried about him still made him all warm inside. Even though she knows how strong I am, she still worries about me. What happened to you? Your insides are a complete wreck right now. Hinata smacked Naruto upside the head and it hurt a lot considering how strong she was. Well, I was fighting, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. Hinata stared blankly and smacked Naruto upside the head again. What happened? Hinata asked while giving Naruto a Tensegan enhanced stare. I pushed some techniques I shouldn't have while fighting Orochimaru. Hinata deactivated her chakra cloak and instead enveloped her hands in medical chakra over Naruto's body, healing him in the process. Well, no more rough fights for you until your body heals. Hinata unsealed some bandages and wrapped him up in some bandages to stop the bleeding and cover the cuts on his body. She couldn't heal his chakra system as that was too advanced for her. Thank you, Hina-chan. Naruto got up and gave the girl a kiss on the lips as thanks, making the Hyuga give a beautiful smile. A smile so loving and warm. A smile so bright it outshined the sun. All this mixed with the love she held for him made Naruto blush. Well, love birds, what are we going to do with Team 7? Shino questioned, and at that moment Kiba appeared with his fangs and claws visible. Where are they? Kiba looked around frantically for the person who sent that snake at him. Using his claws and partner, they were able to use fang over fang to get out of the snake's gut. Naruto got up and smiled towards the Inuzuka. I am glad to see you worry about your teammates, but I took care of the guy. Kiba looked towards Naruto with surprise. Was Naruto really able to handle the terrifying enemy all by himself? They were frozen with fear when that snake lady released some of her ki. Well, he was taken away by that giant snake, so he had no idea what happened. Once again he was reminded of how strong Naruto was and how weak he was. Envy and pride quickly took over. We didn't need your help. I had the whole situation under control. Shino did not like how Kiba was acting towards his teammate who went out of his way to come and save him along with the others. Hinata shared the same mindset and started to get fed up with Kiba. When Naruto was gone he would try to advance on her as if she would date him just because Naruto was gone. There is nothing wrong with saying thank you, Kiba-san. Shino told Kiba in a rather threatening way. Look Kiba, you don't have to thank me. I am your comrade and comrades look out for each other. Naruto's voice was tired but commanding. He was growing sick of Kiba's barking. Kiba looked away at Naruto's words. He was right after all. But as the clan heir to the Inuzuka, Kiba had his pride as the alpha, he thought of himself. Yeah, you may be right, but it won't save you from the ass kicking I'm going to give you. Naruto smiled down towards the young kid. Your time will come. However, the look on Naruto's face changed. We have other matters to settle right now, involving getting your team to safety. What are we going to do? Hinata asked Naruto. Let's find some place to rest, I could use it. Naruto picked up Sasuke and put him over his shoulder while Shino grabbed Sakura. Let's get going, nighttime will be coming soon. Naruto jumped off taking the lead while Shino was in the middle and Hinata trailing behind them all. Kiba looked at the effective team in awe. Naruto commanded them so effectively with ease, like a alpha. Kiba shook his head. He was the big dog around here. Not this cheetah. Next morning. The clearing was filled with an evil and twisted feeling. Those who were fighting in the local area stopped what they were doing and looked to see Sasuke walking from the hollow of a tree. Hinata looked over at Sasuke, taking her eyes of Zaku, who was barely staying conscious after the beating he just received from the Hyuga heiress. Hinata could feel the dark aura coming from Sasuke and knew things were going to get ugly. She watched as Sasuke's Sharingan eyes roamed all over everyone in the clearing as if searching for someone. Sasuke-kun, you need to go back, you can't fight in your condition. Sakura shouted with worry. She along with Hinata had been fighting off this sound team that tried to ambush them. Hinata had easily defeated the kid named Zaku while Sakura took on Kin with a little trouble. Dosu was about to charge in and rush Sakura in an attempt to try and even the odds in his favor. However, the sound genin was stopped when he felt the charka of Sasuke. You've got it backwards, Sakura, I am in the best condition of my life. I feel good. Sasuke clenched his fist and allowed the power of the curse mark to take over him. This was the power he needed if he wanted to kill Itachi and avenge his clan. It was then he remembered why he was a ninja in the first place. I am an avenger. I will do anything to get stronger, even if I have to give myself to the devil. Sasuke then saw Hinata, who was looking back at him with that ever calm and confident face. You'll make the perfect test dummy. Sasuke charged Hinata with speed she was not expecting him to have. That however didn't mean she couldn't react in time. Hinata reacted with speeds of a seasoned warrior and easily parried the Uchiha's attack. Sasuke seeing this glared and sent chakra into his leg and went for a kick to Hinata's head. The Hyuga dropped low to the ground with elegance and delivered 2 quick palm thrusts to Sasuke's gut. Hinata then rose from the ground and delivered a punch to Sasuke's face, sending him back. Sasuke got back up and spit out some blood. Lucky shot. The Uchiha then threw himself against the Hyuga and went for powerful punches, but they were all dodged or parried, only leading to him getting damaged instead, which infuriated him to no end. If hand-to-hand didn't work, he would try something else. Sasuke jumped back and flew through hand signs for the fire style, fireball jutsu. Hinata, seeing this, was about to go through her own hand signs until she noticed something that made her smile. Sasuke shot the fireball much to the protest of his teammates, who screamed for him to stop what he was doing. He had a grin on his face since this was the biggest fireball he had ever made and there was no way the little Hyuga could escape this, which meant it was his win. Sasuke along with everyone else's eyes widened when instead of the fireball connecting with Hinata it was caught by none other than Naruto, who didn't look too happy. Naruto's hands were covered in his snow-white flames. Naruto dispersed the flames in an instant and looked rather pissed off at Sasuke and shot him a question with a dead serious tone. "What are you doing, Sasuke?" Sasuke snarled. "I am merely accepting my role as an avenger." Naruto shot the boy with some ki. "I mean, why are you attacking Hinata-chan? Boy." Everyone in the clearing damn near passed out except for Hinata and the now awake Shino. Naruto was angry and this was the first time they had seen him like this. His power was flaring like a maelstrom and clashing with the dark aura of Sasuke's curse mark. Their combined power and ki was enough to knock a regular person out. "Just fight me." Sasuke rushed towards Naruto, who only narrowed his eyes and disappeared from Sasuke's view. Sasuke then felt the sandal of Naruto connect with his dome. He could feel his brain rattle inside his skull while white spots started to appear in his vision. Naruto appeared back in front of Sasuke and delivered a crushing knee strike to the boy's gut. This was called Baekdu and it was a technique from the renewal Taekwondo. It was meant to lift the opponent in the air and lead to another chain combo like it is now. Naruto, seeing Sasuke was in the perfect position, got ready to launch a blue dragon kick but was stopped when Hinata placed a hand on his shoulder. "Naruto-kun, you don't need to take things that far." Hinata didn't need to explain to the Hokage on how Naruto killed Sasuke during the second part of the test. Naruto would surely be in deep trouble if he was to do something like that, even if killing was legal in this part of the exam. Naruto calmed himself. He got a little carried away. "That could have been bad real quick. You're right, I'm sorry. I forgive you, Naruto-kun. You were just protecting me after all." Naruto then turned to Sasuke, who was on the ground knocked out. Sakura was over him, checking him with her little medical knowledge she knew of. "Naruto, why did you hit him so hard?" Sakura looked up angrily at Naruto. The blonde looked down at her with what looked like pity. Seeing Sakura go from the strongest kunoichi in the world to this little girl who was focused on a boy more than training was a sorry sight to see. Sakura was much better than she was at this age in his past life, but still a far cry from being the strongest once again. "I simply protected my teammate. Sasuke will be fine," Naruto answered Sakura before he dealt with the other problem. "Now what will we do with you guys?" Naruto turned his attention to Dosu and Kin. "We just want to get out of here. Take our scroll and let us leave." Dosu rolled his scroll over to Naruto and slowly moved to pick up Zaku. "Make haste." Naruto picked up the scroll and placed it in his pocket and watched as the sound team jumped off. He then made a slicing motion with his hand, sending a sharp blade of wind out and cutting the tree clean in half. Team 9 came jumping out the falling tree. "What was that for? You could have killed us." Tenten yelled angrily and threw a dozen kunai at Naruto from her endless arsenal of kunai. Instead of jumping out of the way like everyone thought, the kunai simply stopped in front of Naruto before falling to the ground. "What was that for? You could have killed me," Naruto said in a mocking tone, making Tenten irritated while Hinata giggled and Shino's shoulders slightly shook. "Naruto, what was that just now?" Neji asked with interest, clear in his tone. Naruto simply waved his finger as if talking to a child, which he kind of was. "I can't go around telling you my secrets now, can I? What kind of ninja would I be?" Neji did not like that answer and nodded towards Lee, who happily shot forward with an attack. Leaf Hurricane. Neji had his Byakugan activated and looked at Naruto intensely. He watched as the same thing with Tenten's weapon happened again. Naruto took this chance to get a little payback on Lee from the last fight. Faster than Team 9 could see, Naruto delivered a spin kick to Lee's face which sent him flying back into the tree, leaving him unconscious. Neji's eyes widened and his head shot towards Lee. What the hell just happened? 1 second Lee was hitting that barrier of chakra and then he was sent flying. Neji had faced Naruto many times in the past but he was always able to react to the blondes since Naruto would hold back a great amount. Lee. Tenten pulled out a katana and was getting ready for battle. Tenten, don't. Neji quickly warned Tenten before she did something stupid. What? The bun-haired girl retorted. We can't beat them. Neji looked over to the bush where Team 10 was hiding. Maybe if they helped us, but I highly doubt they would come out if they still didn't make themselves known now. Neji thought analytically, weighing the situations out in his mind and thinking of possible solutions to try and win, but they all came out with teammate winning. If we are done fooling around, let's get moving. Naruto turned around and was about to jump off. He glanced back towards Neji and gave the boy a confident smile. Don't feel discouraged, Neji, you are still young and have much more room to grow into the strong and proud Hyuga I know you can be. You might even save my life one day. With his words said, Naruto disappeared in the trees with his team behind him. Neji held his head down, hiding the smile that came to his face. Hearing the kind and encouraging words of Naruto could almost bring tears of happiness to his eyes. To know someone had so much faith in him was truly heartwarming to the somewhat cold Hyuga. It was also a secret Neji kept to himself, but Naruto was an idol and someone he wished to be like in the future. Thank you for the kind words, Naruto-sama. I shall support you on whatever path it is you take in life. Neji proclaimed in his thoughts with nothing but adoration for Naruto. Let's go. We have a lot of catching up to do. Neji said, but whether he was referring to the exam or his team to Naruto's. Tenten grabbed Lee from the tree trunk he was logged in and followed Neji to the next team. Orochimaru was currently looking down at his loyal servant Kabuto Yakushi, who was on a knee in front of the heavily injured Orochimaru. Once he had respectfully retreated from Naruto, he had run into his old student Anko. Although he was weakened, it was still enough to overpower Anko, who didn't have her curse mark, which should be impossible. It just meant more testing on ways to make the curse seal much better. My lord, what happened to you? Kabuto questions with curiosity and also fear at someone being able to put his master in such a condition. Kabuto knew that the Uchiha was not strong enough to leave him in this state, and neither was anyone else in this forest able to do such damage to him. So it meant that there was someone in this forest out to get his master. Orochimaru chuckled, but it was not a joke. He was rather peeved at being beaten like he was today. If he released more of his power, then he would have been able to defeat that masked foe. His experience plus his power and wide range of jutsu would make the fight lean more in his favor. That only brought more questions to the table. The masked ninja seemed to be an expert in fighting, as if he had years of battle under his belt and destroyed countless ninja on his path to strength. But had the body of a mere child. I was in a battle with a strange masked individual. Orochimaru answered the question of his servant. Were they someone sent by the Hokage? Kabuto inquired with a bit of worry. If the Hokage was onto them, it meant the plan could be at risk. Doubtful. My sensei would like to kill me himself as a way of fixing his past mistakes. This looked like someone out to kill me. Well, that wouldn't be so strange since you have a lot of enemies. Kabuto pushed his glasses that shined in the light while a smirk crossed his face. Orochimaru allowed a wicked smirk to come on his face. Someone as powerful as him had gained a lot of enemies over the years. While that is true, the big thing is that this person was able to use multiple bloodlines. This news shocked Kabuto to his core. Do you mean someone with a dual Kekkei Genkei? Kabuto asked, wanting to make sure he heard this right. They had been trying to give people multiple bloodlines for years. No, he was able to use multiple bloodlines all at once. He was also able to manifest a blade of chakra on his fingertips or whole hand, similar to your chakra scalpel. Orochimaru told Kabuto while recalling his fight with the masked ninja. That is truly something special. I assume you want me to find this person, correct? Kabuto asked with a smirk. He was excited and wanted to get to work right away. I assume this won't be too hard for you. Orochimaru challenged with his own smirk. Forest Tower. I see your team didn't do so bad, Kakashi. I guess they were lucky. Guy said mockingly. But of course, with my team around, your team is doomed with failure. Kakashi turned with a spaced out look on his face. Did you say something? Oh my god. Guy put his hands to his head and had a mini panic attack. Curse you, always have to act so cool. Wow, if it came to looks, Sensei is clearly outclassed. Tenten thought in her head while thinking of Kakashi. Guy Sensei is the coolest of them all. Lee pumped his fist and let determination flare. Just wait, Sensei. Someday I will be as cool as you. Lee then thought back to his effortless defeat to Naruto in the forest. To be easily beaten by one blow hurt his pride more than it did him. To think the gap in their power could be so large. It was as if Naruto was doing laps in an ocean while he just took off the floaties. As expected, only the best made it here. Neji looked around at all the beat-up competitors and noticed Naruto seemed fully healed with only dirt and grime on his still uncovered chest, which had many of the girls blushing, while Hinata was leaking small killing intent. Hinata was getting tired of these hussies coming for her man. Actually guy, both of you are the unlucky bunch since my team has made it all the way. Kurenai said, rather cockily. Oh, what has got you so confident? From what I can see, your main man Naruto is pretty ruffled up. Kakashi analyzed her team. Naruto is not our only form of power on the team. The others are just as deadly. Kurenai told the two Junin she was talking to in front of her. As if it matters. They won't be able to beat my team, Asuma said, trying to get into the conversation. All he got for his comment was deadpan looks. It said, shut the hell up. Once Asuma got the message, he sunk his head and mumbled words to himself about how his team was strong as well. Over with the genin, many were getting nervous. When people like this gathered in one spot in front of the village leader, it was never a good sign. Naruto was taking it all in with nostalgia. It had been a while since he visited this place again. It brought back memories he had long since forgotten. He then noticed something out of the corner of his eye. It was Sasuke messing with his curse mark, which made Naruto narrowed his eyes. Once he fights, Kakashi will take him and seal it up. The only problem is that the seal was powered by Sasuke's will to use it or not. I'll trust you once again, old friend. Naruto stopped looking towards Sasuke and saw Hiruzen step up and get ready to tell the secret. Naruto was then pulled into his mind, where he was met with the snout of Kurama. The giant fox blew his hot breath right into Naruto's face. You do know who is in the village, right? Kurama asked Naruto. Yes, pervy sage. And that means I can get the key to the seal and open it. Great, thought you might have forgotten. You do know just because I opened the seal to the cage doesn't mean that I will be able to use your power to the extent I was able to in the past. That's why we are going to train, you doofus. Do you really think a single month will let me be able to use your power to its full power once again? It was then a foxy grin came onto Naruto's face. You're jealous again, aren't you? Naruto said teasingly. Kurama got into Naruto's face and yelled. I am not jealous. And you have been getting real smart mouth with me lately, you know that. Naruto just laughed at Kurama. It was just like when he had discovered KCM and the fox only wanted Naruto using his power. Don't worry buddy, we will get back to that level in no time. Kurama's eyes softened. He and Naruto had really come a long way. From one wanting to kill the other and the other wanting only his power. He had watched as the blonde went from a little baby into a man and is doing it all over again. I've just gotta think of a way to convince Pervy Sage to give me the key. Naruto made a thinking face while going through multiple situations. He could always just use his reverse harem jutsu on him, which would surely work. Just make a rasengan, that will prove it right away. Kurama said like it was no big deal. Well, I guess I could do that, but then he will wonder how I learned it since it was the fourth Hokage's jutsu. I'll just reveal I know who my parents are, which will say all it needs to. Right, then you come and open this damn seal. I'll do it, Kurama, promise. Naruto held out his fist to the giant nine-tailed fox like they always used to. Kurama smirked down at Naruto, showing his sharp teeth. Promise. Yoroi Ikato vs Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto looked over to Sasuke, who grabbed his shoulder in pain. Sakura tried to tell him not to do it, but it seems that Sasuke didn't want to hear it. Hey Naruto. Sasuke called to Naruto before he walked off. What? Make sure you don't lose, because you're the person I want to fight the most. Naruto watched as the Uchiha's curse mark glowed at his statement. That depends if you can win this match without using your Sharingan. Naruto replied with a challenging smirk. He then walked off with his team up the steps while Sasuke looked at his back with a look not seen on the Uchiha's face often. Sasuke felt as if he needed to catch up to Naruto. And it's been like that for the longest. He had been training for years to try and catch up, but it was as if the gap was only growing wider and wider. But when he got a taste of the curse mark power, he was able to close the gap by a large margin if he said so himself. Naruto watched down with a keen eye at Sasuke's battle. Sasuke had started off great and placed the older genin in an arm bar which would have broken the arm like a twig. Things turned for the worst when Yoroi started sucking his chakra out using his right hand. Sasuke tried to fight back, but with the draining fight in the forest and his body in a worse state, it didn't look good for him. Things changed when Naruto saw Sasuke draw on the chakra without a problem, which meant he was willing using the power of the curse mark. Which made Naruto pissed to no end. With the help of the curse mark, Sasuke easily defeated the older genin and went on to brutally beat him into unconsciousness and almost kill him if the match wasn't stopped. Once the match was over, Naruto appeared in a gust of wind in front of Sasuke. He grabbed the boy by the neck and slammed him into the wall, which cracked and almost fell to crumbs from the force of the blow. This caused all the ninja in the area to recoil in shock at seeing Naruto lash out for no reason, it seemed. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Sakura yelled at Naruto. "The real question is, what are you doing, Sasuke?" Naruto tightened his grip on Sasuke's throat, making it a little harder to breathe. "I simply fought to win. By using any means necessary. Even if it means using this cursed power." Sasuke tried to escape from Naruto's grasp, but it was tight and he couldn't escape. "You're playing with fire, kid. That thing gets control of you, it's over," Naruto told Sasuke harshly, trying to save his friend who seemed worse for wear right now. "Naruto, that's enough." Kakashi put his hand on Naruto's shoulder in a tight grip as a warning to let him go. Over to the side, Team 8 including Kurenai left from their previous position and appeared on the scene in battle stances, ready for a fight if need be. It wasn't until Kurenai saw she was ready to fight her own comrade just because he threatened one of her students, she took notice of what she was doing. "What am I doing? Have I become so attached to my team in such a short time that I would pull my weapon on Kakashi? My loyalty runs that deep," Kurenai thought in surprise at her actions. Naruto cast Kakashi a cold glance out the side of his eye. The glare looked much like his father during war times. "Do your job, I don't want to have to do something like this again." Naruto released Sasuke, who fell to the ground and started coughing and gasping in order to get air back in his lungs. Kakashi watched Naruto walk off with a sad glance. He had not gotten close to Naruto like he wanted. Having dreams of being like an older brother went out the window. Why couldn't Naruto be more like his wonderful father? Sasuke got back off the ground and rushed towards Naruto with parts of the curse mark being activated. He was sent back to the wall when Hinata kicked him back into the wall. "You're making it hard for me to trust you, Sasuke, in this life and the next," Naruto thought with pain in his heart. His friend seemed to be falling into the darkness that claimed him in the past life. Chapter 16. Everyone was watching as Shino had Zaku in a pinch. Shino had just taken a compressed blast of wind point blank. Many thought this would be the end of Shino but were surprised when Shino was unaffected and only had dirt on his clothes. Shino then proceeded to unleash bugs from his body and freak everyone out at the creepy show. When everyone thought Zaku would just blow the bugs away, they saw an army of small insects crawl from the ground. The bugs would have sucked out the chakra from Zaku in less than a minute plus faced Shino, who was standing in front of him calm like a river. "Don't underestimate me." Zaku held up his palm towards Shino and flexed his arm ready to blast Shino with many wind waves. He then pulled his other arm from the sling and aimed it towards the bugs. The pain was almost unbearable and Zaku gritted his teeth in an attempt to ease the pain he was feeling. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Shino told Zaku calmly. "Always have an ace up your sleeve." "That's what you said, right?" Zaku grinned madly at Shino. Zaku then fired the chakra he was sending to his arms. Boom. All the people in the arena looked down in shock at the explosion of blood that came from the two fighters. It was revealed to be Zaku, who had no arms. The boy then let out a ear-piercing scream which sounded like nails on a chalkboard. A pool of blood began to form at the bottom of the boy's feet. Zaku fell to his knee and tried to cradle his missing limbs but failed due to having no arms. "Didn't I tell you to give up?" Shino's tone was blank and gave nothing away. Shino had killed before and a little blood would not scare him. In many others' eyes, what Shino is doing seemed kind of cruel and unsightly, but this is what ninjas do and Shino had long since accepted that fact of the ninja lifestyle. "Kurenai, what the hell are you teaching these kids?" Asuma asked, a little surprised and worried for his team's safety if they had to fight someone from Team 8. The other Junin sensei also looked at Kurenai in shock. "I am teaching them how to be ninjas. If your kids get afraid of something as lost arms, then you obviously haven't been doing a good job," Kurenai said in a cold and stern tone. Many of the kids had pale faces and wanted to throw up while Naruto and Hinata were unaffected by the scene. The sight of the two kids not showing any outward reaction to this served as a hard blow to the pride of the Junins and Genin. "Well, maybe we should be training with your team," Asuma said jokingly. "Asuma-sensei, you don't really expect us to train with them, do you?" Ino asked, a little horrified at the situation. To train with a freak like Shino, a gentle but fierce Hyuga, and her amazing Naruto-kun. Only the last part sounded good to Ino. "Look, Kurenai is right," Asuma said to his team, which all made them look at him in shock. "I have been your sensei for 6 months but you guys have yet to take a single life." While Kurenai's team looks as if they had killed hundreds already, Asuma told them seriously. "Sensei, are you saying they killed over 100 people?" Choji asked, not eating his chips for once. "There's no way, only a monster would kill 100 people." Ino shouted in disbelief. Ino's shout caused Naruto to flinch at the words he had received as a child. When he was pushed away from stores and casted hate-filled glares. It was memories of his hellish childhood, from this life and the past life. Naruto wouldn't have thought that one of his friends would call him a monster. Hinata saw and heard everything. At first she wanted to punch the Yamanaka in the face for saying such unsympathetic words out loud and not caring for who they might offend. But she gently grabbed Naruto's hand and gave him a gentle smile in an attempt to try and comfort the boy who was no doubt having memories of a worse time. "You're not a monster," Hinata told Naruto in a soft tone so only he could hear. "Thank you." Naruto held Hinata's hand lovingly and gave the Hyuga a smile that made her heart flutter. Kurenai looked at Ino with anger and had to fight the urge to place her in a genjutsu that would leave her in a coma for 3 days. Her ruby eyes that burned with a woman's fury then shifted to Asuma, her secret boyfriend. "You should really wake your students up to the reality we live in." Asuma sighed in exaggeration. "Ino, that was really uncalled for. But Kurenai is right, when I was your age I had already killed plenty of people and my dad has killed more people than I have. So could you just imagine what his kill count is after so many years of being Hokage?" Asuma lectured his student and all the other kids who were listening. This match served as a great wake-up call to the still-fresh genin. Winner, Shino Abarame. Hate announced to everyone while calling medics to come and pick up the dead body of Zaku, who had passed out from the pain and soon bleed out. "Way to go, Shino," Naruto said and gave his comrade a fist bump. "It was nothing," Shino replied and stood next to his team. Naruto watched the matches that played out. Kankuro won just like he remembered by hiding inside the bandage wrap and controlling the puppet from a safe place. This allowed Kankuro to wrap his puppet around the fake leaf ninja. It was then Sakura faced Ino. Things went different from last time. Instead of being a disappointment to Kunoichi around the world, Sakura managed to knock Ino out in one punch with her amazing strength she had learned with the help of Naruto. This, along with the speed that far outclassed anything Ino could handle, resulted in her being hit with a massive blow to the jaw which knocked Ino out in a second. It was then Tenten's match came. It went just like it did in the past with Tenten not having a chance in hell since she was a one-trick pony with only being able to launch long-range weapons. Seeing Temari use wind style made him want to try and use his own wind style some more. Naruto hasn't been using it since he was so fascinated by his white fire and being able to use all bloodlines kind of made him forget about wind style. Temari was about to let Tenten fall on her fan like last time, but Naruto would not let the bun-haired girl suffer anymore. Naruto moved and grabbed Tenten and placed the girl over his shoulder instead of falling and injuring her back. Naruto was standing on top of Temari's fan without even wiggling, showing his incredible balance. "No need to embarrass her any further. The match is done," Naruto told Temari sternly while giving her a serious gaze which seemed to make his cerulean eyes glow intensely. For some reason, Temari felt as if she was just given an order by a Kage and not a genin. There was something about the boy that just seemed to be giving off the aura of somebody above everyone else and some kind of higher being. Temari resisted the urge to bow and apologize but settled on a shaky nod, not trusting her voice. Naruto jumped off her fan, allowing Temari to walk away and thanking God that the invasion was called off. Because if she had to face that boy, Temari was not sure if she could win let alone escape undamaged. Naruto appeared on the arena balcony and laid the injured girl down in front of her sensei. "Naruto-kun, your flames of youth have only burned brighter from last time," Might Guy shouted with tears and a shaking fist. The compassion Naruto had for his comrades really got him going and he just had to spread it. "It was nothing, just helping out a comrade," Naruto told the sensei to Team 9. He then looked over to Hinata and waved her over. "Don't worry, I'll heal her in no time," Hinata said, already knowing what Naruto was going to ask of her. "That's why you're the best." Naruto gave Hinata a smile and thumbs up. "Yay, I know," Hinata answered, accepting the praise with a puffed-out chest and high chin. The young Hyuga had really come far from being a shy girl who could barely talk to him. Hinata had really come far. Next up, Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba in Izuka. Hayate yelled. "Can the two fighters make their way to the ground?" "Well, would you look at that. There is no way we can lose going against him," Kiba shouted out in excitement with arrogance in his tone. He had been waiting for a fair fight with this guy. "My time to shine," Naruto smirked from the balcony. Although his body was heavily damaged and on the verge of collapsing, he was still strong enough to take out Kiba. "Don't overdo it, you need to take it easy," Hinata told Naruto seriously. "Don't sweat it, I got everything under control." Naruto disappeared from everyone's view in a silent body flicker to the ground. He moved swiftly without making a sound, like a mouse in the night. "So fast," Kakashi thought in amazement. Damn, he's fast and silent. Asuma praised Naruto in his mind. He seems to be faster than the last time I saw him. Kurenai said with wide eyes, but then smiled a second later. Are you saying he was already this fast 3 months ago? Asuma asked with his cigarette almost falling out his mouth. Kurenai didn't answer and only smirked down at Naruto. All eyes were on him. Many were curious as to where he disappeared to 3 months ago. This will be a good chance to measure his skills since I have not been able to gather anything on him. Hiruzen thought while looking at Naruto with sharp eyes. He would not miss this battle for anything. Let's see what the Jinchuriki can do, this will be a good chance to test his threat level. Orochimaru thought while making sure to watch closely. I've waited years for this. Kiba slammed his fist together while giving Naruto a fanged grin. I'm gonna kick your ass so bad they won't be able to recognize you. Naruto chuckled humorously. He then straightened his back and exuded a large amount of confidence, shining brighter than any star to exist in this world. Naruto then got into a stance which was strong and solid. Oh, he's using that. Hinata said in interest while looking on with curiosity. I wonder why, Shino said, also wondering why Naruto is using Kyokushin karate. It was known to his team that Naruto preferred to use renewal. He knows more than one style. Kakashi asked. He had returned after his run-in with Orochimaru and sealing up Sasuke's curse mark. Yes, Naruto is a master of 2 fighting styles. Kurenai told them all with pride in her student. Wow, that's amazing, Sakura said in amazement. The girl knew Naruto was very talented from an early age when he instructed her to learn medical ninjutsu. Sakura often saw Naruto running around the village with Rock Lee and his crazy sensei. To have mastered 2 fighting style at such a young age should not be possible, but from the day Naruto was born he was a walking impossibility. I wonder how he would stack up against Sasuke. Kakashi pondered internally. His prized student versus Kurenai's best. That would be a match of the ages. I hope you are not all bark and no bite. A real ninja allows his strength to speak for himself. Naruto lectured Kiba like an old man talking to his young pupil. I don't need your words. Just bring it. Kiba placed his hands together in a ram sign. Kiba got on all fours and his nails grew to claws and his voice became more beastly. Kiba dashed off with great speeds and went for an elbow strike to Naruto's chest but was angered when Naruto caught his elbow with ease, not even moving an inch. Attack faster. Naruto grabbed the elbow and pulled Kiba into a knee strike before he was hit with uppercut and sent back to his starting spot. He did all that in seconds. Kakashi said to himself in amazement at the blonde's speed. Whoa, what happened? Choji asked looking wide-eyed. One moment Kiba was gone from his spot and the next he was being sent back in pain. Naruto delivered 2 attacks which sent Kiba back. Asuma answered the question of his student. 2 attacks that quick? Impossible. Sakura waved off the comment of Asuma who was a Junin and able to see Naruto move in those split seconds. Kiba rolled on the ground before he sunk his claws into the ground and stopped himself, causing a path in the ground from his extended nails digging into the ground. Kiba then snarled like a beast, glaring daggers at Naruto who only looked on calmly. This was the same thing that happened when they were kids. Kiba would not be embarrassed once again. He trained for years putting his blood, sweat and tears into his training. There was no way he was going to lose to Naruto once again. Last time that knocked you out. Naruto raised his hands and clapped for Kiba, happy the boy had improved after all these years. You have indeed become stronger. Naruto told Kiba heartfeltly. Kiba did not see it this way and saw it as Naruto insulting him with fake praise. Save your jokes for someone else. We are here to fight. Kiba got up and charged Naruto with all his speed in an attempt to overwhelm the boy. This did not work since Naruto easily dodged the attacks or parried with ease. It looked like Naruto was predicting Kiba's moves and simply stopping Kiba before he could get a combo going. It was as if Naruto knew Kiba's whole fighting style more than he did. The way Naruto would block at the right time and attack made it seem like he was the one who taught Kiba the fighting style, not allowing the boy to land any solid blows. You are wasting too much energy. Naruto did a spinning elbow strike to Kiba. Your attacks are wild and lack any kind of direction or fluid motion. Naruto blocked all of Kiba's attacks with one hand and walked forward and delivered a quick punch to Kiba's face which sent him flying into the wall of the arena sending cracks throughout the wall. He's even stronger than me. Sakura exclaimed in surprise. It appears so, Kakashi said lazily, but he noticed Naruto did not use chakra unlike Sakura did. Back on the floor, Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kiba. That is the strength of your style. It can confuse opponents, allowing you to claw them down with your razor-sharp nails. I feel a bit coming, Asuma announced with a little humor in his tone. But this is also a weakness to your style since anyone who is superior to you in hand-to-hand will easily be able to see through your movements and pick you apart. Naruto told Kiba. He knew all too well since this is how he used to fight in his past life. Which ended with him getting his offense picked apart. Shut up. Kiba pulled himself from the wall and fell to the ground where Akamaru came to see if Kiba was okay. Why do you wish to become strong, Kiba? Naruto questioned the boy. To become the strongest. Kiba answered while panting heavily. He wiped the blood from his bleeding lip and smirked at Naruto, who smiled. I also wish to become the strongest, a ninja legend. I guess that makes us rivals. Kiba proclaimed while pointing a finger at Naruto. Naruto laughed. I guess it does. His face then became serious and his gaze hard. But strength isn't all there is to life. If you seek power your whole life, it will end up swallowing you whole and leaving you an empty shell. The words of Naruto struck all the genin who were listening. Naruto's words sounded like the words of someone who had already reached the top. And what do you know? You are only a genin. Kiba didn't understand why Naruto was talking as if he had already reached his goal. He was only 13 and a genin. I know enough. If you wish to become strong, it must be for something greater than yourself. You need something to keep you going. Strength comes from the need to protect something precious to you. Again, Naruto's words struck with the genin listening. Naruto's words really stuck to them like gum on the bottom of their shoe. His voice was commanding but soft and inspiring. Man, you just want to die for the guy. Shikamaru sighed lazily, before a smirk crossed his lips and, for some reason, he felt motivated to do better and resolved himself to become stronger. I'm starting to see why you say he is such a good leader. Kakashi said to Kurenai, who was beaming with pride at her student. Naruto's words were like that of his sensei when he would talk to them during training. Now, show me your will of fire. Naruto rushed towards Kiba with speed the Inuzuka couldn't match. This ended with him taking multiple blows all over his body. He felt all his bones shake and body protested in pain. Naruto delivered a crushing blow to Kiba's side which made the boy bend over the fist and crash into the ground. Put your hands up and block. If you can't see me, just predict where I might show up. Naruto ordered Kiba, who rose from the ground. He's teaching the young lad through battle, very impressive. Hiruzen thought with a smile. Naruto would make a great Hokage. Take this. Kiba threw smoke bombs around Naruto and looked to his ninja hound, and they nodded to each other before dashing off into the smoke. Naruto looked around the purple smoke cloud and smiled. It seems Kiba was learning. Now, where is the little puppy? Naruto ducked from something aiming at his head. Naruto sidestepped and maneuvered in all kinds of positions while avoiding the dog. The blonde grabbed the dog and threw him out the smoke right into the hands of Kiba, who caught his companion. Wind style, passing winds. No, Asuma shouted while almost leaping over the railing. If this boy could use wind style to such a level. The cloud of smoke was blown away by winds going over 30 miles per hour. The purple smoke cloud cleared up to reveal Naruto and his bare chest and tattered pants. What are you going to do now? Naruto asked with a smirk. Asuma on the stands almost passed out from shock. He would have if Ino didn't slap him across the face and make him come to his senses. Kiba cursed. He had hoped that would hold Naruto off long enough for him to think of something. You leave me no choice. Kiba took out a pill from his pouch and gave it to Akamaru, whose fur turned red. Kiba's going in for the kill. Kakashi watched as his student intended to finish the match. Ninja art, beast mimicry. Akamaru, who was now on Kiba's back, turned into a clone of Kiba. Man-beast clone. Naruto's done for now, Choji said resolutely. What makes you say that? Sakura asked the fat boy. Those are food pills from my clan. It doubles the power of your chakra. Not to mention both Kiba and Akamaru took those pills, so their powers are through the roof. Choji answered his classmate. Naruto only smiled and motioned for the two to come at him. Show me the power that comes from protecting what's close to you. Kiba charged Naruto with his clone. He was going to regain his pride and fight with all his might. Kiba had precious people he wanted to get strong for and protect. Like his sister, mother, team, and clan. You won't take me down. Kiba fell down to the ground in hopes of smashing Naruto with one hit. It was for naught, as Naruto back flipped out the way and avoided the fatal attack. The doubles charged Naruto and lunged with their claws ready to dig into Naruto's skin. The blonde dodged their attacks and was smiling the whole time. The Kibas ran all on the wall and weaved in between each other trying to confuse Naruto, but it was for naught as Naruto stayed focused the whole fight. Naruto jumped in the air avoiding another attack from the crazed clone. Now we got ya. Kiba and his clone then jumped high in the air and began to spin. Fang over fang. The two became a spinning cyclone of destruction aimed to spiral into Naruto. Everyone looked on with worry as it seemed Naruto was at a complete disadvantage and would take the attack head on. When Naruto landed on the ground, he had to quickly turn around and prepare for the attack that was making its way towards him. Naruto laughed. Now you've got it. Naruto turned to the side and spread his feet. He extended his right palm towards the spinning boys coming towards him. Kiba impacted with Naruto's hand and felt as if he had just hit a steel wall. His movements were brought to a halt in an instant. It was a good fight, and you have reclaimed yourself and more. Naruto told Kiba with a smirk on his face. Kiba then felt the wind pick up and the energy shift from his attack shift to Naruto. It was then a feeling of dread settled in the bottom of his stomach like rocks resting at the bottom of the ocean. Chakra and the air swirled all around the three and before anyone knew, Kiba and his clone were sent crashing into the wall and coughed out a load of blood. This was Blue Dragon Reverse. It is a technique used to control and reflect air currents caused by the enemy's attack and release it back on them with double the power, plus the force the user puts into the attack. Once Naruto was done, he stood up and coughed and felt his lip with his hand and saw that blood was on his fingertips. Man, I shouldn't have used that. I did more damage to myself. You damn right you shouldn't have. Your body is already damaged enough. Kurama complained inside of Naruto's mind. Kurama was already using his chakra to heal Naruto's body, but his injuries were really serious. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Hayate announced to the others in the room. He controlled the flow of the battle to perfection. Not only did he win effortlessly, he fought as if he knew what Kiba was going to do more than he did. The Hokage thought about the match with a smile on his face. He was really proud of how strong Naruto had become. Amazing, his taijutsu is perfect. There wasn't a single time where he wasted needless energy. He knew what was going to happen and capitalized on it. Might Guy commented on Naruto's martial arts. If Naruto kept at it, he would surpass him and become the best taijutsu user in the world. Way to go, Naruto. Sakura cheered for Naruto. That's my student, I taught him that. Kurenai declared with enthusiasm, completely lying to everyone about teaching Naruto all that he knows. Naruto jumped up to the balcony and landed next to his team. Hinata came up to him and used medical ninjutsu to try and heal his body. Didn't I say take it easy, why did you use that on him? Hinata pushed a finger into Naruto's chest and looked rather annoyed. I just had to reward Kiba for his efforts. It would be disrespectful if I didn't. Naruto remarked with his hands in the air. Whatever. You really need to rest now. Hinata stated, which made Naruto nod. Until he spoke up and gave her a tick mark. Can I have some of that magical cream? Naruto sang out with a smile. It's called ointment. Hinata snapped at Naruto for the 1000th time. Naruto floated back like an empty bag into the arms of his sensei. Sensei, Hinata-chan is so mean to me. I do something wrong and she goes straight to the screaming and yelling. The blonde-haired boy sobbed uncontrollably while crying anime tears. Don't worry Naruto-kun, I'll fix you right up. Kurenai held Naruto and patted his head like a big sister while sticking her tongue out at Hinata. The Hyuga's hand twitched and she resisted the urge to hit her sensei with a twin tiger's fist. Across the balcony, Orochimaru was looking at Naruto with interest. That boy is strong, if he is left alive he will definitely cause trouble for me in the future. The boy also felt somewhat familiar to the masked person he was fighting in the forest. There was no way this genin was that masked ninja he came across. They fought completely different from each other and Naruto had no bloodlines. Next match is Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. This was perfect. Hinata could take her anger out on her cousin right now. Hinata turned to Neji and gave the boy a fierce grin. This made Neji gulp nervously and now found he was a little scared of his normally nice cousin. Hinata, a little too eager, jumped over the rail and landed on the ground elegantly. Come on bro. Get down here and fight. Hinata barked out angrily at Neji. Teammate turned to the boy and bowed their heads. Sorry for the beast we unleashed on you. They all said in sync with each other. Neji did a quick prayer and crossed his heart hoping it was not his fate to be slain today. The brown-haired boy calmly leapt over the rail and landed away from his younger cousin who looked ready to pounce on him at any second. I never imagined I would be facing you like this, Lady Hinata. Neji fell into the gentle fist stance. I never imagined things would turn out like this either. But I am going to come out the victor. Hinata dropped into her flowing fist stance. Begin. The two Hyuga dashed towards each other at great speed and exchanged in a barrage of deadly palm strikes. The stiff and firm stance of the gentle fist against the flexible and agile form of the flowing fist. Their palms clashed, sending chakra bursts all over the arena and shockwaves to be felt through the chamber. Hinata's powerful chakra was overwhelming Neji and everyone could see that. To Neji it felt like he was being hit with a mountain every time he was struck by Hinata. With the girl constantly moving and not staying still, it made it hard to land a hard and good hit on her. But Hinata was not having this problem as even now she was striking Neji with an onslaught of palm thrust. Hinata connected with two palm thrusts to Neji's upper body which made the boy stumble back from the force of the attack. Hinata then dropped and went for a spinning kick but Neji jumped over it and rushed the girl while she was still on the ground but was sent into the air by a rising kick from the flexible Hyuga. Hinata tucked her hand back and charged up the chakra and got a blue glow to her hands. Air palms. Hinata threw out her palms and struck Neji with two condense air waves. Neji was blasted back from the force of the attacks that caused blood to spill from the older Hyuga's lips. Neji stumbled to his feet. That attack really hurt and he was sure that he was bruised all over. When had Hinata become so fierce? It all started because of Naruto. The boy had just come out of nowhere and swooped Hinata off her feet and completely destroyed the Hyuga clan. Damn, you really are strong. Neji stammered out and fell back into his stance firmly. And you are also strong, don't forget that. Hinata got back into her stance and smiled at Neji. Now let's finish where we left off. The two rushed towards each other with their palms blazing with chakra. Chapter 17. Tiger's Claw. Hinata's angelic voice came out calmer than the cleanest river. A giant blue tiger's claw manifested into existence and launched itself at Neji with great speeds. Neji barely managed to dodge the attack by jumping to the side. It was a good thing he dodged, because where the tiger's claw had impacted was completely destroyed. Cold sweat appeared on Neji's head as he looked towards his cousin with trepidation. Whoa, that's new, Naruto said with an excited smile while leaning over the rail. Yay, she completely destroyed a boulder with that jutsu. Shino informed Naruto. He remembered how excited Hinata was when making the jutsu. It was made while Naruto was off in the summoning realm. Nice, I just hope she doesn't accidentally kill Neji with that. Naruto then began to laugh. The fact that you are laughing at this worries me, Shino said. Well, lighten up, if Hinata-chan does hit Neji, she will just heal him right up. Naruto elbowed Shino while giving the boy a playful smirk. I suppose you are correct about that. Shino relented. Back on the arena floor Neji dodged another tiger's claw. She can use an attack at that magnitude in such quick succession. That's impressive and terrifying at the same time. Neji stopped his thoughts when he landed and got ready to dash towards Hinata. He was stopped when he had to quickly block a high kick from Hinata. You're good big brother, I can see you've trained very hard. Hinata gave Neji a gentle smile. She then quickly brought up her other leg in quick succession and connected with Neji's temple. Neji stumbled back from the attack that rang his brain like a bell. Hinata pounced on Neji like a tiger attacking the injured prey. Neji tried his best to block and evade but the fast and accurate blows of Hinata were begging to be too much to handle. While exchanging blows with Hinata, Neji began to resume his senses and started to counter in a more fluid way. Neji saw an opening and shot his arm out to connect with Hinata's chakra point on her shoulder and disable her left arm. Got you, Neji screamed victorious. Neji was not expecting Hinata to drop to the ground in the splits. Showing her incredible athleticism, Neji widened his eyes in surprise and was completely open. Hinata raised her arm upwards in a thrusting motion and shot out an air palm which connected with Neji's chin and lifted the boy off his feet. That looks familiar. Naruto chuckled internally. This was the same way he had defeated Neji in the past. Neji grunted in pain as he was lifted into the air by the powerful palm strike. He flipped in mid-air after he had gotten over the pain and shock. Neji landed on the ground and tried to get up, but quickly found that even that was challenging. The boy managed to stumble to his feet and rose up with heavy breaths. Let's keep going, Neji said and dashed towards Hinata in a lousy manner. That palm strike had really rattled his brain, but to save face Neji would keep fighting. Hinata once again engaged Neji in a dance of gentle fist strikes. The girl was finding it more and more easy to land solid hits on Neji. Hinata slipped an attack coming to her ribs. Hinata stepped forward and gave a powerful shoulder bump towards Neji, knocking him off his balance and pushing him back. Hinata delivered a crushing palm thrust to Neji's shoulder. She brought her other arm forward and connected with Neji's chakra point on the opposite shoulder. Like a river following a path, Hinata landed fluid and precise strikes to Neji all in a smooth path. Great fight, you've made the clan proud today, Hinata said with a smile and relaxed her stance. Lady Hinata, thank you. Neji began to fall and was going to make contact with the ground. Until he was caught by Hinata, who only smiled. Hinata held Neji in a soft embrace and left in a water body flicker to the balcony. She laid Neji next to the unconscious Tenten. Naruto picked her up in his arms and spun her around with a happy smile. I knew you would win. Naruto gave Hinata a kiss as a congratulations, making the girl blush from having all eyes on them. But Hinata soon smiled and returned a kiss. She just couldn't stay mad at Naruto for long. Hinata-chan, it seems as if you and Naruto are most youthful. Guy cried anime tears once again. Guy-sensei, I will increase my training so I can be as youthful as Naruto-kun and Hinata-chan. Lee said with stars in his eyes. Way to go, Lee. That's the spirit. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Everyone rolled their eyes in annoyance for the daily combination of Lee and Might Guy. If memory serves, the next match should be. Naruto's thoughts were halted when he heard Hayate the proctor call out the next names. Gaara vs Rock Lee. A good fight is on the rise. Naruto smiled for the great match that was going to take place. But after this he had some real business to settle, and it had to do with a one-eyed war hawk who wouldn't be breathing for much longer. Naruto watched the match that was going on. It was amazing to watch it the second time. Lee was putting on a show and proving that even he was a genius at hard work. When Lee dropped the weights on his legs, everyone went crazy just like last time and had stupefied looks on their faces. It got even worse when Lee managed to land a solid kick to Gaara's head. However, Naruto began to get worried once he saw a bone-chilling smile on Gaara's face. Damn, I should have known. All that trauma won't go away in just a couple of days. Naruto thought with worry and gripped the railing a little harder. If things got too bad he would jump in and stop Gaara before he could really damage Lee like last time. Hinata saw Naruto being worried and frowned. She placed a gentle hand on his, gaining his attention. Naruto-kun, what's got you so worried? Naruto gave Hinata a grateful smile. God, how would he be without Hinata? His life. It's Gaara. What about him? Hinata looked at Gaara with interest. She then saw the psychotic look on his face and his chakra was going crazy around him. She was starting to see the problem now, as there was another chakra in his body coming to life. He's losing it, Naruto simply said. The match took a turn for the worse as Lee's newfound speed was not doing much, as Gaara was able to move his sand much better and more fluid now that he had a real seal. What used to take a lot of effort and chakra is now easy as pie for Gaara. Seeing how his efforts were leading him nowhere, Lee jumped back and looked to his sensei, who gave him a firm nod. The bowl-cut-haired boy then got into a stance and intense chakra began to swirl around the boy and the veins on his body began to become more prominent. Naruto watched as the match took place and was really something. The only difference was now he could actually see Lee this time around. It was then the moment came. Lee struck Gaara with a devastating attack and sent him to the ground. Lee let the gates close and his normal skin color returned. The boy began to pant heavily. He then passed out and landed back first on the ground. Winner is Gaara. Gaara got to his feet and walked out the dust that had obscured the view. Gaara was about to send sand to attack the downed Lee but was stopped from killing the boy when Naruto appeared in front of him and grabbed Gaara's arm. They had a stare-off with each other, not willing to fold under the gaze of the other. Naruto, seeing this was not working, decided he would bump it up and see what Gaara was really about. Naruto began to raise his chakra to high levels and the sheer density of his chakra cracked the ground and made the air begin to ripple. Gaara, not in the right state of mind, only grinned and also raised his chakra to match Naruto's but was finding it very hard. So he pulled more chakra and matched Naruto's. What are they doing? Ino screamed while hiding behind Choji and had an arm up trying to block the rushing air blowing past them and everyone else on the balcony. I don't know, but they need to stop. Choji yelled, gripping the rail tightly. Man, this is crazy, these two have monstrous chakra. Shikamaru raged in his mind. Should we go down and stop them? Asuma said while being ready to leap over the rail. No, Naruto has this under control. Kurenai said calmly. She was not nervous nor freaking out like the rest of them. Even Team 8 was standing rock solid. Jez, that team is really something. Kakashi thought in jealousy of the strength and trust Team 8 had. Comparing her team to everyone else was just unfair and made them all seem like a bunch of clowns. Just when Gaara was going to take it even further, he heard the voice of someone he hadn't heard in a while. Enough, human, you don't want to go against him, Shukaku said in a calm tone. There was a hinge of respect for Naruto as he felt familiar to him and also to someone he knew a long time ago. Mother, Gaara said in surprise. So he used enough chakra for Shukaku to speak with him. Naruto nodded to himself. He watched as Gaara's chakra began to simmer down and his eyes regained self-awareness. Sorry. Gaara bowed his head in apology to Naruto. He felt immense guilt for almost losing himself once again. And to someone who had helped him so much. Naruto lowered his chakra and his serious face left as he smiled at Gaara. Don't sweat it, kid, I understand. It takes time for that kind of trauma to leave. Naruto ruffled Gaara's red hair and talked to him in a friendly tone. Gaara gave a grateful smile and left in a sand body flicker back to his comrades. Over the month he should become better. He has a supportive family that will stick with him. Naruto gave a sad smile. Family. What a thing it was. He looked towards Team 8 that was all giving him smiles, well except Shino, but he could see the thumbs up. He then gave a true and warm smile to his team. Things have changed. Naruto looked towards Team 7, which was Sakura, a knocked out Kiba, a sensei who was reading porn. Things have changed, but maybe it was for the better. He wasn't as close to Team 7 as in the past, but he really didn't mind since he was happy. He deserved a little happiness in his life. Right. The next match to take place was Shikamaru vs Kin from Sound, and the match went like it did last time, just like all the matches after this one. This included Choji vs Dosu, who won due to his sound arms sending waves of sound throughout Choji's body. Now the matches were all cleared and they were about to get the results for who they would be fighting in the finals. Okay, the number you have pulled is your number versus the person whose number comes after yours. Hayate said to all the genin standing in front. You first. Hate pointed to Naruto. What does it take to be number 1? Naruto said with a smirk. I have number 2. Dosu's hunched over form spoke from the back. He looked at Naruto with anger. Things won't go the same as they did in the forest. Dosu said in a menacing tone. Oh, I'm so scared. Naruto's tone was sarcastic and mocking. Bring it. I'll show you the will in these fists. Naruto bumped his fist together and grinned. This boy is not even my target, but for the embarrassment in the forest, I will ask Lord Orochimaru if I can kill him. Dosu thought with excitement in his mind. This blonde brat would beg for death once he was done with him. All the genin were now looking at who they would be facing. Naruto Uzumaki vs Dosu. Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara. Shino Abarame vs Kankuro. Temari vs Hinata Hyuga. Sakura Haruno vs Shikamaru Nara. This will be the first round of the Chunin exam finals that will be held in 1 month. Hayate announced as he was done showing the genin the matchups. The winner of each round will go on to fight the winner of the next match until there is only one standing. So make sure you train hard and come with everything you've got. Hiruzen told all the up-and-coming genin with a smile. These Chunin exams would really be something to remember. You are all dismissed. All the genin walked over to their senseis and began to leave the arena. Except Naruto Uzumaki. He was walking straight to the Hokage with a serious face. Naruto, where are you going? Kurenai asked. I have to chop down these roots at my home. Don't worry, it won't take long. Naruto answered them in a cryptic tone. Hinata was the only one who understood what Naruto meant. Before anyone could try and change his mind, Naruto vanished from view and was right in front of the Hokage the next second. We need to talk, Hokage. Hokage's office. I want you to order Danzo in here. Naruto told Hiruzen simply and seriously. Why? You are making a lot of demands but aren't telling me anything. Hiruzen said just as serious. Naruto didn't take much time and simply reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out 2 scrolls. Naruto sent chakra into the scrolls and in a puff, the sound of 2 bodies hitting the ground sounded off. The passed out body of Sai and the other root ninja landed on the cold floor. Get a load of this. Naruto opened their mouths and showed Hiruzen the seal on the bottom of their tongue. If that wasn't proof enough, Naruto showed the Anbu mask that said, Root. Giving Hiruzen a knowing look, he expected the man to make the right decision and not fuck this up, or he'd have to do it himself. I see, this is proof of Danzo still having his root ninja active. I will send Anbu to arrest him. Hiruzen was about to signal for Anbu but was stopped by Naruto. No, he sent these guys to kill me and my team in the forest. And an attempted killing on 3 clan heirs. Naruto interrupted Hiruzen with a stern gaze. You keep letting him slide, you know he's had this activated for all these years but haven't done anything. Not only did he come after my life, but those who are closest to my heart. His treachery ends today. Hiruzen held gazes with Naruto, who was not wavering one bit. The atmosphere in the room was tense and overwhelming. Hiruzen thought about how similar Naruto was to his mother, they were both so stubborn. But Naruto was right. He'd been letting Danzo do whatever he wanted for far too long and this was crossing the line. If he had somehow killed Naruto, that would have unleashed the 9 tails on the village again. Also going after the clan heir. He understood why Naruto said 3 since he was technically a clan heir for the Uzumaki or Namikaze. Hiruzen closed his eyes and let out a sigh of defeat. You're right, Naruto, I had hoped growing old would change him but it only seemed to make things worse. Naruto knew exactly how Hiruzen felt. It was the same way with him and Sasuke in his past life. If he had just been more forceful with Sasuke, maybe things would have turned out different. Let's just get this over with, call Danzo here and allow me to do the rest. Naruto sealed the body of Sai back up. He would get the boy out of that hellish lifestyle and allow him to start a new life. What about this guy? Hiruzen asked, pointing to the other root ninja. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It's your call, you can do whatever you want with him. We can just take the seal off his tongue along with the self-destruction seal and let him try to live a somewhat normal life. Yes, everyone deserves a second chance. Hiruzen said and signaled for Anbu Medic Bay, while sending some others to locate Danzo. Cat! Naruto yelled to the other purple-haired Anbu. The Anbu stopped and looked at Naruto with confusion behind her mask. You won't find Danzo just sitting around outside, you need to sense him out. The blonde got on the ground and placed his palm flat on the ground. That's the same thing Tobirama-sensei used to do. Hiruzen thought with shock at seeing Naruto doing such actions. Kat just looked at Naruto confused, should she really stay and listen to this genin? Looking towards the Hokage on what to do, she saw him nod. So Kat just waited for Naruto to finish doing what he was doing. This would be much easier if I could activate Realheart. You better not. Your body is already at its limit. This would only make things worse. Kurama's booming voice sounded out in his head. Fine, this is good training anyways. Naruto smirked and let his senses reach over the village. He felt his team going to Soma's shop to celebrate their win. He felt the local pervert at the hot springs, he could feel the Konohamaru Corps out training hard like he instructed them to do. Need to search deeper. Naruto whispered, but in the quiet room it was loud and both Hokage and Anbu heard it. Naruto pushed his senior ability even further and looked deep underground. It was then he felt the cold and emotionless chakra of a bunch of signatures. And Danzo's was among them. Now, how would Cat get there? He's under the memorial stone. There are a bunch of other root ninjas, so I would be careful if I were you. Naruto told them and breathed out while sweat ran down his face. I really need to get a better handle on sensing while I'm not using Sage mode. Okay, I will look for some kind of secret entrance while also collecting any Anbu I come across. Cat left in a leaf body flicker. Now that it was just Hiruzen and Naruto in the room, the old Hokage would ask Naruto what his plan was on this whole Danzo situation. Naruto, how do you plan to deal with Danzo? I'm going to kill him. It won't be that simple. Danzo has been in many battles and has vast experience. Hiruzen warned in a foreboding tone. I know, but this will be an ambush. He won't know what happened. Naruto said and got to his feet and wiped the sweat from his bare chest, he really needed to replace his clothes. What's this plan? Hiruzen asked, taking a seat in his chair. Danzo is a coward, he will no doubt bring Root Ninja with him. That's why a frontal attack won't work. Naruto lectured. I'm going to completely erase my presence and hide in plain sight. What do you mean by that? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. There were cloaking techniques that would allow you to hide in plain sight since the Anbu used it in his office. But if this was something Naruto used, it would no doubt be something crazy. Naruto only smirked and activated his skill. He swirled the chakra inside his body while also absorbing the natural chakra around him. Instead of taking it all the way and going into Realheart, he simply layered the nature chakra over his body like a silk blanket. This was called gelato, a cloaking technique he learned while training with Gilgamesh. Hiruzen looked on in surprise, he could see Naruto standing right in front of him but at the same time, he wasn't there. Hiruzen extended his senses and tried to lock onto his chakra but it was useless because he could not find Naruto's chakra. Wow, that was all he could say. This was truly something special and could make infiltration missions 1,000 times easier. How did you come up with something like this? Can you tell me? Naruto smirked and waved his finger. Clan's secret. Naruto couldn't tell him that he was cloaking his body with natural chakra. The questions would never stop. And this technique wasn't unstoppable since anyone who could sense or see natural chakra like Jiraiya and Hinata with her Tensegan would be able to locate him. Some time went by and the office was silent. Naruto was hiding on the ceiling in the corner of the room caked in shadows. This combined with gelato he was undetectable. A knock sounded from the door and Hiruzen prepared for what was to come. Enter. Hiruzen calmly said. The door opened and the bandaged form of Danzo crept into vision. His cane tapping the ground and his gaze blank. The old man began to walk into the room. Time to make my move before he gets too close to Hiruzen. Naruto moved quickly and silently on the ceiling until he hovered over Danzo. Naruto pulled out a kunai and gripped it tightly. Naruto dropped like a spider as a fly caught in its web and jammed the kunai right through the skull of Danzo. Naruto pulled the kunai from the skull of Danzo and watched as the body simply fell to the ground. A little anticlimactic but this was the best way to take Danzo out. Naruto wasn't sure if he could defeat Danzo when he unsealed his arm and used all those Sharingan. A smooth and effective way to deal with things. From nowhere, the root ninja that were meant to guard Danzo rushed towards Naruto with weapons drawn and ready to take the boy's life. They were put to death when the Hokage's Anbu dropped and killed them in a second. Naruto walked over to the dead body of Danzo. He crouched down and removed the bandages on his face, revealing the eye of Shisui Uchiha in the socket. You see this? Naruto pointed towards the eye. Hiruzen sighed sadly. This was treason on the highest level. Just where did his old friend go wrong? When was he tainted by greed and a twisted view on things? That's not all. Naruto summoned chakra on his 2 fingers in the shape of a sharp blade. He cut off Danzo's arm that was wrapped in bandages and covered by a golden brace. He cracked open the golden brace and revealed the morphed skin of Danzo's right arm. It also showed the closed eyelids of multiple Sharingan. You know who made that arm? Naruto gave Hiruzen a questioning look. He could not make it seem like he already knew who made this arm. Orochimaru. Hiruzen answered in a heated tone. It would be best to take this arm to the hospital and let them run some tests on this arm. Naruto got to his feet. Now, what to do with his body in a legal faction? I'll bury his body in some secret place, it's something he would want. And as for Root, Hiruzen put a hand to his chin and thought about what to do with them. They were a great help to the Leaf in doing missions they couldn't get caught doing. He then thought of his perverted student. They could be used as extra soldiers for his spy network. When it got too dangerous for the regular spies, Jiraiya could use them. I'll add them to my student's spy network, Hiruzen said and looked up. This was the best action he could think of. If he released them into the public, most of them would simply join the Anbu or be utterly confused in the real world. Naruto reached down and took the eye of Shisui from Danzo's head. He quickly sealed it up before anything could happen to it. Okay Hiruzen, I've done what I needed and will be going now. Okay Naruto, I'll keep this under wrap. Hiruzen nodded to Naruto, who left the room in a body flicker. Naruto appeared outside his apartment he shared with Hinata. Going inside, he slipped his shoes off and made his way against the hardwood floor to their bedroom. Naruto took off the cheetah fur pelt around his waist and hung it up on the wall. He opened the closet and searched for something casual since he was planning to meet up with his team at Soma's shop. Naruto grabbed some black shorts and his orange and black jumpsuit jacket with low-top black sandals. After a quick shower, he put the clothes on and left the place in a body flicker. When he appeared back into view, he could see his team at their regular booth laughing with smiles on their faces. Naruto let a soft smile cross his face as he walked in and a bell rang above the door, alerting the rather calm store to his presence. Hey Naruto. How's it going? Soma shouted from behind the counter. Sup pal. See, the shop's still up, which means you haven't burned the place with your bad cooking. Naruto teased with a smile. He knew that Soma's cooking was top-notch and only outmatched by Hinata's. Asshole, you know my stuff's the bomb. Soma fist bumped Naruto while a grin was on his face. Naruto turned and walked over to his team in their private booth eating on cinnamon buns. Hope there are some left for me. Naruto slid in the booth next to Hinata and wrapped an arm around her shoulder while she leaned on his shoulder and nibbled on her cinnamon bun like a rabbit does its carrots. Now that our lost blonde is here. Kurenai gave a playful glare towards Naruto, who whistled innocently. I want to say congratulations. Kurenai pulled out a confetti, blasted it right in Shino's face. Everyone laughed while Shino blew the confetti from his mouth. Not funny, guys. You're right, it's hilarious. Naruto threw his head back and began to laugh even harder, followed by the others. Well, see how funny it is when I have my bugs crawl in your ears while you sleep and lay eggs, causing a colony of bugs to spawn in your body. Shino told them in a flat tone while some of his bugs came out and made strange noises. Everyone shivered at the thought of having something like that, until they heard another strange sound. They looked to see Shino's shoulders shaking. The boy was laughing. He's laughing. Hinata, Kurenai, and Naruto said at the same time. This was the first time they actually heard Shino laugh out loud and not just a chuckle or loud buzz signaling his amusement. Well, while he does that, what do you guys want me to train you in? Kurenai asked excitedly. This was any sensei's dream. To train your students for the finals of the Chunin exams. Well, I want to learn Kenjutsu. It's one of my weaknesses. I also wish to increase my sensor capabilities. Naruto spoke up, naming the things off. While fighting Orochimaru and those root ninja, he learned sword play was a weakness and something he would have to increase on. When he would use his chakra blades, Naruto would only go off instincts, and he had his Uzumaki genes. His clan were masters at the blade after all. Well, I know a friend of mine who is good at Kenjutsu, so I'll try to ask her for help. And about making your senses better, the best I could do is throw things at you while you try to dodge. Kurenai said sadly. She felt disappointed herself that she couldn't help her student in his time of need. She looked down at her drink, her ruby red eyes brimming with sadness. Kurenai then felt a warm sensation on her hand and looked up to see Naruto holding her hand. Don't feel so sad, sensei, I appreciate everything you've done for me. It's okay if you can't teach me something, that's why we have comrades to rely on. Naruto finished with a warm smile that shines like the night stars. Plus, me, your favorite student, needs your help for her training. Hinata gave a radiant smile of her own. I will also need your help, Kurenai-sensei. Shino said from her side. And for once his tone actually sounded sincere. Kurenai felt touched. This team, no, this family was really great. She couldn't have asked for any other kids to be her students. They could get on her nerves sometimes, but she loved them to death and would do anything for them. She could feel tears on the corner of her eyes. You guys are the best. I'm so glad I got you as my students. Naruto only smiled. He still had his arm around Hinata, who was leaning into him. Naruto looked across from him at Shino and Kurenai, who were talking about training for the month. Things are really going well right now. But this was just the calm before the storm. He already dealt with one threat that caused mass chaos in the future. Naruto then got a determined glint in his eyes. I won't let things stumble out of control this time. This is my last chance. Naruto thought with a renowned vigor of determination. After Team 8 was done celebrating, they all left the small shop to go do other things. Naruto and Hinata were walking hand in hand in the street. Some civilians glared with anger while others just smiled at the young love. So how are you going to practice kenjutsu without a sword? Hinata asked. Well, I am going to head to the ninja shop and ask for a commissioned weapon. Naruto said with a smirk. Why a commissioned one? Wouldn't it be easier to just buy one already made? It would, but those blades wouldn't be able to handle me and Kurama's chakra. Speaking of Kurama, shouldn't you be going to see that pervy sensei of yours for what's it again? A key, Kurama roared in his mind. Being so close to getting the seal removed and able to leave whenever he wanted was really making him antsy. Hinata-chan, I have to go and meet someone, I'll see you at home. Naruto turned and gave the girl an apologetic look. Who is it? Hinata asked out of curiosity. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Hinata raised an eyebrow. Why do you need to see him? Do you guys know each other? Not exactly, he's my godfather and has the key to my seal. Hinata made an O face. Now she understood why Naruto needed to see him. She leaned up and gave him a loving kiss on the lips. I'll see you at home then. Yay. Naruto smiled and watched Hinata disappear like a phantom. Naruto then turned and began to make his way towards the hot springs. When he arrived, it was to the sight of his former master standing on a toad, giggling while writing things down in his journal. Hey old man, what are you doing? Naruto shouted with a foxy grin. He would have some fun with his old teacher. What? A pervert. Quadruple A my girls. The old man cried anime tears as the girls began to run away and go back inside. Naruto laughed to the side. It was too easy to make Jiraiya mad. You brat, that was my research. Jiraiya yelled in outrage while getting in Naruto's face. Well, you shouldn't be peeking at women. Old man. Naruto shrugged his shoulders with an innocent look on his face. My name is not old man. Jiraiya jumped back and did his dance and song on top of the orange toad. It is Jiraiya, the great toad sage. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a nostalgic gaze. He missed Jiraiya a lot in the past. To learn under him again would really be great for him. Naruto also thought about having Jiraiya train Hinata as well. Look, pervy sage, I don't have time for this. I need to train for the Chunin exam finals. Naruto said while making a fist with his hand. Who are you anyways, kid? Jiraiya asked, but he was well aware of who this was. He had been slightly briefed on Naruto from Hiruzen. But it was only a description in how the boy acted. Hiruzen said Naruto was very secretive but extremely mature. Also, the boy was very powerful for his age and not someone to be underestimated. It's Naruto Uzumaki. The boy answered with a thumb to his chest. Well Naruto, how about I train you for the finals? Jiraiya asked with a smirk. No matter how strong Naruto may be, training under someone like him would be an honor. What can you offer me? What would I gain for training under you? Jiraiya only smirked at Naruto questions. He pulled the scroll of his back and placed it on the ground, letting the giant scroll to unfold. The Toad contract. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I already have a contract. Naruto said to the shock of Jiraiya. What is it? I bet it's not better than the Toads. Jiraiya defended the honor of his Toads. This was also bad because if Naruto, his godson, had a different summoning contract, he'd be really sad at not being able to teach Minato's son. Naruto bit his thumb and went through the hand signs for the summoning jutsu. Naruto slammed his hands on the ground and in a puff of smoke, there was a four-legged creature in the smoke. What do you want, mongrel? Chapter 18. Hinata appeared in the apartment like a ghost appearing in thin air. She let out a sigh and did a heavy stretch. Today was a long day. Hinata took off her cream kimono robe and slang it on her shoulder, leaving her in a black shirt that fit like a second layer of skin. Hinata walked into the living room on the wooden floor, letting her bare feet to feel the cold wood. That was when she stopped and looked with a blank face at the redhead sitting in their living room. The girl stopped reading the book in her hand and looked towards Hinata with blinking red eyes. They just stared at each other for a few seconds, not moving at all. Karen was sensing Hinata's chakra. And what she was feeling was out of this world. It reached heights a genin should not possess and even outshine some junin. The scary part was, it was nothing compared to Naruto's chakra levels. Hello. Karen waved awkwardly and tried to hide behind her book. Hinata continued to gaze towards Karen without blinking, causing her to look very creepy in Karen's opinion. The Hyuga activated her Byakugan and looked at Karen's chakra. Being this close to the red head, Hinata could feel something very similar to Naruto. It was then she saw it and her eyes widened. "You're an Uzumaki," Hinata stated. Karen nodded at the statement. "So that's why Naruto-kun brought you over here. There is no way he'd leave a member of his family out in the world like that." Hinata let her eyes go back to normal and she plopped down on the couch. She now understood why Naruto had brought Karen with him from the forest. "So you know of his heritage?" Karen asked, rising from behind her book. "I know everything about him, it's only natural I know about his heritage." Hinata exhaled while laying her head back on the couch. Are you going to kick me out?" Karen asked with a little sadness. She did not want to be a burden on Naruto who had done so much for her already. Not to mention he has a girlfriend and Karen did not want to make it seem like she was trying to steal Naruto away from Hinata. Hinata only looked at Karen and waved her hand. "No need to worry about that, I am not going to kick you out. You are welcome to stay here for a little while." Hinata reassured Karen who let out a grateful sigh. Thank you, I will help out around the place so it doesn't seem like I am mouching." Karen stood up and gave a grateful bow. Her gratitude was shining like a mini sun. "Plus, I need another girl's touch around this place." Hinata sent a playful wink at Karen making the redhead chuckle. Leaf Hospital. In one of the beds lay a boy with pale skin and black hair. His face blank as he laid motionlessly in the bed. His eyes then slowly opened revealing the black orbs that seemed more like empty sockets with how void his eyes looked. He rose from the bed and looked around trying to get a handle on his emotions. Reaching under his pillow, he grabbed around for a tanto but felt nothing. He frowned at not feeling a weapon. Looking around once more, this did not look like the living quarters he had known all his life. The walls were white and blank just like the medic bay he was used to, but there was a difference, there was a window. Out the window he could see a blue sky, trees, and even hear the sound of a bustling village. What is going on? Where am I? Sai thought to himself as he was confused as all hell. The last thing he remembered was being in the Forest of Death and fighting Uzumaki's team. It was then it hit him, Hinata Hyuga suddenly appeared in his face and struck him with a strong palm thrust to the gut. Sai put a hand over his gut where he could still feel the phantom pain of the blow. "So we failed on our mission, Danzo-sama won't be happy about this." Sai thought with dread in his mind. He had no idea that his master had been slain earlier today. Sai then heard the door slide open and the beautiful form of Yunohana entered the office. She was wearing a white button-up shirt covered by a white doctor's coat with black slacks and shoes. "Good evening, Sai, how are you feeling?" she asked with a kind smile. Sai looked confused. This was new to him. When he'd normally wake up in the medic bay, the doctor would have a blank face and just tell him the medical report, how long he had to get better before leaving right after that. "I am, well, not what I was looking for, but we'll work on it," Yunohana said before walking towards the side of his bed with clipboard in hand. "Do you remember how you got here?" she asked, sitting in a chair. "Yes, I was in the Forest of Death when I was struck by Hinata Hyuga." Sai answered in a blank tone. Yunohana jotted that down on her clipboard with a nod. "AAA, the little Hyuga princess. The girl has come a long way." Retsu had a warm smile on her face when thinking of the lavender-eyed girl. They had become really close over the years. Her and Naruto as well, even the ever-stoic Hiyashi. "That's one way to put it," Sai told Retsu with no humor in his tone. He didn't have emotions after all. "Well, you have a bruised abdomen and the chakra system in your gut is all over the place thanks to Hinata-chan," Yunohana informed Sai while reading off her list. "How did she make my chakra system like that?" Sai asked curiously about something he had never felt before. This was the first time he had ever been struck with such force and accuracy to a single point of his body and chakra system. To make a complicated matter short, Hinata-chan, like most Hyuga, targeted your chakra system. But with her advanced stance and top-tier eyes, she managed to see more than just the 64 points of chakra in the body. Yunohana paused and looked at Sai to see if he was following her. She got a nod from the boy white as snow. "She struck you in your chakra core and sent the perfect amount of chakra and force to your core. This caused the shockwaves to travel throughout your body and connected with the 64 chakra points and more, 128 to be exact." Yunohana finished with a sigh. That was not as simple as it was supposed to be. Neither was scanning Oversize's body and trying to heal him completely, which she was not able to. Only Tsunade Senju could heal him to full capacity in such a short amount of time. I see, thank you for telling me. Sai voiced his thanks in a tone void of emotions. The head doctor got up and patted her coat. A gentle smile then stretched across her face and she gave words of comfort. You just stay here and rest, it will be a while before you leave again. Sai only fell back onto his pillow wordlessly. Henna closed the door and let it sound with a click. Strange child that one. She walked off with thoughts of the two kids who managed to sneak their way into her damaged heart. I wonder how those two are doing. I hope they are okay and unscathed. I know Naruto is a magnet for trouble and danger, dragging that poor girl along in all his mess. He better pray she is okay or there will be hell to pay. Henna's eyes creaked open, giving way to the deep blue of her eyes, and a thick bloodlust blanketed the hallway, causing everyone in it to stiffen up in panic. Retsu then got a hold of herself and shake off that feeling. I am sure those two are fine, I am just being too protective, as if they were my own. The head doctor stopped before she could finish that line of thinking. She started walking back to her office in order to finish paperwork. Someone like her didn't deserve such angels like those two kids. And to even get on that line of thinking was an insult to their real parents. Hot springs. Back outside the hot springs, Naruto stood across from Jiraiya with an annoyed look. His black and orange jacket bristled in the slight breeze that came with him using a summoning jutsu. What do you want, mongrel? The look of annoyance only increased on Naruto's face as he heard the familiar voice of his personal summoning he had gained over the time he spent in Uruk. What is that? Jiraiya mused with a raised eyebrow. He could see a small animal with 4 legs and tail inside the smoke. The voice sounded childish and arrogant, much like the Toad Boss's kid. Naruto reached inside the smoke and grabbed at the animal's neck. Jiraiya heard the sound of a high-pitched yelp. Didn't I say to stop calling me that, cub? Naruto pulled his arm from the smoke and was now holding something. Jiraiya could see a small animal with a light build, long thin legs and a long black-tipped tail. The fur coat was creamy but more on the line of a rich golden color. Black spots littered the animal's body in all kinds of places. Its head is small and rounded, and has a short snout and black tear-like facial streaks. Something noticeable were 3 small lines on the spinal structure of its back. They looked to be just forming and almost unnoticeable. It was a cheetah cub. What you call me? I am majestic as fuck. A childish and boyish voice yelled. The cheetah said in anger and snapped its sharp fangs towards Naruto's fingers. Naruto dropped the cub to the ground and watched as it landed on his feet. Yay right, you're just a cub who still gets fed by his mommy. Naruto teased with a smirk. The cub growled in a threatening way. Gilgamesh Jr. will see you dead. Jr. jumped to Naruto's face and began to give him plenty of scratches with his sharp claws. Quadruple A. Naruto let out a painful scream as he wrestled to get Jr. off his face. Naruto grabbed his tail and began to swing him around by it. Naruto let the tail go and watched as Jr. went flying. Naruto sighed. He and Gilgamesh argued like twin brothers sometimes, but he was still happy to have him as a summon since Jr. was really strong and Naruto. Fast. He breathed out and used wind manipulation to increase the air pressure in front of him like he did with Sakura at Wave. Jr. jumped towards his face again but found he couldn't go forward and was being pushed back. Jr. growled. You stopped at this instant. Jr. stomped his thin front legs on the ground childishly. Can you calm down? I didn't call you here to fight. Naruto waved the cub off. Jr. calmed down and waved his long golden tail lazily. Then what did you want? I was training with father. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Training with Gilgamesh were you? Hope he was teaching you how to beat me in a race. The blonde teased. You only beat me because you used that stupid transformation and you know it. Jr. pointed a single claw towards Naruto in an accusing manner. A ninja never plays fair. Naruto shrugged in a helpless way. Jiraiya was on the side looking at the two curiously, until his eyes narrowed when he heard the cheetah named Jr. say transformation. Can Naruto already use the Nine Tails chakra on his own? If so, this will make explaining our training to him much easier. Jiraiya thought with finality. Naruto walked over to Jiraiya with Jr. trotting alongside him. Well, as you can see, this is my summon. The cheetahs. I still don't think they are better than toads. Jiraiya proclaimed in a helpless effort to try and defend his long-lasting summon animals. The toads are a great summoning clan and it would be an honor for anyone to have them. Naruto said with a kind smile. So you want it? Jiraiya asked with a shining hope. No, but thank you for the offer. Naruto rejected Jiraiya softly. It hurt to see his teacher so desperate for him to sign the toad contract. But he was tied to the cheetahs in more ways than one. They had knowledge on his new transformation which he needed. Not to mention they were a mythical summoning clan. Jiraiya's shoulders slumped. This was getting him nowhere. Until one last idea came into his head. You know, the 4th Hokage possessed this contract and I gave it to him. Don't you want to join the ranks of me and the 4th Hokage in being summoners of the legendary Toad contract? Junior looked at Naruto with a lingering suspicion. They were close no matter how often they argued with each other. And to see him being offered such a contract made him feel a little uneasy. If he got rid of their contract for the Toads, his dad and mother would be sad and upset. Don't do it, Naruto. Naruto only shook his head in dismay. Not going to happen, Jiraiya. I am happy with the summons I have now. Naruto told his former sensei with finality. This was getting old and making Jiraiya look bad since he was practically begging. Junior felt relieved and turned his head upwards while his tail wagged excitedly. While Jiraiya felt defeated and upset. But the kid made it clear he didn't want the summon. But anyways, can I have the key to my seal? Naruto asked with a giddy smile. Jiraiya widened his eyes at that. How did this boy know he needed a key to his seal? Had he been messing with it, and that is why he was so strong for being only 13. But giving a boy complete access to the seal was out of this world and would be crazy. Jiraiya believed Naruto was too immature to handle such power at a young age. Naruto would only be able to control the power of the 9 tails under his guidance. No way, you are not ready. Jiraiya answered more seriously than he had since meeting him. A kid like you wouldn't know what to do with all that power. It's too dangerous. Naruto heard an angry growl inside his head. He could feel the anger seeping off of Kurama like a toxic gas. Naruto's chakra system was beginning to get mixed with Kurama's angry and fiery chakra. The boy's eyes flicked from blue to red rapidly. Calm down, Kurama. You're going to cause a scene. Naruto wrestled internally with his chakra. He had to quickly flush his partner's chakra from his body or else it would explode off him and destroy the surrounding area. This old man is getting on my nerves, just take the damn key. Look, I know where you are coming from. But I promise, I can handle it. Naruto told Jiraiya. You're gonna have to prove it. What do I look like taking the words of a kid face value? Jiraiya said with crossed arms. Naruto's patience snapped and he released some of his chakra on the man. It weighed down on Jiraiya's shoulder like the heaviest mountain. The Toad Sage's knees began to shake and he grit his teeth and focused not to fall over. Prove it to you. How about we fight tomorrow at Training Ground 8? You can see firsthand how strong I am. Naruto gazed at Jiraiya fiercely. His tone was sharp as a blade and cut deep like one. This was no regular boy. This aura felt otherworldly and almost divine. As if Jiraiya was being judged by a deity, a true god. Naruto allowed his chakra to settle back into his body. He turned his back on Jiraiya and walked off in the direction of the hospital. Henna was due for a visit and so was Sai. Jiraiya only stood in his spot in shocked silence. He had really messed up on the first interaction with this one. Jiraiya was gonna have to go and talk to Hiruzen about this. Maybe his sensei would have some knowledge to give after being alive so long. This relationship with Naruto would take some building, but first, he had to make sure Naruto didn't get his hands on the key to his seal. He would have to prove that the hard way by making him use the power of the 9 tails. It didn't matter if Naruto went out of control since Jiraiya possessed the correct seals to suppress him if necessary. Hospital. Naruto walked through the hallways of the hospital and greeted people with waves and smiles. After coming here for so long, the people in the place saw him for who he really was. They gave him smiles and waves back. The staff already knew where he was going and made no hints to stop him. Naruto was standing outside the office door of the head doctor. A silver name plate was on the door which had Henna's name on it. He knocked on the door 3 times and waited for the sign to come in. Come in. The angelic voice of Retsu Henna sounded. Naruto opened the door and came in with a gentle smile on his face. Hello, Dr. Henna. The blonde said happily to the women behind the desk going through paperwork. Hello, Naruto-kun. Henna looked up with a smile towards the genin. Naruto went around the desk and enveloped her in a hug. Henna let her arms travel around his body and gave him a hug. They just rested in each other's embrace, feeling comfortable with their positions. So what brings you here? Henna asked softly and ran her hands through Naruto's hair. I got a little injured during the exam and need to be healed up. Did you now? No surprise there. Henna laughed softly, making Naruto give her a pout. I'll have you know, I am advancing to the next round. Naruto rose from the hug and puffed his chest out in pride. Oh, I would have never imagined you making it to the finals. Henna said, making Naruto to flat. Now Hinata-chan on the other hand, I had no doubt she would make it. Naruto only deflated even more until he was just a hollow shell with his soul floating out from his mouth. Retsu observed Naruto on the ground and couldn't help but laugh out loud at her teasing of the young blonde. It was really fun messing with Naruto. He could really make this place more colorful. I'm just joking, Naruto-kun, I had complete faith in you. The woman opened her eyes and looked at Naruto with complete honesty, truth, and even something else he was not expecting to come from her. Naruto sensed her chakra and could feel the warmth vibrating from her and also the sincere feeling in her words, as if she'd never told a single lie in her life. But like always, there seemed to be something lurking beneath the surface, waiting to explode. Whatever it was, it worried Naruto greatly. Keeping things bottled up always leads to a great explosion of what is being held back. You gonna heal me, or do I need to do it myself? Naruto asked with crossed arms and standing a bit away from Hana. The head doctor only laughed into her sleeve. Do you even need me to heal you? Your body heals by itself. You'd be 100% by the next day or even the end of the day. Hana informed the blonde in front of her. If you just wanted to see me, all you had to do was come and visit. Hana teased with a sly smile. HMPH, if you're acting like that, I don't think you want the cinnamon bun I may or may not have brought you. Naruto turned his back and hid the smirk that tugged at his lips. Unohanan's eyes widened and she wheeled over in her chair to Naruto and placed her hands on his shoulder. Naruto-kun, don't be mean. Haven't you heard that a cinnamon bun a day keeps the doctor away? Naruto laughed. I've never heard such a bizarre phrase before. Hana's grip then tightened and a sickly sweet smile appeared on her flawless face. Naru-chan, you weren't going to keep that cinnamon roll away from me, were you? Above her head appeared the demonic mask of the death god himself and hellish red eyes gleamed from the eye holes of the mask. Up this close, Naruto couldn't help but let a shiver run up his spine and the cold touch of death grip at his heart. Oh, of course and not. Naruto pulled the wrapped up bun from his jacket pocket and handed it to Hana, who still had her smile in place. Why thank you. Hana took the bun with a smile and unwrapped it before taking a bite of it. She enjoyed the warm and soft texture of the bun along with the sweet taste. She pulled Naruto over and coated her free hand in green healing chakra and placed it on the top of his head. The healing chakra ran throughout Naruto's system and began to speed up the process of healing his wounds. Naruto let out a sigh. Now was that so hard? Naruto asked in an exaggerated tone. The most difficult thing I've done all day. Hana said in the same tone. Whatever, I am going to go and check up on the kid I brought here earlier. Naruto said and walked out the room, giving the head doctor a final wave and smile. Hana gazed towards the closed door. He has a weird way of addressing kids his own age, as if he is not a kid. Not to mention the boy seemed to have knowledge on damn near everything about being a ninja. It was like he had seen it all before. The idea of Naruto coming from the future then popped into her head. She stopped and looked at the cinnamon bun. Maybe I should save this for later, that boy probably tried to pull a prank on me. The black-haired woman then got back to work and filled out some of her paperwork. Naruto peeked through the window of the door to see Sai laying up in his bed and looking out the window. There was a notepad in his hand and he was drawing a picture of the sunset. Naruto knew this was something did in his free time, and seeing as he spent most of his life underground, unless it was some suicide mission. This must be a new kind of feeling to the boy. Naruto knocked on the door gently so as to not alarm the boy. Come in, Sai said. The blonde opened the door and walked in with a smile. You seem to be doing well. Naruto watched as Sai's face stayed blank, but he could feel the spike of panic in his chakra. Along with seeing his fingers wrap around the brush and holding it like he would a kunai. Sai released the brush from his grip and held it gently once more. He gazed towards Naruto, who was smiling at him. Why was that? Did he forget he tried to kill him and his team in the Forest of Death? Did he come to finish the job? If that was the case, there was nothing Sai could do to stop him in his current condition. Sai then decided he would spark a question on the blonde sitting in a chair towards the end of his bed. What do you want, Uzumaki? I just want to be friends. Naruto answered without hesitation. Sai looked at Naruto in a little surprise. Why would he want to be friends with someone who tried to kill him? Sai didn't know much about Naruto since Danzo didn't know much about him. I know what you are thinking, why would I want to be friends with someone like you? Naruto said and made talking gestures with his hands. I don't know if you noticed, but you are free. Free. Sai said the simple words. The concept was foreign to him. As far back he could remember, Sai had been shackled by his master. Placing seals on them and making sure they all knew how unimportant they were, how irrelevant they were. Saying if they died, no one would miss them. That was not true, however. Since Sai missed his brother, Shin. They were all they had in the hell, which was known as root. But he was forced to kill him or die. I don't know if you noticed, but there is no seal on your tongue. Naruto pulled out a kunai which made Sai flinch and tighten his muscles in preparation for battle. Relax, just look at your reflection. Naruto tossed the kunai towards Sai, who caught it. Sai held the kunai up over his mouth and looked under his tongue. It was normal. There was no black ink or any kind of feeling that would let him know of a seal being on his body. How, this can't be real. Sai fiercely denied in his mind the new possibility his life could have now. But what happened to his master? What of Lo Danzo? Sai stopped himself from calling Danzo by his title. It felt good to just say the name as it was. No swords or tantos being held at his neck for saying the word. No threats or promises of pain for saying the name as it was. Sai then saw the sour look on Naruto's face. Dead. I made sure of it. Naruto answered in a hard tone. Before his face became gentle once more. This is a new start for you, Sai. You can live your life however you want. And I will be here to support you every step of the way. Naruto got up and pushed his chair back into the table which sat on the side. He sent a reassuring smile towards Sai before he disappeared from his spot in a heartbeat. He is fast, I didn't see him move. Sai acknowledged Naruto's speed before he let the words of Naruto ponder on his mind once more. I can do whatever I want. Apartment. Naruto appeared inside his crib at the doorway. He could see Hinata and Karen's shoes resting over here. Naruto walked into the living room where he heard girlish laughter. He saw the red hair of Karen and ink blue hair of Hinata on the couch laughing. What's so funny? Naruto asked behind the sofa. Hinata turned and gave a smile. It was now nighttime and she began to wonder what was keeping Naruto out so late. Just a funny movie. Why don't you join us? Naruto smiled at the two girls getting along. He was glad since he forgot to tell Hinata about his cousin staying at their house. The invite also seemed inviting, but he had a long day and just wanted to rest. Nah, I'm gonna go to bed. It's been a long day. You ain't lying. Karen amended Naruto's comment. The blonde removed his jacket and swung it over his shoulder, wanting to get in his pajamas like his girlfriend and Karen. Hinata, however, saw a golden shine on Naruto's back. Naruto-kun, what's that on your back? What? Naruto tried to look at his back but only saw nothing. It's under your shirt. Hinata leaned over the couch and lifted up Naruto's shirt, revealing his toned back muscles. She had to stay focused. Hinata saw the golden glimmer once again and looked to his lower back, right at the nape of his spine. It's one of your ruins. A ruin. Karen pronounced the word in an unfamiliar way. Why would that be there? I'm not doing anything, Naruto said, not knowing what Hinata was talking about since he was not using real heart. I'm not joking, it's here. Can't you feel this? Hinata told Naruto. The golden child began to focus on his lower back where Hinata was poking. There it was, the sensation of it on his back. It was the ruin for time and space he would normally have when he used real heart. But why was it activated on his back now? It also didn't seem to be draining him in any way, shape or form. That's strange, Naruto said. You're telling me, how long has that been there? Hinata asked, sinking back into her seat. Naruto only shrugged his shoulders. I can think about it more in the morning, I am tired. He leaned down and gave Hinata a kiss on the lips and walked to their bedroom. What was that about? I've never seen anything like it, Karen asked with blatant curiosity. Hinata looked at the girl with her lavender eyes. Telling Karen about Naruto and his endless well of secrets would not be smart. She would see how close they got and if they could trust her enough, then inform the girl about all there was to know about Naruto. Don't sweat it, we'll tell you about it some other time, Hinata told Karen before wrapping herself in the blanket. Now let's get back to the movie, she finished with a smile. Next day. Naruto was in a white t-shirt with an orange zip-up vest on top. His pants were black and had orange stripes on the sides going up and down, finished with black ninja sandals. Next to him was Hinata. She was wearing a simple navy blue kimono tied by a white obi. Over all of this was a long white robe which had big sleeves. On her feet were simple slip-on sandals. They were dressed casual since it was still morning and they would start training later once they got to their sensei. Why are you following us again? Because I am curious as to the weapons you humans use. I want to see if they can compare to the weapons my kind uses. Speaking of that, I want to ask your dad if he could give me some material so I can have a weapon crafted. Naruto and Junior spoke to each other while Hinata just listened to the human and animal speak with each other. It was her first time meeting Naruto's personal summon. The little guy was so cute and she couldn't help but give him a big ol' hug. Junior purred in acceptance of the attention he was receiving and purred. You'll have to ask father about that, you know he doesn't like giving up his treasures. Hinata was snapped from her thoughts when Junior spoke up. That brought up a question she had. Who is your father, Junior? Hinata asked with a tilt to her head. Junior seemed to puff his furry chest out in pride. He's my father, the king. Hinata looked surprised and turned to Naruto. Your personal summon is the king's son. That's amazing. Junior looked at Hinata with a proud look. He then jumped into her arms and licked her face. Finally, someone who gets it. I wish we had you as our summoner instead of Blondie over there. Hinata smiled. That's so sweet of you. Naruto scowled. It's not as impressive as it may seem. They then made it to the shop where Naruto had got his custom mask made. It was the shop 1010 worked at. Naruto held the door open for Hinata and walked in after her. The bell rang above the door alerting the person behind the desk to their presence. Hello and welcome in, the bun-haired girl said from behind the counter, flipping through a weapons magazine. Hello Tenten, I'm here for a weapon, Naruto said, smiling towards the brown-haired girl. Tenten looked up from her magazine and saw Naruto. Naruto. She rushed from behind the counter and got in front of him. She then did something Naruto wasn't expecting. Thank you. Tenten bowed low to Naruto. Naruto helped the girl up. Hey, no need to bow. Why are you thanking me anyway? Tenten stood up with a grateful look on her face. It's for catching me yesterday. If I had fallen on the fan it could have done serious damage to my back and maybe end my career. Naruto only shook his head with a smile. It was nothing, I'd do it for any one of my comrades. Well for thanks, I will give you a 50% discount on anything you purchase today. Naruto and Hinata looked delighted. This would make things much easier. Great, I'm here for a sword. Tenten raised an eyebrow. You want to learn Kenjutsu? Yay, it's something I plan to work on over the month break. Naruto answered her question with a smile. Tenten looked down sadly. Yay, you made it to the finals. The brown-eyed girl mumbled in a sad tone. Hey, cheer up. Naruto patted her on the shoulder. You performed great in prelims. If you can expand your jutsu inventory and learn to truly master all weapons you can be someone to truly be feared in this world. You should try to train in a wind affinity so you could coat your weapons in the cutting chakra that wind provides you. Naruto tried to give confidence to the girl. In his past life, Tenten had become a master of all kinds of weapons. She could use swords, knives, daggers, and even bow staff. But that was all she could do. Tenten relied purely on her physical capabilities and weapon play to win battles. It only worked on people much weaker than her. So when someone equal or greater to her in strength rolled around, Tenten was powerless to defend herself. Tenten nodded with vigor. I will ask Guy-sensei about that. Thank you Naruto. Tenten felt grateful and the urge to become the best swelled inside of her. Now let's look at these swords. Naruto walked over to the swords laid on the wall. Those are chakra-conducting swords, you can go and try it out. That's some of our best metal. It can handle any kind of chakra. Tenten said with pride laced in her tone. The young girl had no idea what she was getting into. Are you sure? My chakra is really potent. Naruto hesitated. Go ahead, there is nothing to worry about. If it breaks, you won't even have to pay for it. Okay. Naruto grabbed a simple katana off the wall. He looked at his reflection in the silvery gray metal of the blade. He then pumped chakra into the blade and saw the blade gain a blue outline to it. Before a cracking sound and the two looked to see a crack on the flat surface of the blade. What? No way. Tenten shouted in alarm. She watched as the blade then fell apart. See, I told you. Naruto had a sheepish smile on his face. This is why I wanted to see you about getting a commissioned weapon. I see, that was our best metal, a custom-made blade would be the best for you. Tenten whined as she picked up the broken handle of the sword. Just come over here and pick out the materials for your weapon and we can get started on it. Tenten walked over to the counter with Naruto. She pulled out a binder which possessed multiple metals and other materials for the blade. I am trying to gain custom materials. Will you still be able to make me a weapon if I don't use your materials? Naruto asked. This was his main reason for coming to this place after all. Yay, just hand me the stuff and we'll get to work on it. Tenten answered his question. Naruto smiled. Great, I'll be back sometime to give you the stuff. He turned his head and looked at Hinata who was holding Junior. They were both looking at short swords and daggers. Hinata was not one for weapons and simply used hand to hand. The closest she got to weapons were the chakra blades she would make along with kunai and shurikens. We'll just take some kunai and shuriken sets. Naruto told Tenten, there was no need to pass up on a deal like this. Chapter 19. Naruto and Hinata were in the vast green field that they had trained in for the past years, away from prying eyes and any onlookers. The manner of clothing had not changed since they had not gone back home to change. Since it would not be needed for where they were going. Alright, open the portal and send us to the great place which is Uruk. Junior proclaimed proudly in the arms of Hinata. Naruto smiled at his friend's enthusiasm. Uruk definitely was a magnificent place. I can't wait to see where you live, Junior, I'm really excited. Hinata made her excitement known as she was basically shaking with eagerness. Let's not waste any more time then. Naruto smirked. He then began to open his senses to natural chakra. The green particles lit up the field like a light show and floated around like fireflies. Naruto began to consume the natural chakra into his chakra system and allow the sensation of Mother Nature to lay rest in his body. Hinata was so excited she activated her Tensegan and observed the strange phenomenon of natural chakra flowing into Naruto and floating around all around them. No matter how many times she saw it, the sight always placed a smile on Hinata's face. Hinata's deep sky blue eyes then moved towards Naruto and she watched as his body attracted the natural chakra like a magnet. Her advanced eyes allowed her to see Naruto's chakra core. There was Kurama who possessed his own pocket of chakra in Naruto's core. While the natural chakra seemed to just appear as if it had been there the whole time. As if Naruto had already had the chakra in his system and he just needed to call on it, similar to how he did with Kurama's chakra. Perhaps, Naruto had become so accustomed to the natural chakra that his body accumulated it into his system permanently. Or maybe it had always been there. And that is why Naruto was able to achieve Sage Mode without any training. That Uzumaki body of his was one of the world's wonders. Once the natural chakra made its way into Naruto's system, he began to undergo the transformation which was Realmheart. The golden ruins shined from underneath his clothes and ran down his body like a flowing stream of water. On his fingers, on his exposed hands, and underneath his eyelids. The once blonde hair faded to the tips and was replaced by a pearlescent white. Hinata couldn't help but blush at the handsome appearance of Naruto. He looked so majestic and courtly. She could only imagine what an older version of Naruto would look like. The thought of him picking her up in his strong arms and speaking in that suave way of speaking. It was enough to make her squeal internally and blush to intensify. Alright, let's go. Naruto placed his hand up and a golden portal opened up. Naruto grabbed the hand of his girlfriend and walked through the portal with a smile. When they came from the other side of the portal, it was to the vast blue sky that stretched farther than the eye could see. White clouds which looked like giant marshmallows you could lay on and drift through the heavens. Fully grown palm trees sprouted from the ground and waved side to side in the calm breeze coming from the giant mountains in the back. Their feet touched the hot sand. Resting to the side were the well-designed structured houses made from sandstone and other tan-color bricks. Whoa! The amazed Hinata looked around with wonder. She had never seen such a beautiful place before in her life. Junior puffed his tiny chest out in pride, glad that Hinata could be so amazed at his home. If the Hyuga thought this was breathtaking, she hadn't seen anything yet. Let's head to the throne room, you can take everything in while we make our way there. Naruto walked down the path while holding Hinata's hand and Junior on his girlfriend's shoulder. Hinata could only nod as she was still at a loss for words while taking in her surroundings. As the group of three walked down the town, they received happy waves and respectful bows. This was due to Naruto and Junior being in their presence. Hinata felt a little shy and out of place, ironic since she was a princess in more ways than one. The girl was the Byakugan princess after all, but only Naruto knew that. Hinata couldn't help but walk with a smile and capture everything with her eyes. She would be sure to inform her sister about this once they returned home. The animals were nothing short of lavish. Hinata had seen the cheetahs on the Animal Channel before, but seeing the creature up and personal was something to really behold. Now, they were in the throne room and Hinata was once again shocked at what was being shown to her. The place was fit for a king. The ceilings were high and opened walls with golden pillars carved to hold the place up. Sitting on the throne which was on a higher level than theirs, signifying his position, was Gilgamesh. The king's skin was flawless and smooth as ever. Hinata had to admit that Gilgamesh was one of the most handsome men she had ever seen in her life. After Naruto, of course. His blood-red irises and black slit pupil oddly reminded her of Kurama and Junior. Gilgamesh's body was perfect and lacked no flaws whatsoever. His abs looked to be handily crafted and measured. Red runes ran all up his body. Hinata wasn't able to see more since his body was covered by a silky luxurious golden robe. His aura was that of a leader and Hinata could feel it pressing down on her, trying to force her into submission. If Hinata was the same girl from years ago who was scared to even speak, there was no doubt Hinata would be on her knees and submitting to anything the king asked of her. But she was not that weak little girl anymore and used a reasonable amount of effort to fight back against the subconscious aura of Gilgamesh. All of a sudden Hinata felt a sense of nirvana flush through all of her chakra system. Like she had just laid on her bed after a long day of training. Naruto had sent a burst of sage chakra into her body and it felt good. Was this how natural chakra felt? If so, she wanted some more of that. Yo Gilgamesh. Hinata's thoughts were put a hold by Naruto, who had just yelled out the king's name. Gilgamesh stopped rubbing his hands along the long slightly tan legs of his wife Saduri. The woman was sitting in his lap and simply smiled at his touch. Gilgamesh curled a lock of her shiny brown hair around his finger and whispered in the brunette's ear. Saduri blushed under her lavender veil as she gently slapped her husband's chest. Not in front of others. Mother, father. Junior yelled and raced to his parents. He jumped into their embrace while his tail waved excitedly. Hello son. Saduri smiled at Junior and rubbed his head. Great son of mine. Gilgamesh smirked at the child which was named after him. He then turned towards Naruto, who had only left this place a few days ago. What do you want, Naruto? Can't you see I'm busy indulging myself? Naruto rolled his eyes. Sorry to cock block, but I wanted to ask for a favor. Gilgamesh raised a golden eyebrow which was the same color as his golden blonde hair that fell lazily over his head. You better have mastered that ability since you are asking me, the king said in finality. Better yet, let me see it. I didn't come here for that. I just need a simple thing. Naruto tried to plead his case. It was closed once a golden portal opened behind Gilgamesh and a shiny golden dagger creeped out ominously. Naruto slightly shivers at the portal. Over the months he had become very accustomed to being struck with multiple weapons that came from the king's endless treasure. Mongrel, Gilgamesh said threateningly. Saduri poked Gilgamesh in the chest. That's not how you ask someone dear to you for something. What? He is barely dear to me. Gilgamesh retorted. His only friend was long gone from this world. Saduri gave him that look that all wives possessed. That isn't what you were saying when he left. You said Naruto was an unlikely friend and a mongrel you hadn't expected much from. Naruto let a superior smirk cross his face and he was happy. Naruto considered Gilgamesh a friend and someone who would have his back. I am glad you think so highly of me, Gilgamesh. Look what you did, now his head is filled with delusions. Gilgamesh said with an annoyed look on his flawless face. Gil. Saduri peered into her husband's scarlet eyes with her own brown orbs. Gilgamesh sighed and allowed the portal to close. Making Naruto let out a relieved sigh and Saduri smiled. Now Naruto. Saduri said his name in a much more gentle tone of voice. Did you learn the technique? Naruto looked down and suddenly felt guilty. He now felt as if he was letting them down. No. Hinata just watched on, not knowing what to do. Should she speak up? Or wait for Naruto to introduce her? It was all so confusing. But the two cheetahs in human form and their tails still cast an intimidating aura. Well, Gilgamesh did while his wife was more subdued and welcoming. That's too bad, can we at least see it? Saduri asked with curiosity. I guess, but it is nowhere close to being perfect. Naruto closed his eyes and focused on the abundance of natural chakra in the area. Naruto opened his eyes and saw the natural chakra form a path in front of him and converge into a little wormhole in space. Naruto could see where he would land. It was kind of like the natural chakra showing him a direct path through space and time. A bridge that connected the two places or a wormhole opening and sending him to a predetermined location. The natural chakra flooded Naruto's system. For Naruto, the space around him distorted and seemed to freeze. He seemed to teleport across the room to the pillar in the far back of the room. It was a simple burst of speed amplified by his sage chakra. Naruto would use the empowered chakra to artificially activate the muscles in his legs that needed to take a quick step. This was called God Step. I could still see you in your path, do better. Gilgamesh told Naruto unforgivingly. It was harsh and stern, he would suffer for nothing but perfection from his summoner. You are still asking the nature chakra, you must take it and force it to submit. Gilgamesh gazed upon Naruto, who hung his head. Cheer up Naruto, I think you are doing great with no guidance. You came this far in only 3 weeks of being introduced to it. Saduri comforted Naruto. Gilgamesh then took notice of the girl who was standing there in a daze. Her eyes were a strange sky blue like that of Naruto. She was looking from where Naruto previously was into where he now was. Girl, Gilgamesh said to Hinata, who straightened. Why yes. Did you see him move? Gilgamesh asked with a piercing stare. Hinata fidgeted under the red eyes of Gilgamesh. Not really, all I saw was that green chakra form a kind of path for Naruto-kun. I was not able to see him move though, it was like he disappeared from existence. Hinata gave her answer, gaining some of her backbone back. The whole thing was strange to the girl. See, even your mate can see your chakra, you better be lucky she couldn't see you move or they would have been hell to pay. The golden portal opened back up above the king's head once again. And his threat did not go unmissed. Now what is it you wanted? Gilgamesh got back to the question Naruto had asked when arriving. Naruto appeared back next to Hinata, who was not expecting the fast speeds. I would like some materials to craft a weapon for my training. I am going to the Chunin exam finals. Congratulations. Saduri clapped for Naruto. And he has to fight the Toad Sage later. Maybe he wants to kill him. Junior spoke while on his back and getting his belly rubbed by his mother. Oh, are you trying to unlock that seal of yours? Gilgamesh's question caused Hinata to go wide-eyed. Hinata had no idea Naruto had become so close with the family in front of them. Hinata, I presume. Gilgamesh spoke to the Hyuga, whose eyes returned to lavender once again. Yes, it's nice to meet you. Hinata bowed, much to Naruto's scoff and Gilgamesh's amusement. The pleasure is yours, Gilgamesh said with a smirk. It's nice to finally meet the mate of our summoner. He talked about you all the time while he was here. Hinata turned to Naruto, who smiled back and rubbed the back of his head. The girl smiled lovingly at Naruto. Now as for your request, I will have the sword and a set of clothes fitting our stature made for these Chunin exams. I will attend to make sure you don't embarrass us, Gilgamesh declared with finality. Naruto only sighed in defeat. Gilgamesh would no doubt watch him like a hawk and make sure he wore the outfit and used their techniques correctly. As long as he got the gear that would no doubt be top-notch, it didn't matter. Maybe Gilgamesh would help during the invasion, but he doubted it since someone of his strength would not be needed. It's in 1 month from now, Naruto informed the royal family. Naruto wrapped an arm around Hinata's waist and opened a portal. See ya soon. Naruto waved and walked through the portal. He has gotten really good with the space runes. You think he will be able to use it to the same level as you can? Saduri questioned. Doubtful, he'd have to create an infinite space and create weapons to store there. The best he could do is open a portal from place to place and maybe send attacks through them. Gilgamesh said, shooting down any hopes Saduri had for Naruto. Come on, have more faith in him. Saduri insisted with a gentle smile on her gorgeous face. He will do great. When Naruto and Hinata appeared from the portal once more, it was on the hardwood of their apartment floor. The place was cozy and clean, thanks to Hinata being a neat freak and everything. They heard the sound of a glass breaking and looked to see Karen looking at them with wide eyes and an empty hand. What? Those were the only words Karen could mutter after witnessing a golden portal. Naruto and Hinata looked sheepish. The thought of Karen seeing them slipped their minds. It's a special power of mine. Naruto spoke up first and let Realmheart drop, returning his features to normal. Mind keeping this a secret? Karen could only nod dumbly. She was finding her new cousin extremely strange. This is the same transformation you did in the second part of the exams. What exactly is it? Karen put out a question that had been eating away at her mind. Naruto wondered if he should tell the redhead now circling his body like a predator. It seems Karen was tapping into that science brain of hers. It was something she was good at in his past life, coming up with multiple seals and gadgets to advance the world. There was no reason not to tell Karen. She was his family after all, and simply telling the girl about natural chakra would serve no negatives to him. Do you know what natural chakra is? Naruto questioned Karen, who stopped her scrutinizing walk. It's the chakra which comes from all living things around us. A kind of chakra that exists all around us, and by gathering the chakra into one's body you can obtain the form known as Sage Mode. Once you enter this state or have enough natural energy you can use Senjutsu, a more powerful variation of chakra. Karen finished her long answer and pushed up her glasses with a proud smirk. Wow, you know a lot, Hinata said in amazement. Karen only seemed to swell with more pride at the answer. I did a lot of reading and researching while in my old village. Karen's glasses glinted and shielded her eyes, allowing them to only see her confident smirk. Hinata walked off and went to go change in their room. Make sure you clean up your mess, Hinata yelled from her room. Karen jumped as she forgot about the broken glass. All right. Karen grabbed a broom and dustpan to clean up her mess. While she did that, Naruto followed her to the kitchen and took a seat on one of the wooden chairs. That's what I was using, Sage Mode. Karen widened her eyes in surprise. How? That is something only the elite of the elite can use it, and even then, only the first Hokage and Jiraiya of the Sannin have been able to enter Sage Mode. Naruto smirked. That just makes me one of the greats, doesn't it? Don't boast his ego, Hinata yelled from their room. Oh, shut up. You're just mad you can't do it. Naruto yelled back and let out a mocking laugh. He could practically feel her eyes glaring a hole at him through the walls. And you should only be able to use Sage Mode if you have a summoning contract. So which one do you have? Karen continued her game of 21 questions. Cheetahs. Naruto snapped his fingers towards Karen. Cheetahs. Karen tilted her head as she dumped the glass in the trash. You'll see them sometime. Naruto simply answered his cousin's question. It was then they heard a knock at the door. Naruto smiled at sensing the familiar chakra. He hadn't gone to visit her in a while. Naruto walked towards the door and opened it, which allowed the excited Hanabi to jump at him. Naruto Oni-chan, He caught the brown-haired girl in his arms. Naruto could feel the fleeting presence of the Hyuga guard who no doubt escorted the girl here. Hanabi was wearing a sunset orange kimono since, like Naruto, orange was her favorite color. To complete the top, Hanabi had on a skirt of the same color with little giant flower petals the color of blood on the bottom. Framing her cute face was oak-nut-colored hair that stopped at her shoulder blades and moved with a mind of its own as she was being spun in Naruto's arms. Hanabi's lavender-colored eyes showed utter happiness since it had been a long time since she played with Naruto. "How ya doing, little sis?" Naruto laughed and hugged his all but adopted younger sister. "Great now, but where is Oni-chan?" Hanabi swiveled her head around the room. It was then Hanabi located Karen watching them with a smile. "Who that?" Hanabi asked with a pointed finger. Naruto gently pulled Hanabi's finger down. Now, didn't we tell you it's not good manners to point fingers?" Naruto soft-heartedly reprimanded the Hyuga. "Karen is my long-lost cousin." Hanabi widens her big innocent eyes. "Like your clanmate." She received a happy nod from Naruto. And Hinata-chan was in the room changing. Naruto was telling Hanabi who was in his arms. They all heard the sound of the door opening, which revealed Hinata coming back out in her ninja attire. Wearing a cream-colored sleeveless kimono top which only made the Hyuga's flawless skin seem all the more beautiful in Naruto's eyes. Under the kimono top was a black sleeveless shirt that fit like another layer of skin. The top of it can be seen on the bottom part of Hinata's neck. Keeping the kimono together was a black obi. Hinata's pants were black as night and seemed to have a latex type of shine to them. Going up to Hinata's calves was white ninja tape, on her feet are open-toed sandals. Hinata's hair was tied up into a high ponytail and a leaf headband on her forehead. "Oni-chan," Hanabi jumped from Naruto's arms and ran to her big sister who only smiled and embraced Hanabi in a tight hug. "Hello dear sister." Hinata picked the young girl up and made her way toward the living room. Naruto went in to change into his ninja attire as well. It was time to get going and train. Naruto looked into the wall mirror and nodded at his attire. It was a normal black long sleeve with the clan symbol of his clan on the back in red. Naruto's pants were a nice black with pockets that passed ninja tools, seals, and other things which might come in handy. Black tape marked his ankles and tucked into black ninja sandals much like his pants were. Around his waist was the cheetah pelt that signified who he was now. Naruto wondered if Kurama would give him some fur so he could also make a pelt out of it. Die. That's a no. Around Naruto's forehead was his headband which allowed his bangs to fall over them gently. Naruto walked outside the room to see the girls on the couch talking up a storm. "Ready to go meet sensei?" Naruto asked. Hinata turned her attention to her boyfriend. "Yay. Do you want to come, Karen?" Naruto sent towards the glasses-wearing girl who was wrapped in a blanket. "Nah, I think I will explore the village a bit," Karen sent back with a smile. She appreciated that Naruto would invite her to meet their sensei, but it was probably some team meeting. "Alright." Naruto placed his hand on Hinata's head who was holding Hanabi close. "See ya later." The pair of three appeared in Kurenai's living room. They could see their sensei talking to Shino on the couch. "Good day, sensei." Naruto sent a wave toward the raven-haired woman who smiled. "I see you can't use a door like normal," Kurenai said with the slightest hint of irritation. Kurenai also noticed Hanabi in Hinata's arms. "And hello Hanabi." "Good day sensei." Hanabi mimicked Naruto's greetings and made him smile proudly. They walked to sit in the living room and received a nod and greeting from a stoic Shino. That was when Naruto asked the million-dollar question. "What's our training going to look like?" "Glad you asked. I managed to ask my friend for help and she agreed to help." Kurenai answered with excitement. "Great. Where is she?" Naruto asked, eager to get into training. "She's a busy kunoichi, so you will have to meet her later." Kurenai replied. "Oh," Naruto said and sat back down. "And as for you Hinata?" Kurenai went through a couple of hand signs and placed Hinata in a genjutsu. "Guess they don't want us to hear, Ishino." Naruto sent a smirk toward his teammate. Hanabi was also in the genjutsu so she was not able to speak with him. "Makes sense, there is a chance we might all face each other. It would be logical that we hide our training from each other." Shino gave the most logical answer as always. So I'm guessing Kurenai-sensei already gave you your training method." Naruto said. "Got it." Kurenai finally spoke up again. "Yes," Hinata said with a grateful smile. She turned towards Naruto and sent a confident smirk while giving him a thumbs down. "You're going down." It was now that time for the fight between Jiraiya the Toad Sage and Naruto Uzumaki. At the scene were Hiruzen and team. In the trees, Naruto could also feel the Anbu cat. Naruto stood tall under the blue sky. He was confident in the battle to take place. Naruto knew Jiraiya's fighting style move for move and he would use that to his advantage. Jiraiya knew nothing about both of his fighting styles, that was another thing Naruto capitalized on. But Naruto knew Jiraiya wanted Naruto to use the power of Kurama so he could prove a point. To prove Naruto wasn't able to use the incredible power of Kurama. Alright kid, go on, use the power of your tailed beast. Jiraiya said with a confident and assured expression. His chin up and arms crossed across his broad chest. Your funeral. Naruto let a sly smile cross his face. With a half-ram sign, Naruto deactivated the seals keeping him restrained. Just an extra form of training his whole team did. Black seal marking flashed red on Naruto's body before disappearing. Ready Kurama. Naruto sent a mental smirk to his life partner. Bury him alive. Kurama grinned dangerously as his chakra flooded Naruto's pathways. I'm actually curious as to how Naruto will do. Shino was the first to speak. Oni-chan's going to mop the floor with this old man. Hanabi cheered from atop Hinata's shoulder. Let's see what you are capable of, Naruto. Hiruzen was keeping a close eye on Naruto. He witnesses the fight between him and Kiba. But this was a different ball game. Jiraiya was one of the strongest ninjas not only in the village, but the world. 4 tails of red chakra sprouted behind Naruto. The heavy chakra of a tailed beast covered the field like a thick blanket. But it was not evil or radiating an aura of death like the stories always told. It was dense and powerful, but not applying an effect of death to anyone who sensed it. This was because Naruto and Kurama possessed no darkness and were fully connected. At least partnership-wise, they needed the key to unlocking the full thing once more. Burst step, Naruto whispered and Naruto disappeared in an undetectable burst of speed. He was behind Jiraiya in an instant. Naruto delivered a spinning top kick which was a technique in renewal taekwondo. Burst step. It was a watered-down version of God step that Naruto had created. Since he was not able to use God step without Realmheart, Naruto developed this technique to substitute the former. The downside was it sent a slight bit of pain to his legs since he was not enhanced with Sage Chakra. But due to having an unbelievably strong body, Naruto was able to power through and heal right after. Not to mention using Kurama's chakra, so the pain was basically non-existent right now. Jiraiya tumbled to the ground like a thrown sack of potatoes. The white-haired man finished his roll and looked at Naruto with shock. What was that? I barely saw him move. He was like a blur. What just happened? No idea. Shino and Kurenai turned toward Hinata after asking their questions. If anyone would know what happened it would be the Hyuga. Hinata only looked back at them and shrugged her shoulders. Kurenai and Shino sighed in dismay. While on the inside, Hinata was remembering Naruto using something similar to that in Uruk. It was hard to see him move, it was almost instant at which he moved. Hinata summarized. Had Naruto been hiding such a speed jutsu from her the whole time? Not like there was any reason for Naruto to show her anyways. Naruto dashed forward and reduced the ground under him to shambles as he was upon Jiraiya in seconds. Naruto sent a punch toward the kneeling man but Jiraiya slipped the punch and rose with an uppercut. Having seen the move coming, Naruto performed an acrobatic flip into the air and later went through hand signs. Wind style, wind bullets. Naruto's chest expanded and he released the bullets from his mouth that flew toward Jiraiya like eagles do a snake. Jiraiya had to quickly roll out the way of the compressed balls of air that destroyed the ground on impact. He can even use elemental jutsu. Naruto sure is advanced. Jiraiya smiled at the progress of his grandson. While evading, Jiraiya flipped through hand signs for his own jutsu and released a fireball toward Naruto in the air. His fire would overpower Naruto's wind element and Naruto had no way to dodge that. Jiraiya made sure to hold back on his jutsu to not hurt Naruto. The jutsu connected with Naruto in an explosion of intense heat and the others worried for his safety. Naruto just took a jutsu from an S-rank ninja head-on. Hiruzen looked towards Team 8 to see they had calmed down a second later, which means Naruto was fine as he landed on the ground without a sound. The only sign of damage was his slightly burned clothes and fire still moving on his arms. If you try to burn me. Naruto's eyes gleamed an intense blue and his next action sent a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. At least do this good. White fire flared to life along Naruto's body and set his image ablaze. He was so bright, just looking at him might cause you to go blind. Naruto cocked his fist back and sent it forwards with crushing force. Flame fist. A fist made of white flames made its way towards Jiraiya, who only widened his eyes. Jiraiya couldn't afford to waste any time and sped through hand signs. Earth style. Mud wall. Slamming his hands on the ground, Jiraiya let the wall rise and protect him from the dangerous jutsu. Jiraiya could feel the heat of the flames and even his wall was crumbling underneath the force of the jutsu. Jiraiya's eyes widened when Naruto appeared behind him and was ready to attack. It didn't end there, as the mud wall was destroyed as another flame fist emerged through the rubble. Not good, Naruto is stronger than I thought. Jiraiya panicked before his hair expanded and wrapped around him in a protective dome. This was Jiraiya's signature jutsu, Needle Jizu, using his hair to protect him from Naruto's attacks. That won't save you. Naruto's voice cut over the sounds of destruction like a sudden clap of thunder. The veins on his hands bulged and swelled with chakra as a blue layer of chakra formed over his hands. Naruto's hands connected with Jiraiya and were unaffected by the sharp points of hair. Jiraiya could feel the blow through the thick strands of hair as he was blown away several feet. He spiraled in the air until he connected with several trees. Shino and Kurenai turned towards Hinata. That looked similar to your jutsu. Kurenai noted with a suspicious glint in her eyes. Twin Tiger Fist, was it? Shino fished for the name of the jutsu and Hinata rubbed the back of her head. How'd he get that? Hinata let out a sheepish laugh. Kurenai nodded and turned her head. Just be careful, you know how strict your clan is. Kurenai warned with a caring smile as she watched Naruto. Yay, Hinata replied with the same smile. Go Naru, Hanabi cheered. As you can see, I am in complete control of my actions. Just let me have the key to the seal and we can end this. Naruto yelled to the destroyed trees in the distance. He didn't enjoy devastating Jiraiya like this, but if he had to, he would. Not so fast. Jiraiya stumbled out of the trees. Blood ran down his lip and his red haori was destroyed and barely hanging on. This fight is only begging, the longer the battle the more you lose a grip. In order to master the power, you must remain calm the whole time. Naruto frowned in annoyance. Jiraiya's words held the truth and he knew that the man was only looking out for him. But the worry was unfounded and Naruto had everything under control. You are at least a Junin in strength, and maybe higher in your current strength. Jiraiya stated before he stood straight and got serious. He disappeared and was behind Naruto. I'm above that. Naruto quickly used burst step to avoid the attack and get some distance. Once Naruto was ready to fight again, he could see Jiraiya making his way toward Naruto. He won't attack first since Frog Kumite is meant to defend and counterattack. Naruto went over in his head. Naruto stepped into a left hook, but Jiraiya dodged and Naruto was slightly hunched over while leaning forward. His backside was exposed to Jiraiya and the sage would capitalize. You got cocky, Jiraiya said and went to strike Naruto in the back of the head with enough force to knock him out. You reach, I teach. It was a trap. Naruto swung his back leg up and kicked Jiraiya square in the face with the force of a jackhammer. Jiraiya recoiled from the pain, it was like a horse had just kicked him in the face. He recovered a second later and blocked a punch from Naruto. Easy. Naruto sent an upside-down palm thrust toward Jiraiya's gut. Once again, Jiraiya felt like a horse kicked him in the gut. This kid was strong, and it was just his physical strength. About to recover and dash back, Naruto was in front of him. He will shoot out a punch and reflex. Naruto leaned back and dodged the fist. Naruto snapped Jiraiya's head upwards as he sent two punches towards the man's dome. He'll back up and try to make space, don't let him. Naruto moved forward as he ducked and weaved every attack Jiraiya threw his way. Here comes the overhead punch. Naruto's side step which turned into a spin kick that connected with Jiraiya's side. Once again the Toad Sage found himself on the defensive. He looked up to see Naruto coming down with a punch. He quickly put up a guard and blocked the attack. The power of Naruto's attack cratered the ground for several inches and tremors racked Jiraiya's body. Jiraiya threw the boy off him as he was now serious and getting frustrated since he couldn't land a hit on Naruto. He's serious now, but it's too late. Naruto easily dodged the onslaught attacks of Jiraiya. Duck this hook and backstep the body shot. Once that is done, come up with a Goryo. Don't do that Jiraiya, he's reading you like a book. Hiruzen internally said as he could see Naruto leading Jiraiya on. As Naruto thought, Jiraiya performed the same attack pattern and Naruto effortlessly evaded every attack with the grace of a tiger. Naruto rose and connected with the guard of Jiraiya as the Toad Sage managed to block the knee strike of Goryo. Switch things up on him. Naruto was now going to use Kyokushin karate. He didn't want Jiraiya to get a hand on his fighting style, so he would switch. With just 3 steps, Naruto had delivered a combo of unblockable punches to the sage. A weak spot. Jiraiya yelled in his mind and was about to move in on it until... Bam! Jiraiya's head snapped to the side as Naruto delivered a jaw-shattering punch with the force of Tsunade. Wah! Bam! 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 Renewal Taekwondo, complete gift package. Naruto sent a rapid combo of attacks toward Jiraiya who only suffered the attacks. Naruto used Taekwondo, Karate, Gentle Fist, Strong Fist, Interceptor Fist, and many other forms of hand-to-hand. Jiraiya used the gap in between style changes of Naruto using multiple forms of taijutsu. He sent a chakra-enhanced punch toward Naruto, but the blonde ducked and disappeared from view. The next thing the Toad Sage knew, he was struck 3 times in the face. Naruto had his leg extended to the right cheek of Jiraiya while another Naruto was highlighted in blue, while another version of him was highlighted in orange. Renewal Taekwondo. Triple kick was just performed, a move Naruto used on Orochimaru. Jiraiya's eyes rolled back and he hit the ground like a dropped bag. Naruto let Kurama's chakra fade and he let a slight smile creep on his lips. This victory felt good. Payback for Jiraiya beating him up all the times during their training trip last time. Chapter 20. When Jiraiya opened his eyes again, he saw a white ceiling. What? I was outside. Good, you're awake. Jiraiya turned to see Hiruzen looking at him with a smirk. Sensei, what happened? The old Hokage laughed. You don't even remember what happened. Hiruzen fumbled with his pipe and coughed out a laugh. Jiraiya frowned at why his sensei found the situation so amusing. He then closed his eyes and began to think about the past events. It all came back to him in flashes. Naruto had beaten him. IL lost. Understatement of the year. Jiraiya sent a mean glare toward his sensei for that one. But Hiruzen was correct. Naruto had beaten him without getting hit. Safe to say his pride was in shambles, leaving him to pick up the pieces. This all left him puzzled. Although he wasn't going all out, he wasn't holding back either. Jiraiya was using all his battle IQ and tricks to humble the no doubt arrogant kid. How was he so strong? Jiraiya asked, puzzled and at a loss for words. Every time he went for an attack, Naruto would counter, dodge, parry, or just evade it altogether. That would then leave him wide open for an attack Naruto would send his way that always connected no matter what. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe before looking at Jiraiya. I honestly don't know. One day he just changed altogether. It's been a never-ending list of surprises. What do you mean? He knew everything. Everything? Jiraiya questioned with a tilt of his head. Hiruzen nodded. In the academy, he knew all the answers and got high grades. He would deliberately miss questions to stay in the middle. When sparring, he'd only show enough to pass as a brawler. It wasn't until teams were being assigned that I caught on. Let me guess, he manipulated the system into putting him on a team with his little girlfriend. Jiraiya threw out his conclusion. Yay, but how did he know that? Naruto was able to play us all. When called into the council, he was completely relaxed and controlled the flow of everything. He even knew about the 9 tails and threatened Danzo with it. Hiruzen basically shouted at Jiraiya, who had eyes wide as saucers. I can only imagine Danzo didn't take that too well. Jiraiya laughed at the image of a steaming Danzo being told off by Naruto. Danzo is dead. Huh. Naruto killed Danzo the other day. Hiruzen informed Jiraiya with a sigh. How did he do that? Jiraiya couldn't imagine how a genin could beat someone like Danzo who had countless years of experience under his belt. The boy came up with a plan to hide in the office using some technique that didn't allow him to be detected, not even I could sense him. When Danzo was in striking distance, he jammed a kunai right into his skull. No flashy jutsu, just a straight kill. Most kids Naruto's age still believe that flashy jutsu is the way to go. That jutsu is true strength. Wow, that's impressive. The Toad Sage had to give it to Naruto. But why did Naruto kill Danzo? While in the Forest of Death, Danzo sent some of his root ninjas after Naruto and his team. Naruto had told me Danzo attacked 3 clan heirs. Hiruzen informed his student who was taking in all the information. So he knows about his lineage. Jiraiya stated more as a fact than a question. Since he was a kid. Hiruzen acknowledged. He is really something, Jiraiya said, feeling proud. It doesn't end there. Hiruzen halted any thoughts Jiraiya might have been having. Naruto got information on the invasion I told you about, while also coming up with a plan for the whole thing. He came into the chambers and basically became the Hokage. Naruto's mind is a frightening thing. You must be joking, Jiraiya said unbelievingly. But all the facts were there and he found out firsthand. I'm not. Naruto is going to become the strongest shinobi to ever live. I can feel it. Hiruzen spoke with full confidence and utter certainty. That's some claim. Jiraiya breathed out. But what about Danzo's root? Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya seriously. You are going to take them into your spy network. Use them to go places your other spies can't. Jiraiya placed a hand on his chin and thought about it for a second. That would serve to help increase his range over the villages. He would be able to get information on literally anyone. Alright, I'll go and tell them when I leave. Don't you mean after you give Naruto the key to his seal? Hiruzen corrected. Sensei, you don't really want to give that kid full control of the 9 tails. Jiraiya questioned his sensei in a baffled manner. His sensei had clearly been smoking too much. Naruto would not be asking for the key to the seal if he wasn't confident. Plus, it's better to give it to him or else. Hiruzen stopped to grin at Jiraiya. He'll take it. They both look towards the door when they hear the sound of a knock. Come in. Hiruzen spoke to the two people he could feel behind the door. The door opened to reveal the two beautiful black-haired women, Kurenai and Hello Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama, Kurenai said and bowed to the two powerful men in front of her. Good day to you both. Unohana bowed as well with a warm smile on her face. Hiruzen merely smiled his grandfatherly smile at the two women before asking his question. What brings you two lovely ladies here? The two smile at his heartfelt comment and the generosity he was known for. They really appreciated it since no one really complimented them besides the blonde student for Kurenai along with her boyfriend and the blonde patient for Unohana. Jiraiya smiled lecherously at the two beauties in front of him. I hope you came to check up on me. I've been feeling a little sore in my lower area, and I might need some help. The sage wiggled his eyebrows with his grin growing. The smile he got was bone-chilling and was not helped at all by the face of the Grim Reaper appearing behind both of the girls. The air became cold and Jiraiya hid under the sheets like a scared child. Oh, I can remove the lower area where you are feeling sore, therefore getting rid of the pain. Unohana's voice was chilling and her eyes opened, unleashing an ample amount of bloodlust on the whole room. I can place you in a genjutsu which will make the pain almost non-existent if you would like. Kurenai spoke in the same tone as her ruby-red eyes seemed to shine. She may have said the pain would go away, but they all knew she would do the opposite. Sorry. Jiraiya squeaked out. The intent vanished and the women smiled as if nothing happened. As if they did not just threaten the Toad Sage only seconds ago. I did come here to check on you since you were beaten up pretty bad. Unohana seemed to mock as a smile tugged at her lips. While Kurenai puffed her chest out in pride at her student. Don't have to rub it in. Jiraiya pouted. What have you been teaching that brat anyways? He sent his question to the sensei of Team 8. Well, when we first started, it was more of Naruto teaching all of us. Kurenai rubbed the back of her head after and blushed after revealing that. What? A genin teaching a junin? Jiraiya asked in shock. Yay, Naruto really picked me apart. Kurenai said with slumped shoulders as Unohana rubbed her back comfortably. Until the Ravenet sprung back up. But now I'm stronger than ever, I could probably beat Kakashi in an all-out fight. She exclaimed proudly. Oh ho, now that's something. Hiruzen laughed but smiled nonetheless. He loved that his ninja was getting stronger even if that meant being taught by a boy younger than them. What did young Naruto teach you? He taught me taijutsu first since it was my biggest weakness. Then after that, it was expanding my basic capabilities along with jutsu and even sealing. Kurenai went over her training with Naruto while counting it off on her hand. Sealing. He knows that too. Jiraiya was being spun for an endless loop this week. I tell you, inside his head is an endless amount of knowledge. Unohana laughed behind her clipboard. He even knew about medical knowledge to help me become even better. Yes, I owe him one for that feat. The hospital hasn't been this good since Tsunade was here. Hiruzen nodded and puffed on his pipe with a smile. I really underestimated him. Jiraiya laughed to himself as a sad smile spread across his lips. Understatement of the year, Unohana said but got an annoyed look from Jiraiya which made her laugh. Guessing his sensei already used that on him earlier. Back in Training Ground 8 was Naruto talking to a purple-haired female Anbu. It was after his team split to go and do their own training for the exams. Naruto had stayed back since he had felt the woman waiting for him. He knew who this was, Yugao Azuki. The #1 sword mistress in the Leaf. The woman was a wreck in his past life since her fiancé had died around this time. But due to Naruto flipping the whole situation upside down, Hayate managed to survive and Yugao was still an active member of the Anbu. Very impressive Uzumaki. Not many can claim to beat an S-rank ninja at your age. It was nothing really, Jiraiya just underestimated me. Naruto shrugged his shoulders since it was true. If Jiraiya had more information about him and his skill, he may have stood more of a chance. Humble one, but I saw the whole thing. The fight may have been harder but the outcome wouldn't have changed that much. Yugao mentally checked. Naruto moved like a veteran ninja, not some wet behind the ear genin. So I hear you want to use a sword, do you? Yugao got down to the whole reason she was here. Yes, but I am surprised sensei managed to get someone like you to train me. Naruto smiled at the woman across from him. Oh, do you know me? Your reputation is wide, the Anbu Commander Cat. Under her mask, Yugao smiled at her name is known by even genin. Even though she was supposed to be a secret to the world, to have a reputation feared by all was every ninja's dream. You are not supposed to know that, Uzumaki. Uh-oh, kitty upset. Naruto teased with a grin. Under the cat mask, Yugao's brow twitched in annoyance. That was a name her senpais would often call her when she first joined Anbu. It had taken years for that name to leave her. No way in hell this genin would bring that back to the surface. Yugao released a scroll that went up in a poof showing 2 wooden swords. She tossed one to Naruto while the other one was thrust into the ground. First, let's see where you stand. For some reason, Yugao did not use the wooden sword and readied the sharp katana which shined with the reflection of the bright sun. Why was his teacher not using the wooden sword like him? Naruto wondered as he bent his legs and held the sword out in front of him. An intense aura began to radiate off Kat as her eye holes glowed red with clear fury. It then dawned on Naruto. Maybe she is mad about the nickname. Purely going off of instinct, Naruto held the wooden construct in front of him as he relied on his Uzumaki blood to do the rest. The Uzumaki were known for being sword masters beyond equal. He however was lacking in that manner since there was never anyone to teach him. Along with finding out about his clan way too late in his life. There was already a war going on and he had no time to learn kenjutsu from a teacher. Yugao observed Naruto's stance with keen focus as she looked at the slight bend of his knees, the way he held his arms, and the way his back was rigid not matching the loose stance his legs showed. Not bad for someone who claims to not have touched a sword before, he at least has some sort of formation to go off of. But the purple-haired woman had no idea Naruto was simply going off instinct. All of a sudden, Yugao rushed forward toward Naruto with her sword glinting in the light. She brought the blade down onto the blonde but only managed to hit the air. Naruto was behind her and dodged with ease before he thrust the wooden sword forward meant to jab the gray vest of his teacher. Naruto shot his hand out and caught a back kick which made him slide back just the slightest. Let's not make this a kicking contest. Naruto joked in his mind before spinning Yugao by her leg and aiming to attack while his new sensei was confused. That was until Yugao spun and her blade spun alongside her which whistled in the air as it carved a path through the wind to connect with Naruto. Within the quick action, Naruto raised the wooden sword that was easily cut but managed to parry the attack well enough. Naruto blinked as he looked at his now shortened wooden sword. Say, sensei, why'd you go and do that? You are a newbie indeed but I can see you have some sort of experience with a blade or some other kind of weapon. I've seen enough to know what to work on. Yugao said and fiddled with her katana. Naruto had immense potential in kenjutsu and she could be the one to bring it out. To be known as the teacher of such a student would bring her endless fame and wealth. She might even make it into the Sensei Hall of Fame. Alright, let's get training. A gold plaque awaits me. Yugao rubbed her hands together with a greedy look on her cat mask. A gold what? Naruto asked with a tilt of his head that made him look like a cute fox kid. Don't worry about it, let's just get to training. Yugao snapped back into reality before giving out her orders. Pick up that wooden sword and let's get back to work. Yugao barely gave Naruto time to grab the damn thing as she was on him like white on rice. The Anbu didn't have to worry about being too rough on the blonde since she saw he could more than handle it. With a quick sway of his body, Naruto managed to bend back and dodge the attack and grab the wooden blade in the same motion. A feeling then took control of his body and he held the wooden sword in his right hand horizontally. A vice-like hold on the grip of the wooden sword that was aimed horizontally but still poised to strike out like a snake. On his left fingertip which was stretched out in front of him, a thin but sharp blade of chakra extended several inches like an erection. Yugao hummed in confusion as that was something new. What a strange stance. Where did he get this from? The Anbu noticed the glow of sharp chakra on Naruto's fingers and felt uneasy at looking at it. And how can he do that? He is supposed to have bad chakra control since he holds the 9 tails. With a calm face, Naruto dashes toward Yugao swiftly as he strikes out with the wooden sword which is blocked easily. That is when Naruto's glowing fingers spring out like an attacking snake and he managed to cut off a few strands of Yugao's luscious purple hair. With swift movements, Yugao manages to evade or parry Naruto's strikes but finds the process increasingly hard as Naruto seems to adapt to her fighting style and learn as he goes. Yugao parries an attack from Naruto and knocks the sword from his hand before she slammed the butt of her blade into Naruto's gut. The blade in Yugao's hand vibrated at a high frequency and shook in her hand. She felt like she had just shoved her blade into a diamond wall, but it was Naruto's abs. The blonde for his part simply patted his stomach. Oh. Naruto ate the attack as he would ramen. Yugao blinked. She planned to knock the wind out of the boy and send him to the ground. What were his abs made of? When Naruto fell to the ground she would instruct him on all the things he did wrong, but now. I guess you meant to knock the wind out of me with that one. Naruto asked with a grin, only getting a nod from Yugao. Lift up your shirt, Yugao ordered. Naruto widened his eyes. He then wrapped his arms around himself and recoiled back in horror. No, stay away from me pervert. Naruto wailed as he stepped back. The Anbu mask seemed to flush red as Yugao stuttered. What? And no, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to see your abs. She received a scream for her response. This is all a misunderstanding. I'm not a pervert. Naruto then grinned. Just kidding. It was a prank. Naruto then laughed as he began to roll on the ground in laughter. Haha, you should have seen your masked face. This is all a misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. Yugao began to shake with anger as her face heated up while steam exploded from her ears. She had no idea how Kurenai handled this rascal and began to have second thoughts about taking up Kurenai's offer. Uzumaki. Yugao said lowly as her katana screamed bloody murder. Naruto stopped laughing as he felt the shift in the atmosphere. Looking at his teacher, the boy paled. Hey, I was only joking. Naruto got up and backed away from the slowly approaching women. First lesson, dodge. Yugao rushed towards Naruto with clear murder in her normally warm brown eyes, at least to the people who knew her. The training continued on like that with Naruto dodging the sharp end of Yugao's sword, while having to sometimes block or fight back when running wasn't an option. Although Naruto was running for his life at first, it soon turned into an actual training session. Yugao began to instruct him on what he was doing wrong and ways to improve. Although Naruto knew many things, being a kenjutsu specialist was something he had no experience with. Naruto was not the only one training though. Hinata was in Kurenai's living room reading over books of sealing. It was the main thing she would work on over the month. Next to that was an unraveled scroll that possessed other forms of her fighting style. Hinata planned to expand on her own fighting style so she could possibly catch Naruto off guard with her new and unpredictable movements. Shino found himself back at the Forest of Death. Kurenai had told him to go there and his sensei would show up and take things from there. Shino could remember the hesitance Kurenai's voice held as if she was not confident about her actions. Then all of a sudden, a snake peeked its head over the giant gate and flicked its tongue in his direction. Shino tensed his muscles just in case he had to make a quick escape. That was until he was grabbed by the back of his neck and tossed into the gate like a sack of potatoes. I'll be your new sexy sensei for the month. You understand, brat? Shino looked up from the ground and saw the scantily clothed Anko Mitarashi. Her tan trench coat fluttered in the forest winds as she held a striking pose. Shino all of a sudden felt he had fallen into a snake's nest. What he would find, only time could tell. The sun was now setting over the training 8. Naruto rested on one knee as he was littered with cuts and dirt on his clothes. He was healing of course, but Yugao had made sure to apply enough pressure so she could actually hurt Naruto. The training had been brutal and he found out Yugao wanted nothing but the best from him. If he messed up in his stance, the Anbu captain made him do it all over again, and if he complained he had to fight her with only his sword and no chakra. Good job today, Naruto. We will continue your training tomorrow, make sure you are here bright and early. Yugao picked the blonde up and patted him on the shoulder. It was then her grip tightened. Or else, as her eyes bore into his with intensity. You got it, sensei. Naruto gave a nod and a weak smile. Great. Yugao tilted her head and smiled behind the mask, giving the blonde an eye smile. See ya. Gone without a sound and leaving Naruto alone. You can come out now. Naruto shouted out towards the woods. The bush began to part for a tall man with white hair. Seems you were training hard. Just a little warm-up for the main event. Naruto said as he stood up and rolled his shoulders. Jiraiya placed his hands up and tried to ease the genin whose wounds were now closed and all of a sudden looked ready to fight. Hey, I didn't come here for a rematch, which will definitely happen. Naruto chuckled. The vengeful toad sage. If you want your rematch, complete your sage training and I might think about it. Naruto sent his former master a playful wink. The toad sage widened his eyes at a genin knowing about his incomplete sage mode. Most just assumed he had it, mastered since acquiring the title of toad sage. How do you know about that? It's not really a secret. In case you didn't notice, you're kind of a world-famous ninja. At hearing the words of Naruto, Jiraiya's ego skyrocketed and he puffed his broad chest out. Aren't I? Yay, but are you here to give me the key for my seal? Naruto asked in a serious tone. Jiraiya dipped his head and looked away with shame in his eyes. Yay, I am also here to say sorry. Jiraiya voiced apologetically. Apology accepted, now gimme what you owe. Naruto motioned with his hand. One track mind much, just like his mother. Jiraiya thought with a sweat drop before he bit his hands and went through the hand signs for summoning. In a puff of smoke, a toad built like a giant scroll appeared. Is it that time already? It hasn't even been that long. Garotora said. Yay, well the kid beat me in a fight so he should be able to handle the Ninetales power. Jiraiya said as he pointed towards the host of the beast. This brat. Garotora observed Naruto who only walked forward and looked at him blankly. What? Something on my face. Nah, I am just eager to unlock my seal. Naruto told him as he began to rub his hands. Oh, is that right? Well, let's get to it. Say ah. No, Naruto said flatly. He did not want to experience a frog crawling into his mouth again. I got a better idea. Naruto unraveled the frog so he could witness the whole seal. His arm took on a blue glow as seal markings began to appear on his arm. Jiraiya observed the seals with a keen eye as he had never seen something like this. Naruto reached his hand out and touched the seal with gentle fingers. Jiraiya's eyes began to go wide and wider as he observed the seal markings begin to transfer onto Naruto's arm in a fluid motion. Naruto kept his hand on the seal until it was completely empty of all its contents. Thank you, I'll see ya around. Naruto saluted the two before vanishing using burst step. Wait, what was who cares? Jiraiya waved and slumped his shoulders, as his voice gave out mid-sentence. Whoa, kid's got some speed. Almost like his father, Garotara mentioned with a smile. This seemed to bring Jiraiya's spirits up and a smile soon spread on his face. Yay, but he seems to be his own person. Naruto was now in the private training ground he and Hinata shared. It was now completely dark outside. It was also time to release the beast. Alright, let's finally get you out of there, Kurama. About time. Chuckling at his partner's response, Naruto focused until he was inside the mindscape. When Naruto opened his eyes again, it was to the vision of a rich grass field. Sitting across from him was Kurama laying on the ground, seemingly calm. But Naruto could see the eagerness in his eyes. Naruto walked up to Kurama and looked at the collar on Kurama's neck. He moved his seal-covered arm to the collar that began to shake and fade from view. That was when his hand was grabbed and Naruto smiled. It had been a long time since he seen this man. Dad. Naruto smiled up at the figure holding him back. Hello, son. Minato smiled at Naruto. That was when he noticed what was going on. Minato felt the warm wind blow air in his face. Turning, he saw Kurama looking at him. The man's heart fell to his stomach as he grabbed Naruto and flashed away. What is the Nine Tails doing out of its seal? And why is this place so nice? Minato questioned himself until he looked down at Naruto, who was simply acting as if he expected this. Dad, relax, it's just Kurama. Naruto said. What? The Nine Tails is free. Minato looked at Naruto perplexed. We have two. Minato was cut off when a fist slammed into his gut and sent him to the ground. Could you relax, Jez? Naruto said, shaking his head. You act as if you've never seen a tailed beast before. Aye, you caught me off guard. Mintao said, trying to save himself. Yay old man. Naruto waved his dad off with a laugh. But seriously, what are you doing trying to remove the seal? I can see you are not in any danger, so why? Minato asked with his tone becoming serious as he stared his son down. That's because I and Kurama are friends, partners in crime, and comrades. Naruto said as he stared back at his dad with unflinching eyes. Seeing his son was not going to give, Minato looked towards Kurama, who seemed to be waiting and tapping a clawed finger on the ground. He mused over what he should do. It was crucial his son mastered the power of Kurama to stop that masked man. But Naruto was only 13 and the power of the Nine Tails was immense. Minato looked up and saw Naruto walking up to the giant fox without any fear or hesitation. As if there was nothing Kurama could do to him. Minato got ready and he was about to move but stopped once he saw Kurama glare at him. Oi, relax. Naruto rubbed under Kurama's giant chin and felt the surprisingly soft fur of Kurama. A deep and guttural growl of satisfaction came from Kurama's throat. My dad is just nervous, no need to be so angry. Kurama merely growled in response, while Minato stood over to the side with his face pale and eyes wide. Just what the fuck was going on? Naruto's hands lit up once again and began to get covered in seal markings. He placed his hands on the tag which hung from the collar. The collar began to get enveloped in seals before it disappeared completely and Kurama stood to his full height. Okay, I know for sure I did not give my son the full Nine Tails. No way he pulled the Nine Tails from the gut of the Shinigami. Minato at this point was starting to lose all reason. Next thing he knew, Kurama would spin his tails and start to fly. Ah, gotta love freedom. Kurama proclaimed with a wide grin. That was when golden chains appeared and wrapped around his giant body. You've got to be kidding me. Kurama roared and tried to fight his way free but found it impossible since the chains started to suppress him. Trying to get free are we? Not on my watch, ya know. Both blondes looked to see a redhead walking from the forest line with chains sprouting from her back. The woman's face lit up when she saw the two. This was Kushina, Naruto's mother. Naruto let a smile cross his face as he missed her greatly. Kushina then started to run toward the pair with a bright smile. Minato opened his arms as he saw his wife. That was when Kushina jumped right past him and into her son's open arms. Minato went white as a ghost and stared with a faraway gaze. Today was just not his day. Oh son. Kushina held Naruto tightly as she pulled him into her chest and began to shake from side to side. Mommy missed you so much. Kushina pulled back and smiled. Hey, Mom. Naruto laughed before embracing the redhead in a hug. Kushina then turned and saw the still frozen Minato. Oh, hey Minato-kun, as if she just noticed the man's presence. The roar of Kurama made them all remember the fox in the room. Naruto, tell your mom to get these damn chains off me. Oh yay, thank you, can lay off the chains, Mom. Naruto looked at his mother with a grin. What, are you crazy? Kushina asked in alarm. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, Kurama is my friend. Naruto pleaded with his mother, who looked uncertainly. Kushina's eyes moved to Minato, who only gave a hesitant nod. Naruto seemed to trust the beast, and so did Minato to some extent. Trusting her son, Kushina retracted the chains slowly and watched as Kurama looked down at them. Kurama then left the seal before anything else could happen. Once he appeared outside, he was small enough to rest on top of Naruto's head. Fresh air never smelled so good. Kurama jumped off Naruto's head and happily walked off into the dark forest. Back inside Naruto's mind, he was sitting on the ground next to his parents. He answered any questions they had while also just spending time with them. Minato was curious as to how Naruto got the other part of Kurama's chakra. For Naruto's part, he came up with a quick lie and said Kurama's chakra just came back to him naturally as time went on. At first, he could see Minato wanted to say something but soon kept his mouth shut since so much was still not known about the tailed beast. Kushina really didn't have any important questions as she was happier to speak with her son again. It had been so long since she had held her baby boy, and Kushina didn't care one bit. Sue. Kushina scooted closer to Naruto and got a teasing smile on her face. Got a girlfriend, son? Kushina poked as a sly smile tugged at her lips. Naruto smiled back as he thought of his Hyuga girlfriend. Yes, I do, her name is Hinata Hyuga. We've been together since 8 years of age. Kushina gasped and fell into the arms of her husband. What? Have you guys had sex? Am I a grandmother already? Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze if I find out you had kids. Okay, Kushina-chan. That's enough of that. Minato held his wife back as he saw her hair starting to split into 9 sections. They then began to fade and forlorn expressions made its way to their faces. Naruto also frowned in sadness, already knowing what was about to take place. Naruto moved and brought his parents into a hug as he closed his eyes and held them shut. He kept them so tight he started to see little lights in the darkness. Naruto. Minato said and hugged his son back as the corner of his eyes lined with tears. Kushina clung onto Naruto and held her face in the crook of his neck. Naruto, I love you so much. Kushina wept. Their bodies began to glow and grow transparent. Naruto opened his eyes one last time and saw the smiling faces of his parents. The dam finally broke as he let tears fall. I love you too. Naruto's voice cracked and choked sobs came from his throat as his parents disappeared completely. Naruto opened his eyes again to the dark forest. He had been sitting in a meditative position for a long time. Are you going to cry your eyes out forever or what? Kurama asked from the top of his head. Naruto wiped his eyes. Despite Kurama's rude words, he was only trying to make Naruto feel better. He was thankful for his day one. No. Naruto got to his feet. They wouldn't want that. Yay, so stop crying like a baby, you're a grown man despite how you look. Naruto sighed, before he perked up and smiled. Thanks, Kurama. Naruto reached up and rubbed the fox under his chin. Kurama only grunted before laying down. Go home, your mate is probably worried right now. Yay. Naruto smiled at the thought of Hinata before disappearing without a sound. Chapter 21. Naruto blinked his eyes at the dimly lit room of his bedroom. Black curtains were keeping the sunlight out of his and Hinata's room. The bright rays of the sun still managed to pierce the black fabric somehow and light the room. Naruto stared up at the ceiling and allowed his brain to start up. It was the Chunin exams today. They had to get ready or suffer being late. Naruto shifted his eyes to see Hinata snuggled on his chest. It made him smile as he observed the beautiful girl on his chest. She was all his. It was still a miracle Hinata fell in love with a guy like him. Naruto rubbed his hand up and down Hinata's back softly. Hinata only hummed in her sleep and shifted her head to the other side, making Naruto smile at the girl. Naruto leaned his head down and kissed Hinata on the forehead, making the Hyuga smile in her sleep. Hey, wake up, Naruto gently said. Hinata gave no reaction other than letting a snort escape her body. The princess of the Hyuga clan was a snorer. It was unladylike at its highest level. Seeing she was deep in sleep, Naruto poked Hinata in the side. The girl giggled at the actions of Naruto. Okay, I'm up, Hinata said tiredly as she rubbed her eyes. It was then the girl saw Naruto smiling at her. This in turn made Hinata smile at seeing her handsome boyfriend. Hinata pouted her lips and leaned up for a kiss, only to be stopped when Naruto covered her face with his hand. You have drool all over your face. Naruto jabbed with a laugh. This made Hinata pout as she went for a kiss again only to be blocked again. Give me a kiss, damn it. Hinata barked, finally losing her cool. It was too early for this. This only made Naruto laugh at the angry face of his girlfriend. He was immune to her heated glares by now. There were years of experience under his belt after all. At seeing her glare was for naught, Hinata gave in and placed her hands over her face. Water chakra soon covered her hands, enough to wash her face but not drench the bed. Once Hinata brought her hands down, her face was brilliant and clean. Happy. Hinata's answer was a quick kiss on the lips. The Leaf Village was crowded for one of its most important events of the year. The Chunin exams, a place for the young ninja to shine in villages to show the strength of their up-and-coming shinobi. Boom. Pop. The sound of noisy fireworks went into the sky, exploding in all different sorts of colors. They were large and noisy, with the sound of their explosions carrying over the entire village like a strong draft of wind. People hurried to the stadium to not be late for the amazing event about to take place. Vendors outside the stadium selling merchandise began to close up shop, happy with the money being made. In the stands, people pushed and shoved to get to their seats. This was so exciting. They just had a feeling this year's Chunin exams were going to be special. A little lackluster entrance for their king, but I can't blame the mongrels. Oh dear, it's a rather nice spectacle. Gilgamesh and Saduri casually talked in one of their own private booths above everyone else. It was only natural they'd be above everyone else. Gilgamesh was wearing casual clothes along with Saduri. They didn't want to stand out or anything. Which was Saduri's idea, to say the least. I wonder where Naruto is. Saduri questioned and looked around for the blonde. He better be wearing that outfit we made for him. Such finely crafted work, he should be more grateful. Gilgamesh said. He had personally sent Naruto the equipment through a portal, and the sound of Naruto gasping meant he received it. I am sure he is thankful. The bottle of wine he sent back must mean so. Saduri said. Gilgamesh only grumbled. I guess you're right. Place your bets here. We got the winner of the next match to be Naruto Uzumaki. Kurenai shouted while Anko went around collecting bets. Come on, who thinks the blonde hunk will win? Anko smirked while asking her question. Even if the exams were not going to finish, she was going to take all the money she could get. They seemed to be in the spirit. Asuma said dryly. Ever since taking that team, Kurenai had begun to change. It was a good change, one he was happy about. She is exploding with youth. I must join, youth. Might Guy stood to his feet and rushed to Anko to place bets. Asuma only sighed at the weird group of friends he had. In the middle of the ring, the other participants waited for the event to start. Dosu, Gaara, Shino, Kankuro, Temari, Sakura, and Shikamaru waited for things to get underway. Where is Hinata? She is normally not one to be late for things. Sakura asked while looking around. I can only guess she is with Naruto-san. Shino said while pushing up his glasses. Man, what a drag, why am I even here? Shikamaru yawned. That cute blonde isn't even here. I was hoping to take him away from the Hyuga and show him what a real woman is like. Temari said while smirking. Shino turned to the Sand Ninja. It's best you don't say that in front of Hinata-san. Temari looked at the boy covered in a dark blue trench coat. Oh yay, why not? It would not be good for your health. Although, it's not like Naruto-san would settle for less when he has something much greater. Shino responded in a cold tone. His words could be taken as a warning or insult. Temari seethed at the boy's insult. Was he saying she was not good enough? Temari brought the fan from her back and slammed it on the ground. You want to go right now? Make the first move, punk. Seeing things were beginning to get out of hand, Genma moved closer to the kids. Hey, calm your asses down. You can talk all you want, but the moment you start to fight, your ass is grass. The kids straightened at the proctor's words. Dosu looked unbothered by the events going on around him. His mind was set on one person. Naruto Uzumaki. The damn brat better be here. Orochimaru had let him partake in the exams. If he failed to kill Naruto, he would surely die for not being able to kill Naruto Uzumaki. All of a sudden, the people in the arena felt a buildup of chakra. The air began to become moist and wet to the tongue. That's when water began to rise from the ground. At the spectacle taking place, the young genin on the floor created space for the water sprouting from the ground. What the hell is going on? Kankuro asked and got ready for a fight if need be. That was until the water began to calm down and form into a budding flower. It rose from the ground before opening its petals and revealing the gorgeous form of Hinata Hyuga. Her outfit had changed for the big event and now she wore a kimono top that stopped at her elbows and was the color of freshly falling snow. Under this was a skin-tight black long sleeve that covered her neck. The lavender crystal necklace Naruto gave her back in wave rested around her neck. Instead of being tucked under her clothes, Hinata wore it out. The thing looked clean as if it had never seen a speck of dirt in its life. The lavender swirl still twinkled in the light. Hinata was also wearing black thigh-high leggings which had the shape of ninja sandals for feet. It revealed just a quarter of her thigh and her black shorts peeked from underneath the kimono top. "Oh, my God. She's hot," Kankuro said as a blush crept across his face and blood dripped from his nose. "Get a grip." Tamari slammed her fan atop her brother's head. "Hey, I wasn't hitting you while ya imagined things you'd do with that Naruto brat." Kankuro shouted in outrage at his sister's antics. Temari's face reddened. "I'm allowed to do that as the oldest sibling." "What? That does." The two siblings were frozen in their tracks as Hinata's eyes opened for the first time. She looked at the two siblings with a cold flame stirring in her sky blue-colored eyes. The girl had her Tenseigen activated which caused the members of the Hyuga to look with intense focus. "I hope you are not talking about Naruto-kun, since he is off limits." Hinata spoke calmly to the blonde girl in front of her. And to any other girls who wanted her man. "And what if I was? You going to do something about it?" Tamari barked back with false toughness. Hinata only smirked, giving no reply and only floating on a slab of water towards Shino. "Hey there Shino, ready to do this?" Hinata smiled at her teammate. "As Naruto-san would say, I was born ready." Shino gave his confident answer. Hinata giggled, that was a Naruto answer. Though it may have been a little corny. Thinking of Naruto made her blush heavily. She slapped her cheeks and shook her head, now was not the time. In the Hyuga section, Unohana sat next to Hiyashi Hyuga who was wearing typical Hyuga robes. Hanabi sat in a chair next to him while a sign rested in her lap. That is when Hanabi burst to her feet and started to shout. "Go Oni-chan, you can win." Hanabi held up her sign which read, "Hinata is gonna lay the smackdown on someone." So unladylike, Hiyashi thought. In the past, he would have reprimanded the young girl. But he had begun to let loose just a little. All thanks to Naruto meddling in his clan, sticking his nose in places it had no business being. Well, she sure is excited. Unohana giggled in her hand as she watched Hanabi cheer her little heart out. So it seems. Hiyashi let a small chuckle escape his lips. That is when Unohana noticed something Hinata was doing. That light glow around the girl and look in her now lavender eyes. Seems someone had a good morning. Unohana laughed before it stopped altogether and a dangerous aura began to leak from her body. "Little brat, he deflowered my little princess." Unohana didn't even notice what she called Hinata in that split second of anger. Hey, what's the matter?" Hiyashi asked the doctor to his side. His voice seemed to snap her from, whatever that was. Unohana gave an eye smile while waving off Hiyashi's question. "Oh, it was nothing, just thinking of the paperwork I will have to do after all of this." Yay. The doors to the arena were busted open by an overwhelming force of chakra. The whole arena once again felt a buildup of chakra, but this one felt much stronger and superior in every way to Hinata. The wind in the area began to pick up and chakra rested in the air. It was relaxing and took away any nervousness someone may have held. The arena went dead quiet as the atmosphere became tense. It felt like a cage himself was about to walk through those giant doors. Clanking could be heard coming from the tunnel as a golden light began to illuminate the tunnel. "There he is," Shino said and a smirk tugged at his lips under the thick trench coat. "In an arena full of players, but I'm the only victor," Naruto stated in a voice full of confidence. And although his words were spoken calmly, everyone heard the voice of the powerful young man. When the people saw his outfit, the girls blushed heavily as the men glared in envy. "I must say, Naruto looks delectable," Karen voiced sitting next to the other genin who didn't make the cut. Over the month, Naruto had introduced her to the others. "You're telling me," Ino said with a heavy blush. Naruto was always handsome, but seeing him like this. Oh boy. Yes, he is quite handsome. The one to speak up was Sai. Surprising everyone, his statement drew raised eyebrows and wide eyes. "Sai, are you gay?" Ino asked with a raised eyebrow. She had thought the boy was cute and wouldn't mind getting to know him, but if he was gay, she would no longer be able to see him as hubby material. Sai only raised an eyebrow. "No, I do not like boys." "Then why did you say Naruto-kun is handsome?" Ino questioned. The former root agent took a second to think. "I only said what you guys did. Boys don't really compliment how they look, it comes across as being gay." Karen said. But you boys do it anyways, I swear, boys will be boys. Ino said with a shrug of her shoulders. Sai pulled out a notepad and scribbled this information down. A few weeks ago, Naruto had told Sai to compliment Ino. So he would now do that. I think you are beautiful. Sai spoke, looking Ino deep into her sky blue orbs with an eye smile. The platinum blonde's cheeks gained a healthy shade of pink. Really? Ino tucked a loose strand of her hair back, only adding to her cute appearance. That's all it takes, Karen thought to herself with a sweat drop. Either Sai was a secret playboy, or Ino was just easy to fluster. Enko's jaw hit the ground as she looked at the blonde brat. He was, sexy. Enko tried to jump over the rail and bring Naruto back to her place. It was for naught as Kurenai held her friend back. Enko, calm down, he has a girlfriend. Kurenai told her friend as the woman was really trying to get a piece of Naruto. Mama likes. Soon licked her lips and rubbed her legs together. If only I was younger. Mom, Kiba shouted while pointing a finger. Although he had the same reaction when seeing Hinata. Damn, that girl was stunning. But his mom was way too old for Naruto. No way in hell he would have that blonde asshole as a stepfather. Naruto walked to the other genin as his new outfit drew everyone's attention to him. He wore golden shoulder pads which had small decorations lining them, along with a golden necklace that wrapped around his neck. A golden waist protector covered Naruto's abdomen and still managed to show off his developing body. Even though some people, mainly young girls, he was already perfect. Golden open-toed greaves went all the way to Naruto's upper thigh. Covering the sides of his waist was a red tassel that also possessed golden runes and cryptic designs. Not a very ninja-like outfit, but he should have known better when asking Gilgamesh for a weapon. This wasn't the only thing though, as two golden long swords rested on his back. They didn't look like regular swords either. In spec, Naruto's whole outfit was odd but looked good on him. The swords drew a lot of attention as nobody had ever seen anything like them before. They were golden and only had a black grip which was made from leather. It possessed no grip and instead where the grip would be was sharp. Two long points on the outside and a smaller one in the middle. There was also a crescent moon-shaped hole to the side. Naruto arrived next to his two teammates and sent them a smirk. Looking good, Hina-chan, I'd prefer your outfit from earlier though. Naruto sent a smirk. This caused the Hyuga to turn away as she was still embarrassed at the events of the morning. Well, you look quite handsome yourself, Naruto-kun. Not what a ninja would wear, but looks good on you. Shino voiced and sent Naruto a nod. Now that the others were here except for the Uchiha brat, Genma walked up and began to speak. We will now begin the Chunin exams. Naruto and Dosu stay, while everyone else leaves. Genma shouted while everyone cheered for the exams to start. Wait, what about Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked, worried he will get disqualified and not be able to participate. He is being given some leeway. If he doesn't show up by the time this match is over, well, you're a smart girl. Genma answered the question of the pink-haired genin. Once the field was clear, Naruto and Dosu stood across from each other. Hope you are happy with your life, cause this is where it ends. Dosu spoke in a deathly tone as he lifted the long sleeve of his furry jacket. I've been loving life actually, maybe after this ass whooping I give you, you'll have a change of heart. Who knows, you might actually find out how good life is. Naruto calmly replied. He spoke with utter confidence as there was nothing Dosu could do to him. Naruto then dug into his ear. What Naruto said was true though. He would aim to change Dosu and give him a second chance at life. It wouldn't be the first time he's changed his enemy for the better. Having Dosu on his side might actually serve to help him in the future. Now, let's get to fighting already. Naruto said and dropped into his Kyokushin karate stance. The formation was strong and he looked ready to lay Dosu out in one punch. My thoughts exactly. Dosu said and crouched low to the ground. Ready. Genma held his hand up. Begin. He swiped it down. Dosu immediately rushed forward and closed the distance. His melody arm raised and ready to send chaotic waves of sound toward Naruto. His arm clashed with the left forearm of Naruto. As usual, sound traveled up Naruto's body and exploded into his eardrums. Or at least that's what Dosu figured would happen. He lost his smirk once seeing Naruto was unaffected. A strong punch connected with Dosu's gut sending him flying back into the stadium wall. What? How was he unaffected by my attack? It's impossible. Dosu thought as he went over what happened again. His attention was drawn back to Naruto as he saw a volley of wind bullets heading toward him. Dosu grunted and quickly pulled himself from the wall and barely dodged the attack which destroyed the wall. Grand slashing wind jutsu. Naruto shouted as he released a horizontal gust of sharp wind blade projectiles. They traveled through the air with incredible speed towards Dosu. What? He can use that jutsu without hand signs and a weapon. Temari leaned over the railing with a shocked face. That jutsu required a weapon or hand signs. But Naruto did it without any of that. His control over the wind element was truly amazing. Man, he's not only handsome but also strong, talk about a complete package. Kankuro helplessly shook his head. Temari looked at her brother like he was crazy, and even Gaara had to raise an eyebrow. Seeing the large blades of wind coming his way, Dosu quickly leapt to the side. The blades passed him and diced up a tree completely into nice firewood. I've got to get in closer, or this fight will be over in minutes. Dosu thought and rushed to get into close contact with Naruto, who was charging back toward him like a mad bull. Idiot, I don't know what happened earlier, but it won't happen again. Dosu readied his arm and sent it crashing towards Naruto's outstretched arm. Once again, Naruto was unaffected by the sound waves, like it wasn't even reaching his ears. The clashing of fists sent Dosu flying back once again, but he felt something grab his shoulder. Looking back, Dosu saw another version of Naruto smirking at him. Let's see ya go fast. The clone of Naruto connected with Dosu's back. Gale palm. Dosu could feel the wind send him rushing toward the real Naruto, who was also smirking and coming toward him. Lariat. Naruto gave Dosu a close line from hell as the bandage boy flipped in the air until he slammed into the ground. I'm sure B would be proud. Dosu's mouth began to fill with blood as his mouth was now bloody and beaten. What is going on? Why do his attacks hurt so much? He's only 13. I am sure you see where this is going now, don't you? Your main attack weapon only works at close range and I can easily beat you in taijutsu, plus. Your sound attacks aren't even working. Naruto said arrogantly. It would appear Gilgamesh rubbed off on him, but he was the strongest genin in the world right now. He could afford to be arrogant. Fuck you. Dosu spit out. Say, why do you want to kill me so bad? What did I do to offend you so much? Naruto asked and walked closer to a struggling Dosu. Dosu looked at Naruto. Really looked at Naruto. What did he do? Was it beating him in the second part of the exams? What a petty reason. Dosu thought with a weak chuckle. But that was the reason. Naruto had beaten him, not just him, but his whole team. Treated them like little kids only playing ninja. It wasn't like Dosu hadn't lost before. Back in Sound, there were plenty of stronger ninjas than him. He had also lost to kids bigger than him when he was just starting out. To Yuya, Saken, Jirobo, Kitamura, and plenty of others. But he knew them. Naruto was just some random ninja from the Leaf Village. A brat who knows nothing of the world. To be defeated so effortlessly was a strike to his male pride. It's because you beat me, Dosu said as he rose to his feet. But not only did you beat me, but you also embarrassed me. You, a random ninja of the Leaf, defeated basically everyone in that area. My pride was in shambles after the fight. I couldn't sleep or eat, only train. In hopes to reclaim my pride. Naruto hears the words of his enemy. Smiled gently and laughed just a little. He could understand how Dosu felt. You know, you and I are a lot alike. Huh, as if a pretty boy like you could be anything like me. Dosu spat, feeling disrespected. Naruto only shook his head. I too was beaten up, embarrassed, and all of the above. Naruto thought with a faraway smile. He thought of the time he was tied to a post, hanged from a tree by his jacket, bitten in the butt by a dog, nailed to the ground by pain, and defeated by Sasuke. You know my sexy girlfriend, Hinata Hyuga. She also beat me up a good number of times. Naruto chuckled at the memories of him and Hinata training as kids. But you are looking at your defeat to my hands the wrong way. Naruto's words caused Dosu to glare hard. But Naruto was unaffected and continued his speech. Defeat offers us all a lesson. Learn from your defeats, they can help you grow. You have to lose sometimes in order to win in the end. Naruto smiled as he let the wise words travel around the arena for everyone to hear. This didn't have to be for only fights, but also life lessons. At hearing the words of Naruto, something inside Dosu stirred. Was this golden boy right? If someone like Naruto could have gotten this strong from losing, then maybe he should take the wise words to heart. From what he had seen, Naruto was a powerhouse, someone who never lost in anything he did. But this was a fight he wasn't going to lose. Enough talk. Sound traveling waves. Dosu swiped his arm and invisible sound waves rushed towards Naruto, who managed to evade. How can he see them? Sound waves are supposed to be undetectable. Unless you can sense the chakra port into it. God damn it. Dosu was getting fed up with this damn blonde. I am a good sensor, by the way. Shut up, punk kid. Dosu clapped his hands together and sound waves rushed toward Naruto again. Using the melody arm with regular actions could still generate sound, which could be directed toward Naruto. Now we're talking. Look at you, growing strong after your defeat. Naruto leapt into the air to evade the attack. Got you. Dosu yelled and sent out waves of kunai and shuriken. No way Naruto could dodge in midair. But that smirk said otherwise. You've got to do better than that, mongrel. Naruto said before he ended on a hand signs for his jutsu. Wind style. Breeze. A heavy breeze of wind blew the weapons from Naruto. Once Naruto landed on the ground, Dosu rushed him again, and instead of trying to use the melody arm, he just tried to battle Naruto in hand to hand. A right hook rocked Dosu's jaw as the onslaught of attacks did not stop. He received a punch to the gut, another left hook, followed by an uppercut which sent his head upwards. Naruto kicked Dosu in the leg which brought him to the ground on one knee. He extended his fist and struck Dosu in his bloody face. That's when the sound ninja returned with an uppercut that sent waves of sound toward Naruto again. It was for naught as Naruto moved unaffected by the attack. Sending 2 shots to the body of Dosu, Naruto then entered a stance. It was time to end this fight. Dance of the White Tiger. Naruto advanced on Dosu as he laid an uncountable amount of punches, jabs, hooks, and straights on the boy who had to suffer each heavy punch. This guy, I lost again, even though I trained even harder. Dosu thought to himself as he fell to the ground and let the darkness take him. Naruto looked at the fallen boy in front of him. Though he may have lost this battle, there was still the next one. Go on, young lad, I look forward to seeing your future achievements. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki. Genma announced to the silent crowd. Naruto placed his fingers into his ears and pulled out small balls of paper which had seals written on them. Now he could hear the crowd roaring in approval. Silencing seals were in his ears, eliminating all sound from his ears. He was able to hear and understand what Dosu was saying since Naruto only read his lips. This also applied to his whole body since it basically cut off all sound in and outside of his body. And by some chance the waves affected Naruto's body, he was tough enough to where it didn't affect him anyway. Naruto had fallen from Earth's atmosphere unprotected and got up ready to fight again. It would take more than that to put him down. Way to go, Oni-chan. Hanabi cheered and held up her poster of a smirking Naruto. The poster boy smiled. He only accepted the cheers of the crowd as he basked in the praise. It had been a long time since he had been cheered for like this. Naruto smiled upwards and saw Unohana giving him a proud smile. Kurenai was collecting money along with Anko. Kurenai waved with a cheeky smile while Anko blew him a sexy kiss. She was probably more happy at all the money he had just made her. Yay! Go Naruto-kun, that's my man. Ino shouted with hearts in her eyes and cheering very loudly. Not after what I heard this morning. Those two should have put up a sound barrier. Karen thought before blushing. The moans and screams of Hinata allowed her to know her cousin was good with his mouth and fingers. Man, how did they expect us to fight him, what a drag. Shikamaru said as the match he just watched was one-sided. No kidding, Naruto was always freakishly strong. Sakura said with a smile. That's the pot calling the kettle black. Shikamaru said before having to move. A punch cracked the wall where his head used to be. What you say, you lazy bum, Sakura roared out with rage in her eyes. Nothing, sorry. Shikamaru backed away from the angry pink-haired girl. Well, still think you can beat him? Shino asked the cheering Hinata. Is that really a question? You should be ashamed of yourself, Shino. Hinata replied coolly and without a worry in the world. Uzumaki is strong, no doubt, if this thing continued, he'd win. Gaara said with a small smile. He had no problem saying that out loud since the Sand and Leaf were unofficial allies. All the ninja knew of what was coming and had been informed of what to do. Even stronger than you, Gaara. You must be joking, Kankuro said in shock. What Uzumaki says is true, I did grow strong from losing to him, but it just wasn't enough to defeat him. Gaara said. Don't feel disheartened, we can all grow strong. Together, Naruto said appearing out of nowhere. He held out a fist to Gaara. The one-tail container met his fist back with a smile. Naruto then walked over to the stunning Hinata who was smirking at him. Wasting no time, Naruto pulled her by the waist and connected their lips in a soul-sucking kiss. Hinata's body was flushed against Naruto's bare chest as she brought her slender and toned arms around Naruto's neck, deepening their kiss. They parted, leaving a trail of saliva on their lips. Before Naruto went back in and kissed it away. Did the princess find the match entertaining? Naruto asked with a playful smirk and rich tone of voice. Hinata giggled and played along. Yes, she did. I am pleased by your performance. I am here to serve. Naruto sang. In more ways than one. Naruto whispered the last part into Hinata's ear and blew his hot breath on her ear. This caused a pleasurable shiver to run up her spine while a small blush crept across her face. Naruto-kun, don't say such things in public. She whispered while laying her head on his chest. Naruto only chuckled at the embarrassment of Hinata. He could still stir up that shy girl in her. He simply held her and watched on as the next match was about to play. Hiruzen watched Naruto's match with a smile. A great show. He not only controlled the battle but also seemed to crack his enemy's defenses, definitely Chunin material. All that talk about making him pay, but you lost in the end. What a failure. Orochimaru thought with anger. Dosu had begged for this chance. He even went through a program for gaining a curse mark. So the training was intense, to say the least. Dosu was actually showing great results, and Orochimaru actually thought about giving him the curse mark. It might have even changed Dosu as it did the others. Maybe he could have become some monster who uses sound-based attacks. This match would have decided whether or not Dosu received the mark. But now Orochimaru had to answer the old man's question. I suppose you were right, the boy's use of wind jutsu was very good. A future threat if I must say. A chuckle escaped Hiruzen's lips. It's too late for that, Naruto is far greater than some threat. Naruto stayed up on the railing as the next match was here. But Sasuke didn't arrive yet, so like last time, Sasuke's match would be pushed back. The Uchiha was the main event after all. I forfeit. Kankuro raised his hand while announcing his defeat. Why? Go down and fight, Temari yelled at her brother. No, I'm not fighting Bug Boy. Kankuro rejected with crossed arms. Well, looks like we can't see what you are made of, Shino. Naruto patted his friend on the back. Shino actually looked disappointed. That just means I'm next, Hinata said with an excited grin. You go girl. Naruto smacked Hinata's ass, getting a playful smirk, before she jumped over the edge. The girl flipped in the air before touching the ground gently. Not wanting to be outdone, Temari used her fan to generate a gust of wind that carried her down like a princess. Now the two stood a couple of feet away. But knowing how good Hinata was at close range, Temari backed up a good distance and already had her fan out. Begin, Genma declared and jumped away. Wind style, wind scythe jutsu. With a great swing from her fan, Temari sent many currents of wind toward Hinata, who only smirked. Tiger's claw. With a simple thrust of her hand, a giant tiger claw formed and destroyed the wind jutsu. Hope that's not all you got, Hinata asked, smirking. Damn, that thing is gonna be a problem. Temari raged in her mind for ways to try and overcome the Hyuga. The obvious plan to win this was staying out of the Hyuga's range. She first had to see how far that claw went. I'll just spam her with jutsu until she aims toward me. Without wasting any more time, Temari began to unleash jutsu after jutsu, wind after wind attack in hopes of having Hinata get sick of destroying or dodging her attacks. Hinata sighed as she jumped out of the way of another jutsu. This was now getting annoying. Temari was only wasting her chakra by doing this. It was time to make her move. Hinata sent another tiger's claw crashing forward, but this time it went right toward Temari. This is it. Temari began to jump back to avoid the attack and test Hinata's range. As the claw approached Temari, it began to slow down until it came to a complete stop. A smirk came to Temari's face as she saw the claw stop at 10 meters. That's how far you can launch your jutsu. This was her chance. Temari quickly launched a powerful jutsu toward the defenseless Hinata. Summoning, Blade Dance Jutsu. A whirlwind of wind blades along with an actual welsel came flying toward Hinata. Nice. This might actually hurt. Before a devious smirk crossed Hinata's face. If it hit me. Hinata used her free hands to use hand signs, which made many ninjas shocked to see a genin using one-handed seals. Water style, water wall. Hinata shouted before unleashing a wall of water to block the powerful wind jutsu. But Hinata wasn't done there as she went through more hand signs. The Hyuga's body then began to disappear as she simply faded into a massive school of flower petals that circled Temari like hungry sharks do a bleeding prey. Beginning to panic at being trapped, Temari started to breathe heavily and sweat ran down her forehead. She was hyperventilating. But why? She was not scared of small spaces or being trapped. So why? This is fake. A simple genjutsu. Temari brought her hands up to break the genjutsu, but stopped once a tentacle of flower petals grabbed her hand. Temari struggled to move her hand, but the tentacle had a strong grasp on her arm. Another one reached out and grabbed her other arm and pulled them apart. Another one wrapped around Temari's neck and began to squeeze tightly. Temari was beginning to fade. She had to get out of this somehow, some way. That is when she bit the inside of her lip hard enough to draw blood. The genjutsu began to fade and Temari let out a sigh and quickly grabbed her fan because Hinata was rushing at her at great speeds. Wind Dragon. Temari unleashed her most powerful jutsu toward Hinata, who looked unfazed by the jutsu. Hinata activated her Byakugan for the first time during this fight. The girl then used great flexibility and flipped over the dragon, but before she could pass, Hinata sent chakra to her hands and grabbed the dragon by its big neck, and with great effort, she threw it towards Temari, who widened her eyes. To add insult to injury, Hinata also sent forth another tiger's claw from above. Say you quit or I will let these hit you. Tamari looked at the jutsu coming her way and had to grit her teeth. She would lose so much face after this fight. But she wanted to live. I quit. Great. Hinata quipped as all the jutsu faded from the world, as if they were never there. It was all a genjutsu that Hinata had crafted behind her water wall from earlier. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. Bravo bravo. Kurenai stood to her feet and began clapping. She is just on a roll today. Enko said looking at her best friend. Up in his VIP section, Gilgamesh looked unimpressed. Those two are pretty good. Yes indeed, Hinata seems to like tigers, maybe you can work your magic and set her up with the white tigers. Saduri suggested to her husband who only grunted in response. Then I'd have to be indebted to her. And I'd rather not deal with that women's attitude. Gilgamesh grunted out. Back in the Hyuga section, some of the members were cheering. But none louder than Hanabi or Hana. She's really good, no doubt she doesn't get promoted. Hana sat down and smiled. Yes, she does our clan proud. Hiyashi said with a proud smile. Hinata then jumped back to the competitor's booth. That was a good match. Shino said. Thank you, Shino. I can see sensei's training did not go to waste. Naruto said. But it still wouldn't have been enough for you to beat me. He joked while letting a smirk cross his face. HMPH, well see. Hinata took her place next to them and looked on for the next match. Oh man, now it's my turn. Shikamaru dragged out, his hand raised. Get your ass in there. Naruto pushed the spiky-haired boy over the railing. I'm gonna punch his lights out. Sakura tightened the gloves on her hands as she jumped over the rail. Begin. Genma moved and let the kids go at it. Cha. Sakura slammed her fist on the ground which crumbled and caused a trench to form. That is when she picked up a boulder and launched it toward Shikamaru who widened his eyes. The Nara had to duck the rook as a boulder slammed into his previous location. What a monster. Why must this be such a drag? Earth style. Landslide. Sakura put her hands on the ground and as the jutsu said, the earth underneath her feet began to shake and turn into a muddy substance. It caused the ground to become uneven and sent all of her rocks toward Shikamaru. She's not giving me time to think. Got to slow her down. Shikamaru hid behind a tree and took a second. This would be his time to form a plan. Shikamaru tossed kunai from behind the tree towards Sakura. The young girl dodged them as they landed around her. Got you. Shikamaru quickly used his clan's signature jutsu and shadows extended from the kunai and trapped Sakura in place. Shadow possession jutsu, complete. What? How? I'm nowhere near to you. Sakura tried to struggle out of the shadow but found her efforts useless. I didn't need to use my shadow, but the ones from the kunai. I'll help you out. Shikamaru tilted his head so Sakura could see the trap. Damn, I didn't even show you everything I could do. Doesn't matter, I quit. Shikamaru raised his hand and walked away right after he let Sakura go. Wah, wait, he can't. Sakura stammered for an answer. That lazy asshole, I'm gonna wring his neck. Ino yelled in anger. Back on the arena floor, the wind started to pick up as everyone's attention was drawn. Once it cooled down, standing back to back were Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha looked different as his hair seemed to grow longer and his outfit was now all black, bandages covered his arms and legs. Hope we aren't late, Kakashi asked Genma with a chuckle. You are, but count yourself lucky. The Bratz match is next. Genma spit his toothpick at Kakashi who dodged. HMPH, the real exams can finally start. Sasuke said and looked up at the other participating with a challenging smirk. His eyes locked on Gaara, Hinata, and Naruto. His blood was racing at the thought of fighting strong foes. You stink, Naruto yelled with a smirk. His comment made Sasuke's brow twitch as Naruto insulted him. This damn blonde always knew how to get under his skin. No matter what. Oh yay, come down here and say that to my face. Sasuke retorted back with his eyes turning red. Nah, you're not worth my time. Why you? Sasuke growled and stepped in the direction of Naruto. Now Sasuke, you have a match to win, don't bother yourself with Naruto. Kakashi grabbed Sasuke by the shoulder and pulled him back. Make sure y'all win, Kakashi said before flashing away. The match went on as Gaara made his way down. Everything was going like it did in Naruto's past. Sasuke came out and used surprising speed to connect punches on Gaara. Gaara was having trouble with landing shots with his sand on the speedy Uchiha who always found a way around Gaara's defense. That is when Gaara turned the tables on Sasuke and began to use his sand even better. Due to having a better seal and a better relationship with Shikaku, Gaara was able to use the sand even better. That is when everything came crashing down as pink feathers began to fall. Civilians began to fall asleep as the Jijutsu took effect. And so it begins, Naruto said sadly and looked up to see feathers fall around him. Let's make this quick and easy. Hinata rested a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Remember the plan, Shino reminded as bugs escaped from his body. Right, Hinata and Naruto nodded. Let's move out, everyone. Naruto shouted to all the genin in his area. They all had missions to complete and needed no instructions. Okay everyone, let's get back to the compound. Hiyashi ordered, getting to his feet. Get the civilians to safety. The man turned and grabbed his daughter. I'll go back to the hospital, I am sure we will have injured ninjas who need healing. Unohana said, getting to her feet. Be careful, Hiyashi said with a hint of care in his tone. Unohana only smiled. Thank you, I will try my best. Unohana shared one more smile before jumping off in the distance of the hospital. Gilgamesh pulled Saduri in close and opened a portal behind him. I'll send everyone here, they should be fine. He stepped back into the portal that soon closed. Orochimaru, you are such a fool. Hiruzen separated from his former student. They had been fighting for half an hour and the battle was getting to him now. Cuckoo, am I? I seem to be pretty smart if you ask me. Orochimaru licked the kunai in his hands. Standing beside Orochimaru was the first and second Hokage. Using the reanimation, Orochimaru had managed to get them on his side. This fight was as good as over. Look around you, can't you see no one is helping you? Hiruzen said with a smirk. Upon hearing his sensei's words, Orochimaru looked over to see that the sand was not helping them. The snakes on the wall were being eaten by giant cheetahs. The village was not in chaos like he wanted. This only meant that Hiruzen knew of his plan. You knew. Orochimaru growled out in anger. How? Hiruzen laughed. A little birdie told me. You blasted old man. Orochimaru ordered the reanimated cage to rush Hiruzen, who only went back with resolve written across his face. Summoning jutsu, Naruto said as he slammed his hands on the ground. In a puff of smoke, a group of cheetahs growled menacingly towards the sound ninja in front of him. You guys take care of this, I'll be going to the wall. Naruto patted the leader's head and body flickered away. Alright, just like we practiced. The cheetahs blazed forwards in speeds unmatched on the enemy. Once Naruto appeared on the wall, he looked at a horde of sound ninjas and snakes coming his way. Next to him stood other leaf ninjas ready for battle. Naruto put his hand out. A swirling sound picked up around his hand as all the ninjas looked on in shock. That jutsu. No way. Right before everyone's eyes was the rasengan. A jutsu the fourth Hokage made himself. The ball began to get bigger and bigger until Naruto raised it into the air. Giant rasengan. Naruto launched himself downwards as the ball of chakra exploded and killed all the ninjas and snakes in a massive explosion that shocked the ground for miles. Even standing at the very top of the wall, the ninjas could still feel the power of that attack. Kid, how the hell do you know that? Jiraiya asked, leaping over on a toad. He had seen the giant spinning ball on his way over and almost fell off his toad. I learned it, duh. Taking her sword from another sound ninja's chest, Unohana gazed over at the dead bodies. Her white robe was covered by blood and she gave off a dangerous aura. The women braided hair was now undone and simply fell over her shoulders. This also showed the scar under her neck. It looked like she had been stabbed. This was the monster Unohana was trying to hide. It seems I can't outrun my past. Unohana flicked the blood off her katana. The leaf did not need a doctor right now. It needed a monster, a killer. Her ocean blue eyes looked at the person walking towards her. His appearance was strange, his skin was dark, and had big muscles. Black pigmentations appeared on his eyes with black sclera and a yellow pupil. 5 bones came from his back and a tail with bones along it. His chakra was nasty and twisted. A monster. You seem to be like me, let's see how well you do. Monster. Kimimaro spoke coldly to the doctor. I know you, you're Bone Boy. Naruto-kun talked about you, saying you pushed him off that bridge. I'll kill you for that, making that poor Hyuga cry. Unohana sent the teen a death glare as her killing intent was monstrous. Without saying anything else, the two rushed in and meet in the middle with a resonating boom. Damn, what is that thing made from? Genma asked, holding a kunai and panting. I don't know, my sword bounces right off it. This time it was Hayate speaking with a cough towards the end of his sentence. Behind the two were other Junin having trouble defeating this giant snake. The thing was black like the night sky with the red eyes of a demon straight from hell. Its scales shined like it was some kind of polished metal. It opened its mouth and poison dripped from it, which hit the ground and melted. The snake was about 10 meters tall and built like a mountain but held all the speed a normal snake would. We've got to do something. If this thing gets past us, the village will be in shambles having to deal with this thing. Genma announced once again. His eyes hardened as the kunai began to catch flame. That is when a green blur zipped past them and barreled into the snake with the force of a ramming bull. The snake was then picked up and thrown into buildings down the road. What the hell? A Junin shouted in surprise. Standing in the smoke revealed the figure of a bright cyan. It looked at them revealing strange eyes that seemed to see all. Don't worry, I've got this worm. She was then jumping into the air as water appeared on her hands. Water style, falling stars. Water spears began to form behind Hinata and soon began to rain down on the recovering snake. Feeling the water spears piercing its thick skin let out a hiss of pain. The snake then coiled in on itself to provide somewhat of a defense. Sensing that the attack had halted, for now, it lunged upwards intent on eating the shiny girl. The snake however found its path blocked by a black shield. You're pretty strong, but I can take you on. Hinata used a palm thrust which sent a blast of chakra toward the snake that was sent crashing into the ground. Hinata fell to the ground and transformed the truth-seeking orb into a spear big enough to injure the snake. Hinata then threw the spear with great force which pierced the snake and nailed it to the ground. Tiger's Claw. Hinata launched the now cyan claw toward the pinned snake. The area of contact exploded in a large area that blew apart the ground, leaving a smoking crater 15 meters deep and 30 feet wide. Oh my god. Holy shit. This some bullshit. The Junin's jaws were on the ground as they witnessed the battle which just taken place. Many other ninjas also watched the battle that just took place. Achievements, and rumors of how the Hyuga defeated the monster's snake would soon begin to spread. Nice work, Hyuga-san. Don't mind if I do. Shino appeared from the shadows of a building. A, Shino, why didn't you help me? Hinata asked with a playful smirk. The cloak faded from her body and she was back to normal. I did help, you just moved too fast. Shino walked to the crater and looked down blankly. My bugs were inside, feeding. The bugs then crawled from the hole. But they were huge, big as a horse, and possessed good amounts of chakra. What the hell, Shino? That's not bugs. Hinata yelled and back up. Those things were ugly. Oh yes they are, my bugs grew from feeding on the monsters in the forest of death. They're better than they have ever been. Shino then climbed onto the back of one of the bugs. Its wings began to beat before hovering over the ground. All of a sudden, a force descended upon the entire village. It sent everyone to their knees, even Hiruzen and Orochimaru along with the reanimations inside the barrier were brought down. This chakra was humongous and felt like the Hokage monument was just dropped on their shoulders but 10 times stronger. The chakra felt angry and wrathful. It was only growing stronger as the seconds went by. Hinata widened her eyes and so did Shino. Naruto, they both said in surprise and a little fright. Hinata then used her Tensegan again to access the cloak of chakra before blasting off in the direction of Naruto. Her eyes allowed her to see what was going on. No. A boom echoed as the barrier for sound was just broken. Kimimaro stood over a beaten and bloody Unohana. His bone sword was dyed red and right in the middle of Unohana's chest was a hole where she had been pierced. Their battle was fierce and Kimimaro had to say. The woman was strong. However, she was out of touch which allowed him to overcome the superior fighter. Unohana fought like a monster, she was ruthless and had no hesitation in cutting him. Along the curse mark user's body were blood and deep cuts. If it wasn't for his dense bones, he was sure he'd have died already. After his defeat to Naruto, Kimimaro began to train once again and showed signs of getting better once Kabuto actually tried to fix him up. That is when he was sent to the ground by an unimaginable force of chakra. Not just on his knees, Kimimaro's face was planted on the ground. Getting closer, he could feel the aura of a strong ninja behind him. He struggled to turn his head and what he saw frightened him. It was Naruto. He was angry. Leaking from his body was a rage, so intense and wild. Kimimaro felt like his very soul was going to be burned away. The aura around Naruto was nothing but death. The air created a path, not daring to get in his way while the earth crumbled to pieces under his feet. Naruto walked past the bone boy on the ground until he kneeled down next to Unohana. His face softened as the rage settled down. Doc, come on, you'll be fine. Naruto took the dying woman in his arms. Feeling the chakra of Naruto cover her body, Unohana opened her eyes. Naru. Her hand raised and trembly touched his face. Naruto grabbed the hand while leaning into the touch. She smiled. You performed well today. Stop talking, you're only going to make it worse. Naruto said and tried to heal her as best he could. It wasn't working though. Come on damn it, heal. Naruto continued to try and heal Unohana, only for his efforts to prove useless as it had no effect, the woman was already too far gone. Naru-chan. Don't worry, I'll take you to Hinata. She'll give you this cream that works magic. Naruto said and got ready to pick her up. Stop it Naruto. Hana sternly said as a bit of killing intent leaked out towards Naruto. It made him stop his actions, never feeling something like this from the normally calm woman. I'm not a good person, I deserve this. No, don't say that. You're a wonderful person. You've saved so many lives. Naruto retorted in anguish and anger. Why was she belittling herself so much? The doctor smiled sadly. Not more than I took. It doesn't matter, you can change. Naruto shouted. She only shook her head, black hair swaying with the action. It's too late for me to change, my time has come. Blood came from her lips as she spoke. That is when Hinata landed and rushed to her side. Hinata's hands took on a green glow as she began to try and heal. Another warm smile graced her lips. Look, the other winner. You shouldn't speak, it's going to make things worse. Hinata choked out as a sob escaped her lips. Are you telling me how to heal? Never thought I'd see the day. A bloody laugh escaped the women's lips. Naruto pulled Hana in for a hug, which Hinata joined in as tears escaped her eyes. Don't leave, Mom. Yes, you have to stay, Mother. You have to see everything we will accomplish. It's too soon for you to go, I'm going to need you. Hinata held on tight to the woman who was like her mother. Hearing the two kids call her that, caused her dying heart to flip with joy. A smile crossed her lips. Not a murderous, or deathly, or sweetly, but a true gentle smile. Her arms came up and circled around the children. To be called such a thing, I don't deserve it. But at least I can die in the arms of my children, in everything but blood. The light in her eyes began to fade as the sound of Naruto and Hinata calling out to her started to fade. But her smile did not. Retsu Hana had now died, in the arms of those most precious to her. Hinata began to sob uncontrollably as an endless amount of tears fell from her eyes. Then rested her head on the woman's chest. Naruto looked to the sky with a calm face. On the outside, he may have seemed calm, but on the inside was a storm of emotions. His bangs shadowed his eyes while he stood to his feet. His blonde hair began to run to the back as white began to take its place. His eyes turned a glowing shade of lavender while golden runes took their place along his arm, hands, spine, ribs, and under his eyes. Naruto had entered Realm Heart, but a strange action occurred. His lavender pupil gained a slit just like Kurama's eyes would. Due to both of their anger coming together, a tiny bit of Kurama's chakra mixed in with his. Naruto then turned a death glare so chilling it could freeze even the strongest of ninjas in their tracks. He didn't say anything and simply used God Step to get in front of Kimimaro, who was now standing with difficulty. Naruto then punched Kimimaro in the jaw so hard, it cracked. This action sent him flying through buildings and causing a path of destruction throughout the village. There he was again, standing over Kimimaro once again. Eyes were now a normal lavender with no slits. Get up, I'm just getting started. Chapter 22. Santitolmanya, glad you think this is a good story. Hope you keep reading. Freedom Ringer, glad you like the lime, it only gets better from here. I know, man, I am also sad Unohana died. Everyone thought she was going to live and I just had to stomach the sad news. Glad it caught everyone off guard. Volkasiran 30 yay, I think that was one of my best chapters in my opinion. And you best boner boy finna get his shit rocked. Fortin Patrick Gracias. Aiden Gachok, damn lol, why do you want said dead so much? Mad he banged Ino, who I'm guessing is your waifu. Risen King, I appreciate that dog, how you think I felt making that Unohana scene. Now that the reviews are out of the way, let's get into this peak fiction. A body could be seen flying overhead as it impacted with a building and was destroyed. The village had been under a powerful force of chakra not allowing them to move, and they only witnessed the figure of a boy in golden attire beating up someone with white hair. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Naruto fighting Kimimaro. That's the same boy from the forest. How? He's the Nine Tails brat. Orochimaru thought in shock. He witnessed this person's strength in the forest and it was nowhere this strong. How could such a jump in power be capable in just 1 month? Naruto, you were this strong all along. And what is that form? Hiruzen thought with the same shock as his student. The old man wondered if it was the Nine Tails, but that wasn't the case since that chakra he was feeling did not hold any malice. But when he witnessed Naruto fight Jiraiya, he didn't sense any malice there either. I don't know what you've been giving that boy, but after this event becomes public knowledge, he will be targeted. I just might kill him myself. Orochimaru hissed angrily after returning to his feet since the pressure had slowly begun to wavier. Hiruzen's eyes hardened as he prepared himself for the final moments of life. I won't let you harm anyone ever again. Kimimaro pushed the rubble off of himself and rubbed at his broken jaw. His already dark skin was littered with bumps and nasty colored bruises. How is this possible? Where did this strength come from? The ground was destroyed in front of him, signaling that someone had just landed. Two angry pairs of lavender eyes were staring at him from within the cloud of dust. Looking at them, Kimimaro began to tremble in fear as his eyes shook from a primal fear of death rising in his gut. Kimimaro wanted to run like he never had before. But Naruto was too fast. No matter where he went, Naruto was always right there punching him with heavy blows that could kill a Junin with one punch. As Kimimaro managed to put up some kind of guard which involved calling bones to the surface of his skin and somewhat shielding him from Naruto's hits. The bone shell still fell apart shortly and sent him through more buildings. But the Kagaya would take this chance and make a beeline for the exit. He jumped off with a chakra-enhanced jump to clear a great distance. However, he should have known by now that there was no escape for him. Kimimaro felt his tail be clasped in an ironclad grip. Looking back, Kimimaro almost coughed up his heart from shock as Naruto was giving him an eerie calm glare from those eyes. Naruto flexed his muscles and tossed Kimimaro back to the ground with all his force. Kimimaro was sent hurtling to the ground with a whistle as his inner organs did backflips from the force and falling sensation. I can't move. The wind pressure and force are too great. Kimimaro thought as even his inner dialogue sounded frightened. Within only a couple of seconds, Kimimaro impacted the ground with a chaotic explosion as every bone in his body broke in that single moment. This pain, it was unlike anything he had ever experienced. This fear, it was unlike anything he had ever experienced in his life. What had he done? What had he awoken? Laying down in a hole, Kimimaro spit out blood as even some of his teeth fell from his mouth. His body was giving out on him, he was approaching his limit. If he didn't get away from Naruto, Kimimaro knew death would soon claim him. That is when the hole above him gave way to a twinkling green light that blocked out the sky above him. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes as the thing approached and he could feel an unreal amount of chakra coming from the attack. It soon ripped the ground apart and covered him in a cyan light before crushing his body even deeper into the ground. A pained cry came from his mouth as he flickered in and out of consciousness. Hinata landed in front of Naruto as she was covered in a cyan cloak of chakra. She said nothing and simply jumped into the hole with her Tensigan chakra cloak activated. She landed on top of Kimimaro, caving his chest in from the force. Hinata began to punch the teen over and over as her hands began to be covered in blood which evaporated from the heat around the girl. Hinata grabbed Kimimaro by the throat and lifted him before tossing him upwards back on the surface. Naruto looked at the beaten-up boy without hints of pity. But for the first time in the fight, Naruto's eyes showed sorrow as he looked at the enraged Hinata. That look didn't suit her. Hinata was a kind and caring girl, as nice as they came. She was a talented kunoichi and carried the will of fire like all ninjas of the leaf. Hinata was vengeful and carrying hatred in her heart. For the murder of her mother. It was an honest feeling and only natural for someone to feel like this. Even Naruto hated Kimimaro right now. Unohana was nothing but nice and only lived to help those who needed it. Unohana did not deserve to die the way she did. Naruto was drawn from his thoughts when he heard the pounding of flesh as he looked at Hinata continuously punching Kimimaro in the face. She wasn't even transformed and simply punching Kimimaro over and over. With each punch, Kimimaro's legs jumped and his body twitched as if being struck with lightning. Kimimaro's body stopped moving as he seemed to have died. Hinata took notice as the veins around her eyes bulged angrily, almost about to burst from the side of her head. You fucking bitch. You don't get to die so easily. Hinata began to punch Kimimaro's dead body even more fiercely as she tried to wake the teen back up with her fist. Wake. Hinata sent a skull-cracking punch. Up. As Hinata went to send a punch to Kimimaro that was covered by a tiger's head. In the instant she was about to send the explosive blow down, Hinata's arm was grabbed tightly by Naruto and her attack fizzled out of existence from her boyfriend's chakra. Stop this, he's already dead. You are only wasting your energy right now. Naruto lectured Hinata softly as his grip loosened. That's when Hinata yanked her arm away and sent a palm thrust and sent Naruto skidding back on his feet. No, he deserves to suffer. Hinata responded coldly and a simmering rage flowed in her normally calm lavender eyes. Naruto simply walked back forward still in realm heart and spoke softly to Hinata. That's not you talking, it's the rage inside of you. He is already dead and now. You need to calm down. Hinata took deep breaths and regained some of her composure as Naruto's chakra calmed her. She looked down towards the bloody and beaten form of Kimimaro. Even though Hinata was no longer consumed by her rage, she still held no pity for this monster beneath her. Naruto came and gently grabbed Hinata off the dead form of Kimimaro. Naruto pulled Hinata into his chest and tucked her head into his neck. The now blonde could feel Hinata's body start shaking as his neck got wet. Come on, this thing is coming to an end, let's get Dr. Unohana's body. Naruto said and picked Hinata up in his arms and let Hinata wrap her arms around his neck. I already have clones keeping her safe and taking care of her. Hinata's voice, which was trembling throughout her sentence, finally broke with her last words. As the reality of the situation came crashing down on her like a collapsing building. If only I hadn't held back those months ago. Naruto thought sadly and used burst step to travel around. As he traveled around the village on his way to the hospital, he could see the destroyed buildings and dead corpses on the road. It was more enemies dead than allies, but there were still leaf ninjas who died today. That shouldn't have happened, none of this should have happened, and things shouldn't have even come to this point. He should have just tried harder to kill Orochimaru in the forest. All of this could have been avoided if he had simply shown what he was capable of from the start. All of this could have been squashed, if I hadn't held back. You've gotten soft, all of this mushiness made you let your defense down. You were too worried about affecting the events of the future, but the fact you already know about the events will alter them. I allowed you to have your fun, but now it's time to get serious. Kurama sternly lectured Naruto like a father does his child. The words held weight equivalent to Kurama as they rested on Naruto's mind. Kurama was right. He had become soft. Living the good life, he had forgotten what this world held. This event served to wake him back up to the real state of this world. He could rest when things were at peace and no threats threatened his loved ones. A resolve flared to life inside Naruto's eyes. It was time to change the fate of this world. Jiraiya was dashing through the forest angrily after his ex-teammate. Orochimaru managed to kill Hiruzen with his underhanded tactics, which resulted in Hiruzen sacrificing himself. But not without leaving an unhealable scar on Orochimaru's body. At the cost of his life, Hiruzen sealed away Orochimaru's arms and jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bomb. Jiraiya sent the jutsu he learned from his sensei and even performed the jutsu much like Hiruzen would have. The bombs of flames flared through the air. Orochimaru turned and saw the fireball that blocked his vision approaching with great speed. Kabuto. Orochimaru snapped with haste. Kabuto nodded and moved in front of Orochimaru and went through hand signs for his jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Kabuto sent gushing winds towards the fireball, intent to cancel it out. Jiraiya's path was then blocked by a thick mud wall and he felt his sense being played with. A quick burst of chakra that destroyed the ground under his feet released him from the genjutsu. Damn it, he got away. Jiraiya clenched his fist hard enough to draw blood as he was pissed at the turn of events. Now he had to return to the village empty-handed and disappointed beyond belief. The council was now gathered and all the clan heads sat around at a round table and went over the reports. Although they had won this battle, it still felt as if they had lost in the end since their Hokage was now dead. Things would have been even worse if they had no information about the events that followed. Right now, they were taking all the names of the fallen shinobi who fought to defend their home. There was going to be a big funeral held tomorrow. But now, who are we going to pick as the new Hokage? Kaharu asked, sitting in her spot at the table. The choice is obvious, Shikaku seriously stated and sat back in his seat. We elect Jiraiya. Everyone muttered to themselves after hearing Shikaku. That was a good decision. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, student of the third Hokage. A strong believer in the will of fire. The man may have been a pervert, but he was currently the strongest ninja they possessed in the village. But that thought made them question if it was true. They had all witnessed what Naruto did today. Everyone felt the chakra of the genin. Rumors would begin to spread and everyone would soon know of Naruto Uzumaki. What if he doesn't want the position? Sume said. How about Kakashi? Sume proposed another excellent option. It was causing everyone to think about things once again. While Kakashi is indeed a strong ninja, his mind is not in the right spot for a position like Hokage. Inoichi was the bringer of bad news. As the third great ninja war ended, Inoichi was one of the people to help the last student of the fourth Hokage. And even now, Inoichi could see that Kakashi was still drowning in his own self-pity. The position of Hokage would only bring more problems to his life than he could handle right now. That's why we should just pick Jiraiya, he's the only one we can count on right now. Shikaku shot back, more determined in his answer this time. No, no, no. Someone spoke coming out of the shadows. The long mane of white hair revealed it to be Jiraiya. He patted his chest covered by a red vest. As much as I appreciate the offer, there is someone much better for this position than myself. They all gasp at his words. I know, hard to believe that someone other than myself may be able to fill such big shoes. Lord Jiraiya, who could we possibly pick beside you? Hiashi asked, speaking for the first time in this conversation. Jiraiya smiled. My other less famous teammate. It was obvious who Jiraiya was talking about. Tsunade Senju. Was that really a solid choice? The woman hated this place, how would they even begin to convince Tsunade to come back to the village? That is a logical decision, but how will you convince someone like that to come back to the village? Shibuya announced and brought everyone's attention to the difficult task ahead. If I remember correctly, doesn't Tsunade hate this place? Choza bellowed with a laugh at the end. Jiraiya's aloof persona vanished in an instant. He was now serious, and in his place was a war-hardened ninja. I know your worries, but this is something she can't refuse. I will bring Tsunade back with me, no matter what. Jiraiya declared resolutely. Okay, we will prepare a squad of Anbu to assist you. Shikaku spoke and signaled for the Anbu to come from the shadows. Nope, not needed, I already know who will be coming with me. Jiraiya shook his head and signaled no with his arms. Really? Who is this person? Hiyashi asked, already having an idea of who this ninja is that will be helping Jiraiya. Naruto Uzumaki. Next day. The sky was covered by a haze of sadness as the gray sky cried tears of sadness for those who lost their lives in the recent battle which just took place the other day. The crowd of masses being drenched in the tears of heaven, all dressed in black, and allowed their feelings to rise to the surface. In front of everyone were coffins with closed lids and pictures identifying those who had fallen. Many people stood over certain coffins with white roses and tears in their eyes. The coffin in the middle with the most flowers decorating it was the now dead third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the grandfather of the Leaf Village. Everyone wished the man a happy time in the afterlife, praying he was in a better place now. For the man who had done so much to make their lives easier. Standing over the coffin that meant the most to them, was Hinata and Naruto, both dressed in black for the occasion. Hinata laid her flowers over the picture of Unohana as tears slowly fell from her eyes. Naruto held an umbrella over the girl's head and laid his own flowers down with a forlorn expression. Naruto's guilt was practically shocking him as he couldn't believe he let this happen. Putting Hinata through this kind of pain. It was pathetic. I'm sorry, Naruto whispered under his breath as he wrapped his arm around Hinata. His apology for Hinata and Unohana. Naruto brought up his sleeve and wiped the tears from Hinata's lovely eyes. Hinata sniffled and hugged Naruto tightly. Not wanting to let go, in fear like Unohana, he too would disappear. I want to leave, she said into his ear with a trembling voice. Okay. Naruto held Hinata to him and looked towards Kurenai and Shino standing a slight distance away. He tried to give a grateful smile but it came out dejected. I'll see you. With that said, the two genin disappeared in the wind. I wish there was something I could do, Shino said behind his black overcoat. Kurenai rubbed his shoulder. There isn't much we can do but be there for them as best we can. This is when we let life run its course. Just know when the time comes and your friends need you, just stay with them. Kurenai comforted her other student. When Naruto and Hinata entered their bedroom, Hinata pushed Naruto onto the bed and began to sob on his chest. Not even bothering to change out of these slightly damp clothes. All Naruto could do was comfort Hinata and tell her everything was going to be okay. Don't worry, Hinata-chan. Everything is going to be okay. Next day. It was now the following morning and Naruto walked to the front door in casual clothes. He spent most of the night comforting a heartbroken Hinata who was sleeping from being up late. It's the Toad Sage, Karen yelled from the kitchen as she was over the stove making breakfast. During this whole ordeal, Karen thought it would be best if she just supported the two and tried not to dig too deep into something she had no business doing. So she would make herself useful and help out and do the things Hinata would normally do. Things like cleaning, cooking, laundry, and so on and so on. But if there was one thing she was sure of, Karen would be there for the only family she had. This also included the friends she made while living in the village. Naruto unlocked the door and opened it to see the tall form of his former sensei. Alright brat, pack your bags. We are going on a mission. Jiraiya looked at the blue-eyed boy slightly shorter than him and watched as Naruto only glanced at him in silence. After just having a staring contest for a little bit, Naruto spoke. Okay, but my team comes along. Jiraiya raised his eyebrow with a curious expression on his face. No, I didn't tell the council I wanted Team 8, just you. Well, I am telling you. That my team is coming along, whether you like it or not. Jiraiya sucked his teeth. Why? Why are you bringing your team with you? Since it seems you have forgotten in your old age. Naruto earned a nasty look for that remark. My team is a tracking unit, specializing in tracking down people. With my whole team, it will be easy to find Tsunade Senju. Now, I'll see you at the gates in a little. With his final words, Naruto closed the door on the shocked Sannin. Walking back to the room, Naruto looked toward Karen. Hurry it up and pack it up. We'll be eating to go. Okay. Karen increased her efforts. Naruto opened the door to the bedroom he shared with Hinata. Hey, we've got a mission. Naruto sat down and moved the hair from Hinata's face. Hinata only mumbled. Look, Naruto started with a sigh. This will be a good chance for you to get out of the village for a while. Take this as a chance to gain some clarity and fresh air from the walls of the village. Naruto gently spoke as his voice was as soothing as possible. Hinata rolled onto her back and looked at the ceiling. Okay, I'll come, Hinata said and finally sat up. Naruto took the chance to shine some light on the situation. You act as if you had a chance, I would have tied you up and brought you with me whether you like it or not. Hinata gently laughed. I'd like to see you try. Naruto got up off the bed. Now freshen up, we will be leaving soon. Appearing at the front gates, Naruto back in his regular ninja attire and not the shiny gold armor saw his team. A clean and fresh black long-sleeved shirt and pants tucked into his sandals. Cheetah pelt around his waist and headband pressed on his forehead. Are you sure it's okay for us to come on such an important mission, Naruto? Kurenai hesitantly asked. It will be fine, with all of us together it will be a piece of cake to track down Tsunade. Naruto responded to his sensei's question with confidence. But what if she doesn't want to come back? I heard she hated this place. Shino revealed his piece of knowledge. Naruto turned to Shino and spoke in a frightening cold tone that held so much self-assurance, they had no choice but to believe his words. It doesn't matter, Tsunade is coming back to the village to be Hokage no matter what. I don't care who or what gets in the way, she will come back, even if I have to drag her. Jiraiya stared at Naruto with hints of respect. That was some resolve the kid had. But he couldn't help shudder at that look in Naruto's eyes. He seemed different and more serious. A concern for Tsunade began to spark in his heart. These two together would surely cause a scene. Right, we will drag her back kicking and screaming. Kurenai nodded with a new swell of confidence. Not just her, but also Hinata and Shino. And with that, the group set out to find Tsunade Senju. Under the direction of Jiraiya. As the group made it into a town they all looked and observed their surroundings. The place had people coming in and out of the town on their wagons or by foot. The dirt road was decorated in lavish festival decor. The clay tiles on the roof were also covered and people could still be seen working on them. Well, it seemed we stumbled onto a little party. Jiraiya stated what everyone was thinking. He took big proud steps into the village like he owned the place. That was until his attention was drawn away by a beautiful young woman giving him a seductive look, showing off her devilish body which gave all kinds of men fantasies. Oh, it's a party all right. With his eyes popping from his head, Jiraiya all but ran to the woman. Kurenai held a scowl that could even frighten the devil as she shot lasers of disgust from her eyes toward the toad Sannin. Disgusting, Kurenai spat. I don't see how women could willingly act like that. Knowing him, his attention will be occupied for a while. Naruto said shaking his head with a fond smile on his lips. What are we supposed to do now? Shino was the one to ask. Let's just do what we came here for, see where Tsunade might be. She is a drinker and gambler, so check any kind of shady places. Naruto informed his team. He knew Tsunade wasn't here but he was giving the women time to make it to her destination where they would just swoop in and take her. Right, I'll go and check the bars and back alleys. Kurenai said. Since she was the proper age limit, she could go inside any place that would be off limits for kids, ninja or not. Okay then, I will go and check the west side of the town. Shino put in his 2 cents. I'll check the south side. Hinata spoke for the first time. Naruto wondered if he should let Hinata be by herself right now. But, maybe it was for the best if she got some time to herself. Okay, I'll check up north. With Naruto saying where he would be, the ninjas scattered into the wind. Kurenai entered a bar and immediately fell victim to the lustful gazes of the men out for her body. But they would not receive any attention from her since she was in a good relationship and would like to keep it that way. She sat down at a bar and slid some money on the counter, more money than needed. I'm looking for a woman with a big bust and blonde hair with a blue diamond on her forehead. She can be found accompanied by women with black hair and carrying a pig. A glass of sake was placed in front of Kurenai as the male bartender pocketed the change. Pretty specific, must be some important women. Kurenai pointed towards her headband, showing how important this woman was. Very, now if you would tell me if you've seen her or not. I have, she was placed at this small casino down the block, but I'd be careful, the place is run by thugs. Kurenai gave a grateful smile. I thank you, you've done the Leaf Village a great service. Kurenai got from her seat and walked out, the destination in mind. Hinata jumped from roof to roof as she looked down on the streets with her Byakugan activated. The search was turning up empty-handed as she was having no luck with finding Tsunade. That was until she saw a massive chakra enter her vision followed by 3 others. It was a squad of cloud ninjas that she was able to make out from their headbands. Hinata was on the opposite side of the village which meant she was at the back, which also meant this was the entrance you used to sneak in. But why were cloud ninjas trying to sneak into this small town of all places? Could they also be after Tsunade for some reason? Or maybe they are just passing by for a mission. I should watch them and find out why they are here. Shino sat on top of a tree and let his bugs spread across the small town. Since the place was so small, it wouldn't take long for them to get into places and begin to search for Tsunade. That is when the bug on Hinata flew back. From how the bug was coming towards him, Shino could tell it was an emergency and this required his attention. The bug landed inside his coat and began to relay information to him. The information made his eyes widen. Hinata was in danger. She was fighting the Cloud Ninja of all people. Shino quickly leapt off the tree and began to hurry to Hinata's location. Huh, this chakra, it's Matabi. Why is it flaring so viciously? Hinata. Oh god, Hinata is fighting Matabi and Yugito alone. Naruto wasted no time and quickly entered Realmheart. He soon proceeds to use God Step to Hinata's position. Hinata was evading attacks from the Cloud Ninjas and was being pushed. Her clothes showed signs of damage as small attacks landed on her. That is when she ducked an attack from behind her. Hinata then turned upwards and performed an upper palm thrust to the Junin's chin. Hinata was given no time to rest as the other two ninjas swarmed her with swords crackling with fresh lighting. Hinata quickly entered her stance and evaded the swords with swift evasions. Her hand swirled with chakra before thinning out into a blade-like shape. She used her right arm to block an attack from the right while the other hand protected her other side. Now, one of the Junin yelled out. Hinata's eyes widened as a tiger of lightning rushed towards her while the blonde woman with long braided hair approached from her backside. That's when Hinata's eyes narrowed in anger and the air rippled from the force of chakra releasing from her. I am not in the mood. Hinata yelled out in frustration as cyan chakra cloaked her body. Hinata then began to spin furiously as a dome of chakra pushed away the two ninjas holding her and also deflected the lighting jutsu back towards the sender of the jutsu, killing the man within seconds. Damn, she is better than the reports give her credit for. We've been trying to subdue her for 20 minutes now. Yugito, the leader of the team, angrily said in her mind. She looked down towards her healing legs to see her blue left pant leg ripped apart. Kitten, you need to run. Now. What are you talking about, Mata? Just because the Hyuga is strong does not mean I can't take her. Yugito quickly leaned back, showing how flexible she was as her head touched the ground. The reason she ducked was that sharp blades of chakra began to fly off from the dome and slice up the surroundings. Though she dodged, her teammates were not so lucky as their dead bodies fell apart. No, I can sense someone in this town. They are very powerful, more powerful than you. Not to mention his chakra seems familiar, and not in a good way. Matabi's voice sounded panicky and urgent as the tailed beast desperately tried to make her host understand. In this Hyuga, they are also strong. You should not have accepted this mission. This poor girl does not deserve what is to await her. The cat's voice took on a somber tone while looking at Hinata through Yugito's eyes. Well, you know how it is. I have a duty to my village and it is my role to fulfill it by any means. As Yugito finished her sentence, the tie keeping her hair together broke and her hair flared up while a red chakra covered her Junin vest the color of a cloudy sky. She's a Jinchuriki, just like Naruto-kun, this won't be easy. I'll have to fight all out. Hinata skillfully judged the situation and summoned that black orb which turned into a short sword. That is when Hinata realized they were still in the town, so she decided to run towards the open fields behind the village. You won't escape, Yugito said and got on all fours as her nails extended into claws allowing her to give chase at a speed faster than expected. Her mission, capture the Hyuga heiress. Word of this special Hyuga had traveled fast. And the Cloud Village was going to be the first to make a steal for the Hyuga again. Hinata finally stopped and turned around to meet Yugito head-on. Their clash caused the ground to simply vanish beneath their might. This would be a fight for the ages as one of these girls would not leave the way they came in. Hinata ducked a claw swipe and suffered a palm thrust to the gut for her missed attack, causing Yugito to gain some distance. She's fast enough to counter me if I miss, while also having the strength to make it hurt, even if I am protected by such a dense chakra. Yugito swiped her hand through the air as it took on the form of a giant cat claw. Hinata scowled at the cheap imitation. She launched a tiger's claw that overpowered the attack Yugito launched. It connected with Yugito and did severe damage to the Cloud Kunoichi. But Hinata wasn't done yet as she quickly flipped through hand signs. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. The A-rank jutsu surged up from the pond not too far from them and quickly rose several meters into the sky before dropping down on Yugito's who was still being held in Tiger's Claw's tight embrace. That won't hold her, and depending on how, Hinata had to stop her thoughts as Yugito burst from the ground and was in front of her within seconds. She barely had time to block but was still sent away. Yugito allowed two tails to pop from her tailbone and quickly leapt up into the air. Cat flame roaring fire. An enormous fire released from Yugito's mouth which cast a shadow on the ground. Seeing this, Hinata came up with a plan. Water style, water trumpet. Hinata spewed an explosion of water from her mouth towards the jutsu that cancelled out the flames, causing hot steam to rise over the field. Yugito jumped in the cloud of mist with her claws and swiped towards where she thought Hinata was, only to hit the air. That's when her body froze up and she felt her movements being restricted. Black seal markings began to run up her body. A seal. She knows sealing. Yugito thought in a panic. This was turning out to be more trouble than it should have been. Now that you are standing still, I have some questions for you, Hinata asked, walking into view as those sky blue eyes pierced Yugito. The black pigmentation around Hinata's eyes made her look all the more intimidating. Why are you after me? Again, might I add? Yugito kept her mouth shut as the red chakra surrounding her body faded. You know why, your strength will help to bolster our village's strength. Hinata didn't like that answer but moved on. Why did your Kage make such a mission? Doesn't he know what this means? It's war. War with who? Your village doesn't have a leader. You're just a bunch of ninjas following silly orders from washed-up ninjas on the council. Something like that could hardly be called a village, let alone the strongest. Yugito said in a voice way too calm, putting Hinata on edge. Well, just see for ourselves, when we march over to your village and wipe it off the map, Hinata said with subtle hints of madness in her tone. She was not in the right state of mind. The death of a mother figure, the village being attacked, and now on the verge of being kidnapped and made a breeding cow for her enemies. It was beginning to weigh on her like two mountains. HMPH, I'd like to see you get past me first. Yugito then held her head back and the thick and dense chakra of her tailed beast rose to the surface. But it didn't stop there as it took on the color blue and formed into a giant hellcat with two swaying tails that could flatten mountains with just a single swing. What? Not even Naruto can transform. This means she is a perfect Jinchuriki. Hinata began to panic as this fight just jumped up leaps and bounds. The screams of the townsfolk could be heard from here as Hinata stared up at the flaming blue cat. A ball of blue fire raced from its mouth and Hinata skillfully jumped out of the way. But Yugito's attack was not done there as the fire split into a group of mice that locked onto Hinata's chakra and began to chase her. The cat then began to chase Hinata and launched one of its paws out, with the intent of injuring Hinata enough to bring her back. When her paw connected, it felt off, like the attack had been blocked. Yugito felt her paw thrown off and she only saw a white blur and was a strong uppercut, being lifted off her feet. Yugito's eyes landed on the form of Naruto, who had a golden chakra swirling around his body. His slightly longer white hair swayed in the wind while those lavender eyes pulsed furiously with an untold amount of power. Clutched in his hand were the golden swords as big as a grown man. Oh no, it's him. Chapter 23. Card Uzumaki. No man, no harem. Just Neruhina. The crafter of kings. Yes, I did pull out that goated transformation. True BK girl. Well, you don't have to wait any longer. Avatar Uzumaki. Hinata will get better soon. It takes time to get over things like losing a mother. I hope you like this chapter though, it's a good one. Dragon Slayer of Death 92. That is a cool idea. I haven't decided on what to do with the chakra mode for the tennis-gun, but that is a good idea. I can really just do whatever I want with it. But you do pose a good idea. I'm not making Hinata a Jinchuriki, and if I did, she would not be the Jinchuriki of such a weak Biju that lost to Hidan and Kakazu of all people. Standing atop trees 20 miles away from the battle about to take place, Itachi and Kisame looked in the direction while sensing the presence of the combatants. Their straw hats sat atop their head as the single bell jingled in the wind while the black cloaks with red clouds bristled in the wind following the melody their bell made. What is the Two Tails doing in Fire Country? And who is this young shinobi she is fighting? The one to speak was the blue-skinned Kisame as he was able to feel out the two fighters. One was evident as even from here he could see the sparkling blue pillar of the Two Tails. Its power was so intense it could cover more than 20 miles of land. It really made him wonder how strong the Nine Tails was. That thing's chakra must be able to cover the entire planet. Itachi stayed silent and merely observed. He couldn't see that far in the distance, but he could sense the battle. But Kisame posed a good question. Why was she here? If what Itachi was feeling was correct, then he knew exactly why she was here. It appears the cloud is after the Byakugan once more. Sheesh. Talk about bad timing for the Leaf Village. They get attacked, lose their Hokage, and now are about to lose a Hyuga and the Nine Tails. Kisame shook his head. Maybe you should switch sides, Itachi, to make things more fair. Don't be foolish. Kisame chuckled with a toothy grin, showing his shark-like teeth. But are we going to capture the Two Tails and the Nine Tails? Itachi remained quiet as he weighed his options. They could take the Two Tails and return back to the leader. But would he be upset that they didn't get the Nine Tails? Maybe not. They were here just to observe and test the Nine Tails anyways. Itachi finally came to an answer and spoke calmly to his partner. We will wait and let things play out. Then, we will make our move. Itachi got a complaint for his answer. Ah, that's no fun. We should go and join the battle. Did you forget who is there? Jiraiya the Toad Sage. You say that like he is some big threat or something. Kisame responded in a flat tone with a blank face. Even so, the battle would draw too much attention. The world is still not ready for our organization just yet. Leader would be displeased if we were to be discovered. Itachi sternly voiced while giving his partner a meaningful look from under his hat as his Sharingan dared Kisame to disagree. Fine. All of a sudden, both men felt their bodies become heavier and an invisible pressure weigh down on them. It was like being under the foot of a tailed beast while a thick killing intent could be felt being mixed in. What? Who is this? As Kisame got to his feet and began to brush the potent chakra off him. He grinned. A wicked, excited, and deathly grin. His body was racked with shudders as he couldn't contain his excitement. Someone challenges me, Kisame said before jumping off in the direction of the battle with manic laughter. I accept. Wait, Kisame. Now unbothered by the chakra, Itachi stood and went after his partner. Itachi narrowed his red eyes towards the battle. What enormous chakra levels, it's shaking this entire area, like an earthquake. Itachi looked as the clouds began to converge as the sky trembled while the ground rumbled like a hungry beast. Is this Lord Jiraiya? Itachi wondered as he followed Kisame. We're screwed. Ah, please, somebody help me. Would you be quiet and stop freaking out? I can take this brat down in seconds. You don't get it. Look at him, that godly aura surrounding him, those eyes nailing us in our coffin, and that glowing sword ready to nail the coffin closed. Matabi stopped in her analysis of Naruto as looked into his lavender eyes and shivered. It actually turns me on, such a dominant young man. Now's not the time, we need to focus if we are going to come out of this alive. Let's just test the waters first. Yugito in her tailed beast transformation began to run quick circles around the floating Naruto. Cloaked in royal purple chakra that sparked with the electricity of the same color, Naruto floated with a mask of calmness. So Kurama, do you want to talk to your sister first? Or after? Responding in a bored tone, Kurama spoke. I already tried, but she rejected me. I think you scared her. He chuckled at the effects Naruto had on her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just a little bit on edge right now. Naruto apologized mentally. He would have said something else but moved out of the way of a tail swipe that shattered the ground from the impact. Being able to anticipate where the next tail would come from, Naruto put up his hand and swatted the tail away. Rushing through the cloud of smoke was a blue fireball the size of a cliff. Using one of the bloodlines he had available, Naruto put up his hand as two dark symbols in the shape of a triangle formed on his hand. Dark release, gluttony. As if pulled by a magnet, the fireball was sucked into the palm of Naruto's hand. Popping into existence was a shadow clone that nodded toward him and moved toward the downed Hinata. He scooped up the shaking girl who was off-put by the power emitting from the two monsters in front of her. Let's get you to a safe position, the clone said and flew towards the town. Hinata snapped out of her daze and protested to her boyfriend. Wait, I can help you. You can't fight a tailed beast by yourself. Naruto raised an eyebrow toward Hinata. You out of anyone should know I can handle a tailed beast. Hinata widened her eyes before averting her gaze from Naruto. Yeah, I forgot about that. Her lips curved down as she looked bashful. What's wrong with you? Naruto landed on a building but still held onto Hinata. It's just that, I can never help you. All I've done was cause your problems, even from the very beginning until this day. As she closed her eyes and grabbed onto the clone's shirt. Why do you keep me around even though I cause you nothing but trouble? I'm not even strong enough to fight with you, let alone protect. I can't protect anyone. Naruto gently lifted up Hinata's chin so she could look him in the eyes. His thumb wiped the tears falling from her eyes. His lips met hers in a soft, gentle kiss. His arms pulled her in close as he rested his chin on top of her head. You are thinking too much into this. I love you and that's the only answer you need. Trouble will follow us everywhere we go because that is life. And so what if you do cause me trouble? That's what makes things fun. A life of no trials and tribulations doesn't sound like my kind of thing. And so what if you can't protect me? Stop trying to walk behind or ahead of me. Just walk with me. I want you by my side or in my arms. Naruto stopped and gave Hinata a gratifying smile that made her heart skip a beat. The shadow clone puffed away in a cloud of smoke and left Hinata there standing alone with her arms wrapped around herself. Naruto-kun, I don't deserve you. She lifted her head and watched as Naruto battled the giant beast. Back to the battle taking place, Naruto let another fireball be sucked into his hand. This has gone on long enough. Naruto flared his chakra which blew away all the smoke covering the area while also causing the sky to quake and destroying the ground he was floating above. I was thinking the same thing. Yugito voiced and held up her head towards the sky. A dark ball of purple chakra began to form as red, blue, and purple mo of chakra converged on one another. A tailed beast bomb. That's a little much. It wasn't much of an issue though as Naruto used Godstep. As his view of the world shifted, there were 3 ways Naruto could take to get toward Yugito. He took the one that led him upwards and in an instant, Naruto was above Yugito with his golden sword swirling with chakra and reared back. You should be able to survive this. With the force of 100 men, Naruto launched the sword down toward Yugito with speed like lightning. The sword pierced through the air and let out a loud roar as a ferocious cheetah loomed over the two-tailed Hellcat. Piercing the firewall that acted as a body for Yugito, the sword lunged itself right into the side of Yugito as the beast roared in pain. Naruto then used Godstep once more and placed a suppression seal on the beast's head which forced the transformation to fade. That should calm you down. Naruto gently pulled the sword from Yugito's side and the girl whimpered in pain. Naruto crouched down and gave the Cloud Nin a hard look. Why did I do this? I'm not telling you anything. Yugito crawled away and held a hand to her bleeding side. Naruto got up and walked to the girl. Come on, Jinchuriki to Jinchuriki. Why did you do this? Why seek out the wrath of the Leaf Village? Naruto asked his sibling jailer. Yugito looked at Naruto for a long second. It was true they shared similar burdens. But that didn't mean they had to be friends. You better just kill me. Because I will never submit. Instead of being hit or cursed at like what she thought was about to happen. Naruto smiled at her. There she is, the real you. A defiant, confident woman who doesn't take shit from anyone. I wished to meet you, but not like this. Yugito looked at Naruto with a confused look. Before she snarled. You think you know me? Well, you don't. Yugito coughed out blood and held back onto her side. I do know you, Yugito ni. The holder of the two-tailed Hellcat, Matabi. Hated in your village as a young girl, but gained your village's respect as you proved yourself. Now you are worshipped as a guardian of the Cloud Village. Alongside your friend and teacher, Killer Bee who holds Gyuki. Naruto gave a cocky smirk. I know you, I want us to be friends. I want our villages to form a relationship of peace, not war. Now that Naruto was calmed down, he wasn't thinking about storming the Cloud Village, potentially leaving it a smoking crater for trying to kidnap his girlfriend. Although he would still talk to the Raikage about this, something like this would not be forgiven. Why you want to be my friend? And our villages to form a relationship? Yugito asked with wide eyes. How could Naruto still think about forming relations between villages? After what she just attempted. That is when her eyes widened and she caught on to what Naruto was saying. Hell number. I will not marry you. Trying to butter me up for a political marriage. Get lost. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the woman glared daggers at him. Silly girl, too quick to jump to conclusions. I just want to form a peaceful world. A world where people like us don't need to exist. In order for that, I need allies. Girl, you better accept. This boy is far stronger than us and his goals are worthy. He even reminds me of my father. And he also has the support of Big Brother. But I can't, I just tried to kill him and kidnap that Hyuga. The Leaf Village will never accept an alliance. Yugito thought in a somber tone as she now felt guilty. Here Naruto was being so nice to her and treating her like a close friend. While she tried to kill him. He has forgiven you, he knows it wasn't your fault, he is willing to give you a second chance to correct your mistakes. I am sure he won't trust you for a while, but this is as good of a chance we are going to get. Matabi soothed Yugito in an easygoing voice as she held utter confidence in her words when speaking of Naruto. I'll think about it. Yugito finally spoke after her conversation with Matabi. Great. Naruto gave her a smile that caused her cheeks to turn red as Naruto's good looks seemed to charm her. But I am going to be holding you, hostage, until I comes and speaks with me. Naruto told her as his smile had all but disappeared. Pulling out another complex seal, Naruto placed it on Yugito's chest while taking off the one on her head. It is suppressing your chakra along with Matabi's, but leaving you enough to heal and somewhat function like a regular ninja. Naruto helped the women up and his team landed around him alone with a wide-eyed Jiraiya. Kid, what the hell are you doing? Jiraiya asked coming close. And why is she still alive? Hinata asked with venom lacing her tone like a sharp dagger. She was chopped on top of the head. Yugito here is sorry for her actions, and I will be keeping her hostage until the Raikage comes and speaks to settle things out with the Leaf. Naruto announced. While staying with me, she is not to be harmed. Naruto cast a meaningful look toward Hinata who turned her nose at him. Naruto, this is something the village elders should decide. Such a big decision can't weigh on only your decisions. Kurenai said to her strongest student. I've carried stronger burdens before, compared to those. This is nothing. Naruto responded with utter confidence as they were all once again reminded of who Naruto was. That's when Naruto's head snapped in the direction of where he sensed a strong chakra coming towards him with clear murderous intent. Naruto extended his hand and the sword crafted by his summons flew to his hand as if pulled by a chain. Everyone stay back. Someone is coming. Naruto leapt forward still in realm heart as his sword lashed out sending arches of purple toward the blue-skinned man in front of him. The man laughed and batted the attack to the side. Their sword clanged and let off the sound of two pieces of metal clashing together. Chakra leaked from the two shinobi as the air once again took on a dreadful feeling as the air was laced with thick chakra. Kisame. Naruto muttered through gritted teeth as he was using a lot of his strength to fend off Samahata right now and the other man's crazy strength. So you know me. Even better. Nine-tailed brat. Giving a shark-like grin that put Naruto on edge, Kisame drew back his fist and struck Naruto in the chest faster than he could react. Jiraiya quickly blazed through hand signs to help Naruto. Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. Like a real dragon, the flames roared forward with a high-pitched crackle and pop. Turning to meet the jutsu head-on, Kisame held out Samahata which opened its giant mouth and consumed the jutsu like it was just a casual snack. Samahata coughed out black smoke as the jutsu was very hot. Kisame used some water chakra to cool off his sword's mouth which seemed to serve its purpose. Don't get in my way, or I'm going to kill you. Kisame released his chakra on the group as his threat dangled in the air like a kunai on a string. Feeling his chakra, all of Team 8, plus Jiraiya and Yugito were frozen in place. As they were all stuck in place, another cloaked figure landed silently on the grassy field with the steps of an assassin-like mouse. Itachi Uchiha looked at everyone with his Sharingan. We've got to do something, or they are going to kill him. Jiraiya thought with growing panic as the situation only got worse and worse. You all stay put, I've got this. Naruto stumbled to his feet and took deep breaths. That punch actually hurt and if his body wasn't layered in nature chakra, it might have broken some bones. No way, you can't beat him, Kurenai yelled at her student. Maybe, maybe not. Won't know until I try. Naruto looked at Kisame with narrowed eyes and recalled all the information he had on the man. With his weapon, he can absorb chakra, and heal from life-threatening wounds. I was able to completely blitz past him in the past with Kurama's chakra. But I don't have that. However, I do have something better. Naruto stuck it in the ground next to him. I'll mainly have to use taijutsu against him until I separate him from the sword. As his view of the world shifted again, Naruto used Godstep and vanished from his position in a burst of purple nature chakra. When he came back into view, his fist was buried inside the gut of Kisame who was bent over the fist and opened his mouth in a silent scream. Not wanting to stop his flow, Naruto performed a barrage of fast, accurate punches that could not be dodged no matter how much you tried. That was the dance of the white tiger. As Kisame was sent flying back from the punches, Naruto was upon the man before he could even get 7 meters from Naruto. I'll have to use my strongest attacks against this guy. Naruto thought calmly despite the situation. That meant he wouldn't hold any of his punches back like he had been doing. No more. Naruto performed a basic kick, but not just any basic kick. It was a recoilless basic kick. A kick that used every fiber of the body to prepare for the point of impact and had no wasted movements whatsoever. Tearing into Kisame's chest was a deep cut from the kick that cut like a blade across his chest. What an incredible display of taijutsu, there are no flaws whatsoever. It is truly perfect. Itachi analytically gazed at the fight between Naruto and Kisame that didn't seem to be going in the missing nin's favor. Maybe I should step in and stop them. He would let things continue for just a little bit longer, then he would make a move. I've got to say, that hurts. Really bad. Kisame looked at his bleeding midsection as the blood did not seem to be stopping as it cut open his cloak showing his built torso. I can see now that I won't have to hold back against you. Kisame gave a grin covered with blood as his beady eyes locked onto Naruto. Try not to die. As Kisame vanished in a burst of speed, he appeared behind Naruto who narrowly dodged and sent out another one of his attacks. Recoilless Samura, performing a high kick that snapped Kisame's head upwards. Naruto took this chance to try and remove Samahata from Kisame's hands but wasn't too surprised when the man was able to move and thrust the big sword onto his chest, cutting him open and taking away some of his chakra. Kisame jumped back and looked on in eagerness as Kisame grew larger and larger to the point it was bigger than him. I've never seen it get this big before. That chakra of yours must be something. Kisame took some of the chakra shrinking the sword down just a bit as it healed him and boasted his chakra reserves even more so. As expected, but he doesn't seem to know what nature chakra is. If I let the sword take enough chakra, I can turn it to stone and easily take him down. To speed his plan up, Naruto released a powerful gust of wind from his mouth that the sword quickly ate up. Naruto then moved in with his hand being covered in sharp chakra that acted as its own short sword. Exchanging a couple of blows, Samahata quickly sucked the chakra up and Naruto noticed a change. Some of Samahata's scales turned into stone as they were being affected by the chakra. Another jutsu ought to do it. Naruto victoriously thought. Sage art, lightning web. Purple chakra in the form of lighting rained down from Naruto's hands and quickly clumped together into a web ready to capture Kisame. Have you not gotten it yet? I absorb your jutsu. Kisame extended his weapon ready to take that potent chakra again. That was until Kisame felt himself being kicked out of the way. Fool, can't you see what is happening to your weapon? Itachi's calm voice came to his ears. Looking down at his weapon, Kisame noticed that part of it had turned to stone. What happened? It's nature chakra. This means Naruto Uzumaki is a sage in that form of his must-be sage mode. Itachi picked apart Naruto like the genius he was. Naruto gave the man a smirk as he looked Itachi in the eyes. As impressive as always. Are you two going to gang up on me now? Naruto asked, taking a basic renewal stance. He turned to the side and parted his legs while his face was a mask of confidence. You don't seem to be scared at that thought. Are you arrogant in your abilities, or naive of our own? Itachi dangerously asked, in a manner of speaking revealing nothing. But from what he could see so far, it was the opposite, as Naruto was sure to keep him in his field of view the whole fight with Kisame and didn't use any jutsu. Come and find out. Naruto used God Step once more as he zoomed past Itachi, who was wide-eyed and was in front of Kisame. Recoilless Suzanwa. A knee covered in chakra meet the nose of Kisame, who was sent back. Dropping to the ground, Naruto performed a spinning knee low kick meant to clip Itachi's feet. Being able to predict the movements due to the advancement in his bloodline, Itachi jumped over it but noticed something. There was a clone behind Naruto who gearing up a kick. The strange thing was Itachi could see two other strangely colored versions of Naruto. It was clear this attack was bad news. So he used his precognition and was able to narrowly dodge the attacks in the air. You're not the only one with that ability. The real Naruto deathly voiced as he was already in stance to launch his next attack. Naruto extended his right hand. Supermassive rasengan. In an instant, a rasengan bigger than anything Jiraiya had ever seen was released from Naruto's palm. The thing was bigger than a 3-story house and maybe even more so, as the attack took up a large portion of the field where they had been watching the fight was destroyed by the explosion of chakra. Itachi's eyes widened at the blue spinning orb of chakra covering his view. He had to be quick with this or he just might die. As smoke rose and covered the area in smoke from the attack. The sounds of fighting still raged on as it sounded like Kisame was back in the battle. Leaping out from the smoke was Naruto fending off Kisame with just his hands. It was then Naruto saw an opportunity. He used his right hand to swing Kisame's overhead swing to his right, leaving him completely open for an attack. Not wasting any time, Naruto delivered a straight punch packed with so much chakra swirled around his hand. Striking out with unmatched speed, Naruto connected with Kisame's chest and the attack exploded on the man point blank. Before the attack went off, Naruto grabbed Samahata and used God Step to get to a safe distance. That should have dealt with Kisame. Naruto panted and looked ready for more if necessary. In a flock of crows, Itachi formed in the 30-meter-wide crater Kisame laid in. We shall meet again, take pride that you won this fight. It's not something many can say they had done. It was nothing really. Kisame could have tried harder by fusing with his weapon, but you guys underestimated me. Naruto stopped and smirked while holding up Samahata that was turning to stone. Think before you act next time. The weapon, now completely stone, crumbled into little pieces before being blown away in the wind. Itachi's cloak was missing from him, leaving just his navy blue top and bottom. I barely escaped that with substitution. If I was a second later, I might have taken irreversible damage. Itachi thought with great worry and respect for Naruto. He had taken the boy lightly. A mistake he wouldn't make again. Itachi said before grabbing Kisame and leaving in a body flicker. As soon as Naruto could not feel the 2S-ranked ninja's presence anymore, he dropped down to a knee and allowed the transformation to fade, turning his hair back to its natural bright blonde and sky blue eyes. But Naruto could feel a strange feeling on the back of his spine. 2 more of the golden ruins stuck to his back, taking their place above the other golden ruin on the bottom of his spine. Another one, huh? Only positive thoughts came as his power increased with the addition of 2 more ruins. Hinata was at his side quickly and checking him over. Naruto-kun, are you feeling okay? Using her Byakugan to scan his body for any internal injuries. Which none were found, but Hinata did notice the erratic movements in Naruto's chakra pathways and the increase of his chakra in general as it was growing right before her very eyes. The others landed around the two and all sported worried expressions. None more than Kurenai. What happened? How can looking for Tsunade lead to all of this? Hinata held her head down and sported a guilty expression as her disappointment in herself was almost palpable. As she was once reminded of her own helplessness in a situation of true danger. It was then she spoke, voice downcast and weak. It was my fault, a squad of cloud ninjas was after me and I couldn't win. Naruto-kun had to come and rescue me. After Hinata was done speaking, Kurenai cast a hateful glare towards Yugito, who averted her gaze and looked away. Now feeling ashamed of her actions merely moments ago. But what about Itachi and Kisame? Why were you fighting them, Naruto? Kurenai asked once again. Naruto gave a tired smirk of pride. That should be obvious now, shouldn't it? A hand rested on his abdomen to hint at his answer. They were after my friend here. I didn't think that group would move this early. Jiraiya gained everyone's attention with his statement as he was looking in the direction the two ninjas had fled. What group? And did you know they would be after Naruto? Why not tell me something so important? Kurenai snapped in anger. This toad sage wasn't like anything the rumors had said he was. Jiraiya turned his hardened eyes toward the Jonin, who flinched away from the stare, being reminded who it was she was raising her voice at. And just what would this information do if given to you? We could have planned for this ahead of time, set up some kind of trap for those two. Kurenai regained her wits and quickly responded, standing to her feet, to match the tall Sannin. Jiraiya scoffed out a laugh. A trap? For those two? Please. You'd do better trying to place Itachi in a genjutsu. Those two are S-rank ninjas cut from a different cloth above the rest. I couldn't take one of them even if I wanted, let alone both of them. Jiraiya spoke the hard honest truth. Trying to set up a trap for a genius like Itachi was out of the park, now his partner might have been a different story. Kurenai didn't seem to like the answer of insult as her ruby-red eyes glinted with a dangerous edge. Like the tip of a finely sharpened kunai. Anything would have been better than watching helplessly from the sidelines. While Naruto had to fend both of them off by himself. Then get stronger. Jiraiya lost his cool as the stress of everything had finally gotten to him. Maybe if you had more power, you could have done something. That's how it works. If you're strong you won't lose anything or anyone. So that's how you really felt during all of this, huh? Pervy sage. Naruto thought in sadness for his former teacher. When the third Hokage had died in his past life, Jiraiya had acted like the whole thing hadn't mattered to him. As if he was all too used to this feeling of losing someone close to him. But he couldn't let these two continue to argue. There is no need for you two to argue, there is nothing we could have done in this situation. We should just be glad nobody died in the face of this great danger. His words were true. This was a random action they didn't know would end up taking place. But Naruto did know he would meet Itachi and Kisame during this mission, but he didn't think it would be like this. Kurenai's features softened as she let Naruto's words sink in. Maybe she was being a little too hard on Jiraiya. Just using the man as an outlet. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have exploded on you like that, Lord Jiraiya. The man simply sighed. It's fine, I'm sorry as well. This has been a rough couple of days for everyone. Let's just do what we came here for. Jiraiya then turned to Naruto. You should go and rest up while we look for Tsunade. And if you are feeling better later, we can go out for some dinner. Jiraiya tossed out an idea with a goofy grin. It had been a couple of hours since the big showdown had taken place. As the big sun in the sky had begun to hide behind big dark clouds as the vast sky took on an orange hue. Leaves crunched underneath his feet and small twigs snapped as Naruto walked through the forest on the outskirts of Tanzaku town. He was alone as in acting like he was searching for Tsunade when really. I was beginning to think you weren't going to show up. A smooth voice talked from behind the shadow of a tree. It's not easy getting away from my girlfriend by a Kugan. My team would be quite upset if they knew I was meeting up with such a dangerous person like you. Naruto spoke back in a similar tone as Itachi. Itachi stared at the relaxed posture of Naruto with eagle-like eyes. Why was the boy so unbothered? Like he already knew Itachi wasn't going to do anything. Maybe he would. That was quite the showing out there. Itachi said. Naruto smiled and waved his hand. "AAA, it was nothing. If you two had fought for real against me, I would be dead meat." In a flutter of black feathers, Itachi moved behind Naruto and held a kunai to his neck. A fluke. Still unbothered by Itachi's methods, Naruto shrugged. Maybe. We can test the theory out later. Seeing he was getting nowhere, Itachi withdrew his kunai and moved back in front of Naruto. What do you want to talk about? Your message said you had important information to tell me. Itachi's red eyes illuminated by the rays of sunshine painted him with a godly visage, but he was far from that. More of a stalking crow ready to swarm its victim. He had received a note from Naruto when the boy had darted past him in the fight. Itachi didn't even release the note until he was healing up from the battle and fixing his clothes. Naruto became serious and the mood around him shifted. Danzo is dead, I killed him. Dropping the paper bomb out of nowhere like that caused Itachi to take on a surprised face before he quickly reeled it in. What do you mean? How could Danzo die by your hands? It was quite easy, once you know everything about your enemy and possess a couple of tricks up your sleeve. Naruto began to channel nature energy for his technique gelato. And it can be easy to launch a surprise attack on them. Once again during this meeting with Naruto, Itachi found himself surprised as he could see something surrounding Naruto's body. Until he came to understand what it was exactly. So that must be sage chakra around your body. I can't sense you, but I can see you. I must say, for someone so young, you have a great mastery over your abilities. Naruto deactivated the technique and rubbed the back of his head. That means a lot coming from someone like you, thanks. I can't take him lightly. If he had used that during the fight combined with that movement jutsu, we would have no way of being able to sense or prepare enough to dodge. I was only barely able to track him with my Sharingan. Itachi's respect for the boy in front of him grew as Naruto was sure to make change in the world. If I used my Mangekyo Sharingan, the chances would grow in my favor for sure, but would that be enough to take Naruto down? Back to the reason I wanted to talk with you. Naruto's words served to bring Itachi back to attention as he watched Naruto bring out a jar filled with green liquid. The thing which really caught Itachi's attention was that there was a Sharingan with a unique pattern in the eye. A pattern he knew. A four-pointed black pinwheel. I have Shisui's eyes and have plans for it. Allow me to hold the other one. I know you have it. How do you know about that? And why would I entrust the power of Shisui's eyes to you? Itachi asked with his brows furrowed. Relax, will ya? Naruto eased with his hands up. Let's just say a little birdie told me about it and one thing led to another and I took the eye right from Danzo's corpse. How can I trust you with these eyes? How will I know you won't falter from your path and seek vengeance on the leaf for how they treated you? Itachi pushed with a kunai peeking from his long-sleeved cloak. Naruto smiled at the man. You're still so loyal to the leaf, or is it you only care about your brother, Hurrying to collect his slip-up, Itachi spoke. Those two things are of no concern to me, I just want to know if you plan to destroy the leaf village. And as for my brother, he means nothing to me. Naruto gave Itachi a warm smile. You're a really good liar, your face didn't budge an inch when saying those words. But your soul did. I can feel the love you still hold for your little brother and for the village. You've lied so much, it's become natural for you. Naruto was still able to sense the emotions of others, especially during times like this. It's time you stop lying. You only make things worse by doing this. Naruto said. Your brother doesn't have much time left. I warn you, if he leaves the village, I won't show him any mercy. Itachi averted his gaze and looked toward the ground. It's not that simple, I wouldn't expect you or anyone to understand. What Itachi did was his own business. It was his life. He could make his own decisions. But after moments of silence and just standing around thinking, Itachi finally came to a decision. A crow appeared in a puff of smoke and landed on Itachi's arm. In the crow's eye was the other eye of Shisui. Taking an eye out, Itachi walked closer to Naruto who also began to move forward. I will trust you with this. Your trust won't be for nothing. It was now night time and everyone was taking Jiraiya up on his offer and taking them out to dinner. They were all okay and not putting up any arguments about the situation. Ladies first. Jiraiya held the flap open for Kurenai and everyone else. No way. I'm not taking my kids into a bar this late, they are too young. Kurenai protested once she saw inside. Come on sensei, don't make a scene. Naruto pushed his teacher inside and Shino followed behind him. This was the place Tsunade was located and they could get the mission on with. Look, there goes our target. Shino pointed to the women drinking in the corner of the bar. And she seemed to notice as her eyes widened and she rose from her seat. Jiraiya. Tsunade. One sounded happy while the other sounded more shocked than happy. Drunk as ever, still dragging around big sister Shizune as well. Naruto gave the two women warm smiles but they went ignored. Tsunade, how long has it been? Jiraiya moved into a booth and sat down, followed by Naruto, and Hinata who sat on his lap. Then Kurenai and Shino squeezed in to sit on the edge. I just keep running into familiar faces today, Tsunade said softly, almost painfully as she took a sip of her liquor. Putting his cup down as well, Jiraiya spoke. You talking about Orochimaru? What is he up to now? Shizune widened her eyes and looked ready to spill, but got a stare from Tsunade that told her to be quiet. Once taking hold of her drink, Tsunade spoke again. It was really nothing, just talking about war stories, that's all. Tsunade reached into her top and pulled out some cards and began to shuffle them. Naruto was not here to play games though. Extending his finger, a pointy stream of chakra stabbed right into the full deck of cards. He pulled them towards him, as they spun on his chakra. We did not come here to sit on the edge of the bed. We're on a mission to bring you back to the village and become the new Hokage. Tsunade scowled at the brat who destroyed her cards. And then he spoke about making her the Hokage. So that's why Jiraiya was looking after her. Well, too bad for them, no way in hell she was going to become the Hokage. Who are these fools you dragged around with you? You taking on another team again? Tsunade said, scowling. And she looked at Kurenai. And you girl, Jiraiya is not someone you want to be the student of. Trust me, I know. Kurenai crossed her arms and glared from the side of her eyes at Jiraiya. And my name isn't girl, it's Kurenai Yuhi, Tsunade-sama. Why were all the Sannin such assholes? HMPH, all just girls to me. Tsunade leaned back as she took a heavy breath, her big chest going up and down, catching Jiraiya's eye. And as for being Hokage, you're all just wasting your time. I don't plan on being Hokage or ever going back to the village. Tsunade listened to reason. The village needs you, Orochimaru killed our sensei. Can't you just come back and heal the people? Jiraiya pleaded with his former teammate. No. The title of Hokage is a curse, you are cursed to die for the village, risking your life for something so meaningless. Tsunade spoke coldly as her words held no remorse. This caused Tonton to oink sadly while Shizune's head went down. You can't be serious, the title of Hokage is meant for you. You are a Senju, the granddaughter of the first Hokage nonetheless. Jiraiya spoke hard facts once again. The words seemed to settle in Tsunade's chest longer this time. My answer is no, I won't go back to that place. But Naruto's hand slammed on the table, drawing Tsunade's attention. You actually don't have a choice. If need be, I'll seal you up and bring you back to the village. Tsunade looked towards the oddly confident boy in front of her, a Hyuga sitting in his lap, while he met her eyes unbothered. And who are you supposed to be? With your little girlfriend in your lap. Trust me girl, you could do better. Instead, it was Hinata who responded as she showed her displeasure. It doesn't get any better than Naruto-kun, who happens to be the strongest ninja in the Leaf Village right now. And I am Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Astound Hyuga clan, while my sensei is Kurenai Yuhi, a master of Genjutsu, and my teammate Shino Abarame, also a clan heir. Oh wow, a stacked team, and you really expect me to believe this little Uzumaki is the strongest in the village when there is Jiraiya. Grow up from that silly crush. I can crush the brat with just one finger. Finishing her statement, Tsunade flicked her finger, causing a gust of wind to blow Hinata's hair back. Bet. Huh. I said bet, me and you, outside, right now. Naruto said with a confident voice. Huh, you think you can take me on? I'll have you know I am stronger than Jiraiya. Tsunade said, also just as confident. Now everyone was outside, waiting for the beatdown to take place. Tsunade stood across from Naruto, who was yawing into his hand. It's been a long day, so try not to take so long, granny. Tsunade's brow twitched as she glared daggers at Naruto. You brat. I'm gonna be sure to flick your head clean off. Ooh, I gotta tell you, I'm really scared. Naruto said in a voice with clear sarcasm in his tone. You know, Tsunade, I do. Jiraiya found his mouth covered by a hand of Hinata. Shish, she had this coming. Since you like playing games so much. Naruto pulled out a kunai and spun it by the ring on his finger. Let's have some fun. In a blur, Tsunade moved forward ready to flick Naruto into sweet unconscious bliss. She's a tough gal, I can use a bit of force on her. Naruto gently, almost easily guided Tsunade's arm upwards as he ducked underneath for his next attack. Recoilless orang. Naruto struck Tsunade with his elbow, cracking two ribs, which could easily be repaired by the women later. Now that Tsunade was stunned by the heavy attack, Naruto went right into his next move. Ho hook. A high kick that sent Tsunade to dreamland. Jiraiya and Shizune had their mouths on the ground as they looked at what just happened. New story coming. Okay, I kind of want to ask you guys somethings. It's about the new story I will be posting whenever I finish this, or get to the end of part 1. I am just going to give you the premise and tell me what you think about it. The Golden Byakugan. A different part of the Otsutsuki on the moon separate from Hamura. They realize Hamura intends to destroy the Earth in the future. Not liking the idea, the group would leave and form a new race called the Davi. They plan to make countermeasures. Golden Byakugan, the strongest Davi, would send his powers and spirit down to Earth and enter the reincarnation cycle alongside Asura and Indra. Years later, on the birth of two Hyuga, Shiva would find someone worthy of the powers Naruto Hyuga and give them to the baby, which will now possess a Golden Byakugan. Pairing would be Naruto x Kagaya x Fem Momoshiki. Now I picked Kagaya because there are not that many Naruto x Kagaya that are good. And they both don't like the Otsutsuki. And Fem Momoshiki. Down bad, I know. But hear me out. Would the Tsunade Momo not be peak? Key details. Naruto would be the little brother of Neji. One in the main branch while the other is serving in the side branch. Also it would be Road to Ninja Hinata because why not? Naruto would behave like Neji sometimes but I plan to make him crazy NGL. Not like Joker crazy but like, oh my god. You're insane, type of crazy, if that makes sense. It's hard to explain. Matter of fact, I'll just write a scene real quick. Naruto Hyuga sat in the old rough wooden chair at a meeting table in the Hyuga compound. He constantly moved trying to get comfortable, but it was just impossible with how bad this chair was. This chair is shit, I want a new one. Naruto said placidly as he leaned back. Naruto, stop making a scene and be silent. Hiyashi sternly voiced. Excuse me, Naruto asked with a dangerous edge that made the other Hyuga members start to shake in fear. They hated when he got like this. His golden eyes glinted as veins became pronounced on the side of his head. Did you forget who you were speaking to? I am Naruto Davi. Naruto's hand smacked across Hiyashi's face. I don't even want a chair anymore, I want a throne. Naruto sat back down and crossed his legs. Insolent child, I don't care who you are. I am the clan head. Hiyashi would have continued but stopped once Naruto's hand raised again and he saw tick marks appear on the boy's head as he was growing angry. This boy was crazy. You, dusty bag of bones, go get me a throne. Naruto pointed to an elder. But, Naruto-sama. He was cut off when a hand smacked across his face. Never ask for anything twice. Bitch, I said get me a throne. Yes, he quickly got up and moved. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about. I believe it was about expanding the clan's power, correct? Do you get it now? Oh whatever, you'll see when I release it. Chapter 24. Her honey-colored eyes slowly opened to the sound of voices talking amongst one another. Kurenai-sensei, what if we make a genjutsu seal? Wouldn't that be awesome? Yes, it would serve to be a significant advantage. Have you designed a seal to allow such things? No, I just randomly thought about it. I've been meaning to ask you about it. A genjutsu seal. I can help with that. Alright, another's advice might serve to help on this endeavor. I don't think I want a filthy pervert working on a seal with my student. Now is that really necessary? Maybe if you weren't so stuck up you'd get some action. What? How dare you say something like that to me? I spend plenty of nights satisfied. Could have gone without hearing that sensei. For her statement, Kurenai received 3 stares of dissatisfaction from her students, causing her to flush in embarrassment. What the hell is going on in my room? Tsunade finally had enough of the conversation flying around. She looked to see Team Kurenai gathered on a sofa and playing with seals on the table in front of them, while Jiraiya and Shizune sat in chairs next to her bed. Glad to see you are awake, Tsunade-chan, Jiraiya said, grinning broadly. Tsunade-sama, are you feeling okay? Shizune was quick to dote on her like a mother. Yay, you got hit pretty hard. Little brat knocked you out cold. Jiraiya laughed in his seat, swaying his long white hair. I do remember doing the same to you. Naruto caused the man to choke on the air with his remark. Tsunade, Shizune, and even Taunton whipped their heads to Jiraiya. Are you telling me you let this little boy beat you? Naruto's eyebrow twitched at Tsunade's remark. I'm not a little boy, Granny. To his side, Hinata blushed faintly at Naruto's words, thinking of something entirely different. Besides, what he did to me was totally different from what he did to you. Jiraiya attempted to defend himself. I put up a much better fight against him than you did, plus he was using the chakra inside of him. Even so, you are a Sannin, Jiraiya. If I remember, so are you. He shot back with a grin, picking at the beast ready to wake. Tsunade tucked her arms underneath her bust, causing a noticeable jump, catching Jiraiya's and Shino's attention. Hinata saw it and turned her eyes to Naruto, who looked back at her with a grin. She gave him a suspicious look before leaving the silly conclusion she was coming to alone. Can we get back to the topic at hand? We do have a vital mission to complete after all. Kurenai said. Lady Tsunade, it has been decided that you will be elected as the 5th Hokage. We are to escort you back to the village at once. In a stern tone, Kurenai basically ordered the soon-to-become Hokage. Didn't I already tell you all, I don't want to become Hokage? Tsunade was now sitting up on the edge of her bed. It's a job for fools. A job that leads you to suffering in an early grave. She gave them all a death glare laced with chakra-infused killing intent, causing cracks to run through the room. It seemed since a simple no wasn't going to do the trick. Tsunade was intent on driving her point through another way. This was that other way. So, her temper quickly left the metaphorical room and allowed anger to slip in. The thought of fighting Tsunade was nerve-wracking to all but Naruto and Jiraiya, who knew the woman well and how best to counteract the damaging blows of Tsunade. Jiraiya, although it may not be smart, knew he could tank a couple of punches before it became lethal as he kept his body in peak condition through the years. Naruto could also withstand some punches and heal right after, so he could drain Tsunade of her stamina, which would no doubt take a long time. While Jiraiya could pepper Tsunade with attacks, breaking her down piece by piece. Though, things would not come to that, as Naruto had a plan. Listen, will ya? Relaxed and leaned back in the chair, Naruto released his almighty chakra that quickly served to run Tsunade's chakra back into her body, allowing the building to stop shaking from Tsunade's thunderous chakra. My dream, to become Hokage, that is my dream. Naruto finished with a serene smile. Flashing in front of Naruto was an image of Naoki, her brother. And Dan, her past lover. Maybe it was because she had just woken up, but they seemed to look alike. Naruto had the same feature as Naoki, her beloved younger brother. With the image, came the memories. Those painful memories she buried in the back of her mind, never wanting to revisit them again. She began to fall apart and she shut her eyes, not being able to look at any of them. Especially the blonde. Why? Why did all these people have to resurface into her life? Yes, she was miserable, yes she hated her life, yes, she wanted change. A better life for Shizune and Tonton, who followed her around taking care of her. But she was too scared. Change was always hard and Tsunade didn't know if she had it in her anymore. To fight for a change and live a more comfortable life. Tsunade then felt something grab her hand, drawing her out of the thoughts holding her back. When she opened her eyes again, kneeling in front of her was Naruto, smiling fondly up at her as if she were some member of his family. It's okay. His voice came out soft and gentle, like he was rocking a baby to sleep. I know what you must be thinking right now. Your life is changing in such a short amount of time. You feel like you don't have a choice in any of this. But you do, you hold all the power. It's not that easy, you wouldn't understand. Tsunade said and tried to remove her hands since she didn't like the comfort it was bringing her. Nor did she approve of this boy getting so handsy with her. It is that easy. You act as if you are all alone. You have Shizune, who's been with you her entire life, Tonton being a faithful companion, and even Jiraiya, who's been in love with you since a kid. Even now he talks about you. Our entire trip here he couldn't stop bragging about how much of a wonderful person you are. Jiraiya blushed and turned. What was Naruto thinking, airing him out like that? We are all here to help you with this change. You're not alone in this endeavor. The Leaf Village as a whole will support you, I will support you. Right now, thousands of people need you back in the Leaf. They're begging for the legendary medic to return and save them. I won't allow you to let them down, I won't allow you to let yourself down. Naruto let Tsunade's hand go and brought her in for a hug, holding her tight. During all of this, Tsunade could feel herself being pushed forward to accept this proposal. Dan and Naoki, images of them came into existence. Go on, Tsunade-chan, my dream is yours. Dan moved forward and kissed her right on the forehead like she did him long ago. Yay, big sis. Do what I couldn't and make grandfather proud. Naoki came and wrapped his arms around her waist. Finally, she fell apart after years of holding back the demons of her past. Tears broke to the surface and she started to shake. Sniffling shortly followed before sobs broke from her throat and she shed tears. It's okay. Naruto held the woman as she broke down into tears and everyone then started to file out of the room. Intent on leaving them alone as this was a private moment. Before Jiraiya left, he felt a tug on his body, and all of a sudden he was holding a crying Tsunade who was too distracted to notice. All she did was bury her face deeper into the man. Looking back, Jiraiya saw Naruto give him a smile before the door closed completely. In the hallway, those who left the room settled in comfortable positions. They could not hear anything going on inside the room and just decided to wait in comfortable silence. Thank you, Naruto-san. Shizune bowed at the waist, her voice coming off sincere. Tonton also conducted a bow. Come on, there's no need for all that. Naruto batted away the thanks with a loose smile. He didn't need the praise as he loved Tsunade, and seeing her like this was no different than a kunai to the heart. She may have portrayed the rough exterior, but on the inside, lay an even tougher exterior meant to keep everyone at arm's length. Since Tsunade didn't want to gain any more attachment, in fear of losing those she loved once again. No, I must. Shizune looked at him pleadingly. I've tried everything to rouse Tsunade-sama from this state of depression, all the times when I tried to comfort her. It never ended well, but you managed to do what I couldn't. She bowed again and finished relaying her gratitude to Naruto. I thank you, Naruto Uzumaki, for your words of comfort. Naruto gave a soft smile that radiated a brilliant warmth. Words are like keys, choose them right, and they can open any heart. His words came as a shock to Shizune as they settled in her mind, like a seed in the ground. Those words, they would stick with her forever until she died. Naruto-kun, you are so bright, it cast a net of shadow over me. I am the shadow trailing behind you with no purpose of its own. Just a burden, better off forgotten. Hinata thought with a loving smile aimed at Naruto. Her love. I don't know rather than to be scared or impressed with your tongue. Shino surprisingly said what was on everyone's mind. Shino is right, you are a smooth talker. Kurenai added. It can do more than talk. Naruto said, throwing a knowing look toward Hinata. The Hyuga's face burned to nuclear levels. Not even able to look any of her squad mates in the eyes, Hinata held her head in the palms of her hand. What are you trying to say? Naruto. Kurenai stared down her nose at Naruto, who now regretted saying what he just did. What exactly have you two been doing in your alone time? I better not find out you two are sleeping with one another. Of course we sleep together. Hinata started blowing steam from her ears and Naruto had to quickly check himself. But that's it, only sleep. I promise. Naruto was now waving his hands frantically as Kurenai approached. HMPH, I think I might have to spend some more time at your place in the future. Kurenai declared with a matter-of-fact tone. It was clear that his sensei was not going to budge. Naruto. Hearing his name called, Naruto turned to see a distressed Sasuke Uchiha running toward him. Where is he? Where is Itachi? I almost forgot this happened. Turning to meet the panicked individual, Naruto greeted Sasuke with a calm image. What's got you so worked up, Sasuke? Itachi. I heard he was after you. Did you see him? Sasuke sounded impatient and he was not in the mood for any games. He was here but not anymore. We managed to drive him off. Naruto was not a person who lied or liked to manipulate people. But when the time came for words to kill, he was the first up on the chopping block. With the combined might of our team and Jiraiya the Toad Sage, he was no match and ran away. Only together were we able to defeat him. No, that's impossible. Itachi could not have been defeated by you all. Only someone like me could have taken him down. Sasuke gritted his teeth and grabbed Naruto by his collar. Are you lying to me? Bastard, I am the only one allowed to defeat him. Not you or anyone else. Relax, would ya? Naruto said to both his team preparing to strike and Sasuke glaring at him with his Sharingan. As a group, anyone can be taken down. But as I said earlier, Itachi is not here anymore. Sasuke held his tongue and let his grip fall. Was Naruto telling the truth? Could any task be tackled if you worked together? Even if that was true, Itachi still had to die by his hands. Then I'm going to stay, just in case he comes back. Nope, you are going back to the leaf. Naruto said, shooting the idea down quickly. And why not? I already came all the way out here, you think I'm just going to leave? Naruto sighed. Would you quit being such a drama queen and just go? You can't make me. What are you 5? Sasuke Uchiha, I am giving you an order to return back to the village. Kurenai stepped in with a commanding voice and gave Sasuke a frosty glare. And what makes you think I care about your orders? Sasuke asked, an uncaring disrespect in his voice. I am your superior in this situation and you will follow orders. Whether by choice or force. Kurenai finished gravely and threateningly. Sasuke gave no response and just folded his arms, confident the woman could not touch him. Sure, he may have been acting like quite the brat right now, but this was something he didn't want to take the chance of missing. Itachi was close by, the person who ruined his life was near. Fine then, be that way. Kurenai closed her eyes and let a small sigh escape her mouth. Quickly before Sasuke could keep up, Kurenai wove through shorthand signs. Ninja art, hear ye hear ye. Kurenai infused her chakra into Sasuke's inferior own and spoke once more. Return to the village as quickly as possible. Kurenai finished speaking, but it appeared she was not done. Once you are there, head back to your room and think about what you've done. She added, just throwing a little salt on the wound. Sasuke's eyes became dull and he turned and started to run back to the village under the genjutsu Kurenai placed on him. Well, looks like she can cast genjutsu on an unsuspecting Uchiha. Kurenai had shown signs of growing stronger and Naruto was sure his sensei could indeed battle Kakashi and maybe win. Su, what do we do in the meantime? Naruto asked once they had all settled back to just standing in silence. Let's just wait until Lord Jiraiya is done with Lady Tsunade. I suspect they will be a while. Kurenai answered the question. As Kurenai-san has said, this was a long time coming. I will inform you all right away when things have settled. Shisyun was bowing to them again as she just couldn't knock how grateful she was. Sounds like a plan, a nap would be great right now. Naruto took a big yawn and started walking away and Hinata quickly followed after she waved the other 3 by. Entering their room, Naruto flopped on the bed releasing a big sigh. Man, I'm beat. Naruto rolled onto his back and started to shut his eyes for a quick nap. But Naruto felt a body on top of him. Opening his eyes again, it was the weight of Hinata resting on his strong chest. She smiled and gave him a soft chase kiss. What was that for? Naruto was surprised at the random gesture. Just because. She quickly responded. Naruto wrapped the girl in a hug with a bright smile. Naruto then turned to plant soft kisses on Hinata's face and neck. The whole time Hinata tilted her head, allowing Naruto to do whatever he wanted with her. His hands started to trail up and down her clothing, making it underneath the cloth protecting her skin. She moaned softly into their kisses. Naruto squeezed her breast while rolling her erect nipple. Come on baby, let me hear your beautiful voice. Naruto pushed Hinata down onto her back and started to pleasure her intensely. They broke from the kiss, panting for air, a trail of saliva still connecting the two. Do you want to go all the way? Naruto asked hopefully. The feelings quickly rose again, and Hinata turned away. No, I'm sorry Naruto-kun. A ludicrous idea sprung into Hinata's head. Why, you can find someone else, if. Stop it. Naruto's shout made Hinata pause. I don't want anyone but you. I love you, Hinata. I'm not leaving you for anyone else, you understand me? Yes, Naruto-kun, I understand. Good, don't say something so stupid again. Naruto got under the covers for that nap he was talking about. Now come lay next to me and go to sleep. Naruto ordered the girl with an angry tone. Alright. Hinata quickly crawled over and was immediately enveloped into Naruto's embrace. It was now nighttime and a veil of darkness covered the small town. The crescent moon was illuminated by twinkling stars in the darkness. Many people were returning home from a long day of enjoying the festival, drinking, and partying. A small little pub was still open and had 2 occupants. Could be seen drinking to their heart's content. As if they had no worries, or maybe they wanted to drown their worries in burning liquor. They placed their saucers on the table in silence, suspended upon the bar. Tsunade's red-painted fingernails wrapped around the gourd bottle and she poured some into her saucer. Don't be a hog, Tsunade-chan. Jiraiya took the bottle before the buxom woman could down it all herself. Jiraiya, Tsunade said, slightly rotating the cup in her hand. Who is that kid? She tilted her head back and downed the strong liquor. Well, that's a question I can hardly give an answer to. Jiraiya felt regret bubbling in his gut. Not knowing his godson was something he didn't think would hurt this bad. For most of the boy's life, Jiraiya hadn't even shown his face. His plan was to pop up on Naruto and dangle some powerful jutsu in his face to make him fall for his awesomeness, hopefully. That worked out well, didn't it? Another failure. What do you mean? I just met him myself. And he also gave me a beating. Jiraiya chuckled. I tell you, he inherited his mother's right hand if anything. Jiraiya bellowed a laugh reminiscing about the fiery redhead. But you weren't trying in your fight, were you? Tsunade asked, hoping she got the answer she wanted to heal her pride. Depends on how you look at it. Jiraiya said. On one hand, we used mainly taijutsu with small jutsu just to try and gain an advantage on the other. I didn't use sage mode or force everything I had on him. But I still fought him like he was someone I had to stop. And he still beat you. Her voice now held surprise. Yeah. Jiraiya drawled it out with a depressed aura coming around him. He read me like a book and pummeled me in taijutsu. Pulling off moves I'd never even seen before. His pride took a massive nosedive once the fight was over, and it was gonna take a lot to pull it back up. He did all this with just the 9 tails chakra. Are you serious? He knows how to control its power. Tsunade asked in shock, almost spilling the liquor on the ground. He has almost perfect control over its power. But that's not all. Just today, I know you felt that giant surge of chakra. It was him, using a form of sage mode I'd never seen. My god. Her voice trembled and she clutched her hands together. Naruto alone fought off Itachi and Kisame just after defeating the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, who is a perfect Jinchuriki, might I add. Jiraiya's words were like crushing boulders to Tsunade, who was hearing all of this for the first time. Give him a few years and the world will bear witness to a shinobi never seen before. He's going to be unstoppable. Jiraiya said with a smirk. Now that he was done praising his godson, Jiraiya wanted to get the vital information. Tsunade, you have been elected as the 5th Hokage. The village needs you, its people are in dire need of a leader. I already told you, Jiraiya. That title is cursed. The position of Hokage is not meant for me. She took a large sip from the gourd bottle this time, uncaring how Jiraiya felt about it. Why are you fighting against this so hard? Jiraiya pinned her with a stare, looking at her as if she was a rogue ninja who had just slain someone precious to him. If you accept whatever deal Orochimaru has offered you, I'll kill you myself. Tsunade was outwardly uninfected by his threat, but inside, that hurt. To hear one of her closest friends saying he'd cut her down. Aha! She rhythmically planted her breast onto the countertop in a way that would capture Jiraiya's attention. It was like a switch was flipped and his eyes quickly drifted to her breast and he inched closer to try and gain a better look. Jiraiya gained a blush on his face and moved his eyes away before he was caught and closed his eyes and started to have vivid images of what he could do if given the chance. He was so distracted that, the man didn't even notice that Tsunade was slipping something into his drink. A couple more rounds of Jiraiya, I want to sleep. Alright. Jiraiya was snapped from his little perverse thoughts and sipped from the saucer, none the wiser about what he just took into his body. Walking through the forest outside the town, Hinata aimlessly walked around, only occupied by her thoughts. Her thoughts were not anything good and it pained her to even think about something like this. Maybe it's for the best if I just left and took all my problems with me. Hinata looked to the distant horizon. There was a whole world out there just waiting for her. And just following Naruto attracting trouble everywhere she went was not the best way to do things. Hinata then took a seat underneath the tree and collected herself. Getting out of Naruto's grip was not easy. She had to be quite like a mouse and try not to wake him from his deep sleep. Maybe he was already awake and sensing her chakra out right now. So this was just a quick walk through the night to ease her heart, which started to become increasingly heavy. That is when a leaf floated down below into her palm. It was a strange leaf as it contained a hole right in the middle. She brought it up to her eye and looked through the leaf. Through this leaf, she saw a vision of her future. It was bright and cheery. She was smiling as Naruto grabbed her from behind and began to poke her sides and tickle her relentlessly. Her clan was all combined into one with no branch family, causing her cousin Neji to smile at her. Her younger sister Hanabi hugged her legs, smiling up with pure joy at her. Kurenai, Shino, the other teams, and cinnamon buns showed themselves, filling her heart with happy memories of a happier place. She brought the leaf down and just like that everything became so dark and the happiness in her heart was replaced with heartache. Hinata's eyes then picked up the sound of the grass being stepped on. She turned her head to see a harmless-looking white tiger stalking upon her. It was about the size of a household dog but still had the ferocity of a grown tiger. Ease your heart, young one. A talking tiger, I'm honestly not too surprised. I'm a summoning animal, one of the noblest of creatures. Hinata sat back down as she had stood to prepare for an attack. You do have quite the white coat. Hinata complimented the beast. Its perceptive yellow eyes shined in the night, glowing and illuminating her stare. Her smooth rich fur was white and black stripes that actually came down from its head to the rear end. Keep that up and I might just say yes. The tiger held the voice of a powerful and noble woman who seemed to be quite full of themselves. But I'm here to ask you a question. If I want to be a summoner, correct? Hinata beckoned. But you guys don't even know me. How can you just spring that question on me like that? Not true. We've been watching you ever since those exams a couple of days ago. Why? Because Gilgamesh put in a good word for you. Also, his summoner was begging for him to talk with me. The tiger walked closer and circled Hinata like she was her prey. Naruto-kun, you did all this, for me. She closed her eyes and felt so loved. Here he was again going out of his way to look out for her even when she didn't ask for it. You have potential and are very strong. I like you and wish for you to become our summoner. We can offer you an escape and train you to become a sage like your mate. What is your name, White Tiger? Okari, and I am the leader of the White Tiger clan. It is once again I ask you, Hinata Hyuga. Would you like to become a summoner of our clan? Chapter 25, If You Love Something. The night was over and now the sun took center stage in the sky. Tsunade had contacted Orochimaru with the use of her slug summons. With this, she had told Orochimaru to meet her the next day instead of waiting a whole week. Which led to the meeting of Tsunade and Orochimaru outside of the castle. So Tsunade, you have come to a decision, I see. It's so like you to follow your first instinct. Her old teammate hissed in mockery. I am just more sure of myself, that's all. The two senin moved closer together and Tsunade's hand was lit to life by green chakra. Orochimaru started to grin in anticipation as his arms would soon come back to him. Just when Tsunade's hands were about to make contact, he yanked them back quickly. What did you just do? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at the senju. At a moment's notice, Orochimaru felt a shift in Tsunade's intent and chakra. As she approached, the woman used the mystical palm, but then it changed into something different. Wished you wouldn't have noticed that. Things would have been easier. What are you talking about? His question got a smirk. Tsunade's red-painted lips turned into a grin. I've made up my mind. Quickly Tsunade's right hand flew upwards and connected with the snake Sanin's jaw. Orochimaru was blasted into the castle's wall and quickly crumbled under the force. His loyal servant, Kabuto, jumped in the way of the charging Tsunade and blew out a cloud of poisonous smoke. only for the smoke cloud to be swallowed up by a ball of wind. The phenomenon would have left Kabuto speechless if it wasn't for the strongest woman in the world to be charging him. There wasn't time to dodge, and all Kabuto could do was put up his guard and take the force of Tsunade's punch. Kabuto crashed into the open fields and carved a trench as he created a trail of destruction with how he bounced along the ground. My arms. Kabuto held up his limp arms that were clearly mangled and in ruin. But only for a few seconds, the pain faded as they began healing themselves. He grinned but still winced at the phantom pain in his arms. Orochimaru landed next to Kabuto on his feet. It was obvious to the eye that Orochimaru was angered by how things were turning out. "What are you doing, Tsunade? Don't you want to see your little brother and lover again?" Tsunade fell in front of the two with an angered expression. "I'd like nothing more, but if it is involved with you, there will be strings attached, no doubt." Orochimaru growled in frustration. If it was just Tsunade, he was confident he could take her down. Even if he had no access to his jutsu or arms, his other skills would support his fight. But things were never that simple as Jiraiya landed next to Tsunade. The man may have been tall, but he was still hunched over and sweating a great deal. "Fine then, I'll take Tsunade out of the game and defeat Jiraiya." Inside his mind, Orochimaru formed a plan to deal with everything. Bringing up his finger, Orochimaru bit into it and blood soon dropped, freezing Tsunade in her tracks. "Really, Tsunade, does blood still scare you? It seems even a princess can fall if you take their glass slipper," Orochimaru said, tossing the blood into the air. The ground exploded from the landing of a figure. "Boy, don't you know how to yap." Coming from the smoke was Naruto holding his two golden sabers behind him. "Really, Jiraiya, you brought a child, can you not fight your own battles? Are you scared of me?" "Silence, boy, you have no place here," Orochimaru quipped at the young blonde. "Yes, we have talked enough. You are going to die today, Orochimaru." Naruto's face fell and he showed an icy expression. "What do you plan to do? Fight me?" Orochimaru almost laughed at the prospect of fighting a little boy. Naruto reached behind him and pulled the two weapons from his back. He clamped the two ends together and it formed a large bow. A golden string quickly rose into the space, making the transformation complete. "This is a death you can't escape from. Say your prayers and hope the Shinigami takes it easy on you." Forming at the center of this newly formed bow was a red ball of chakra powered by a complex seal matrix. "Judgment is upon you. Witness the tale of rapture." Everyone felt the large buildup of chakra as it was all drawn to the center of the glowing red orb of chakra. It caused the ground to tremble and crack from the force and output of pure chaotic chakra. "Kabuto." The teen used some blood from the ground and quickly rushed through hand signs. "Inuma." The word was uttered softly, but the sound traveled the entire field. Following the word came the explosion from the attack that rushed at Orochimaru with its intent clear. Three-layer Rashomon. 3 large gates fell just in time in order to block the piercing attack. But the force served to partially nuke the area as the damage encompassed their space. Once the smoke cleared, Jiraiya saw the new landmark in front of him. Half of the field was just destroyed as if it was never there in the first place. Naruto blew out a breath as he saw his damage. "Curse those gates. It blocked half the attack." "Naruto, what was that?" Naruto turned to face the Sannin. "Just a small jutsu I learned from my summons." Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya both looked puzzled at Naruto. "Small." Behind them, the ground cracked open, and out came Manda the snake boss. They all had to quickly jump out of the way to avoid the crashing snake. "Orochimaru, what is going on? You tried to sacrifice me, didn't you?" The mountain of a purple snake yelled. "Save it, Manda, we've got bigger problems than that." Orochimaru yelled at his summon, fed up with his attitude. "Here, take my chakra to summon the boss toad." Naruto sent his chakra into Jiraiya from a touch on his back. "You too, Granny." Naruto's hand sat on Tsunade's head, drawing her from the mental battle she was in. "Naruto-kun, we should leave," Shizune said, grabbing Naruto's shoulder. "Relax." Naruto dragged with a calm smile. "Just stay behind me if you want to be safe." Shizune moved behind Naruto like he said as she watched the 3 Sannin go into a battle with their summons. "I won't be outdone." Naruto bit onto his thumb and slammed his fingers onto the ground. In his own large cloud of smoke came the large body of a king cheetah. "And look what we have here." The cocky voice of his summon echoed across the field. "A fight worth my appearance. Naruto, you did well with this one." "Why thank you, Gilgamesh." Naruto gave a mock bow on top of Gilgamesh's head, while Shizune was in amazement while holding onto Naruto. Manda growled in anger. "What are you doing here?" "Don't take that tone with me, mongrel," Gilgamesh said. "How can such a boy have that summon?" Orochimaru still remembered the time he along with the snake summons went to Uruk. It was not a good memory, it often left him feeling weak just like with Itachi. Manda rushed forward, slithering along the ground towards Gilgamesh. Too slow as always. In a rush of wind, Gilgamesh was behind Manda. Bringing up his clawed paws, they released sharp blades that Manda narrowly avoided. Orochimaru leapt off the head of his summon to impel Naruto with his legendary Kusanagi. It didn't take much for Naruto to parry and dodge. His leg quickly moved and crashed into the side of Orochimaru. Gamabunta. Give me some oil. Jiraiya moved through a set of hand signs for his jutsu. He sent fire rushing to combine with the oil of his summon. Toad oil bombs. Manda was cooked in the flames. Or at least that is what Jiraiya hoped for. Once the fire was out, they all saw the skin left behind by Manda. Gotcha ya. Manda was wrapping around Tsunade's giant slug, Katsuyu. Only for the slug to think quickly and divert into much smaller slugs. Gilgamesh moved in and was leaping in the air. Coming from his mouth were sharp wind blades that left giant craters in the ground on impact. Manda moved in and attempted to wrap around Gilgamesh, but was left holding air as Gilgamesh opened a portal. Coming from this portal were golden chains that clamped tightly around Manda. Orochimaru and Kabuto leapt off its heads or no doubt be killed in whatever was next. What are those chains? It's like the Uzumaki. Is this Naruto? Jiraiya said aloud with his mouth hanging open. Don't think so. He looks ready to launch that attack again. Tsunade spoke, grinning. He's gonna blow that snake right to hell. This is your end. Naruto narrowed in on Manda and held tightly onto the bow in his hand. Inuma. The red ball rushed toward Manda, taking on the shape of a spearhead this time. Look at this. He's got it down. Just 100 more steps to go and he'll have it complete. Gilgamesh felt excited watching Naruto's progress. It left him feeling respect for the blonde. No, why can't I reverse summon? Manda panicked as he saw the attack quickly approach. It delivered the final blow as it blew up onto Manda with full force. Shisuans held on for dear life to Naruto's back. He lifted her head and saw the damage again be dealt. That's amazing, you can use something like that so quickly. This is only the surface, the rabbit hole goes deeper. Naruto gave Shizune a grin as he focused on Tsunade landing many blows on the snake Sannin. Okay, Gilgamesh, I've got things from here. Naruto grabbed Shizune and leapt off the giant cheetah's head. As always, the pleasure is yours. Now, let's finish this. Naruto ran toward the battle followed by Shizune. Leaping into the fight, Naruto sent Orochimaru crashing into the ground as his foot slammed into the Sannin. Kabuto attempted to blindside Naruto but was sent crashing away as Jiraiya kicked him. Jiraiya followed this up with a rasengan to Kabuto's gut which drove all the way through, turning his insides and shredding at his flesh. Kabuto could only scream at the pain killing him quickly. Orochimaru turned his lower body into a snake and he managed to slither from underneath Naruto. He lashed out with kicks that Naruto was quick to block. Wind fist. Naruto sent out a punch toward Orochimaru who stepped to the side and dodged. Heavenly kick of pain. Tsunade fell with a leg drop destroying the ground. Orochimaru shot out his tongue that wrapped around Tsunade's neck in a vice. You can't kill me. You don't have the strength. Who? Tsunade yanked on the tongue, pulling Orochimaru forward. Right into a nasty right hook. Despite his strong body, Orochimaru felt his jaw tremble from the blow. Step back Tsunade. I'm going to end him for good. Naruto entered Realm Heart and felt the rushing power stem through his veins. Holding his hand into the air, a loud screeching sound was heard. In Naruto's hands formed a perfect and powerful rasengan. What is that powerful jutsu? You'll see it soon enough. Naruto answered the frightened question of Orochimaru. The rasengan shaped into a large spinning mass of chakra. Wind blades kicked off the jutsu taking the shape of a shuriken. Wind style, Rasenshuriken. The jutsu made Naruto smile fondly. He held it up for a moment, just basking in the familiar feeling of it all. It dropped seconds later though, as Naruto threw it like a ball. Which only shocked everyone who had never seen something like that. And that's a threat down. Even as Orochimaru jumped away from the attack, he was not ready for when it expanded into a large attack that quickly cut him into small pieces of what was once the legendary snake Sannin. Orochimaru's legacy was finally put to an end. Looking over, Naruto saw the bloody body of Kabuto lying on the ground. There was a swirling hole in his body which meant Jiraiya landed a rasengan of his own on him. So with all the threats eliminated, Naruto dropped Realm Heart and fell to a knee. That took a lot out of me. Naruto was filled with thoughts of laying in Hinata's gracious legs for a quick recovery nap. Kid, you've got some serious power on you. I'd watch my back if I were you. You've done a lot on this mission which will be noted by the other nations. Jiraiya came and patted Naruto's shoulder. Not to mention this whole rakeage situation. Still unsure of what to do with that. I'd like to bring her with us, and force the raikage to apologize. But that will turn into a whole other problem itself. So I'll just send Yugito back. You're right, the rake isn't one to tuck his head, Jiraiya said. Well then, let's get back to the hotel and prepare to leave back to the village. The group entered the large bedroom of Tsunade's hotel room. Hinata was sitting in the bed idly reading. Yugito, though, was tapped to the wall with duct tape muffling her mouth. Instead of moving to free Yugito, Naruto all but teleported into Hinata's lap. He quickly deflated and gained a carefree expression. Hinata smiled and put her book down. She then started running her hands over Naruto's head smiling. Mission complete, the angel of his world quietly asked. Yeah, Naruto's answer came out as a long dragged-out sigh. That's good. So how did she get taped to the wall? Sand asked with a sweat drop. Hinata placed a finger on her chin to recall what happened. She was being a bad kitten. Naruto giggled in her lap as they could all hear the muffled protest of Yugito. Jiraiya took his chance and moved to free Yugito from her prison of tape. Only to be bonked hard over the head by Tsunade. Perv. Tsunade reached and ripped the tape off, allowing Yugito to fall to her feet. She sent a scathing glare towards Hinata. If all these people were not present, Yugito no doubt would have lunged to attack. Knowing this, Hinata taunted the girl by sticking out her tongue. While the others were gone, Hinata had watched Yugito. It was simple and worry-free as Yugito had her chakra suppressed to a point where Hinata could easily defeat her if a fight broke out. Anyways, let's not dawdle around for long. We need to get you back to the village, Tsunade. Jiraiya said, getting up and taking a seat on the other bed. Do we have to leave so soon? Why not visit a couple of places on the way? Tsunade argued. Nope. Jiraiya shut it down quickly. We have to head back as soon as possible. Are you taking me prisoner? Planning to kill me? They all knew what she meant by that. The most logical outcome to a Jinchuriki being captured was their tailed beast would be extracted and placed into a loyal shinobi. No, it's fine. Just head back to your village. Naruto released the seal holding back Yugito's chakra. He did this without worry as he knew the woman wouldn't do anything stupid. You coming back can either be taken as a threat or an insult. Threat by us sending you back unharmed, which should let him know you are only alive because we allowed it, or an insult because we saw you as worthless to us. That your death would not benefit us in the slightest even if we had Matabi. Yugito felt uneasy at the words. It made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The raikage won't like that. He will be after you and anything else represented with you. Especially the Hyuga. What are you willing to do for her? What a silly question. A response he was expecting as Naruto knew about the raikage's personality and how he ran his village. So while still lying in Hinata's lap and smiling, he gave his answer. I'll do anything for her. Shizune wiped a tear from her eye as the scene was so romantical. She pulled out her notepad and scribbled it down. Shizune was a sucker for romance and dreamed of making her own romance novel. HMPH, only time will tell. Yugito could feel the resolve of Naruto. But her time with the Hyuga exposed another side of the coin. While she may have held that book, Hinata had been on that same page the whole time. Since Naruto had treated her with respect and not killed her, she'd leave him with some advice that might do him good. The price for love is always grief, the strings are always attached. After giving her final warning, Yugito vanished from the room without a sound, leaving Naruto to take in the words which were no doubt meant for him. While Hinata felt her heart twitch in sorrow as Yugito must have observed her. Heartbreak, boy does it suck. However, that's just something a man has to live with. Jiraiya lectured, giving his wise words of love. In doing so, Tsunade averted her attention to the floor. But don't worry kid, there is no price on true love. Naruto laughed. You're right. Those roses ain't cheap, ya know. Making the two males laugh at the truth. Men, you two blockheads would never understand. Tsunade glared at them. The price shouldn't matter if it's for your woman. Duh, that's why keep buying them. Naruto leaned up and kissed Hinata all over. In the chances of getting lucky, Naruto sent a smirk to a blushing Hinata. Days passed, and the group finally found themselves back in the village. Tsunade had now been inaugurated as the 5th Hokage. Her face was now being built on the stone mountain. Tsunade herself barely had time for anything as she was immediately swamped with the responsibilities of being the Hokage. The woman barely had any time for her drinking, which left her to sneak in small cups here and there, or be caught by an angry Shizune. Everyone was in high spurts as the village was on track to repair itself again. That is all but one Hinata Hyuga. Even now, as she ate from her bento alongside her team, she wasn't all the way there. Her mind was off in another world thinking about everything that had happened to her. A repeating memory was Naruto being in the center of it all. She didn't hate that fact, it was nice and made her feel loved. Naruto had been a huge part of her life, serving to push her forward throughout life. But that itself was the problem. Naruto had done so much for her, while she had done nothing for him. From the first day they meet, Naruto saved her from bullies while she can't even save him from the people out to kill him. He was her boyfriend and she loved him with everything she had. Unlike her, the blonde was goal-driven, he had something to work toward while she didn't have anything like that. Yes, she wanted to free her clan, but could she really? Doubt began to flood her mind like a tsunami as she began having second thoughts about whether she could really accomplish that. What was she living for? Was it Naruto? But she didn't want to live like that. Hinata didn't want her sole purpose in life to just be Naruto. She wasn't to him. Her boyfriend had a purpose, a goal, a dream. He wanted to be the Hokage. And everyone believed in him, including her. He was just too bright, as he sat eating the food she cooked for him. Basking in the stunning rays of the sun, Naruto lit the world up around him, while she just floated in his shadow. It felt as if she had no real purpose in life. But she knew that the feeling she had didn't need to be there. She was loved here, her younger sister, her teammates, her friends, and her love. However, the first domino had already been flicked. Now it was time she acted. Her mind had been set and there was no changing it now. I am leaving the village. Chapter 26, Set It Free. Man, I'm beat. Naruto fell to his back. His stomach growled, which let him know he was hungry and ready to eat. I could go for a meal as well. The ever-stoic teammate Shino voiced his agreement with Naruto's rumbling stomach. I'd ask if you all wanted to eat out, but my mother has told me she's preparing dinner tonight. What is it gonna be? Ever curious, Naruto asked. Shino shrugged. Not sure. Well, this training is over, I need to go home and get ready. Kurenai flushed red and got a dreamy look on her face. Asuma-kun is taking me to some fancy dinner tonight. Naruto got a cheeky grin. Is Asuma-sensei getting lucky tonight? Kurenai gasped and turned to glare red-faced at Naruto. Don't go asking your sensei that. It's private information. It was clear that Naruto and Anko had been spending too much time together as her influence shined. Naruto turned to the quiet Hinata. Hey, what are we eating later tonight? Hinata was dragged from her thoughts and saw Naruto talking to her. What? What are you cooking tonight? Since today would be their last night, Hinata at least thought she could cater to her love for the final time. So she smiled and gave an answer Naruto wanted to hear. Whatever you want. Ramen. She knew he would say that. Which meant they would have to stop at the market before going home. Naruto was going to run through the ramen, so it was good to have a large amount. You spoil him too much, Hinata, Kurenai said to her secret favorite student. He's like a baby at this point. Naruto stuck his tongue at Kurenai, who only chuckled. Hinata found the statement to be somewhat true. But the same could be said for Naruto. He too spoiled her to the maximum, no matter the occasion. Well, I'll see you two tomorrow. Naruto stood and helped Hinata up by the hand. We've got a couple of stops to make on the way home. Goodbye, I look forward to when we meet again. Before she could walk away, Hinata turned and bowed deeply. This caused Shino and Kurenai to raise their eyebrows and give each other a quick glance. I'm not dying in my sleep. But yeah, I'll see you again. Kurenai responded, and she felt awkward and on edge about the body language Hinata was showing. Bye, Shino voiced and started walking off in the direction of his house. Naruto took Hinata's hand in his and they walked off into the distance, leaving the training ground behind. As they walked through the village, Naruto couldn't help but feel and see the distant feeling he picked up from Hinata. So he couldn't help but ask, as Hinata had seemed very disturbed the past few days. Hinata-chan, what's bothering you? Quickly Hinata wanted to lie, but what would she even say? Naruto would be able to figure out she was lying from the start. There was the problem. She tightened her grip on Naruto's hand. For comfort and to reassure him and herself at the same time. I've just been feeling a little lost as of late. She decided to just hide the truth inside the truth. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked, as that was not something he was expecting. I want more in life, but that is the problem. I don't know what I want and it's frustrating. Her feelings were starting to leak through and Naruto could feel that. Naruto could see this was really troubling Hinata, so he should definitely play his part and support her the best way he could. That is a great thing then. How? I don't know what I want to do with my life. How is that great? Because it means you can do whatever you want. There are so many paths you can go right now. Naruto gave her a smile that she loved so much. I am here to help and support you all the way through. But, I don't want you to help me with this. It's something only I can do. The comment hurt Naruto, and Hinata saw it in his eyes. She linked their arms, drawing Naruto's attention to her. That doesn't mean I am not grateful for your help, okay? Yeah, I get it. This is a journey we can't do together. That caused Hinata's eyes to widen. That's right, this is a path for only one. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You're helping me even when I don't want you to. What would she do when Naruto wasn't there? Would she be able to stand on her own 2 feet? I just want to go and discover more about myself, find a goal, a dream and just become a better person. That's nice. You just can't dream of becoming Hokage as I'm doing that. They shared their laughter as the couple picked up the groceries that would be needed. Now they were on the way and ran into a pair that made both of their eyes open wide. Hinata-chan, is that Sasuke and Sakura out? I think it is. I can't believe I am seeing these two together all alone. They both slid into an alleyway and hid in the shadows to avoid being seen. Thanks for showing me where to find the best tomatoes, Sasuke-kun. It was nothing, but my house is just up here, so I will see you around. Sasuke was quick to try and walk away but was stopped when Sakura grabbed his hand. Wait, why don't we do this again tomorrow, another date? Sakura's was red like the tomatoes she had just bought. It wasn't a date, Sasuke was quick to correct. But it's just the two of us and nobody knows. Some people might even think we are dating. Sasuke turned to the red-faced Sakura. It's not a date and we are not dating. Then let's start dating. What? Sasuke asked looking at Sakura who managed to gain some confidence. Even though she felt embarrassed. It was a good thing nobody else was on this street to see them. Hinata and Naruto hid just behind the bushes next to a stone bench. I can't. But why? Just let me help you. Let me in, Sasuke-kun. I can give you what you want, I can help you, support you and just be the shoulder you lean on. Sakura moved in and hugged Sasuke for dear life. She wasn't letting him go, and she wasn't letting go of this. Sasuke just stood there and let Sakura cling to him. An almost invisible layer of pink dusted his cheeks. If anyone saw this, he'd lose all face and his reputation would no doubt drop several numbers. But there was another side to him, that just didn't care. The only thing that mattered was the girl holding him, and staring at him with nothing but love. Love he had not felt in years, so when his heart fluttered like it normally did for Sakura. His first reaction was to run away. But he didn't want to anymore. Sakura was trying to help him and she did everything to let him know that. It was helping. She was helping. Sakura was the medicine he needed, or was it love? Whatever it was, he wanted more of it. The feeling she gave off was like nothing he had ever felt before. Sakura, I can't be the person you want me to be. I can't give you what you want. Yes you can. You are what I want. And if you can't give it to me, then let me give it to you. Sakura looked up to stare at Sasuke directly in his eyes, so he could see how serious she was taking this. Their moment was theirs alone and they both shared the moment in silence. Oh my god, when did Sakura grow a pair? Quite or they're going to hear us. Sasuke-kun, I love you with everything I have. I'm willing to do anything for you. I just want you to let me help you, to let me in. You don't have to do this alone, we can do this together. Sasuke looked away. Damn this girl, she was always able to get to him. Maybe this is for the best, she's helped me this far. I've caused her enough pain. So Sasuke looked at Sakura's blushing face as his arms wrapped around her waist. If you'll have me. Naruto's mouth hung open as he couldn't believe it, even Hinata shared his surprise. Did Sakura just save Sasuke? Sakura is clutch. It was mostly because Naruto had a major impact on Sasuke's life, keeping his mind set on happier things. He wouldn't take the trophy away from Sakura, but if he hadn't been as relevant as he was, there was a chance things might have turned out the same. It also helped that he didn't suffer Itachi's terrifying genjutsu, which didn't end with him in a coma or placed into a state of permanent range. Sakura squealed in joy and mentally jumped for joy. She had finally claimed the heart of her beloved. That's amazing. I'll help you, no matter what. The newly made couple then walked off in the direction of Sasuke's house. What they were going to do, Naruto had no idea. He just knew Sasuke was going to be a happy fella. Man, Karen must be cooking again. Naruto could smell something burning from just beyond the door. She tries her best. Hinata smiled but giggled nonetheless. She wanted to support Karen, but it was true, Karen couldn't cook. Naruto sighed and opened the door, allowing Hinata to go in first. Immediately, the smell became more intense, and lo and behold, Karen was in the kitchen. Hinata, help. Karen cried waterfall tears as nothing she did worked. Hinata moved over to see burnt pasta in the pan. Instead of it being white, this pasta was a smoking burnt brown. Hinata knew what the problem was from just looking at it. You are supposed to use liquid olive oil, not the spray. I can also smell butter. Hinata took the pan, and just tossed it in the garbage. We are having ramen tonight. Karen latched onto Hinata in a tight hug. Hinata, you are an angel. Much like Naruto, Karen had a small ramen addiction. Why don't you just let me handle this? Okay, I'll just sit down. Naruto thought he'd cheer his cousin up. Relax, I'm not that good at cooking either, just let the master chef do her thing. Speaking of relaxing, Hinata came up from behind Naruto and placed her soft hands on his shoulders. You relax as well, you've earned it after this mission. Ah, that feels nice. Naruto felt bliss and rolled his neck. She guided him to the couch and sat him down. I've seen how hard you've been working, I'm proud of you, and I admire you. She moved behind the couch and worked her hands on his shoulders. You worked hard too, you don't need to do this for me. Naruto tried to protest Hinata, but she shook her head. Plus, how are you going to cook if you are doing this? I'll have a clone do it. Just let me cater to you for the night. Smiling serenely, Hinata felt the tension leave Naruto's shoulders and relaxed and just let her do all the work. I want a boyfriend. Karen ducked into the spare room as she allowed the couple to be alone. It was clear Hinata wanted to make this a special night for him. Some time went by, and the aroma of fresh ramen started filling the air quickly. Hinata had given Naruto a fresh cup of steaming tea as well, which only served to relax him further into the couch. She then planted small kisses on his collarbone and cheek, sometimes giving him a quick peck on the lips. His mouth watered as he saw the bowls of ramen being made by Hinata's clone. The first bowl was served, and Hinata took the liberty of sitting in his lap and feeding him with the chopsticks. It was slow and sweet, making the food taste all the better. The room was silent and just filled with Naruto eating the food Hinata had cooked for him. They entertained each other and just had regular small talk. But Naruto really just watched Hinata as she looked so beautiful right now. Gentle, delicate, and pure. It always sparked a feeling in him when he could just be around her and admire her divine beauty. You're amazing, you know that. You've told me. Hinata held up another portion of food for Naruto, who took the offered food. Sometimes I can't believe all of this is happening, that this is really the life I'm living. Well, believe it. Naruto drank from the cup of tea and smiled. You are the best thing that's ever happened to me. Same here, you changed my life forever. My love for you is deeper than you'll ever know. Hinata put down the empty bowl and held Naruto to her. She brushed her hands through his hair. Hinata laid on her back while Naruto snuggled into her chest for comfort. It's a change I can't thank you enough for. You are too good for me. The two cuddled into each other, just enjoying the other's presence. Hinata paused. The sun had fully set, allowing the crescent-shaped moon to hang in the air. Its radiance shone into the shared apartment of Naruto and me. Our king-size bed was occupied by us and our entangled limbs. Naruto was still laying his head on my chest as he had his arms wrapped tightly around me. God, how I loved this feeling of security and tight love. His snores alerted me to his state of mind. Naruto was in a deep slumber thanks to my actions performed today. Though Naruto was sleeping, I was wide awake as my arms were holding Naruto gently. I just couldn't stop thinking about the tragic betrayal I was going to do tonight. Now was the time though, and I had to mentally motivate myself to take action. So I began to shift and pry Naruto's hands off of me even when I didn't want him to ever let me go, as a part of me wanted to be found out and brought to reason. That I didn't have to leave and I was just being egotistical and not wanting my supportive boyfriend to help me. The blonde didn't want to let go though, as he snuggled and mumbled about how soft my chest was. Even when sleeping, he could amuse me to no end and flatter me with compliments. I cracked a smile but pushed it down. I need to go pee. Whispering in his ear in the hope of him letting me go. Hurry back, I'll miss you. Naruto groaned as he rolled onto his back. He was such a cornball. I was able to get out of bed and crouched under the bed to pull out a large duffel bag. It was empty but soon to be filled with belongings that would be coming with me to the White Tigers. Once I had grabbed the bag, I moved to the closet and started grabbing clothes as silently as possible. My heart ached when I reached for a floral-styled navy blue sundress. Naruto had bought me this beautiful dress when we were out on a date. He said he liked the way it showed off my toned legs. It was comments like that that made me feel as if I was the prettiest woman in the world, as Naruto would always pampered me when I wore this dress. I couldn't take it, I could hardly even touch it. I had fear that it would shrivel up and rot from my dark plots. So I left it in the closet to remain pure. It was like that with everything Naruto had bought me. How could I take these things from him? It was bad enough I would be leaving. I looked around the room to see if there was anything else I might be forgetting. My eyes landed on the heart-shaped picture frame containing fond memories. It was pictures of us and our team. I held up the picture frame and felt a smile tug on my lips. A life I cherish. Nothing could ever replace the times we've shared and nothing ever will. I felt the tears roll from my eyes down my face. I'm so sorry. My mind sounded just as weak as I felt. But still, I moved on to the door and stopped to look at Naruto, who was moving his arms, searching for something that wasn't there. I found some paper, and began to write out a message for Naruto-kun eyes only. I couldn't help it. I went back to him. And I lowered down to his face to deliver a kiss on his lips. I forced all my love, emotion, and passion into it. Why did I do something that might wake him up? It's because deep down, I wanted to be stopped. But my love didn't wake. All he did was mumble and smile in his sleep. Stop me, please. Don't let me leave. I love you. I still left, walking away and leaving the house without making a sound. The night air was cold and chilling to my entire being. I was bundled up though, in pants, furry boots, and a long thick white kimono. I jumped on the roof and stared at the village one last time. It was beautiful as always. Who knew when I'd next come to this place? I didn't. I felt something appear behind me. It was the same white tiger I had seen a few nights ago. She was here to take me away. I was leaving for good. Made your peace. The noble beast, Okari, asked me, searching for the answer in my eyes. Yeah. Now was the time. I'd be leaving everything behind me. The village, the clan, my dear sister, the team, and Naruto-kun. End POV. Naruto awoke, feeling his arms empty. He blinked and scratched his head. He looked to the bathroom to see if she was in there doing her morning activities. But there was no light on, so he rolled out of bed and walked to the kitchen. Nobody was there. The kitchen was still clean from when Hinata had done the dishes the other night. Her shoes were gone from the door though. Why'd she leave without telling me? Naruto wondered. The next second he pulled his chakra to the surface and attempted to feel out Hinata's chakra signature. When he didn't feel anything, Naruto felt his heart grow tight. He started getting a bad feeling. Kurama, can you sense her? I can't get a lock on her chakra. Sorry, Naruto. I can't sense her either. Kurama's voice displayed his sympathy as even he couldn't get a lock onto Hinata's chakra. Naruto quickly ran outside and spawned more than 1,000 shadow clones. He then ran back inside to hopefully find a clue as to where Hinata had gone. Maybe she was kidnapped, but that was unlikely to happen, even if he was asleep. And she hadn't taken any kind of mission as they were only genin, and genin couldn't take solo missions. But what else could she have done? Did she leave all on her own? But why? And to where? When he entered, Naruto looked at the dresser. On the heart-shaped picture frame, he peeled off the yellow note and began reading it with trembling hands. Naruto. I don't know how to start this. What should I say? This is very strange as you are sleeping on the bed right now. But I will be honest with you. I'm leaving the village. Not to become rouge or seek revenge. I'm just leaving. Don't worry, I'll be fine on my own. I don't even know if I should write this for you since you will become sad and start searching for me. I don't want to be a burden to you or anyone else anymore, so I've decided to leave. It's been very wonderful, living with you for all these years and everything that came with it. I'm proud of it, of being yours. But now it's come to an end. Maybe if you had never run into me that day and become my friend, none of this would have happened. And I'd still be insecure, weak, and suffering the abuse of my family. I would have been fine with that, if it meant I could just watch you and send you my love from afar. That's not how things turned out though, and I am still happy, I think. I'm not sure what I want to happen. Do I want to be the best version of myself? Or the happiest? Anyways, just know none of this is your fault and I love you so very much. I'm not sure if we'll meet again and I'm not sure I want to. I can't meet your eyes the same way I used to. So find someone else, live, laugh, and love without me, Naruto. I love you, with everything that makes me, Naruto Uzumaki. From Hinata Hyuga. Naruto clenched the note in his hands. He dropped to his knees and didn't even attempt to stop the tears rushing from his eyes. Large sobs escaped his throat as he held nothing back, letting out all his sadness and sorrow. Was I not enough? Was my love too weak for you, Hinata? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I just wanted to save the world. He beat his hands into the dresser which was getting smashed into pieces. Damn it, Hinata. Naruto tried to stand, but his legs gave out, dropping him on their bed. Why? We could have done this together, why didn't you let me help you? Karen heard Naruto's cries and quickly ran to his room. Naruto. What's the matter? Hinata, she's gone. His cries grew louder as the truth sunk into him. Karen saw the crumbled yellow note beside the dresser. She moved to pick it up and unravel the note and began to read. Her eyes gathered with tears also as she knelt down and hugged Naruto into her neck. Oh, Naruto. She patted his back as the blonde clung to her as a shaking mess. Come on, you are strong. Kurama exited the seal in a smaller form. His tails enveloped his close friend. No matter what, Kurama would be there for Naruto. They all would in his time of need. The room was filled with the frantic cries of Naruto as all his emotions flowed out of him. They only gave comfort to the blonde who would no doubt need it for the future to come.